everyone strive to reach the peak. Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame.
People always talk about wanting to reach the top, like it's something that's just handed to you. But the fact is, not everyone has what it takes. This goal demands everything. Your time, your energy, your dedication. There are no shortcuts. Sacrifice isn't glamorous. You can't slow down because your opponent won't. Not for the status, not for the packed out stadiums. You do it for one reason: the love of the game. You've battled through every setback, every challenge, every ounce of doubt. You've proven to everyone watching what you've known all along, that you belong at the top. But you aren't the only one. There's always someone right behind you fighting for your spot. The higher you go, the more people will try to tear you down. And they'll do anything to take your place. That's the cost. That's the reality. This is what it takes to reach the top, to ascend to greatness.
Away from getting to that Ascension Arena, that big stage. It is day 4 right now of VCT Ascension Jakarta, and you are with Mika Fabs and Dax here on the desk. Wow, I didn't think I would get tongue-tied right there. Dax on the desk, right off the bat here. But Dax, I have a lot of big questions here today, and the biggest one yet is actually, are we gonna get a map 3? Because it's been 2 zeros all around. It's kind of unbelievable how far we've gotten without getting to that map 3.
Look, I have a bigger question for you. We've known each other for 7 years already. How do you still screw up my name at this rate?
Because you want me to call you by your real name. Then again, okay, I never have.
You have never. You have known me like this since day one.
I blame the desk.
Okay.
I don't blame you. I blame the desk.
But
you know, taking a look at our brackets, especially what happened yesterday again, it was another 2-0 stomp for all of our matches, and this one was rather unexpected, especially, you know, heading into Boom versus SPG. That one was quite a surprise.
Yeah, truth be told, it's been crazy to think we've had 3 days of play and it's all been 2-0. It's like you go to a play but you only watch Act 1 and that's it. That's the whole show. And as you said, Boom versus SPG, there was so much hype coming into this one. The Boom hometown heroes decimating Naos, SPG looking to be the real deal, and now SPG is the first team who will be playing in the arena next week. It's crazy to think, though, there's still many possibilities today that, well, 2-0s have been happening, a 2-1 perhaps in the cards for these matches.
Well, let's take a look at what went on yesterday. Just in case anybody else needs a refresher, let's take a look at yesterday's highlights.
Welcome to VALORANT Champions Tour Ascension Pacific, where only one team will ascend to greatness. Yesterday was the first time we saw 4 of the other teams playing in the ring of Ascension, including JFT, Ewok. Both these teams are pretty good on Icebox, Naos especially.
Unfortunately, John, one gets punished. Evan tries to pull the off angle. Good for 2, good for 3! Back to back, keeping themselves covered. Off the contact play, they start to push up, but it's straight evaded by hiding inside the corner. High tide able to provide a little bit more cover advantage right now. It's gonna be Uta in a bit of a tough spot, but he just sprays it down. They have to reposition so much, and with the updraft, it's all too clear. Mojer knows where his last target is. Tries to go for the one tap. A little bit more space coming out, trying to fight back with the guns that they've got. Nexi onto the guard. Don't know how Papi Chulo's gonna make his way out of this one, but he might turn. He's looking for the next one, the showstopper. Coming in through now. Job able to take one, but traded. Mojer in for the double. So anticipating all of these tiny little movements now. Watching back to the angle. Mojer's even good for at least one. But surely tries to go up front, but look at this double stack. Shoot Mojer down. But to no avail, Ja inside of the pit, he lures them.
Let's just say, you know, a lot of things can go wrong, but a lot of things can also go right. I mean, Revenant Esports, like the desk mentioned,
relatively low, so just baiting for his teammate now. But look at how Dawson, just classics. Bit of utility, signature ability of Get-Go now, tossed out, but no problem for Sultan. You talked about it, and he's there to fight them day after day. Find too much. Hanging inside of the sky smoke, Dust9 spots him out with the shorty. Look at that. With the Phantom now, sprays onto the next, onto the third, snap trying to delay. They want to give the ace to him. He will collect, he will send first time. Playing Cypher, by the way, on the lurk, and he's getting a quick double for his troubles. A third, looking for the kill contract, just eliminate one player from the equation. Sultan, perfect shot, picks up the shield, onto the next, looking for more targets to hit. He's got the shock darts, he's got the recon, has to face off against the hot hands, but with the walls, any agent he wants, but here comes the one-on-one. Fortunately, whiffs a little bit, but it's enough for the team to secure them.
It's really right up their alley, and Senprisa is going to have to challenge them with that aggro playstyle, so I'm curious to see if they can handle it.
All of it, he slides into the site, going to fly into the site. He's gone! Debbie in for a third! NC Slasher firing out this crossfire, though, that's the thing. Paranoid sent out Zespew. Amazing stuff. 20 seconds. They're holding the positions. Shiro not letting it out so easily. Here it goes,
Enemy kill.
oh my god, Danby. Incredible precision. Famous firing back, but shut down by Devin. It's only Margaret here. They will press the issue. Margaret, though, able to take down an angle, but Famous will be able to snipe him down from the top, and then, but still, the jump peaks out. SPG trying to fire off balls onto Boom Esports will take them welcomingly. Snake bite down at their feet, but Spursa fires back. Hobbs tries to spray it down, but unfortunately falls short. Shiro tries to do what he can. Is it enough time?
As you can see, there were a lot of great highlights yesterday, a lot of good aces, one of them belonging to Papi Chulo, who I think, Dax, we were both relieved that he came online yesterday because we were waiting for this moment for Papi Chulo.
I mean, not just him, but the whole of Naos, right? There's a concept of Filipina time. Filipinos always late to the party, but in the lower bracket, Papi Chulo woke up from the get-go. 2 pistol kills at the very start. We saw that ace there on Icebox as he held past the high tide, and especially there on Lotus, the C-side play. Just getting the clutch yet again. He's known to be clutch in the PH scene, and he's bringing it here to Pacific Ascension.
Yeah, and this was a surprise. We had Dawson9 bringing out the Yoru for the first time. When I saw actually like in the agent type, I was like, wait, hold on, is that correct? Because that was the first time ever alongside Sultan, who also brought out the ISO.
Yeah, there's so many first times in that composition. It's crazy to think that Revenant has so much in the bag in them, but Dawson9 has been performing out of his mind coming into this tournament, showing truly Kazakhstan stars in the making within the South Asian roster.
Yeah, and of course, we can't forget about Persia here on the side of SPG. And, you know, yesterday's performance just proved like how dominant this is. I think we were all thinking that Boom Esports might be that true test, right? Because they are one of the heavy hitters here at Ascension. Can they actually bring it to a map 3 against SPG? And it looks like that answer was a big resounding no.
Yeah, Boom just didn't know what hit them. And Persia right now, 5th highest rated player overall with the most rounds played, 46% clutch rate with 6 clutches so far this tournament. He knows how to close things out, but we got, of course, a new matchup coming our way today.
Oh yes, we have Full Sense versus JFT. And this is actually, I would say that this is a bit of an unexpected matchup, but you know what? I definitely like it. It is going to be very, very exciting indeed because, you know, we talk a lot about full sense and JFT was like looking like a team that was very much in sync. That's going to be a big test for them going up against full sense because full sense have been playing together for years already. How is that flow state for JFT going to match against them?
Well, that's a great point there, Mika. JFT, sure, they faced off against Rapid Lo-Fi, right? And they were able to dominate, but Full Sense is a completely different beast. This is a team full of experience. This is a team with veterans. This is a team that has made their way to Tier 1 with some of the players in Foxy and Sushi Boys and Ramen Murzakis, Andy and Ikana. I was talking to Koki Komodo a while ago, and truthfully, a lot of these players, this is their first time this year to be in the VCT circuit. JFT really making a splash, especially with the results that we saw in split number 2. But Mika, the head-to-head, we just had to do it, right? We look at which dish you want to have here between these two players.
I mean, you're just making me hungry. It's about that time in our time zone, right? Oh, I guess I'm having Japanese for lunch. I'm ordering in some either some ramen or some sushi. This is a very goated head-to-head. Thank you for that, by the way, Dax. But it also is, you know, because ramen hasn't had that big moment just yet, right? Could it be just because the rest of his teammates were too fast, too furious last time? But it's Full Sense now. It's Sushi Boys. It's a tall order of sushi with some really spicy wasabi on the side.
Ooh, like, we're gonna bring it to Japan, but I guess we're bringing the cuisine here to Indonesia, right? And Sushi Boys, exceptional within that icebox map. Big reason why they won those overtimes with those 3Ks. Ramen, on the other hand, I'm really impressed with his stats from what we saw in that JFT versus Rapid Lo-Fi matchup. Highest rated player right now, highest KDA, second highest clutch rate, and that push onto Waterfall where he was on that seaside. Those are the moments where you realize that there are players on JFT that have good heads on their shoulders, and I think really Ramen is one of them to be that cool, calm mind to allow JFT perhaps to adjust a little bit more once Full Sense does shock them with a bit of that experience that the Thai roster has under their belt.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, right? You know, JFT is made up of players that this is the first time, this is their biggest break, first time on a stage like this, whereas you have Full Sense that, you know, again, I keep bringing it up. You have more than half of the team that has already made it to VALORANT champions, right?
Yeah.
And the team itself has as well. So, I don't know. Going into this match, I really do have to favor Full Sense as, you know, one of the favorites coming to this. They are my personal dark horse for this tournament. What about you, Dax?
Well, experience is basically the best teacher, and right now, I do agree with you. Full Sense can be the ones to try and teach JFT here a lesson, because we saw a few weaknesses also for JFT last time against Rapid Lo-Fi. My biggest concerns for JFT is, will they be a bit stubborn in how they want to play? We saw a lack of really rotations there, especially on that icebox map. And JFT proved that they can pack a big punch, but Full Sense, they've shown that they're a team unit. They've shown incredible synergy and just that knowledge that they know exactly what to do as individuals and how to sync on up. My biggest concern for Full Sense, though, and why I guess Conky's predicting for JFT, that ending against this guys, right? The run that this guy's had on Icebox is concerning, and we know JFT has the firepower to effectively replicate something like that coming into the series.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned the firepower on JFT, right? So I'm wondering, because Full Sense packs quite a punch as well, what can they possibly bring out that Full Sense have not had to deal with yet before, right? Because what is it, the ISO? No, Full Sense had a lot of that in their local challengers. I mean, you had Killua on a Made in Thailand, right? That was bringing that out a lot. Is it gonna be the double duelist? I mean, Made in Thailand did that a lot too.
Yeah.
So what is it going to be for JFT?
I mean, yeah, and exactly. Double duelist, sure, they handled that against this guys also. Neon, John Olsen has been on it, and I dare say, between John Olsen and SPG's Davby, they're the best Neons we've seen right now. Andy will try to make a case coming into this one. It's going to be so exciting. But JFT do still have that surprise factor in a way, especially based on how the map Veto will go. I do wonder, though, if we can get Icebox into this one because, well, JFT have shown how strong they can be on it.
Well, it's a step closer to that big stage, and 2 more teams will be eliminated today. But first, we are going to Full Sense versus JFT. It is day 4 of VCT Ascension Jakarta, and it starts right now. we have our first series of the day. It is going to be JFT with their biggest series to date up against the Giants of Full Sense coming from Thailand. You know, there's this consistency from the players on the side of Full Sense that is undeniable. You look at Full Sense and each and every one of these players is capable of clutching, right?
Absolutely.
Going into our map vetoes, you know they can do these multi-kills consistently, right? And for JFT, it's still a little 50-50 here, Dax, unless they go absolutely crazy.
Well, first things first, is that an Omen hoodie? That's so cool for JFT. But I was talking about Icebox right before we got into into the player cams, and yeah, Full Sense. Why is there room in that? JFT have been shaking on by. That's gonna be perhaps their permanent ban coming into this tournament. But Ascent and Lotus for our first two maps, Mika. And interesting enough, it may be Full Sense and JFT's map picks, but the stats favor the other team actually on those maps. I do like Full Sense though picking Ascent. It's a big fundamental test to see what really JFT has to bring to the Ascension table.
That's absolutely right. And, you know, Ewok was saying the other day about how much, like, you know, the transfer of energy within a team is so important. Like, when one player clutches, there needs to be that collective surge in energy, right? Going into our agent comps right now, is that what we're going to get for Full Sense and JFT here, especially since JFT bringing out that double duelist. No surprises there. And for Full Sense, we're getting something a little bit more standard, a little bit more default, nothing, no surprises here on Ascent, right?
Yeah.
But again, going into my point about that surge in energy, I see that with JFT, but with Full Sense, it can actually be shaky. That could be their window.
Yeah, they have strong openings, but once they get found out, it does seem to be the concern. JFT, though, swapping over from the Killjoy to the Cypher, and he's still sticking around with the ISO that brought them here to the Jakartan stage. So I'm really excited if they can find those picks, get those kills, and JFT will immediately look to show against Full Sense that they can fundamentally match up against them, or else they're going to be losing out on the series.
Well, you know, my questions are: Full Sense going to lose steam along the way? Is JFT up for this challenge? I don't think they're backing down. So let's head straight into Ascent. We're going to toss it to your casters, Honky and Komodo.
Okay, there we go. All right. I was going to say, Komodo, I mentioned it before. Went 0-13 in my morning warm-up game today. That means the Australians, they're winning the game. Let's get into it right now.
Oh, it's very fast from Full Sense at the moment. Up too short, isn't it? But Andy on this ISO already steaming. Look at this aggression from JFT. They want to hold nothing back, Mitchell. And this is just absolutely overwhelming from them.
Great start. PTC, 1 versus 4. A little bit of a roughie here for the Full Sense side to start it off. But look, you know, they've got a really strong agent composition. They've got a really strong roster. We know how they can go. But this is the thing with JFT. They need to get the door open nice and early, nice and confidently, and dive into it as best as they can and take advantage of these early rounds.
Yeah, well, they have to try and play to their strengths in this game, don't they? Because you think about what Bonkers were able to do last year, getting to the arena. That's exactly what JFT are going to be trying to do. Bonkers walk so JFT could run. Let's see, because if they win this game, right, they get into the top 4. Same for Full Sense, right? Last year's Ursha didn't have the greatest showing, so they want to be able to push themselves into the final, go up against the really hot Sinprisa Gaming at the moment. I'll tell you what, that game was absolutely ridiculous what they did to Boom, so I'm really keen to see what they can do later on. But massive hurdles for JFT in this series. Not seeing an Icebox playthrough where I thought that was actually going to be a part of this veto. Getting Ascent, starting it off, and a confident pistol to come out from JFT already. See if they can kind of build up some great defenses. Build up a bonus round, start to find a couple of tendencies from Full Sense. Again, leaning to this A side.
Good start. Nice and clean here. A little bit of an awkward one there from Full Sense. I felt like that was a bit of a limp offense. You know, some of these rounds, the pistols can actually get the work done. And it's A-okay for now. They've done all the right things. Control of B-Orb. But that's really kind of all she wrote right now. They'll get the info off the back of the broken trip. But, yeah, I don't know. JFT, they're just playing it cool, calm, and collected. And, you know, one of the common attributes of Oceanic Valorant, Komodo, is the fact that we'll lose these second rounds. But they're playing it nice and calm. They're ready to go, and they're giving the side up. And the thing is, Spike's not even here. So it's A-okay, irrespective of how this goes.
I mean, some early collaboration from them as well, right? You're looking at this scenario and literally all 5 of them are just hugging each other. It's not a bad idea. They didn't secure the information that the spike is actually down the back of A main, and they know that B was a lapse in position at the moment. So you're always going to have to understand that they want to mitigate losing any of these guns going into the next round. Hey, if Full Sense can manage to get a plant here for Fox, you can start to build up on that Hunter's Fury. I think you're going to be okay with that.
It is interesting that they've completely given up the side. I suppose they're just pretty happy to take retake. But, yeah, overall, we will see Full Sense get a plan.
10 seconds left.
It's going to add to the momentum just a little bit.
Yeah,
as I said, you know, they should keep 5 alive here, I'd say.
Well, the only problem is going to be for JFT if they overlook any positions at the moment, which is technically where Fox is, so we'll see.
It's a good shot. Traded, though. That's the main thing. This is the thing about that kind of, you know, buddy system that they've got going on right now. It's not even a buddy system. It's a full party system. All going together. Shots onto Andy. He can continue to hold true. And, yeah, 4 alive. And look at this thing. You know, this is the choice of JFT kind of a little bit. You know, they'll pick up the Vandal, pick up the Phantom nice and early. So they've got 3 really strong weapons going into this bonus by now. Komodo, Spectre in tow. Raman's the only one who's going to have to reinvest. So, yeah, they're going to have a really good chance at this bonus. But, yeah, this is the sort of comment I made at the start, right? It was a very weird offense from Full Sense. They kind of all just tried to take the Angel, and it was just the one from Fox in the end. So, good stuff. Good counterplay from JFT. Proud of them. Second round secured. And, yeah, Full Sense now can get the Vandals out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you're looking at the tape that we've got for these guys already in towards this tournament as a whole when it comes to Ascent. And we don't have a Synprisa Gaming agent composition for either of these teams, right? So it's a little bit more known. Full Sense opting for one of the most, you know, the most common agent selection to come in towards this. JFT, a little bit of difference. We've got 2 other teams at this tournament that generally run the same composition when it comes to Ascent as well. This is going to be really important, though, when you do start to split over towards B as Full Sense, or if you're going to pivot back towards A with the drone. But for the starters, PDC already down.
This is weird, man. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, John Olsen is going to be able to get the trades out, but he's dropped down to 11 points of HP. Andy ready, undercut out. Only gets the 1, though, and that was the lower taken member of John Olsen. So it's traded out well in towards the side. It is going to be a 3-on-2 now. John Olsen gets to position after he's taken down. Kiss. Good response onto Leviathan. That's a big member to take down. 2 versus 2 into this bonus now.
Yeah, and with Leviathan being one of our strongest clutch players so far, taking him out in this scenario is really good.
They're just going to make sure they clear out logs. Never mind. Fox actually makes his way in towards B main. That could potentially be an advantage here to JFT. They're both going down the back stairs. And will they get in towards site here? Sushi Boy's actually starting to clear this. It's going to be complete lack of information. They should know now as to where these members are coming from. Are they going to clear it? Yes. But Kiss only narrowly gets the trade. 1 point of HP and Fox will close. So I've got a feel for JFT a little bit there. They felt like they had the aim to sort of, you know, cross it out in towards market from the boat shed. But overall, it was John Olsen with a sharp aim to get it done. But in the end, you know, Full Sense, they only won it with 1 alive. So the economic woes might start to hit them early.
And we'll see if that is actually going to eventuate into this next round as well, because it can be a little bit strengthened for Full Sense when they lose 4 of the guns. They really are close to a couple of these key ultimates going into this next round as well, right? And that's on the outcome of what we were able to see in the pistol round, farming up a couple of the orbs, getting the plants in. You can see that Fox is 1 away from the Hunter's Fury, just another to be added for Sushi Boys on the lockdown. You don't really have too much of an answer available unless we've got some great lineups and stuff from JFT to counter. So it may have to be respected on the back of it. We just have a pause at the moment. We can kind of just look into, again, a little bit more on what we've seen so far from Full Sense, and a lot of their strengths so far, Mitch, have actually been leaning into these meta changes of the Neon, right? A map like Ascent right now, we're not seeing them opt for it, so it goes a little bit more into normal VALORANT gameplay, you know, methodical gameplay. I really want to see what PDC is going to be able to open up for Full Sense, because when you look at this KO, you're looking at some keen flashes, you're looking at some well-timed 0 points to particularly remove Andy from the equation in a lot of these duels. JFT always are going to rely on the combinations and just the aggressive duels that Andy will provide with those undercuts in combination if you can get Mercer on the line as well, right? So you're looking at what reviews both of these teams have kind of done. And I think for Full Sense, you know, they do really have to play into their strengths, which is going to be so far for this tournament, setting up John Olsen to frag.
Spot on. Inside main, Andy. Let's get the information as to where John Olsen is. Vulnerable, but still taken down. Ikana narrowly manages to get away. Mercer's only going to be able to get the tag up here as well with that outlaw. Are they going to cross on in? He does hit the shot onto Leviathan. That's huge. Akana gets another one as well. So the hold right now, it's decent. Akana, has he got the information? Yes, he absolutely does. So this is fantastic from JFT. A great recovery, a great response. But Fox, you know how sharp he can be here, Komodo. He's managed to bring it back to the 2v2. Mercer very, very low, but so is John Olsen. It's going to be all about hitting this initial shot. So tough. Our drone out. Trying to hold on for as long as possible. Actually pops the Hunter's Fury as well. Gets the info, but narrowly missing it. It's a really big round here for Full Sense. They've invested a hell of a whole lot. Again, you know, John Olsen's so low here as they start to run on in. It was Mercer that tried to give it a crack, but they slowed it right down.
Yeah, and the spike on lane as well makes it really difficult for Full Sense.
Last player standing.
This is the thing, though. John Olsen, when he's that sharp, they are going to be able to line it up. And this is that level of hesitancy that comes out from JFT, right? You know, they were in a 2v4 situation. But John Olsen, 10 HP, manages to hit the shot. And Fox, obviously, big impact player in that round. This is where JFT is going to let themselves down if they don't bring out that confidence that they do manage to sort of show around at home. You did see Mercer rather try to get a little bit of extra info in a short period of that round, but then he backed right off, and that ultimately led to their demise there.
A bit of overextension in main as well, and some, you know, unexpected results, I guess you would say, for Andy. 9 times out of 10, you'd be winning that duel. You don't have to even go for the headshot. And then the resulting play is that Fox brings that round back from a 2 versus 4 scenario. Really by himself. Quick 2 kills, quick kills into the side as well, and just relaxed gameplay from Full Sense after that Hunter's Fury. So for JFT now, this is going to be a really important round to try to maintain the lead, build up a couple of their ults in combination with these utility pieces, and you can't get the job done. Unfortunately, Sushi Boys to dispatch of Kiss, which means Smoke's down, and with only 2 HP surviving as well, actually would have been a brilliant opener for the defenders if they were able to find it.
Thing about Oceania, Komodo, is you might be one of the sharpest players here, but then when you go international, right, you've got to verse up against players like John Olsen.
Yeah,
so
I'm looking at the space around the map that Full Sense are actually taking too, right? And it's multi-dimensional. 2 players creeping out and clearing B main completely. Fox to get that ulti orb again to get a bit closer towards his Hunter's Fury, but it's all a bit of time being bought for nothing that's going to eventuate over at A.
Oh, wow.
And they just line up. He's on 2 HP and it's a dry swing in.
Yeah.
That's a complete read for Full Sense, just parking it.
Absolutely. No flash there at all. So unfortunately, they just have to give up the round. This one's not too bad in a way. You know, they've obviously got only the stingers, a couple of pistols. But you're exactly right. You know, leaning into that position, just walking in for the dry swing. I mean, if they waited an extra like 5 seconds in hindsight, they may be able to get something done there. But right now, it's really just 3 of these members who have all been taken very, very low for Full Sense. But now they can kind of just slot into the post plant nicely. Gotta be careful though, some of these Full Sense members, if they want to keep the weapons in towards the next round.
Last player standing.
Oh, so far so good.
John Olsen there.
Information. Yeah. John Olsen just shooting information on the back of it as well. Sushi Boys, that's actually ridiculous that he's getting 3 kills on the back of being 2 HP. But just individually as well, we know pretty much every player in this lobby is going to be extremely sharp in certain key moments. So you really want to be seeing the combination of utility to get the job done. I mentioned previously PDC with some great flashes that he's got to line things up over towards the B site. That's exactly what he threw out in the previous round to assist the team to go in. This time, the call is made just to park it while they try to pull any rotations back over towards the B site. Ramon's utility is set there at the moment, so it kind of is a very quick and easy take in towards the A site when they get those early kills. So what I'd love to see from JFT at the moment is get a couple of these undercut and lineup locations from Arcana on those shock darts. Mercer on the operator though, so far not really finding too much success in the kill department. So we'll see if this is going to be the turning round for a couple of the JFT members.
You'll just be hurting for that previous one again. Only the eco, sure, but taking every single member down to somewhere between 10 and 40 points of HP. A little bit of a tilter, so they're just going to have to hope to buy the time here. Sushi Boys does throw out the nano. The dark cover comes up. That'll give them the space. It's going to be eyes on to Ikana here inside the market. Already giving up the information, but this is the utility usage that's coming up from Full Sense, right, Andy? Really good take. Old Sushi Boy's in, and he does hit the shot. That's the thing about some of these kill contracts. It starts off well, but Leviathan gets the trade.
Yeah, it means the lockdown's gone from Sushi Boys, but an immediate trade onto Kiss. The flank in mid has been read, so Fox is on an island by himself. This is where you can start to set up for a really good post plan as JFT. Player advantage, reconnaissance from the neural theft. Set itself together.
Absolutely, they've got all information now that every single member's playing here on the site, so it's going to be about the trade game. Hunter Fury comes out, does clear out under heaven. John Olsen spotted though. Doesn't quite get the catch. Now, as he's taken a little bit low, the contingency is going to come out, but they're still sitting, waiting inside that dark cover, making sure the utility does exactly what it needs. And John Olsen getting tagged. That makes it really, really awkward. Komodo looking all good so far. PTC needed to go absolutely nuclear there, but in the end, it's Akana with the 3K. And I've just got to give credit to JFT in that round, the patience that they utilized, setting themselves up to trade, setting themselves up to retake correctly, not making any mistakes there, and 3 alive and a third round.
Yeah, exemplary coordination from them. I gotta say, you know, one of the things that we've seen from JFT usually is that they just want to take every challenge that they possibly can in numbers generally, or even by yourself, which is what we did see originally with a little bit of that overextension. But hey, they've reeled it back in. They've gone with a very clean retake at the end, but for full sense, I mean, they've still got a lot of these extra strategies to immediately answer back with, right? They collected a lot of credits to be able to go in with another gun buy here. They've got 4 ultimates to be able to play for. So if you're full sense, your primary strategy right now might actually just be one of the most mundane things possible in this game of VALORANT. It's drop that lockdown in. But maybe you have to second guess that now, because that's some king spam from JFT to halt the B proceedings.
Mate, what were we talking about only a couple of days ago, Komodo? The win condition. Kill John Olsen. It was mainly back on that neon on the map like Haven. But yeah, right for now, it's going to be a flash out. Mercer does get sent off the line. The undercut was there, but they've got to be careful of this lockdown right now. And the fragment is going to hurt them too.
It's going to be pretty difficult, actually, on this retake for JFT, where they don't have any answer to these ults. PDC can buy a little bit of time before he drops that null command, and then your ability lists to go in for a retake. So this is all gunplay from JFT now.
Absolutely. Kiss has it from the shadows if he wants to use it as well, so they are just going to start to creep on in here. See what they can do. Leviathan gets the dark cover down towards defender-sided spawn, and they're still looking a little hesitant here, JFT. They've just got to make sure they move together, clear together. Patience. Bit of a virtue. Now there's the clear. Kiss opens up. Ramen gets the trade. BTC able to find at least one, but getting the info off the back of that scan. Now the pressure starts to come on to the remaining 2 members. It's going to be Andy to find PTC, but now Fox in and alone. He's in the position to clutch it out. They run on in, but they are going to take him. But they don't have enough time. And that's perfect utility usage from Foxy there. And it's just the thing, right? Full sense, they were patient, and JFT maybe a little bit too hesitant in that position. By the time they were moving out, they were set up to trade, but it was just too hard to overwhelm the site.
I don't think it's really the hesitancy from them. It's more importantly, a lot of that abilities were used early, right? The paranoia was gone, the recons were gone, the drones were gone, no camera set up anymore from Ramen as well. The null command really removed a lot of the opportunities that JFT had to actually mount a strong retake. Yes, the kills are getting in, but they had to wait 10, 15, 20 seconds before they even attempted to go on in, because there's nothing that they can clear. They don't know if there's a lineup, a crossfire from full sense going in from main, from lane, from back on the plat itself. There's so many different angles that you need to be clearing to get in towards that B side on a retake there, and it's just a really good setup and lockdown from the side of full sense, just to know together as a team, coordinated, where they all have to look, even when the time starts to shift down, it's on their side at that scenario, because the spike still needs to be defused. So really well done from full sense, actually, to not only maintain a lead, but to really layer in the approach from beginning and end when they do lose the tip of the spear in John Olsen, right? It's not just all of the eggs in the John Olsen basket. There is these other bits and pieces that, for the map of Ascent that's been in since the inception of VALORANT, and this meta composition that we've known for so long, there's a reason why it's meta, right? It gives you so many different possible scenarios to bring players in, bring players out, no matter who loses their life in the round.
Boring is all I'll say. Bring back the SPG comp. Nah, kidding.
That, I will say though, the SPG comp, you really have to be proficient in all of your layering of abilities and stuff. But if you don't get punished, I mean, hey, like, they're just going to roll with it.
That's right. Nah, but you're right. You know, there's a reason this agent composition has been a staple, you know, for so long. With the addition of Killjoy and KO in kind of the earlier champions that came out, the agents. But anyway.
So now, back to Old Faithful in mid control for full sense. Flank watch as well for both sides of the map from Killjoy utility. This is one of those rounds for JFT as well, where they will maintain credits to go into the next round and still lean towards this A side as well. It's one of the tendencies of JFT that it usually is the site that they like to look after. Now they have to be just a bit more worried over at the side of B for Ramen. He's got the Sheriff. He's got one trap to assist him.
Yeah, this is tough.
Cage triggered.
You know, every single member here, 1 would be great, 2 would be even better, but, you know, when you've only got the Sheriff and you've got a PTC swinging at you, there's really not much you can do except play for this retake. Mirza does have the Guardian, but I don't think anyone's going to be stepping over the distance. So, just heading down mid. Fox already going to spot out that info. And again, yeah, really at this point in time, they're just playing exits, but Andy does manage to find it. The double tap will be replenished.
I wonder how enticing it would be for Andy to use the kill contract in this retake scenario. 1 or 2 more kills? Absolutely.
Yeah, too much, I think. You know, getting the frag there was already awesome. So they do the smart thing and they don't try to overextend any further. Now Akana does get 2 shots. That's actually some really good damage. Yeah. And Olsen decides to pull it. If he gets the catch on towards the spawn side, that may actually not be a horrible thing. He's going to have to try and swing for it now. He's doing some damage, and he will get the third. So, look, for Akana, that's pretty damn good. You've got to be happier if you're a JFT fan with that round.
I mean, that's more than good, because you look at how impactful that actually is to the credits and buyback ability for Full Sense going into this next round, right? When all those kills are collected, that's a 4v1 against Akana, and he removes 3. So you're actually making it very swingable back in your favor after this round. You actually are going to have to see Fox and John Olsen here dip into their ultimates to potentially bring this round back.
Akana, one of the most impactful players throughout the Oceanic VCT split number 2. Very impressive player, in and about. Sort of got my first eye on him a couple of years back, and you know, had the opportunity to see him make it all the way to Ascension here. So, look, JFT, you know, they are not on elimination point just yet either. They've still got another opportunity to make it to Britama Arena, but Full Sense, they're looking to take it here as well.
I want to see how reactive Andy and Kiss are actually going to be with a lot of their utility right now, because you've got the Paranoia, you've got one undercut going out. He's been pinged out that they know he's behind Dice by that 0 point as well, just buying 8 seconds. Now, you won't see too much rotations come from JFT just yet. They don't exactly know if it's going to end up at A. And that dark cover as well, just at the front of the site to allow the crossing back from Full Sense. So it'll be a bit of a reset for them. Still seeing if there's any lurking positions that Sushi Boys might be able to exploit. It'll be a little bit difficult for him, though, when you've got a trap wire over at the entrance of B main. But the audible will be called for Full Sense. Back over towards B. Mirza left to the site. We'll see how this execute is actually going to work for them, because they've got both of their key abilities here. They've got a drone, they've got recon, and they've got the 0 point. That's a lot of the site you can clear now for Full Sense's execute.
Absolutely is. Just sort of hoping that maybe, you know, getting that little bit of extra site for utility, it will be enough. But they're already out, already into position. John Olsen is taken down, though, by Akana. Paranoia will catch, but now he can get the recon dart out. Ultimate goes in, makes it a little bit awkward, but Kiss uses the From the Shadows, gets only 1, but it's enough for now. Akana, again, this man is going on an absolute tear right now, Komodo. Impact out the wazoo. The guy's been doing it all for the team right now. JFT feeling like they're getting thrown into the backpack as Fox. He's got no chance of making it in. And, you know, you talk about that previous round with all the damage to the credits, the reviability you mentioned, and, yeah, look, I don't know. It's not looking like a great position at all. PTC's got some money. Fox can maybe drop over for another, but it's going to be a pretty scrappy buy as we move into the latter parts of the opening half here on Ascent.
That's masterful from Arcana as well, when he waits for his team to get back over as well. Reactive dart to not necessarily reveal information to buy time, but just to play distractor whilst Kiss comes over with From the Shadows. I mean, on the back of that, you imagine if John Olsen got the opening kill, a completely different round. Just absolutely sensational work from Arcana. The team eventually comes in as well to close it, but he just manages to do it himself. And now, Mitch, on the back of what we were saying previously, the fact that Arcana again got those 4 kills on the escape of the other round, now it's a reset for Full Sense.
Absolutely. A little bit nervy on the couple of shots there, Kiss. Now he's just got to be cautious that he's given up his hand. You can't be doing that in a round like this up against the pistols, as again, it's just the single Vandal for Fox.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake from Kiss, because your smokes are down as well now, right? You've got Fox with that Vandal, but you've also got the Hunter's Fury. If you get 1 more kill as Full Sense, you might actually rely on that to find some damage, find some information. You do have to wait for your recon bolt to come back online at the moment, but you've also got John Olsen pushed up through mid. Again, Ramen deploying the same camera over in Pizza, the same trapwire over at B main. Feels like the strategy for JFT will be right now a retake if Full Sense get in towards the B site, and it'll have to be. And we know that Full Sense with these pistols, if you bring it into close quarters action, they can actually have some serious punch.
Absolutely. It just is depending. Okay, never mind. They do end up going through. But that's the thing, right? If Akana maybe started to get the spray just before they crossed, it would have been A-okay. But now that the fact that they're in, it's getting really, really scary for the rest of this round for JFT now.
This has to be a really well-refined retake for JFT from how the mistakes were made in the previous one. PDC doesn't have that null command this time, right? So abilities are here and available.
Hunter's Fury up, though. That's the main key here, Komodo, that you spoke about. And in this 4-on-4, it does make it a little dicey. Can't give away too much time now. And there we go. Akana does get some information. Forces John Olsen into a corner, but no damage dealt further. A little bit of an additional tag. Now it comes out as well. But Fox, his information is known. His position is spotted. And he's got nothing really. I think they should try and run and find him here, but he shouldn't have any post-plant shock dart. So it should be A-okay. Again, as I mentioned, repeating myself at this point in time. Just trying to keep some focus. But JFT, clean. 4 alive. They don't make any mistakes. They don't get overwhelmed. And they are allowed to tie the scoreline up 5-5.
Yeah. A united front from them on that retake as well, right? When they rip out their own Hunter's Fury, they clear a key point back of sight, they clear boat shed as well. But then more importantly, everyone individually for JFT on that retake, getting the kills where required, realizing the fact that Fox is nowhere near the site actually, even if he's got 2 shocked out lineups, you're 1v4ing at that point in time to deny the defuse from coming in. So very well back and forward gameplay that we're seeing from both of these teams, adapting at every turn of the map. And now this is going to be one of these really important ones for Full Sense, actually. If you want to be taking the lead at this half, right, you have to win this round, because in the next one, you're back down to the subpar weaponry. You try and build up PDC on the null command. You try to get Sushi Boys towards the lockdown, farming these orbs at both B and A. Look, maybe you could try, more importantly, if you could set yourself up to get that in the next round, it'd be well worth it.
All I'm saying is, Komodo, 2 months ago, I wouldn't be expecting JFT to be able to go toe-to-toe with Full Sense. And I mean, look, there's plenty of series left, right? Still, Full Sense would be the hard favorite. But the way that the team is adapting, Akana, sure, having a bit of a solid one at this point in time. However, the triple lineup, triple stack on A, they walk up short, and they're going to have to explode soon, Full Sense.
You have to make sure that JFT do actually have their eyes on the prize right now, because there's 3 angles that Full Sense can actually spread into right now. A wrap around heaven, main, and through tree.
Across. Andy, really good win condition there. Dropping John Olsen. And Rahman in position. Gets the 2. Now Fox in position to try and get the spike planted. He is a clutch player, we remember. So I'm not going to count him out just yet in this 1v2. Going to have to do it all immediately. Absolutely. And they'll go drone for drone too. So is he going to be able to spot that information? Didn't quite hear the footstep, but now repositioning back around the Jennies. They just have to trade. They just have to go together to make sure that they do it clean, and Murs up, make sure he secures it. So that's crazy. JFT, they managed to walk away here with the 6th round, a chance to pull it to 7. As the credit position, they're going to have some money, they're going to have some cash in the back pocket, Full Sense, but it's certainly got to not be everything that they need to make sure that they've got a solid final round of the half.
Last round before the switch.
The 1 versus 4 attempt in the previous round amongst the Chaos of B. This time a 1 versus 2 could be more manageable, right? Gets the drone for a bit of the information as well, but a single shock dart, no recon available, and then when your position is sniffed out too, it makes it a little bit difficult. But the heavy lifting in that round actually as well, just making sure for JFT that they know that every one of the 3 players at that alpha side are watching the right location, right? 1 over towards the glass, 1 towards the tree, and 1 towards main, swinging together, getting all of the trades. Really well coordinated for the Oceanic players. And now we transition into the last round of this half, and I am at least, glad to see that Full Sense are able to scrounge up a buy. A couple of Guardians in the mix, PDC with that null command, and Sushi Boys 1 away from the lockdown. So what was I saying previously? Try to build up closer to these ultimates to be able to drop them in this last round before the change of sides.
Once again, they've given them the space. Similar sort of hold. Mercer straight onto the line. This has been a pretty common approach here for Full Sense. This time though, Fox breaking out the drone early.
seen Kiss play from this position before, and he got his head removed from his shoulders, but a nice swing from Ramen, actually. PDC by himself. A little bit of a ruse, but look at that. Already, JFT, right place, right time. A shutdown on this round, and now it's all down to Fox, and he's just got nothing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Sushi Boys, 1 versus 5. Not a position you'd be expecting him to be in this round, but again, it's Akana with the multi-frags. I feel like I'm just repeating this man's name time and time again.
Switching sides.
It's such a tough play to be the Sova role on a map like Ascent, right? You have so much, you know, people relying on you. There's so much control that you need to kind of have in your hand on both the attack and defensive side. And 18-4 against, you know, one of the best teams inside this competition to get us started is absolutely massive. But the rest of the team isn't really falling behind. You know, Mirza had a bit of a quiet start, sure, but the fact is he's got a couple of those impact frags. And yeah, I don't know, just the way that they started it. They tried to send PTC up short with the null command to, you know, throw off a bit of the scent, but they were ready for it. They didn't over-rotate, they didn't make any mistakes, and this is why that we're seeing now JFT lead out the half.
I think it's important to note that there's nothing too unorthodox about what JFT actually did on the defensive side, right? It was very just structured in how they're looking around the map. There's no over-rotations. They're pretty steadfast in just holding down the same positions, and they're happy enough to go for these retakes if they need to, right? The success rate for them was better than the failure rate, right? So that's pretty good from JFT, and ultimately, for Full Sense, right? They haven't actually met with too much pressure in a scenario like this until Disguise, right? Because you can kind of, I guess to a degree, just remove the Oblivion Force game from your mind for right now, because it was Icebox against Disguise that showed us some brutality, right? The massive comeback from them, the defensive side was lacking over on Icebox there. So I think coming into this side switch for Full Sense, you're really going to have a great idea of how you're going to combat the combination factors to come in from JFT, because we know that for JFT going in towards this one, there's going to be a lot of pushing and pulling that they're going to try and do. There's going to be positions where Ikana is going to set up some really good utility, and if you're not destroying that, you're going to be going against, you know, Kiss and Andy just overwhelming you, hand on a swivel shooting. So this is going to be really reliant upon making sure that Full Sense kind of gain early information, right? The ability that two of these initiators give against two of these duelists goes more in favor to play a little bit step by step for Full Sense in this half.
Just going to make sure that JFT continue the momentum behind them into this one. A pistol round would very much bring it back for Full Sense, whereas on the other side of JFT for the Aussies, they'd be able to stack themselves up a nice little advantage. A lot to sort of give back here. Because again, you know, winner of this one takes it forward. Makes it to the next stage, makes it to the next step. We're in the upper bracket. And there's no elimination on the back foot either. So it's just about taking it further towards ascending.
So let's see what this attack will actually look like now for JFT. Straight in through the tree, and that is a great paranoia actually coming from the opponent's trade saver in Full Sense. This pistol is a bit echoing of the first pistol that we saw. Hey,
going for the knife. Didn't quite work out. But yeah, completely blinded up in that paranoia. And yeah, Sushi Boys goes big as we expect from him. Such an impact player. And this is the thing about winning the pistol when you're only up 7-5, right? You basically sort of forgo your advantage that you had. And I don't think we're going to be seeing JFT invest into this one. They're just going to take the L and wait for the next one.
I would like to see what damage they're going to be able to deliver. I think more importantly for Full Sense as well, right? It's kind of copy-paste from the pistol round they saw in the very beginning. So defense is favoring in those crossfires. Now I want to see if John Olsen is going to be able to lead the charge on this defensive side, because you know he's going to want to get aggressive. You know they're going to want to play reactive on the back of all this utility. Force suppressed by the KO 0 point is going to be a huge amount of information. And for Kiss, I mean, he's the straggler over at A. Trying to just see if he can get anything cheeky.
How do you get away with that?
Yeah, that's
such an
ridiculous.
Andy play, so cheeky. Just a single pistol though, so they're not going to be too stressed. I mean, look, side of Full Sense have to be careful. They don't want to overextend here. 4 members close. The flank coming in though from Fox. He's already up close. He's managed to expend all the bullets. This is dangerous. PTC does manage to get one and a second, but there you go. They're already trading on their way onto the walls of sight, Komodo, and John Olsen. He's got the Outlaw. He's 47 points of HP. Does hit the shot. Very winnable for Akana with the Spectre. Our drone goes up and over the top. He does give away the information, but he has to play it careful. He's got an Aldro of his own, has got the shock darts.
Deploying drone.
So he's got to actually get it out. That gives him a little bit of space. He gets the info. That makes it huge here, Komodo. If he uses these shock darts, there's a real chance he can win out this round. Got to play it tight. But John Olsen, awesome. But that's the patience. That's the calm. Akana maybe just needed to sit still for a second longer, but hindsight's 2020 as always.
I have to give a bit of a problem towards Mirza in that round, actually, at the end there as well, right? 2 versus 2. You've already seen John Olsen get some impactful damage around the B site, and you kind of go for a challenge in stairs, which is one of the most common lines to hold when your opponents are going in for a plant. Can't help but feel if it was a 2 versus 2 at the end there, and then they reset to go back site, using the drone, waiting for the recon dart, that they actually might manage to do a little bit more damage and maybe even convert the round, because Icana does have both of those shock darts still available. A bit of an overheat from Mirza, who is having a bit of a, uncharacteristic game, a really slow start, not able to find anything. It's been really carried up by Icana, by Andy. Kiss at certain points in time as well has been falling to a bit of overextension gameplay, so I think they need to be reeled in. I think a timeout eventually, if Long is going to be able to find out that information for the boys. This bonus though.
That's the thing. Just got to be super calm in those 2v2s. Let them come to you.
See what's going to happen in this bonus round now, because John Olsen still does have that outlaw. So a priority on JFT, and knowing that, you've got to get those full shields out, which they all do. Right, a lot of damage in the previous round as well will ensure that they can get a couple of these key abilities to try and path their way in towards one of these sites.
Completely off B.
Yeah, I think it's okay, though. You've got that turret to play a little bit of Spotto as well out through B. If you are just going for a standard execute right now, you do have to wait a long time for Kiss to actually get out these dark covers as well. So are you just putting a bit of a priority on one dark cover towards the door and then a contingency out towards CT?
Not ready yet.
It's just that slow creep again. 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
We'll have the double tap top, contingency out. Mirza, close the door, break the turret. Got that information now, so at least they can secure the site spike.
Oh, the spike
get
is
its
so
way
far
in
behind,
there.
though.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to go, so it's okay. But that could have set up the post plan a little better if it was quicker.
Yeah. Well, this is one of those scenarios where, as a team, you practice 5v5 retakes going into a site like B on Ascent, so this should be bread and butter for Full Sense in how they're going to layer this strategy now.
Weaponry not great. Playing off the site. This is good for them, not wanting to give away any of these weapons, JFT. They want to make sure that they secure this bonus. They lost the pistol. They narrowly missed the second. So they've got to play this one to absolute perfection. Keeping an eye on it, and that's a great flash. Absolutely right. Andy only getting the one, and Leviathan's also found an additional frag. This is the problem. In position, it's all left onto Akana, and he's swinging around, and I don't know how they've given this up. That was one flash, Komodo. One flash is all they needed to win the round there, Full Sense.
As I said, for Full Sense, one of the biggest things that you practice in your scrims a lot of the times is how do we get a retake just happening when it is a 5 versus 5 scenario. In the setup that Full Sense go for, they're okay to push it into a bit of a retake, right? You can see that they're immediately reacting when they fall back towards spawn. They juggle the weapons. They line up all this utility. It was a little bit early from Andy getting out that undercut with no one else able to peek over towards the stairs. And as you mentioned, a single flash drive in from PDC. Everybody just aligns on what angles that they need to clear on the back of that flash. It's absolutely gorgeous of a retake to come through from Full Sense.
Absolutely. Again, just overheating a little bit, you feel like, from JFT. Almost an unlosable round from them.
Zero Post just pinged so many of the JFT players again.
They're already out. Are they going to be able to trade out? No, not at all. It's starting to look a little bit limp here, Komodo. PTC manages to find a couple. There's all members of Full Sense here. Should have called the audible a little bit earlier and tried to get out of there, but Andy is in such an awkward line now. And only with the Guardian, it's going to be so hard for him to get out. Sushi Boys just a single dart away from getting a whole lot of information and that spray through with the Odin. But for now, they are going to fall away. They're just going to leave it for a minute.
Well, definition of insanity, right? Trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, especially when you're kind of known what's going on with that 0 point. Not a lot of utility to break in towards this B site. They'd have to really dig deep to get this round back for JFT and not be misguided in how they're actually just going to get back into this, right? Because Kiss is dead, Merz is dead, there's no smokes.
One enemy remaining.
And everyone's still here.
Left.
Yeah, PTC. Straight through the smoke. Gets the tap. John Olsen gets the frag. And I'll give a little bit of space to that round for JFT, given the fact that they seem to sort of put it as a bit of a throwaway round. But Full Sense, again, they just played it to absolute perfection, and it seems like they're adapting and reading JFT really, really well here. And there's that tack timeout that you were talking about, Komodo. Really sort of needed it to have a conversation and work out exactly what's going on, because the start of this match from JFT looked so promising. They were looking so consistent. They were able to trade really, really well. But now the second they flipped it onto the defender's side, attacker side rather, they've been able to get the sites, they've been able to get that control, but playing the post plan has been really, really challenging for them, which is strange because the retake wasn't that bad for them.
Yeah, you'll recalibrate your strategy here with your coach and with your assistants as well, right? And in amongst yourselves, what have you been able to figure out that Full Sense are doing? Because more importantly, I think for Full Sense right now, they're just realizing together we can retake. If we're expecting these cheeky close-up plays to come through JFT, like Andy pushing into a smoke, we know that JFT love to get in towards these smokes before they go for these explosions, which is why PDC is just shooting up a storm, right? So you are trying to assess for JFT right now how we're actually going into these sites when we're not being cheeky, because that's what Full Sense are being expecting for right now. They're happy enough to play these retakes. So I think if you're JFT, you need to play this map a little bit more, read into it, right? You're not going to be able to draw any rotation fakes out of Full Sense. They're too keen-eyed on what's happening at the moment. The recon darts are great. The 0 points are great. So you're kind of wanting to dodge this early layering of utility and then set up for the JFT-esque gunplay.
They've still got a couple more chances. One more gun round and Full Sense, you know, they get that double digits. You start to get a little bit worried for the Aussies. Because, again, the Thai side, you know, they've got a real vengeance story. You know, they want to get back to that sort of 2021 form, 2022 form that we saw globally from the Thai players. A little bit of a different roster, of course, in this setup. But, you know, they need to make sure that they not only win out up against their region, obviously taking down Myth, a team that many would consider a better team.
Yeah.
And if they can take the Ties back to Tier 1, that'll be a dream story.
I'm looking at what Full Sense have changed up in this round as well, right? The double mid, double tree push to see if anything's coming up cat. A retake on A. You've got B main control on the back of the turret as well as Fox going in for the spot. So 100% Full Sense knows that this is ending towards A, right? There's been no pressure that Ramen's been able to establish. You'd have to destroy that turret really nice and early. 0 point finds Andy, who is usually the one who is trying to go in, and you actually remove that kill contract for the time being. So I think you're adjusting just a tad from Full Sense on the back of that information now to start to pivot towards the A side, to start to get your utility set ready for an execute from JFT and be here when the plant goes down.
Look at that rotation as well. I was going to say, you know, we were expecting JFT to have a pretty comfortable take of the site.
30 seconds.
Members in garden, members in short. Kid's actually able to find Leviathan as well, which is a huge frag. But look at them, they're going to actually start to retake this one early. Recon does get lots of info, absolutely right. The Fox is already in, and he's got the two, make that a third. Look at how quickly they're in here, Ramen. Hang on a second. Komodo, there's a chance in it. PTC has an operator. Is going to be able to get the information off the 0 point? No. He'll flood him back. Taps on, gets onto the information, gets onto the line. That's the cam broken. Ramen gives the shoulder, gives the information, has the audible, knows he's not there. A single flash. He's just going to knife it on. Does shoulder it exactly right, but he gives it up. And man, that's PTC finding it again. You know, this is the thing that JFT, they weren't able to set up their post plant. They weren't able to get many people out. And having everyone on the site, having the retake come in, it was the scan, it was the null command. Everyone was just like, you know, deer in the headlights there for JFT, and Full Sense overwhelmed immediately.
I mean, not even needing to use the null command at the end of that, right? Because the team is just already here, and that's the power that Full Sense is just B-pop is able to find. You've got a turret, you've got Fox on the line, you've got the double mid push, the double tree push. Full Sense are already setting up for an A-site hit. They get the info on Andy with that 0 point. They adjust, they play off the site, because that's generally where a kill contract is going to go, right? Towards the site to remove anyone from the equation for a hit. So it's just Full Sense really well placed around the map to get all the information, to go in for the full retake. And now this is setting them up for round number 11, essentially, because there's no weapons for JFT yet again. I got to boys on that lockdown once more.
I got to tell you, not a single attacker-sided round for JFT. They've had 3 site secured, a pistol that they almost brought back, and ever since then, it's just been Full Sense all the way. So JFT have to get a grasp of this ASAP.
Yeah. Good timing on this utility as well to come out from Full Sense. Info that there is around mid, that there's nothing in B main yet again, because that turret is still active. It's just too easy at the moment from Full Sense with the Pinnacle in through mid. But it's an attempt, maybe now, but you've overlooked what's happening at A, right? You didn't set up any trap wire, Mitch, to watch the flank.
Yeah, there you go. Same things happen again. Flank overwhelmed, mid control taken. And I think Full Sense has 100% got the read now, right? They've got the confidence. They know that they're a better team than JFT. They've been able to lean into that control. And again, it's only map number 1. You can't write them off just yet. But from the difference in approach from Full Sense, from the start of this map to what we're seeing right now, it's night and day. They know exactly that they're the better team. They're taking it. They're leaning into that advantage. And this is the round where now, if we see this not go the way of JFT, I think we can start talking about map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, you're just looking at what Full Sense are dictating around this map at the moment, and they're just dominating in the information game and the positions around the map. A change up straight through mid. Yes, there's a null command in, but you've succeeded in a lot of this position already.
2 picks already found, stuck in B main, completely trapped. They are going to be able to at least fall away, but by the time they get towards tiles, you know, they've already got Sushi Boys there holding the line from short. So this is exactly what I meant by that quick point about how Full Sense, they know that they're the better team now, and they're playing like it. They're playing like it's a Smurf game now.
Yeah, pretty much. You got these elements for Full Sense that they're taking control around the whole map. They know what positions are gapped as well. They know where exactly they need to be looking in a scenario like this. Again, Full Sense, you're switching to a retake. You've been so successful in it so far. You've got an Alchemist, you've got a Hunter's Fury. Yeah, you might not have the exact idea on where Kiss is just used from the shadows, but it still doesn't really matter.
Only thing you can kind of hope for here is, like, Kiss hasn't taken really any control, but he's stemmed the bleeding enough that it will allow them control in towards the site. Both Nanos are popped there as well. Dark cover up towards Heaven. Bolt doesn't get anything, nor does the Hunter's Fury at this point in time. I think they're going to be able to dodge it, so they will get that spike planted. 1 tagged up, but that's not too bad of a result here. Now into the post plan.
Yeah, well, null command from PDC would remove everything for JFT.
Pushing into short. I really like that approach, but they've got to be careful for the additional members because Sushi Boy's already onto that line, but he's run out of bullets. If he's able to not get this reload, might be a moment, but it doesn't matter. When he's got the aim, it's all on the ramen. 1 versus 3 has the cam, but it's going to be destroyed by that 0 point for the time being. Just needs to drop in. If he looks to try and take that control, Sushi Boys is just going to be able to sit on it. Look at this. They don't need to do anything at all, Full Sense. They can just sit still, hang out, being chilling. Round 12 for Full Sense.
Fiery peak to come out from Sushi Boys as well when the Odin runs out, just bringing out the Sheriff. Mirza has had a awful performance so far in this map at the moment. He really needs to reset himself between the changes if it does end here, because it just feels like for JFT now, they are stuck in a place that they can't get out of, and that place at the moment is literally Full Sense's read on what is happening around the map. When you've got a bird's eye view on what is happening, you don't need to stretch out of any comfortable factors in this map right now, and that's what Full Sense is just striving on towards. JFT have not pressured them to be dumping utility early, to be scrambling to get something back. This is a masterclass of how to play defensive Ascent.
But it's also on the exact same side for JFT, like the small crying dog being, you know, on attacker's side and the big Giga Chad dog on the attacker's side. Like, I don't understand the... Oh, I flipped that. Anyway, I don't understand the difference. I don't understand why the approach feels so strange for them. The recipe is the exact same, you know?
Well, this time there is a slight difference that Ramen has managed to destroy the Killjoy utility in B, but there's nothing on the back of it to suggest that things are actually still going to tend towards that location. On the back of this tree, Hot Kiss gets PTC, and Leviathan fold as well. So this is looking a little bit better from JFT. Is it too little too late though, Mitch?
Give them another chance, but they have to overwhelm this round. 5 rounds that they need to secure back to back to back to take this to overtime off the back of not a single attacker-sided round. So Ramen's position in tiles, really, really solid. Recon dart out, but Fox actually does make quick work of him, so it's already won. It's already that lurk. It's Full Sense obviously now to have the additional time to try and get back into it here. Johnson Olsen can just keep throwing out those shots. The Odin still being sprayed out. That's another one for Fox. He's able to do this. It's going to be a really bad time, but it kind of swings, and now it's on to Fox in the 1v2. 38 points of HP, and Mercer's going to be able to find him. There we go. Finally, a round on the board for JFT. But is it going to be enough to get them back into this one, Komodo?
It's a bit hot under the collar around that retake as well, isn't it, right? Because you're looking at the player advantage that JFT do have, but you're looking at a lot of the information that Raman's going to be able to bring to the table removed for that late flank as well. Read in by Fox. Finally, once JFT do get into the site, though, you're looking at the spam ability that's coming from Heaven and up at the rafters as well. John Olsen with an operator, and you've got the Odin in the hands of Sushi Boys. It's not the greatest weaponry to go in for a retake, but they still make it a little bit tricky and force a 1 versus 2 at the end to try and be attempted by Full Sense. JFT hold on for their first round.
Down A.
It's an important trade, but the problem is it's Icona. He's been the one to really lead you in this map, and now that he's gone, how are you actually breaking into a site? There's going to be a lot of power that Andy needs to bring into this round with this ultimate, with these undercuts as well, to just force the team in towards the site.
It's you and
He
me.
catches Fox. Maybe there's a chance, and there you go. Is he into it? Not quite.
No, he's missed again.
Narrowly misses the kill contract. And PTC onto that line. He's obviously got into position, but he's hit the shot. And look at this. This is what I mean. Straight out into the open. The paranoia misses as well. It's looking scrappy. Ramen does manage to find one back, but Fox in position. Kiss does get another. Okay. We're into the advantage found here again for JFT. Lockdown is there. Absolutely. Kiss wants to try fight this, and I think that's the absolute play, but Leviathan is already into it. They have to swing Komodo. They have to go for this unless they get out and get into the back safety of Wine. You're right. What is going on?
There's been no plant just yet. That was an overextension to come through from Kiss as well, because none of his boys were behind him. Perfect dark cover, actually, to just reset everything right now. And I mean, the paranoia is still available for Leviathan too. Do you expect this reposition in hell? Sushi Boys is left. I mean, he's over at B now, just in case.
Yeah.
All Leviathan needs, though, is one, and he's just heard the camera come out, so the jig's up. We know it's A.
Make the call, and he's got the cross.
Down.
Yeah,
It's going to have to be all on a
10 seconds left.
who, as you mentioned, has not had the best of games at all. 10 seconds is pretty much going to have to go for the spike plan here, and if he can get off, he's off the line. He gets the shot. Does he have enough time? I don't think he does, and that is a horrible, horrible way to lose out a game, Komodo. You've got to be hurting if you are a JFT fan there, but that's exactly what we need to make the difference, to make the change. You can't come into a game this strong and then switch over to a very confident Full Sense who understood the mission, you know, in the end. They understood how they needed to play that out on the defender's side. They played confident, they overwhelmed them, they choked them down hard, JFT, and they just weren't able to find it. Only a single attacker-sided round is something you have to question and take back to the coach and try to re-establish before the next map.
Yeah, I mean, you got to see around the map just how the meta has shifted individually for the players on Full Sense as well, right? When they're recognizing that there's these little gimmick plays that JFT are trying to throw at them in the very beginning of this map, it's adjusted a little bit, but more importantly, when the flip is over, they kind of just have a complete read around the map on how JFT are looking to explode in towards these sites together as a unit. Couple of spread frags, yes, for sure, but more often than not, Full Sense are getting these shutdown kills. They're not really entry kills, they're not opening kills, they're just holding JFT at bay, making them reset in the middle of these rounds. How are they going to get back into it? And it's in the scrap. JFT not proficient enough to be able to try and play from a deficit to get back in towards these rounds. So as you look towards the next map in Lotus, I mean, you're looking towards Full Sense to probably be closing this out 2-0 if they continue with what they just did in that map there.
Absolutely. There is still some opportunity, obviously, for JFT. As we sort of said, I don't think many people out there would have been expecting to see the half that we did there, 7-5, but to have it go all the way back and to end up at 13-8, as I mentioned, something needs to be done. I don't understand how the approach shifted so much from the defender side to the attacker side, but Lotus is a map that's played very, very differently, and I think Mika and Dax can run us through that before we get into the next map.
I mean, sure, it could be a reset on map number 2, but given how the momentum was just, taken from the hands of JFT, especially in that, second half, I don't know, Dax. This was a little tough to watch if you're a JFT fan. Sorry, Tom.
It started off with a bang, right? Coming into this map, JFT had a 100% win rate on it, and they're like, cool, we get to start on defense. Full Sense picking this map, we can actually play it. And Ikana having an incredible performance on that first half. 18 out of his 21 kills, I believe, came from that first half. They had a bit of the lead coming into the second half, but I really want to say Komodo was pointing out these small micro mistakes again and again, and that's really where Full Sense capitalized on. Full Sense is a team that knows exactly what to do. The retake game, especially on the defense, absolute masterclass, and the post-plan stats of JFT exemplify that. 1 out of 5 post-plant wins, and that was the one round that they got on the attacking side. It just goes to show for Full Sense that experience really helping them in the long run against JFT's firepower, because they know how to capitalize on the overheats. They know how to capitalize on the timings, and especially Mika, you saw there on Full Sense's defense, PTC having his heyday, and I didn't even know he was going to be the MVP, but it felt that way. A single flash for the retake, the push in with the rest of the team, and even picking up the operator and getting picks with it. He knew when to step up, and that was on the second half.
Oh yeah, definitely showing why he's one of the, one of the big bosses on the side of Full Sense, right? But yeah, you mentioned it, right? It was Full Sense being really, really patient on that defense, right? And it's that kind of patience that comes with experience. You saw on the side of JFT how, you kind of saw they were getting a little bit restless. There was that little bit of that carelessness that, sometimes inexperience comes with. So it was a bit of a slow start from Full Sense, but you did kind of sense as well that they weren't exactly going to panic or get out of hand. But that is going to be the first map. We still have a second one, and as Conky mentioned, hey, maybe things are a lot better for these teams, or rather for JFT on Lotus. Maybe we finally get that map 3 that Conky and Komodo want so much. We're gonna find out right after this very quick break. We are heading into Lotus, the second map in this series between Full Sense and JFT. And Dax, you know, for JFT, they did struggle quite a lot, especially losing some steam on that first map. But in the beginning, I actually was impressed that they didn't slow down, because I was concerned that JFT might, you know, they might hesitate a bit because it's Full Sense. If they can keep up that start that they had there, hello Kat,
Hello,
if they
Kat.
can keep up that start, perhaps Lotus is going to be a different story here, Dax.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it,
Kat.
it is their map pick, and yes, you can move, so I can look at some of the stats here. And interesting enough, it's something I pointed out a while ago during the map veto, right? Wherein, sure, Full Sense is picking Ascent, but JFT has a 100% win rate on it. Now it's the inverse. JFT picking up Lotus. We saw how impressive they were when they faced off against Rapid Lo-Fi on it, bringing the double initiator, Clove and Neon together. But Full Sense, on the other hand, has their own 100% win rate on it in reverse. But I guess really, Mika, there is a big point of concern for the longevity here of JFT. And there's one more thing about this map draft right now that's very interesting to me. And it's where Full Sense starts for both of these maps. We saw a while ago a center pick, so JFT will start on the defense, and Full Sense had to wait for the second half to effectively have the advantage, right? The defensive advantage on Ascent. Now it's interesting here on Lotus because Full Sense have decided to go on the attack first. And yet again, JFT is going to get put on the spot here, where they're going to need to start on strong, have that defense, or rather, I think I actually have mixed up. I think they're Full Sense will start on the defense. There you go. Confirmation there. Full Sense starts on the defense, right? JFT will need to hustle at the very start, get a big gap going, and see if they have the longevity yet again. It's a similar test from what we saw on map number 1.
Yeah, it's I think it's the defensive side that really draws my attention here, especially since, you know, again, 3-site map requires a bit more coordination. That's why for Full Sense, veteran team, again, all of the experience, they probably already know what to do. The protocols are in place. But for JFT, they probably don't have that deep of a playbook just yet on maps like this, right? Also, you know, when we previously saw them up against Rapid Lo-Fi, they did run a composition that didn't have a Sentinel, which they might need that extra support, that extra info over here on this map, right? So a lot of questions here, Dax. I wonder if they're going to switch it up. I'm wondering if they're going to bring back, you know, the Cypher into this, especially since, like, you know, that Sushi Boys versus Ramen head-to-head that we had earlier. Unfortunately, you know, we saw pretty much that Sushi Boys just took it and ran.
Yeah, but I really liked how they played double initiator though against Rapid Lo-Fi. You look at how JFT runs this because they have a Neon. When you have Fade and Breach together, you have so much utility to set up these executes, right? But there's also one more thing. Both of the ultimates of the 2 initiators are ground-based. They go through with a Rolling Thunder, they go through with the Nightfall. You get so much space with Andy in the front line. And one thing that they did so well to play these executes was Andy getting in, for example, on C side. He takes hulls, he can even go all the way towards CT to make that space and just cut off any kind of rotations or even early retakes from potentially Full Sense. So I wonder if we will see JFT be able to do that. Does Full Sense have an answer? Because for me, I do feel like Full Sense might switch up their composition from what they used to run in Thailand coming into this one.
Yeah, it could very well be possible, right? But for JFT, you know, you brought up how, you know, they do set up their initiators well and everything, but that was Rapid Lo-Fi. I feel like you can't exactly do that against Full Sense, who play rather differently. The back lines of Full Sense are like, they're pretty hefty indeed, with Sushi Boys at the helm, right? But again, for JFT, it's that, you know, I have been, don't get me wrong, I have been very impressed by this team, but it's that inexperience again that I have to bring up, right? Especially since in Full Sense, you know, just one player alone can actually, you know, account for the experience, you know, can out experience the players on JFT. So I don't know here, Dax. It's looking really tough, especially since JFT didn't pull through, you know, on that second half on the first map.
No, I completely agree with you. If you think about JFT as a full hand, right, just a single finger is enough for Full Sense to effectively match the experience. And don't get me wrong, JFT, we've seen their growth. It's such a big stark difference from what our OCE casters have been telling us about JFT's run within Split 2 there. And what we've seen right now, there's maturity, we've seen growth, we've seen how they've been adjusting. And there was a little bit of hesitancy kinda at the start of map number 1. It faded on away. It was just those micro mistakes that really cost them there. And I'm gonna give it really to, I believe, Coach Long alongside Tisoy there as their support staff. They've really helped out JFT iron out some of the kinks that we've seen. And Full Sense, on the other hand, well, it just need to keep the cleanliness coming into this one. The one concern we have for Full Sense are closing out these games. And now, effectively, Mika, the second halves for the first 2 maps are where you're supposed to be strongest at. Will that help Full Sense finish off the job here? Well, we'll find out very soon.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing with Full Sense, right? They kind of, when they lose steam, it gets really bad, and it's like you're wondering, like, well, hey, how can they get back up? But when they are on a roll, they can really steamroll any team that's in front of them, especially when you get PTC started, when you get John Olsen started. However, you do see those rounds where they can be really 50-50, even up against teams that you wouldn't expect it to be. Like, for example, we have to bring up that Icebox against Disguise, right? So there are still some points of improvement for Full Sense that they do have to tighten up. And that's, I think, why a lot of us, especially on Talent Pool, were like saying, okay, Full Sense, they're heavy hitters. They can definitely, pack quite the punch here. But can they win it all? And we all have question marks.
Yeah, I mean, Full Sense, they've always gotten to a high stage, but there's a reason right now we don't see these players in Pacific. They're gonna look to prove themselves right here, right now, even with the legacies that they've had. And remember, Mika, this is the other slot in the upper bracket. The winner of this one, they're going to be facing off against Impresa. But not only that, it's going to be at the Brit Ama Arena. It's going to be truly in front of the audience, the main stage here for Pacific Ascension. And I can't wait to see who's going to take it. But Full Sense right now, they're in prime position to do so.
Yeah, I am very curious to see how differently we're going to see our teams as we head into Lotus, especially since, it's so much closer to that big stage, right? For JFT, this is the biggest match that they've ever had to experience, and you gotta hand it to them. It's quite impressive how they were able to just not back down from this challenge, right? You would have a lot of teams that would be like so shaky on their debut match in such a big tournament like this,
and
but JFT came out swinging. They didn't back down.
And I like how Komodo mentioned it a while ago, where Bonkers walk, JFT could run, and if JFT takes this one, they're going to be able to effectively supersede the OC performance from last year already. And there was so much hype about that Bonker squad and what run they could make. Can JFT do the same or even better? We're going to find out very soon. But I'm also excited now for Full Sense. What is going to be in store for us? And I really think the biggest change here is I'm expecting John Olsen to move away from the Rays that we saw, especially against that Sersha game back in Thailand, and instead bring out the Neon, because I said it a while ago, alongside Dambi, right? John Olsen has been one of the scariest Neons in this tournament.
I love the way he plays Neon. It's just so fun to watch, and you can just tell when Neon makes sense with players, right? With their play style, and things just click. You have some players where, okay, it may be a little bit awkward, perhaps they're better on the jet and everything, and then you have other players like John Olsen who take over the Neon, and it's like, this is how this agent is meant to be played. He's one of those players, especially since it works so well, for the style of Full Sense too, right? I love also what you mentioned about how, like, Bonkers walks so that JFT could run, and I've really been impressed with our Australian teams, actually, despite perhaps not having the same competitive landscape as some of their neighbors here in the Pacific scene. You do have teams that will actually ramp it up once they get the chance, right? We do have some changes coming in as we head into Lotus, so it's going to be interesting to see how that chemistry will affect, or redo of the chemistry will affect these teams, and how they're going to be playing and reading each other.
Yeah, and I do wonder how JFT is going to be adjusting into this one, if they do have to make some changes for this second map. I'm just thinking about, perhaps really for JFT, this run has already been so unexpected, right, Mika? That they're one of the teams that many didn't really peg to make it from OCE, but they're here, and coming into the big stage, they've been fearless. They've had so much showings of firepower, and that they can be one of the heavy hitters if things go right, but it's just these small little mistakes that we see from them being capitalized on. And I remember early on Ascent, a few situations where someone just overheats, someone just mistimes the utility or decides to peek it again. And Full Sense is a team that jumps on that so very quickly because they're all independent thinkers that really coalesce with one another. That's really been one of the sayings Full Sense always has in many interviews. In the finals, they had this interview where they basically trust one another, knowing exactly what to do. When we were able to get some of the sheets right going into Pacific Ascension, it's always about the team for Full Sense. And for the past few years, it wasn't the case. It was the John Olsen show, the PTC show. It was them just going above and beyond, showing how strong they are with the duelists or how flexible PTC is. And it's such a different story right now for Full Sense that they've always been a strong showing, but we haven't seen them be a complete package like this in so long.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And that's also part of the question marks that we have for this team, right? Look at that yawn from John Olsen, by the way. He's like, okay, that first map, like, it didn't even really break a sweat. No, come on. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Full Sense was sweating perhaps just a little bit with how JFT was running, in that first half. But yeah, like Full Sense, once they do get that ball rolling, right, it's hard for them to stop, especially since these players, like individually, they are so consistent.
Yeah.
Like all of these players are capable of tremendous clutches, and you know that these guys can give multi kills every single round, right? And you look at JFT and you look at how perhaps it was really Ikana that was just a true standout in the first map, right? We didn't exactly see, like, for example, Mirza come online as much as we would have liked to.
And Andy couldn't really hit the kill contracts with the angles that he wanted in the first place. But you say Ikana, and yes, I agree with you, but it's the same story. They had us in the first half, 18 kills. And then coming into the attacking side, it was only 3 unfortunate kills for Ikana. So really for JFT, once they get into the position where it's a lot tougher on the map, you gotta wonder what else do they have in the bag. And on the other hand, Full Sense, I'm looking at John Olsen, negative in the first kills first deaths ratio. Back on the attacking side, coming to the defense, 2 first picks all the time, 10 kills for him. PTC with 13 kills, and just it's Full Sense ramping up. The more Full Sense rounds are taken coming into these first halves, the easier it is for Full Sense to try and get the sweep coming into the second.
Yeah, and for now, like, I just hope that Full Sense have learned, like, not to lose steam, not to let the lead get away from them, like, that quickly, right? I feel like they need that, like, double confirmation that they are that team, right, for this series. Because I feel like, for example, going back to SPG's game yesterday, you had that double confirm, like, yes, we are Synprisa Gaming, we are here, and we will take down even, these most competitive ones. We need that for Full Sense, because, like, against this guy's game, that wasn't really it, right? I'm hoping that this is it for them, and perhaps their next one as we continue into the upper final. But first, into Lotus, and we do have our agent select here, Dax. You were right. It is the Neon coming out from John Olsen.
I mean, John Olsen has been topping the charts with that Neon. Why not bring out, give him an op, give him the slides, give him a rifle. He will make wonders work. But again, JFT coming into this one, a bit of an emergency substitution. It's Say coming in. Kiss instead will be the coach, but it's the same composition still for Justice for Tomorrow.
Yeah, and we are seeing, again, that double initiator that you mentioned, Dax. I'm hoping this means that they're willing to ramp things up. I hope this means that, we are going to see JFT, like, completely forget about maybe the first map. It's, they do have a little bit of a change. They need to be able to block that out.
Yeah.
They need to be able to, go back to its start of the round. It's a new map. We are getting into game, and that's all that matters. Can that come out for a team that has, a little bit of inexperience here? We know that Full Sense can do it. Can JFT do it? We're gonna find out as we step into Lotus, and we're gonna toss it back to your casters, Conky and Komodo.
Now, clearly, in the previous map, Komodo, there wasn't enough coming out from the JFT side, so they had to get in the big brain, the goat of the coach, Kiss, and we've got a trade out for Say here. So, mate, do you want to walk me through that just a little bit before we get into this map?
Yeah, I think we don't go too deep into it, but we do know that there is just a coach to play a swap. So Kiss has gone into the coach area and Long's coming in, or Say, as will be going in towards this game, which is going to be an interesting thing. Something I want to note as well, we saw big struggles from Boom on Lotus when they've not adopted to the new meta in switching to the Neon as opposed to the Raze, which is why Full Sense has swapped John Olsen from Raze in towards Neon on this. I like it. We also saw a lot from Lotus from Justice for Tomorrow against Rapid Lo-Fi. I thought Mirza was a really pivotal player when it came to that series, so I'm hoping that he has a resurgence from Ascent.
Absolutely. Really quiet one when you need him to be relied upon, but ultimately, you know, no double duelist here for JFT means they can try a little bit of extra strategy and see how it goes, but for now it's just a lean towards A.
And Mirza, I mean, one of the things that he was brilliant in the other day was finding this space lurking around the map, specifically around A. Dark covers can go down from Say, and then they can start to proceed into the A site.
Absolutely, they're going to go in nice and quick. Actually, no, cancel that. It'll be a little bit of an orb approach, but then they'll reset and reconvene. And he's straight in there, trying to take this additional control. He's already got the back of side, so they've cleared out well. But on the back of that ruse, it is going to fade in just a second, Komodo.
Double flank as well. Say has to be really careful.
Absolutely. He's right in position, and this is going to be the potential opener. If he can get this initial pick, that's massive. Already taking down John Olsen. Mirza finding another one in the process as well. Leviathan looking for the trade. Only does the damage onto one. So Say down, but traded out well. And Sushi Boys is able to get at least one back as they move it towards the side here. But they have to continue to wrap in. They're not quite onto the defuse just yet. Fox moves through, gets one, but Andy's still healthy. Andy's still with this frenzy. And the round will be secured. So, okay, the trade isn't going to hurt them just yet. JFT on the board with the pistol.
Yeah, you throw your mind back over towards Ascent, right? It was the first half that went really well for JFT with the pistol round on that defensive side, switching it up here, and there's immediately the same kind of game plan employed as we saw last time against Rapid Lo-Fi. As I said, let Mirza lurk around the map, call the audible if we need to rotate in, get a plant, clear the site, get deep first. It's something that we need to be careful for JFT, that they do make sure that they are clearing the sites, because if you flip it over, Full Sense, Mitch, they're going to be loving a structured retake into this map.
Absolutely. Works out super well for them. Can lean into a little bit of extra confidence, but right now they just want to make sure they connect with this next round. They can't let any of this previous, what we saw on the last map of the attacker's side, just sort of fall aside.
Love the space, though, that Full Sense have again gathered over towards Mound. So very pivotal to just rotate nice and early to contest against an ace-sided hit. Already 3 players here.
Straight on in. Rotation is there, as you mentioned, so it's going to be a tough one for them to get this spike planted. Get the flash out, or he's sliding in. John Olsen does get the trade, which is pretty massive from them. The relay bolt might actually catch a couple here. Look at Fox's position. 1-3. Oh my god, the right clicks are absolutely perfect. Now he's picked up a Vandal running inside the tree, and he's just going to get swung on in. Leviathan kicking and screaming his team in towards it, but that relay bolt from John Olsen was perfection.
I mean, the brilliance from them as well, just to recognize once they've got Mound control, let's quickly skedaddle back over towards the A site and actually contest JFT before they even get the plant down, right? You've got John Olsen who can throw in those relay bolts to buy time for his team to get in, and then when you've got stunned opponents and they're in a dark cover, they're not expecting you to just push in like that. That's really rough for JFT, but for Full Sense, I mean, we want to see them destroying this series, right? If they want to get into that grand final against, or half final against SPG.
SCVG, as we know, is such a strong and fierce opponent, playing really sort of complex Valorant, I suppose. So, yeah, they need to just lean into this confidence. They found it in the second half of this first map, and they already seem to have it brought through here on Lotus. There's straight away, John Olsen and Say are going to go down.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, more damage around the Mound at the moment. It's just absolutely a destruction on these pistols for JFT, which is fine. You know, at the end of the day, Mitch, it is pistols as the final kill is found from Sushi Boys. But just the reactiveness of approach from Full Sense, right? On the back of the turret, you've got the alarm bot there as well, but you've got the shots to come out, the fault line, and the grav well. The combinations for Full Sense is what we're going to have to see, because one of the biggest differences that we're going to see where both teams run the Omens, PDC on the Astra versus Mirza on the Clove, you have to be a little bit more autonomous as Mirza to find the space yourself, but for PDC, he can kind of just help his team from afar. That's one of the brilliances that I love the way that they actually adopted, because PDC, the difference in the KO, where he's protecting his team and helping his team in amongst the fight, he goes for generally more of a laid-back approach when it comes to this map, and I think for Full Sense, he needs to be a little bit more laid-back.
Absolutely. Now, straight in. So they're going to change this pace right off the rip. John Olsen up already nice and close. Does manage to get away from there as well, so it's going to be okay. The high gear gets him in and out at the same time. There's so much info was spotted off the back of that start from Akana.
Oh, well, it's settled down completely, though, because once again, Mound will control over for Full Sense, but a shot through the dark cover, Akana's gone.
Really rough. Just straight from the stairs, head ripped off, already at a disadvantage. John Olsen walking straight in. This is the thing. This is what we're expecting from Full Sense. Exactly right. Gun round, just walking straight on in. Two members stuck, Say and Andy, all the way back at Mound, and they're both taken down. And man, a start like this from Full Sense makes me already almost want to call GG.
I mean, when you're taking space around both sides of the map as well, right? Complete mound control up through the guts of B. You're getting some info. You're not getting some info. You're changing it. Just a gap in the dark cover as well. You're not letting JFT coordinate with themselves in how to adapt immediately because they're dying left, right, and center. They're not able to situate their own utility to get out. Mirza, this is a very big punishment onto him for something that was very successful for JFT against Rapid Lo-Fi. He's spreading around the map, right? You look to compare that against how Prodigy was playing as well, getting into the duels, getting all these smokes on out. You just can't contest against this haste from Full Sense right now.
Trying to be quick, but again, you're exactly right. Just denying that position. They can't find anything. So on this eco, a little bit of a tag on John Olsen. Trying to keep onto something, but has to pop the high gear again to get out. Andy, okay, he'll find him. That's a Vandal inside the dark cover.
Could pop the overdrive, actually, if they wanted to settle down for a second and then go in together. It's one of these scenarios, again, for Full Sense, though, Mitch, where they've got 3 players at the correct site because they've got this mound control and they've got the turret watching B. So they've covered every single base around the map.
Yeah, stranglehold, like a complete choke off, right? You know, you get this advantage, but where the rest of the map is open, Full Sense, they'll take territory.
Right there.
Wouldn't mind a bit of a split into B here at the moment as well, and then take complete control, set up for the post plant. They've already lost John Olsen's way into the site.
Pop the overdrive, as he mentioned.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Okay, what's this clear going to look like? Pick up from Ramen. Looking like they're getting back into the map so far. Leviathan is going to get spotted out by the Nightfall. But he pops the paranoia in there. Ramen is going to get hard cleared by the position, but Say's actually able to find one in the process. So they're going to survive for a little longer. Still the advantage, 4 versus 2, but the weapons are there for PTC and Sushi Boys. Going to make it really, really tough. Sushi Boys drop Andy. That's what people remember going down here. Looking for a second. He'll get it, but Ikana will be able to get the trade. But onto this spike diffuser is PTC. He will swing off. Oh, jeez, my word. The turn there from PTC onto Say, but luckily Ikana can get the trade in JFT. They can breathe a sigh of relief for just a moment.
Massive scrap battle, though, in the B site, right? You've got John Olsen, who loses his life early. You've got Andy to lead the charge in towards the B site. Once the plan actually finally gets down, you then have to contend with the flank. So it's a really heads-up play for them to not only push up towards the heavens, but to also have the wraparound as well. If that actually doesn't come out from Say, I don't think that round goes to JFT because they don't have a priority focus on making sure that Sushi Boys' flank isn't coming through.
As I said now, at least they can breathe a little. Looks like there is still going to be that full control, though, from Full Sense sent out long. You know, whilst they're not going for Mound this time, they're going to take Rubble instead.
A different look to it, where Mound control is no longer established for Full Sense, but they do actually have a bit of a backup strategy over there with PDC. It's got some set util, does have that Cosmic Divide available, but most importantly, they can stall for a lot of time here together. And they even managed to fire the open, and that's the lockdown available.
Absolutely, that put a lot of utility into this as well. I think that was the metal going in, making them a little bit uncomfortable, but Sushi Boys has already found 2 in the process, and, you know, they get in kind of halfway, and then they have to pull out straight away.
There's great leaning around the map from Full Sense, man. Like, when they're not getting mount control, they're getting rubble control, immediately stepping in front of all the utility that starts to come down onto the site, punishing Say with Shrouded Step going in. This is a very well coordinated Full Sense in how they're mounting their retakes and how they're gathering control around the map, just like they did on Ascent. It was brilliant from them.
Poking their head in now. Turret information given, Mirza. Sort of show his hand for a brief second, but again, look at the hesitation. They're so scared that if flank's going to come in, they know there's 2 members on towards the site. B's locked down. They've already isolated all of these choke points. Full Sense.
20 seconds to go. How are you getting back in towards this seaside at the moment? Yeah, Moza has 2 smokes. Ramen has a fault line, but I think you just have to save these guns. You're not bullying your way in when you've got no control into the site.
Oh, this is man. The round. It's a shame, isn't it? Yeah, not really able to go for it at all, and in such an awkward position to save too, because I think Sushi Boys, he was so confident after the previous, he can even potentially look for the ace, but no. He'll get 3, that's still pretty solid. Ramen and Akana do get 1 back, but Ramen is the only one to live away in that round right now, and just how quickly most of these rounds have gone. You know, that one kind of turned on his head a little bit, but ended in a standstill for so long.
I mean, the difference in saving 3 guns into this next round as well, you would have been able to back it up for a pretty strong buy. So really heads up play from Sushi Boys at the end there to hunt for the frags, to swing open the door as well. Not only a full sense gathering control around the map, but they're making sure that they are kind of pushing JFT into uncomfortable scenarios. No overdrive to play here, so it's a haphazard buy, relying on potential opener to get in for a retake. He is absent, it's just a turret.
Straight in this time. Confidence that they've got on this eco, already taking control of Breakable. Happy to get into his position. Spike is going to be planted now, but the paranoia comes out very, very quickly. Andy will be able to find the one. Has to try and swap it out. Not going to be able to find the weapon, though, on the other side. It's awkward here.
Mercer is watching flank as well, but you've got to set up towards this lockdown now.
They can just buy time here. They don't have to go in for it. Rahman's position is absolutely fantastic, but he's making footsteps now. I don't know how far he's going to be able to go in towards this position. Does he just stay in, or does he hold off for a little longer? Rolling Thunder also found as well. He's going to get 2. You're exactly right. They're onto it, but he's been denied. Taken off it, but in the process, PTC find another couple, and that's actually going to be another Rolling Thunder to go out. The contesting one inside the smoke, inside the positioners. Kill! Going the way of Mirza. They do get another one here inside the scrap JFT. It seems like these kind of really brawly duels is what's taking their advantage this way now.
Backwards and forwards game plans. Like, you're taking Heaven space, you're losing over towards C-Link space where the lockdown is, but you're giving a bit of respect to it as well. A great play from Andy to not only just find the kill in towards the breakable door room, but also to just stay there and hold his teammates' hands when the defuse then starts to come through with the Cosmic Divide, obscuring all that audio. You're pushing in together as a swinging unit to just make sure you get the round, and yeah, you invest the Rolling Thunders, but for JFT, I mean, they definitely need these rounds. They desperately need to chink in the economy that Full Sense has.
Yeah. But look at this from John Olsen, the complete shift up onto that Neon operator that we saw do so much damage earlier in the competition, because you just don't expect it, right? You don't expect a deep line to be taken that early, especially not having the support from Sushi Boys.
Yeah. How do you adapt now, though, that you've lost Say kind of immediately? I mean, you're looking for that kink in the economy, you're looking for the breaking of the armors, you're looking for the off-put of positions, and you do have Mirza still with those ruses, yeah, for sure. Immediately, again, I mean, you've got the read at Full Sense. It's coming to see.
Absolutely. They've managed to at least reposition John Olsen, because now it's such an awkward line to try and hold. The Nightfall goes out. He's missed a couple of shots. He's traded. Andy gets one, but there is going to be the not dead yet to come out 2 from Mirza. Picks up another. That's going to let him be back alive. 3 versus 2. Still awkward. PTC, he's done so much damage. It's going to be onto Rahman to try and find him here, and he will be able to. Rahman needs to find more, and he gets another. This is the impact that we're looking for from this man, the bowl of noodles. He's making it all work here, but Leviathan's positioning, it could be overlooked. Komodo, they do tap down to the spike. They should be surely aware of it. They're going to be looking. Is it going to be the swing from Rahman? The shrouded step goes out. He's going to try and get off this position. He's looking for the clear. They're both so low. They're both just a gentle breeze away from dying. But it's going to be Leviathan again from the depths of the ocean. He will strike when his team needs him, when he is called upon.
Man, he has had such a great showing so far in a lot of these clutch attempts to be able to try and get them over the line. But when you need him to come through to bring a little bit of the stability, I mean, a 1 versus 2 against those players that are still alive on the chaos that began in the beginning of this round again, right? Full Sense have the right equipment on this C site. They have the right numbers layered down here, but for JFT to just balls to the wall, go in towards the site, play in amongst the scrap, because Mirza has the not dead yet. Leviathan keeping cool, calm, and collected. Full Sense now trying to gather at least the 6th round on the board.
Into position again. It's this quick approach. Seems to be the response that's been working out for JFT so far. That's what Full Sense is throwing against them, but they're just going to be making very, very sure that they're not getting tapped away through these smokes.
Well, that should actually bring Leviathan's clutch percentage up, nearing our scoreboard leader so far in Persia. You can keep coming out with them. It's definitely an avenue to overwhelm JFT. I mean, push for those retakes if you want. It might actually happen again, but numbers are here for Full Sense. Stolen utility, though.
Aftershock, yeah. It's just able to hold them back for a little bit longer, but now Andy's in. It's going to be such an important player here. 1, 2, will it be a 3rd? Not necessary. But Leviathan, he's still alive, Komodo. Now it's onto the clutch position. Sushi Boys has the operator. He's so far away. Andy does have the spike in hand, in tow. He should be able to find the position here. But where's he going to go? He's going to drop back in, try and pick up a Vandal here. There's plenty of time to set this one down, but he's so nervous, so cautious. Sushi Boys in the clutch.
We've seen Sushi Boys gather mound control a lot, usually lent over towards C. So you'd be expecting him to come from that side, kind of location.
Left.
Oh,
Andy's so paranoid, though.
this is the thing, isn't it? You can either set yourself up for success or lead yourself to failure.
Spike planted.
And now Sushi Boy's going to creep around this line. Andy just has to make sure he sets his focus in the right position. He's going to look to clear this round onto the line. He's given the information away and Sushi Boys can hit the shot. Oh man, you feel for Andy in that moment. You feel for JFT, who did everything right. They felt like they had all of the ingredients in the pot, but unfortunately, they left the stove on for a little bit too long and got cooked.
Yeah, and it's a burning taste that remains as well for JFT when you consider that 2 of these rounds have gone down to the wire and what you might think is an advantage scenario, right? 1 versus 2, they drop against Leviathan. Absolute menace that Andy is running around this A site at the moment, but when it comes down to that 1 versus 1, just to swing out into a dry line, held by the operator of Sushi Boys, and I would be expecting a pause to come through if you're JFT, you know, on the back of this one. I think they
Coach
really
Kiss.
need to have a discussion on just how to kind of get back onto this attacking side.
Yeah, man. What a change up, though. Like, you do sort of feel for JFT in this position, I suppose. You know, putting one of their impact players into the coach role definitely is something you don't want to be dealing with, but it is what it is, and, you know, they're at least putting a couple of rounds up on the board.
I like this change from Full Sense, actually. Getting John Olsen up on that operator line nice and early with the progressive smokes to block some vision over at A as well, just readjusting accordingly. You've got this still remaining repetitive one-way smoke over at C Mound as well that JFT haven't really tried to get in front of too often. Right, the standard set of utility when you're throwing out a haunt, when you're putting out prowlers and such.
Happy to get out now. Popping the Nebula, giving themselves the space, leaning around for the rotation. But again, you know, just how Full Sense have been so quick to get into these extremities, Komodo. You know, JFT is still on the back foot.
Yeah. They do wait out the smokes, though, so they can get a couple of forward spacing in towards C. But do you still opt to navigate over towards here? You have to be careful of that door opening up again because you've got no idea what's happening around the B side of the map. You don't know yourselves if you've lost control of A lobby as well.
Blocking vision.
The Prowler already destroyed too. Leviathan here.
Oh, man.
30 seconds left.
The timing on these smokes from Full Sense has been impeccable. Stalling upon stalling every single time.
We've got to go now. Going to be all that reliance on Andy with the Vandal here. Leviathan is going to be tagged up by the metal. It's Andy to find that frag. So 14 seconds. They've still got to get this spike planted. Fox is in position as well from the waterfall, but Andy does get another. But again, they've got to make sure they take down Fox because look at this work that the man is doing, and John Olsen's here. He's bought him enough time. But Mirza won't let him overheat. Won't let him take too much. Fox down to 13 points of HP. Looking to pick up the operator here. This should be a round going the way of JFT, but again, you know, Sushi Boys, the impact on these retakes, he's been so far across the other side of the map, but always shows up on time. Never late, never tardy. He's in position. Fox holds the line, and so low, but still secured. Mirza goes for it, goes for the lead. Doesn't know that Fox is 13 HP, but he's done it again. The big man on the breach. He's strong, he's sharp, he's handsome, and he's got a 4K to close out another round for Full Sense.
These rounds are getting to the wire so many times. 1v1s, 1v2s, and 2v2s that are just slipping by the wayside for JFT. The weaponry and the possession of them as well at the end there. A Guardian and an Outlaw for Arcana pulling out utility. The wrong timing straight into the barrel of that operator as well. I mean, you're not leaving yourself much breathing room when you have 20 seconds before you go for an execute, when you've got the fast rotations available as well from John Olsen on the Neon, where he sprints on over, and he does manage to catch a frag in amongst the mix too. Really well played and coordinated once more from Full Sense, who are just absolutely destructive on these retakes.
Just Fox, the impact that he's been having in this series. And look at the pace pickup now, Komodo. Straight through mid, straight through C, all this control. And they're going to hear the orb immediately already. You can tell that PTC wants to pop straight through this dark cover, but instead, they're going to hit the side. They're going to take that little bit of position, but it's not going to matter when PTC's got the aim. He's clicking the heads. Andy, Raman, 2 impact members already down for the count.
The whole of Full Sense squads here as well. Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide available, a counter Nightfall for sure. You can afford to wait that out.
Such a big investment here as well from Akana, you know, in this low position. It is only round 11. They've still got another round to play with. And look at how close they are up and towards position. The Seize is good. Does it hold them for long enough, though? I don't know, because that Rolling Thunder might just be enough time for them to hold on. Say, let's let 1, 2, and 3 through. Say, the coach, the man, the myth, the one that they relied upon. He looks into the face of adversity, doesn't get shaken, doesn't get stirred, and instead holds his nerve and will take the round for JFT when they never should have found it.
There's a reason why Omen is cloaked in mystery in the lore of Valorant as well, because he just lurks from the shadows, lurks from beyond, and finds you, absolutely pulling you under. They don't even clear him through the corner of the smoke, and he just absolutely underpins them with 4 kills at the back of it. Finally, an answer back from JFT when they get into a post-plant scenario. But my oh my, the difference that it could have been if the rounds went JFT's way, that has to propel them in towards this last round to gather a 5th.
It's not different though, Komodo. Look at John Olsen. He's hungry. He's out for blood now after that previous round. They will go 1 for 1. It's not too bad. This time that it's Neon for Neon, which definitely changes up the pace here, because look at PTC. He wants to actually lurking towards this Nebula, but they're inside it. They're ready for it. Mirza going to be able to find him. So Leviathan has to be super careful. Obviously, it's just the Sheriffs though left now, right? There's no weapons dropping.
Yeah.
They're going to defend those.
And holding it nice to JFT. A position not left unchecked. Really great patience. Just how close, a testament to these rounds, how they've been finishing, right? 1 or 2 alive. Economy a fickle thing for Full Sense. Now, finally at the ending stretch of this first half, this is where it gets the better of them.
How far up into position they can get. This is the thing though, the choke point. Either side. Sushi boys. I was going to say narrowly missed a couple of shots, but that's enough for the lockdown. Exactly right, because Fox has found the frag, but they've destroyed the lockdown. Fox now in the 1v2, has a long way to go. Spike still yet to be planted.
Both the smokers, Mitch, Mirza does have the not dead yet as well when they look to establish the plant, but time is actually of the essence. The Spike needs to not only just be retrieved, but now the Fox is here, he can throw a spatter in the works.
They've just got to hold together, hand in hand. They've got the info for free. Definitely a lucky situation for them to be found in. 15 seconds, still need to get that Spike planted. Absolutely, he's got to be able to find one too.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Spike down. Control, looking to be found. And it will be okay. You don't even need to overdo that one, to oversell that one. It's just the fundamentals, just the basics. And it's enough for Mirza to secure the 3K. JFT, look, they've got a long way to go, Komodo, but they're in this just still.
I mean, I do want to highlight a throwback towards our first map, right? It was pretty nil from JFT on the attacking side of Ascent. Only this single round before the map was finished. It was dominance from Full Sense on that defensive side. Their reads, their rotations, the space that they're gathering around the map so far has been absolutely gorgeous. And now coming in towards this best of 3 that is their 3rd one for the tournament as well. Are they going to be able to just have a massive continuation of their successive adventures? They do have the lead, of course, still.
Absolutely. You know, they've had a lot of fun in this competition so far, Full Sense. But it just seems like business as usual for them, I suppose. The thing is about a Thai team, right? You know, we talk about them having such a level of confidence, but if they lose that, if they throw that to the side and get a little bit nervous, they can start to choke, can start to throw. The exact same could be said for the Aussie side. Similar tendencies, similar position. We know how good they can be. We know how sharp they can be. But even with a slight disadvantage, they are putting in the work. They're not rolling over and giving it all to Full Sense, who again, you know, we're only 1 map away for them to take it to Britama Arena to match up straight against SPG in the upper finals.
Yeah. I'm actually really keen to see how the beginning of this half is going to look for Full Sense if they themselves want to rely on a couple of these combination steady utility pieces to gather the mound control that they were doing on their defensive side. Because I feel like if they are able to just dispatch of these positions of JFT, if they're able to force them into a corner and make them fall back, that's where a lot of the strength is going to come from Full Sense, because JFT are playing with the coach, right? It's a little bit untoward. You're not expecting this. There can always be a little bit of communication problems as well. There's a lot of pressures that you can start to exploit in a situation, an unfortunate situation like this.
Just got to do what you can. Play with the cards that you're dealt. Don't want to fumble. But the second round of this map, we'll be able to turn the tides now. Pistol, so important for both these teams.
And the coin flip looking at the radar as well, right? JFT to gather some, establish A rubble control, but it's going to be the flip for Full Sense over to the C site. And I don't think Icon is going to be able to transition quick enough to make a challenge known over at that rotating door. So they might shift into a big retake for JFT, where you have invested into a lot of this utility to actually try and mount a successful retake.
Ooh. At least they're able to find one. So whilst it will be the full retake on towards the C site, they've taken that in less than 10 seconds. The rotation will take a bit, but they can do it with the advantage.
You also have to clear all the spawn as well, because you don't actually know if there's a straggler for full sense coming in towards the lurk of B. They've taken complete side control of gravel.
Oh, they've got to clear this, surely. They surely should have the information that Mirza would be able to send that back, but it's okay. They do get the trade out. Say gets another as well, so it's back to a 3-on-2. They do have that control to get back in towards the site. The momentum is behind them, but they can't overlook Fox inside this position of Waterfall. They're going to get all the audio cues, all of that information as they start to flood in towards the site. They are going to get the ruse down, the dark cover as well, straight in towards that defuse as well. Say's onto it. It's half tick. Sushi Boys will be able to find him, but Say, he's sticking it. He's sticking it. And will he be able to find it? He absolutely will. And Mirza to clean up the round as well with the back-to-back 3Ks. Pistol round goes the way of JFT, just like it did in the opening Komodo. But they have to now put the back-to-back and string these rounds together.
That's a funny one at the end of it as well, right? Because when you can praise Full Sense for gathering complete control of the site, yes, you do lose PDC overwards, but you take the space, you start to take the control, you catch JFT off guard as John Olsen, but then stuck between a rock and a hard place to get back into the site. A disadvantageous scenario as well for that post for Full Sense. And I mean, another round, Mitch, where there's only one player alive at the end of it, doesn't incentivize Full Sense to go for the Force, so it's just going to be a couple of upgraded pistols. Oh, but they're into B immediately.
Absolutely, the pressure that they must be feeling already, right? Say's just got the judge, they've got the site control, they can look to get the spike planted. They just need to make sure they retake this cleanly.
They've got full control around the site at the moment, but it is just these lesser weapons and not too much utility to rely upon Bar Fox.
Time to go. Time to get moving. Andy, he's made the call. He's made the momentum move and the shift. John Olsen, one, not the second. Say, we'll find it. Akana, another. And now they're just inside main. There is a large rat coming out from PTC here. He's a long way from home, and I don't think there's going to be enough. The Grappler will be able to take them off, so it's okay. But they've got the info. They've got that fight. And it's going to be another round. Back-to-back secured. They've broken the curse. 4 alive. And they will be going strong into this bonus.
Put some emphasis on Mirza getting one step closer to the nod yet as well. Making sure that if you do go in for a retake, you've got that availability. For Full Sense, though, exploiting already that this fast-paced nature is a little bit of a weakness for JFT, who have been, with the weaponry scenarios at the moment, a little bit more impactful, right? Player advantage in the pistol, this time just complete weapon advantage, exploiting the fact that if we get a different scenario of guns for Full Sense, is it actually going to be as clean of a retake now for JFT? The plants established a little bit of extra credits for Full Sense. You got Leviathan down, sure, with light shields, that's okay, whatever. But now, another different look for Full Sense. It's A control this time. And once more, how quick is John Olsen getting up? How quick is he supported by his team?
The medal was there so early as well. Peppered them up. Hasn't done much, but at least they've taken tree control here. Mirza has to be ready. He's had a better game, better map this time round, but he's got a lot coming at him. He will get the info off the back of that haunt too.
Yeah, I mean, for Full Sense not running a fade, for example, they don't have that reconnaissance ability in towards the site, so they do have to flood with numbers together.
Oof, look at this. This is so scary. Straight inside the ruse. They're up so close. They've got to make sure they do all the right things, and that's John Olsen popping through, getting 2. Andy will be able to get the trade, will be able to get the response, but now he's jammed up against the back of a wall, and it is going to be the team fully overwhelming Full Sense in complete synergized form, making sure they're peaking together, and they win out the bonus.
No gaps for air at the moment when these rounds begin, is there? It's really quick from Full Sense to get into 3 different sites immediately with 3 different plants, right? JFT are there for the challenges, for the fights on these retakes, but are we going to get this play just still repeating itself for Full Sense? Are they just recognizing the fact that, all right, now we've got the weaponry, we go in, we get these plants? You don't really have too much stall ability on the side of JFT with this agent lineup, right? Your Caesars, they'll be disrespected. Your fault lines, they'll be disrespected. A-Rubble control yet again for Full Sense, and I mean, they will get pushed back, so actually a little bit of a different taste, a little small flavor change.
It's needed. You can't be drinking the same drink over and over again. Gotta make sure you try out new things, Komodo. So
I like the work from PDC.
Absolutely.
It's all down to timing though, Mitch. Lots of utility down on towards the site.
So simmer. It's gonna say a little freeze in time caught us both off guard because it's been such a fast map.
It's all the fake, though. Look at this, and it's hook, line, and sinker for JFT. Now they're actually realizing the fact that it's going to go back over towards the A site. Mercer can hold the line. It's John Olsen, and he misses the shot out on, and another post-plant scenario for Full Sense.
Yeah, they've got to set it up well. It's a really awkward one here because look at Ramen. Ramen might actually be able to find John Olsen. And already in position. Say's up close. This is doable, potentially.
Ah, it's such a hard retake for JFT. You've got Say available with the smokes, but you've got no ultimates to rely upon getting into the back of this one. You got a full post plant set up for Full Sense. You've still got those grab wells available for PDC. You got a Paranoia for Leviathan. You've also got Fox with an aftershock. I mean, this is just utility layering for Full Sense available.
Yeah, so well set. Look at that from Sushi Boys as well. Straight on towards the line. They do put the fault line out. Andy gets one back, but there's more to find. Ramen trying to get onto position. Again, they just keep this spike occupied. They just keep this going. Andy on the line, but he's taken out by Fox. Now they can get onto the defuse. And Ikana, okay, that's not bad, but they're going to line up in the end. Unfortunate situation, but Full Sense played that to absolute perfection, Komodo, and they can take a bow for their 9th round.
3 rounds in a row, the successive for Full Sense is getting into these sites really quickly on the back of John Olsen, getting a plant and switching for a post plant. Yes, they didn't necessarily win all of the rounds, but this time, when they're met with a bit of a challenge over at the beginning, they change it up and they deploy a lurk in the mix, right? John Olsen, nowhere near the party, being a distractor, so it's just showing the Full Sense, not only are they recognizing how these rounds are supposed to be won, but they're, with the flip of a switch, able to change it up and keep JFT on their toes, and JFT now, they're in the scenario where this could peter away from them.
Bad start. Good little trade. So getting over the rubble, getting over the mound. John Olsen, those found Mercer in the exact same position as they try to kind of diversify their approach, but it's completely denied. And now Andy's stuck. He does manage to recover the Vandal.
I would have loved to have seen this aggression and mound on a rifle round from JFT just to get the space, right? To change it up, to not be one-dimensional in gathering a rubble, for example, time and time again. Really take the challenge to him, because in this sort of rounds, now you're giving a little bit more tape to Full Sense to adjust accordingly if they see this sort of same utility structure at the beginning of another round.
So they're just going to creep out and see if they can clear anything here. I think it's just a good time for JFT to have a bit of a conversation, right, about how they reapproach here. They're not going to be too upset with losing this one. Full Sense's approach has been shifted up well, I think. You know, the way that they're kind of trying to change up how they put their pace out, put their feelers out each round. It's hard to read for JFT.
And there's so many of these rounds as well, which are like winnable and doable and resettable too, with how the economy has gone and backwards and forwards and how many kills are being collected. You look how close JFT were in the previous round, Mitch. Just on the back of all these kills collected, everybody died at the end of it because Leviathan won the 1 versus 2 at the end, but went up with the spike. So there's been so many different moments where JFT could have potentially gathered lead, could have gotten one step closer to a reset. They just haven't been able to hit the nail on the head yet.
Such a strong team in Full Sense, right? You know, we've seen it throughout this competition so far in their opening maps. And that's why they're put as, you know, one of the stronger teams inside this competition as we know it. And they want it desperately. They want to get back to that Tier 1 stage, to VCT Pacific. But again, JFT, they're within reach.
Oh, different look this time for Full Sense. We're going to get that mound control established with a little bit of territory on the lurking from Sushi Boys. But once more, JFT fall back to comfortable scenarios, right? It's gathering the same main control. It's playing retake with Mercer. You're not running something like a Cypher for a full retake with protection back towards the spawn of C-Site. So Mercer does really just need to give it completely up and play the body when he goes in for the retake with his team, because he's got that not dead yet. Because Ikana has the Nightfall, they can completely sacrifice him in a retake.
Such a tough retake. All coming through spawn as well, so it is going to be well read, I think, by Full Sense. They can slot back into their positions nicely now.
Let's see. You're going to have some good abilities come in. Ikana just dropped that Nightfall. Mercer, what do you got for us here with Ramen's utility to back you up?
Oh, John Olsen getting trapped away, but inside the waterfall, that's the Nightfall that you talk about, right? PTC does manage to find one in and amongst the chaos, though, and Fox now looking to peek forward. They've been thrown back completely inside spawn. Are they even wanting to take this at all? No, they don't want it. They don't want a single bar of it. And even crossing out through defender side of spawn is going to be challenging, because you've got Leviathan there through the waterfall. The name living up to the virtue right now. Then Fox peeks in. I don't know, JFT, they pull the plug, but unfortunately they get sucked back down the drain anyway.
Full Sense just recognizing that it is going to be a full barrage coming out through spawn as well, right? They dodge the fault line that goes through Waterfall. It is spotted out that no one's actually coming there because John Olsen has the complete control. As soon as Andy is dispatched on the site, it's full focus on towards the spawn location, and it just really does shut JFT out. One-dimensional gameplay from JFT is not going to be a decisive factor in how you win these rounds against Full Sense, who have backup strategies upon backup strategies in the space that they gather completely around the map.
They have to almost play for overtime at this point, right? It would take a miracle to win out a round like this. They've got all the ultimates, but they'd have to invest them and take the risk in the overtime.
It's time for PDC. I mean, he's respecting the smokes over at the A side of things as the rest of the team goes in towards Mound.
Not a bad pick. Great start there. Ramen finding John Olsen gives them a little bit of breath of fresh air.
JFT, though, do they overextend?
No.
Because an overstep here would be detrimental in this round. Andy has popped the overdrive, so he kind of wants to. He's just not going to be able to.
Risk, isn't it? Yeah. You can just see that they're so tempted. Like, and now Andy's run out. He's all gone. Out of steam, out of juice.
Yeah, but the rifle should be retrievable a little bit later on in the piece, and you do have a Rolling Thunder still with Mirza holding on to that not dead yet. You can fashion a bit of a retake when you get the idea that things are going to tempt towards this A site for Full Sense. I just do wonder, how will you overwhelm the lockdown that Sushi Boys is going to get from this orb?
They're trying a different approach completely. All members snaking their way through mid and B. They're going to wrap the whole way around because with 25 seconds, they're giving a lot of respect here, Full Sense.
Oh,
but now they've got the info on the flank.
This is going to be an absolute brawl over at Rebel with this lesser weaponry for JFT in the line-up for PDC, but the trades, Mitch, the trades are still here.
Absolutely, it's a big thing with the not dead yet, but now he has to get offensive, he has to get confident. They've got to clear Sushi Boys, they have to make sure they find this information, but the Prowler doesn't quite connect with it. 3 versus 3. Spike down. Nano Swarm utilized. Turret popped as well to give them the extra space. And there's that lockdown. They have to fight this Komodo. They have to go in and try to burn it down. But Fox's position is absolutely elite. What the flip from Andy. The twist on the head. They can destroy the lockdown now. But are they going to be able to secure the frag? Yes, they will. How have they walked away with that? Andy, the wrist broken on the flick. The destruction of the lockdown and the retake. That's a round where we said a risky investment was necessary, but they managed to convert it, JFT, and they live on.
Opening kill in the very beginning, and you don't need to see the open A site for Full Sense. You don't need to see it broken down, right? So it is a free plant for them. Cosmic Divide invested, and then I'm looking at Sushi Boys. I'm thinking, all right, you're going to get the lockdown. You're going to set your team up for a post plant. You're going to take the space around the site and play Protector. He's throwing the bloody kitchen sink at them, and they've just shattered it with a golden hammer in the round. JFT in numbers, they fashion forward. And they're still in this one. They stave off 12 for Full Sense, who do have another gun round just by merit of all these rounds in succession.
So it's that rubble control again. Full Sense again, only one way away. We're taking it to 12. They're going to approach Breakable this time. JFT are pretty set up here, Komodo. Going to do some good damage. Ramen actually managing to clear John Olsen. That's a great win condition there. Sushi Boys need to pop through, but again, it's so much time, so much pressure. Say gets 1 and 2. Ramen also able to secure another one, but PTC still alive, still in a clutch position. 1v4. Is able to secure one. Can get the spike and can get out of there as well. So that's going to be an A-site plant. He can set himself up for success as best as possible.
He's got 3 stars to be able to play with as well. So if he can isolate a couple of these jewels, might actually be able to win this one up for him, where JFT are grouping together in numbers. You can technically rely on Ramen's Rolling Thunder if you want to, but
oh my god,
you don't really want to in this position. This is huge from PTC though.
Yeah.
He might luck into something. Oh,
my word. What a moment that would have been for PTC, who has been fantastic throughout this competition as well, Komodo. His clutch potential has been perfect, him and alongside Leviathan. But it doesn't happen here. JFT secure 9. And what's the money looking like for Full Sense? It's good.
Yeah, PTC always in this situation of helping his team, setting them up for success, whether it be fault lines and flashes or dizzies and moshes, clearing space for the squad, right? He's not generally the one that is in the full front focus, but when you put him in a situation like that, it certainly gets close. The tact that he has in a roster such as this, I mean, there's a reason why you look towards him as being, you know, the brains of the operation when it comes to this squad. Him and John Olsen, the oldest fellas, you know, been around for so long. You know, we were talking about it, the other day, right? John Olsen, for example, is not really a player you would expect to be on a star duelist role. You tend to see the old guard on these IGL roles to be able to make the decisions from all of the historical information that they've been able to play on and just the experience.
Yeah, nah, for sure. You're exactly right. Put him on the Cypher, put him on the Killjoy, something like that. No, never mind, put him on the Neon. Reliability, because I feel like, you know, obviously John Olsen's shown good signs on the Jet over the period of time, but the Neon has really kind of worked out for him with these recent changes and the recent kind of meta shift. It's really playing into his strengths.
Yeah, just a bit of a pause to have a discussion at this point in time. I think JFT having a good resurgence at the later stages of this half is a little bit concerning for Full Sense now that a lot of these rounds are still coming down to the wire in these 1vx scenarios in the remainder. But you're starting to feel like as Full Sense that the structured game plan that they've been going with is now being a little bit contested. JFT are starting to gather some space around the map. They're starting to isolate John Olsen, who's going in front of the team. So I think you reel him in just a little bit as Full Sense. And that's exactly what they're doing at the very beginning of this one. A little bit of a slower start.
Still keeping at the helm over towards B. He popped the overdrive. He's been spotted.
Oh, no.
And he actually gets away with 1-2. That's massive from John Olsen. You talk about kind of keeping him on a little bit of a leash, but it's only for half a second as he's taken all control of that B site.
But it's all a fake, it's all a ruse, because the engagement over at the A site, it's not the eventual intention, but it does make things a lot easier for a post-plant retake scenario.
You thought he was going to clear that, didn't you? I thought he was going to turn on a dime and get on a swivel, but it just doesn't happen. It kind of does manage to get one, but I think this is just a save straight away. You can't get back into this one. You have to let Full Sense go to 12 and try fight the fight into overtime. But, you know, 3 rounds of difference, JFT. This is where the wheels might start to fall off. Full Sense looking strong into that round.
Well, at this point in time as well, Raman's holding that Rolling Thunder to the next series. He's had that for quite a while and just not opted for it in a scenario where you've got, you know, John Olsen running in towards the site and you've got the team to be following up behind him. Drop it early. Drop it before the plant goes down. You've got a couple of your key players around the site already that can thrive in amongst it when your opponents are dazzled up. But you're exactly right. This is that save round. This is Full Sense finally meeting themselves on 12.
The adaptability of Full Sense, Komodo. Something we've talked about. How they need to make sure they find it, need to make sure they secure it. And that's exactly what they've done here. They bite their tongue for half a second, right? They don't make sure they send them out straight away. John Olsen holds it for, 5 more seconds, finds that B control, finds sight, and able to turn the round on its head straight away.
I mean, I just want to highlight as well in this map that JFT has found both pistols. Yes, the second round in the first half went the other way. But, majority of the rounds that you predicate on a pistol victory, we're seeing Full Sense run with these rifles. Really be clean with them.
How's Andy found that? This has happened again, though. He's popped the overdrive already, and he's keen to go for it this time. Will he be able to connect with anything? No, Leviathan gets one, but Akana gets in the trade, but traded out again. That's the information, they get the advantageous pick, but then they maybe overheat just a little bit.
PDC has completely been able to clear this site, though. He can take a really forward line to take a challenge against Mirza when it might not be expected, but the gun is at least in possession. Mirza, he knows that this position is vulnerable. They expect PDC already here in the spawn. That's significant damage, though, Mitch.
Absolutely. Just the fact that they've been able to clear that frag is massive for them, allows them an opportunity to get back into this 3-on-3 because it's the last chance, the last opportunity, and Fox is already going to be able to find one. Drops the fault line too. The Rolling Thunder will come out from Raman. Does actually manage to catch Fox, but for how long? He's dropped back into tree. He's given himself this additional time. They've got the aftershock, but that's basically it. Now they have to try and pop these ruses, try and pop this position and get through. Mirza's going to be able to force his way in, but inside the Nanos will be Sushi Boys going down and into this 1v1. How quickly is he going to be able to look at it? Not quickly enough. That's Fox, and he is the king in amongst the server right now, taking the win for Full Sense, and they are the second team to be going to Britama Arena facing off against SPG in that upper bracket final, Komodo.
Yeah, really well done from them. I think the biggest credit is just how fluid they were around the maps in both of them, right? Finding the space time and time again, a gap to be exploited for JFT, which in the first series, I mean, we saw some weaknesses for JFT in that sort of scenario, but really just excruciatingly highlighted a series like this where you've got just a different caliber of a beast that is Full Sense.
Absolutely. Full Sense is such a strong team, individually, all so sharp. And that's what I mean, right? When you're an Oceanic player, when you're sharp domestically and you can just basically walk and take every single aim duel, then you head up against Sushi Boys, John Olsen, Leviathan, Fox. You know, every single person on the team deserves a mention in this run because they all had the impact that was what it was to not only take them through this series, but also take them into that upper bracket final as we know it. Because again, they are such a strong team. They've earned that spot. And for JFT, they just have to sort of take the L a little bit here, set the review up, and hopefully they can focus into their next series in the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I was really excited to see if this series was going to be able to go to Sunset because it's a map that we haven't seen yet played for JFT. And of course, for Full Sense, we have seen it played, and it's one of those maps that, you know, is pretty decent for them, right? It's really nice. I think it would have been a cool sort of story map to finish this one off, but I got to give credit where credit is due for Full Sense. I think that, you know, they played what was needed to be played in a map against JFT, who could show a little bit of resurgence here and there, but ultimately got shut down.
Absolutely. Adaptability. I keep repeating it. That's exactly what Full Sense have been able to do. But you guys don't want to hear about us anymore. We want to cheer on Full Sense. And to do that, we'll go over back to Mika and Dax.
I beg to differ. I like hearing from Honky and Komodo quite a lot, but you know, congratulations to Full Sense. They continue their clean sweep here at VCT Ascension. For JFT, though, I feel like this was good considering they had, you know, a bit of an emergency. This wasn't exactly ideal from them. There were good ideas from JFT, but the execution, Dax, I feel like the aim is just so much more refined, crispier from Full Sense.
I mean, I think JFT has some really good aim. Many of the rounds coming into the first half was because of their willingness to push despite all the utility there from Full Sense. And it's more so that utility that we saw from the likes of PTC and the rest that allowed them to have the advantage. And PTC, by the way, first time we're seeing an Astra here in Pacific Ascension. We heard it a while ago from the casters. You're going to be a little bit more laid back. PTC, yet again, going more of in a way, a supporting role, right? To help out the team as much as he can. John Olsen also bringing out the neon. And he was so decisive coming into that second half to allow the faster plans to happen. Mika, once we got to Full Sense's attack, when they got the guns, they were just going golden. An incredible 4-round streak to begin with, put themselves a match point, and you could see it here, multiple post-plant scenarios, and they got around 66% of them anyway.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, especially towards the second half, right? I feel like JFT let some fights go too early, maybe. Like perhaps it was better not to engage, perhaps it was strategy, but I kind of wish they dared a bit more because the skill is there for JFT. Like Andy was looking a lot better, for example, got some great flicks too, but I feel like they need to trust more, Dax, that they can win those fights if they just dare, if they just push a little bit. Even say if it's PTC on the other end and you're like a 3v1 and he manages to get 2.
Look, PTC just does it all. He can play anything, he can play everything, and he will do everything he can for your team. And Full Sense, so happy to have that flexibility, allows them even more avenues. And you think about it, right? PTC and all of Full Sense, they don't have intel initiators coming into this one. They still are so confident that they can get in there and go for the control. But back to your point there, Mika, you could feel that there was that concern later on into the game for JFT, that their pushes were getting punished, like the overtime would fizzle out because Full Sense was waiting, and that hesitation, sure, but there's that fear also of the overheat that did cost them that first map. And right now, that's where the experience and the control of Full Sense really came to fruition.
Yeah, and this is where all of our questions were answered, right? You know, you had JFT with such an impressive debut, but how was it going to stand up against a much more experienced team, right? And we can see that there is potential there. There were some rounds, there were some incredible shots. Like Andy got some like really great, you know, flicks and everything, but it's just that, you know, the protocol, the playbook is just not yet that, you know, that stable for JFT. You know, maybe they're gonna get justice tomorrow, but for now, it's gonna be Full Sense continuing this win streak that they have here at Ascension.
And it really got a feel for JFT. We do have a bit of time, and you gotta give a shout out to Coach Say, Coach Long. That one play up on the heaven, right? Just waiting there. It was a great setup, I believe, also by Ikana with the utility to allow him to get there undetected. No one peeks him. The spray down, Konki going crazy. Coach Buff, let's go! But unfortunately, it's not enough. The experience, it tells all here for Full Sense, and it's something JFT can really learn. Hopefully, they can recuperate, wait on for their lower bracket matchup because there's still a big chance. But man, that's Synprisa and Full Sense in the upper bracket. And truthfully, many eyes were on both of those teams. It's gonna look very exciting. Again, I want to see John Olsen, Dambi have that Neon showdown. That's looking pretty exciting in the near future.
It could very well be our grand finals, right? I mean, it could be, but it's gonna be very, very exciting indeed. And congratulations to Full Sense. We actually do have a Full Sense on standby. I believe it's gonna be Leviathan or Leviathan rather. Oh my gosh,
VCT Americas?
I have my head over there. I mean, it's kind of undeniable. I mean, they're a pretty good quote-unquote team, right? But we have Leviathan from Full Sense on standby. So let's bring him onto your screens for a very quick interview. Hello, Leviathan. Hello, Kriti.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Hello, everyone.
We have a couple of questions for you. My first question is actually, so on that first map in Ascent, right? It was a bit of a slow start. Was it because JFT's style took a bit of adjusting to? What was difficult about those first few rounds?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอแสดงความดีด้วยนะครับที่ชนะไปด้วยคะแนน 2-0 นะครับในแมปแรกเนี่ยแม้ว่าช่วงแรกเราจะมีการติดขัดนิดหน่อยเนี่ยอยากรู้ว่าแบบมันเป็นเพราะอะไรเพราะสไตล์การเล่นของ JFT หรือเปล่าหรือว่ามีเหตุผลอะไรมีสาเหตุอะไรบ้างไหมครับ
น่าจะเป็นเพราะว่าสไตล์การเล่นของฝั่งตรงข้ามมากกว่าครับเพราะว่าไม่ค่อยได้เจอสไตล์การเล่นแบบนี้ในโซนบ้านเราสักเท่าไหร่
So it's like it's mainly it's due to the play style of JFT because their play style are so rarely in our zone, in APAC.
Yeah, and that's what's great about these tournaments because you get that cross of so many styles. Dax?
Yeah, and honestly, Leviathan, it's a different kind of question for you. I do have to ask, since you're effectively the newest face in Full Sense, yes, you've been with the roster for a while, and you play with these such historied players, do you ever feel intimidated playing with your teammates, or how does it feel to be playing with teammates that you can really trust in the server?
ก็อย่างที่เนื่องจากเรเวอร์ทานเนี่ยฮะเป็นผู้เล่นใหม่ของฟูลเซนเลยถูกต้องใช่ไหมฮะรู้สึกว่าแบบมันกดดันอะไรบ้างไหมฮะ
ก็กดดันครับเพราะว่าเป็นน้องใหม่แล้วก็ประสบการณ์น้อย
แล้วแบบเรื่องของความเชื่อใจในทีมเนี่ยมีอะไรบ้างไหมครับหรือว่าทุกคนเล่นกันได้เข้าขากันได้ดีไหม
ก็ตอนนี้ทุกคนเล่นเข้าขากันได้ดีเลยครับ
So it's like of course there is a lot of pressure for him to play with full sense roster due to his like new player to join the team but it's like now they due to their play work and their synchronization is pretty good and at the top tier now.
And the teamwork is impeccable, right, Mika?
Yes, absolutely. It's very good to know. And finally, Full Sense will be up against Synprisa Gaming up next. You are both of these teams. Both you guys have had no losses so far here on Ascension. I'm just wondering how this team is feeling about going up against Synprisa Gaming.
ก็เดี๋ยวอย่างที่ทราบกันนะครับแมตช์ต่อไปเนี่ยเราจะต้องเจอกับซินพริซ่านะฮะซึ่งทั้ง2ทีมนี้เนี่ยยังไม่เคยแพ้ให้ใครเลยใน Ascension นี้รู้สึกว่ามันรู้สึกกดดันหรือว่าจะเป็นยังไงบ้างครับแมตช์ต่อไป
ก็มีความกดดันนิดนึงครับแต่ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
So it's like there is a little bit of pressure on him like because no one want to lose and want to become the champion of Ascensions but we will try our best and hope you guys keep cheering for us
Well, eager to see it. Thank you very much, Leviathan and Kriti. We'll see you guys very, very soon. Bye.
Yep, hope to see you guys soon too. Thank you so much.
Well, it's good to know, of course, that, Full Sense, they do get those nerves in there, but I can feel it's, there's a little bit of excitement there as well because, you are going to be pushed to the limit, especially if you're up against Synprisa Gaming.
Yeah, and they took such a long path to get here. Both Full Sense and Synprisa starting with, the first round in the upper bracket, and they've had clean sweeps all the way. Mika, we haven't had a 2-1 yet. Yeah, I haven't seen a map 3 all throughout this tournament. It's the concept of a best of 3 eludes us right now, but it just goes to show how sure the winning teams are. And Full Sense, we were concerned about them closing out these games, and we saw it there. Second half's looking good against JFT.
Right, that ever elusive map 3, right? I don't even remember how a map 3 looks like these days, but are we going to get that in our second series of the day? We're going to find out after this very quick break. We will be right back. And we are on to our second series of the day. And Dax, it is going to be Riddle versus Naos. And we both know this in our hearts. There is big hopium for Naos. But let's be real, Riddle was a very scary opponent and even had SPG second guessing at one point, right? And Naos yesterday was a bit better, but they haven't been looking like at their very best just yet. So does that second win come out? And now that it's an elimination match.
Is that why we're running? Looking to get all the colors of the wind, you know, Mika?
I'm trying to get myself off. It's what I'm trying to do.
I agree with you,
I'm trying to not be nervous and not be
It's okay.
because we have stake in this series.
Mika, put your heart away real quick because we do need to talk about the fast start now. Look at that sunset map between Riddle and Sinprisa Gaming. It was so close, and if not only Margaret getting that 1v4 clutch, we could have seen Riddle Order take a good start in the series. But already so many good points about Riddle Order. Yes, the concerns against Sinprisa, losing out on multiple anti-ecos, maybe being a bit too gung-ho and not as clean on the executes compared to Sinprisa. But they more than make up for it with the firepower, with fast trading systems, and especially from what we saw in that first map. Soldam bringing out the neon. We never saw it from him. He did an exceptional job making rounds go immediately to the wayside, and there was a method of haste that Riddle Order has that perhaps can outpace so many other teams within the bracket.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Actually, I don't think, we've seen this kind of pace from a lot of teams from that region, right? So it's a big question for Naos if they are ready for this, because we know that this is a team that knows how to work together. I just think that sometimes the pressure and the nerves get to them way too much, actually. They need to isolate it or block it out better, especially during high pressure elimination matches like this. I keep bringing that up because we know that this is what gets to them.
I mean, Naos has to be the time, or else they're going home back to Manila, right? And this roster, it took them so long to effectively find any kind of footing against Boom, but against Oblivion Force, we were seeing signs of life. Papi Chulo finding the clutch in him, Eman really stepping on up, and especially this, Mojer had such a good series. 44 kills, Mika, against Oblivion Force, and then you compare it in the series versus Boom. He had 9 over 2 maps. It took him around 9 rounds on the first map to do even better already. And I got to speak a little bit to Naos actually before the broadcast, and they were talking about how the vibes were really off and they weren't enjoying the games against Oblivion Force. It was so much more positive, so much more, in a way they treated a little bit scrimmy, but they were very happy in how they played against Oblivion Force. And it's gonna be a big factor because we've said about Riddle Order, right? This is a team with strong mental. Sure, they got shaken by the 2 maps SPG threw at them, but coming now into the lower bracket, the resets there, and Soldam performed anyway on the 2 maps that they had against SPG.
Yeah, and you saw that head-to-head, right? I wouldn't call Mojer an underdog, but if he's going to be up against Soldam, who gave such a memorable performance, right? It's going to be his biggest challenge to date, trying to outperform Soldam. I don't think anybody's pushed him to the level that Soldam is going to push him in this series, Dax.
Yeah, and there's always that pressure, right? That Naos made that role swap to put Mojer on the duelist role rather than Ja, and adjustments accordingly. It's been the configuration for Naos to bring them to the stage. But back again to Riddle Order. This is the first time we've seen Soldam exclusively on the duelist, and I do wonder if we're gonna get that for all of the maps in their map pool. Usually the only swap happens is Soldam plays the Gecko because Kaide wants to go on the Raze instead for certain maps. Will we get that later on? And right now, Riddle Order, there's so much hype about this team. There's so much explosiveness, but the one thing they're going to try to avoid here is to really fizzle out at the very end. Don't get shaken by clutch plays, and just have the right mental to keep what works for them in their back pocket, right? Just always have the strength to fight their opponents head on.
So can I just say, okay, I think both of us are aligned here on our predictions for the series. I mean, obviously, let's be real, guys.
I'm not gonna spoil it. Is it?
No, but I do think we are finally getting that elusive map 3 here. Right? Are we on the same page there?
It depends. I'm super excited for this map draft actually, because there is consideration for a map, but look at that, we are already exposed, and Come on, let's be real, guys.
Oh
Riddle
no,
Order is so
the
strong.
two Filipinos predicted Naos.
What do you expect?
The two Filipinos predicted Naos. What a shocker! What a shocker!
What a shocker. They gave us merch, guys, so you know we have to vote for them. But we do believe that Naos has found their footing here. Of course, our incredible casters on the other side believing otherwise. For Riddle Order, if they took Sinprisa to the limit, why not go all the way in the lower bracket? Ooh.
No, come on. I don't blame them. Riddle was very, very, very impressive. And you know, for Naos, I want to see a bit more confidence. You mentioned how they didn't feel that good with their first series. You can tell exactly why. As we enter our map vetoes, it's going to be very, very interesting. For Naos, I feel like sometimes it's a confidence issue. So now that we have Haven as the first map, come on. You know what we call this? Mapa ng mga Pinoy, which means the map of the Filipinos. So Dax, I hope that the confidence is sky high now for Naos.
I want to say that so badly, Mika. Back in the day, Naos really using the off-season to get good at this map, and they've been really strong at it in the local scene. But there's a big but right now, and Riddle Order is so willing to play Haven. This is the map against Fennel, where they effectively messed up in agent selection. What comp are they gonna bring here on Haven? Everyone's been waiting to see what Riddle has in store for this map, and no longer the triple controller that we saw in Japan, Mika. It's gonna be the Korean Jet back in action, but Naos, big shifts also with the Yoru alongside the ISO that we see here.
They're bringing out, I didn't think that Naos would be able to bring out that Fnatic comp, but that I'm very, very interested. Ja back on the duelist role as well. ISO, which is a bit of that hybrid, like Sentinel-ish duelist. So this is going to be exciting.
Mika.
But that thing sold them on the Jet. That scares me.
That's always a pleasure to see. We talked about the TikTok highlights before, and it's gonna happen again. I think Jojo also bringing out the Sky. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this might be the first time that we see the Sky in this tournament also. So that flash utility, yes, it's going to be a little bit hard on the intel. But Naos, on the other hand, there's also one role swap that I really want to bring up. Since Naos goes back to double duelist, this is the stage 1 setup for Naos Esports. Next, he goes back to his signature role of Sentinel, and he's on the Cypher.
And some love for Yatska as well, right? If it's going to be Nexi versus Yatska, Yatska did give a lot of very memorable plays for Riddle alongside Soldem, right? So how is that going to come into play here? How is that going to clash here on Haven as we toss it on over to your casters for Naos versus Riddle, Conky, and Komodo? It's all yours.
Now, you see, Komodo, the thing I love about being a biased Australian caster is when we're paired with the biased Filipino casters, baby. Naos versus Riddle. We're going in for it right now. But these two teams, Komodo, they're both here in different ways, right? Riddle, because they had such a close upper bracket game against SPG. Naos, they haven't really quite wiggled into it just yet, and maybe they need to get that confidence brewing. So we need to see a quick start from them here into this map of Haven.
Yeah, well, not to mention that this is an elimination game as well, so the loser goes home, so there is a lot to ride on this one too. Meanwhile, I'm actually keen to see what Riddle intended for their grand final locally in Japan, because they did have the unfortunate agent selection, which I always thought was really funny anyways, but it is good to see at least Kaide is on the Viper, because I love how Kaide plays onto the Viper. And it's very patient from Riddle, actually, at the moment. Eventually going to be going back in towards mid. He got a bit of a lean from Ace, but yeah, just ultimately, kind of quiet. I don't mind it.
A lot of respect given early, hey? And it needs
lots
it.
of tension.
Where are they going? Kaide, Emin, Yatska. Okay. So this is the opener that the kind of game needed, right? They've seen those initial duels, those initial trades, because the speed off the back of it, I think Ace is actually going to start to point his way towards C, and the rest of the team will join him.
Yeah, the other thing is this Cypher utility, which he's already spotted on out and able to get through towards the site potentially. You got a little bit of a lurk from Jojo now. It's something that when it comes towards this map, I love to see from Lakia, as Riddle Order are employing the Gen G composition. So I think that he's going to be a massive pivotal factor in this game.
How closely are they going to get? Jojo's position, as you mentioned, right? His back's turned to Papi Chulo. Are they going to hear him? Gets the first frag, but then immediately traded out by that position, as we mentioned. Now it's into this 2-on-2. Yatska, though, brings it into the 2v1. Pressure onto Moja. And he's going to be taken down quickly as well. The fake out not quite working the way he'd wanted it, and that's going to be Riddle Order to find the opening round here on Haven.
That's actually quite unfortunate for him at the end there, because he got tagged through his clone. Had he had the HP, I don't know, maybe you could have made something work a little bit differently, but nevertheless, it doesn't work out. Love the way that Kaide's going to be upping and downing these walls as well, right? Because it incentivizes a little bit of reconnaissance ability to come through Naos. So I'd be surprised what respect will actually be given to that wall, right? Is Eman going to be just doing the standard recon darts over towards lobby? Are we going to get forward action with the drone? Maybe in combination with Moja still sending in the fake out and some blindsides as well. There's a lot that Naos are going to be able to chop and change around the A side of the map.
Definitely so. But it's a quicker approach here for Riddle. Straight up long. A little bit of hesitancy, though. Maybe there's been a call that they want to shift it around. You can see the ping over to the other side of the map where the control is coming in from Naoskomoto. There is going to be that initial duel. Jar actually finding one as well. That's a great opener here. Ace able to trade it, but the weapon can be picked up. Nexi hitting another one, traded out quickly, but he gets the dink onto Jar. So it's into a 3-on-3 in a very, very awkward predicament here for Riddle. They're going to have to pick it up to see quickly.
Yeah, well, I was about to say, I thought that Riddle had spotted all three members out on that flanking location and should have realized that they could turn up the pace towards C to establish a plant. They technically do now that it goes down. Jojo also getting some heal for his team. Let's see how this retake's going to work for Naos. Because Puppy Chulo will get a dark cover available, they can segregate this retake.
Yeah, they want to go for it, and they kind of have to. You know, getting this round would give them the additional momentum they need. Deacon goes out now, sold down punish. Jar able to find that, and that's a weapon potentially recoverable. Eman's obviously got the Bulldog in hand. Jojo just with the Guardian, and it's awkward because they want to get off this. They want to play the distance, but they also want to try and fight the fight. Now that's exactly what it prompts. Ace finds it, and Puppy Chulo almost there, but Jojo is going to be able to secure the second one for Riddle. So, I don't know, man. That got my heart pumping a little bit for Riddle. They certainly didn't look super clean as Naos just got up in their face.
Some great ideas from Naos on this defensive side already, right? 2 rounds where they're kind of pressing the issue against Riddle, overwhelming them with the lesser weaponry, up through A lobby, up through the guts of mid into the window as well. So you kind of consider how aggressive Naos are going to be playing on this defensive side. Makes you wonder as Riddle, do we need to be throwing in some utility really early on to just make sure that they aren't going to be pushing us? Like the Guiding Light, for example, from Jojo, right? Lean on towards the A side for now, however, and it's an already different look with Jar being here. And the combination of utility, that's gorgeous.
Absolutely. The undercut straight up. And the shock bolt to follow. Not a bad trip at all. Not a bad little setup. They are still going to press this A position though, Riddle, but they're just going to sit on it for a second.
Becomes very difficult actually for Riddle as well. When you've lost Ace now and you've already got Kaide who's dropped that toxic screen as well to cut through, you know, A-Link, and you're cutting through sewers as well. You don't necessarily have anything to be able to break into the site. Jojo could set up a nice Trailblazer to start to clear it. You'll have to see Soldarm drop these cloud bursts towards the top of the site, and maybe you're putting the Poison Cloud over towards spawn side.
Just the pressure on the undercut. It is going to catch first, and Eman, that's his second frag in the round. But quickly traded out by Jojo. Contingency is going to give him a little bit of space, but he's been traded out by Kaide. So this is the thing. The trip of the trade has been so much in this map already. Moja in good position, though, able to trade it out and bringing it back to an advantage, because now they're going to pull away Riddle Order and try and find another site to take.
That was a bit risky from Kaide, actually. By himself, no trade available, stretching out with low HP, not able to get the kill, giving Naos an advantage now.
It's a weird one.
Yeah, just down to Jojo with a Vandal. Run away from the Seekers.
Yeah, and in position. I wonder what the call was there, right? You know, they've wrapped it around. I mean, that's pulled it away now, but Yatsuka's only got the Sheriff. And I think he might just be looking to save it. He could potentially go for a plant here, I suppose. But yeah, it's just the weapon picked up and then taken down by Nexi. So that was a good start from Riddle, I suppose. But now it's just seemed to have the read once they kind of got those opening picks.
Yeah. Meat and potatoes round now as well, right? Are we going to get any difference from Kaide with this toxic screen? Dare say more often than not, it'll be in the same location, because it's just one of those really powerful things that allows you to walk down towards sewers untested, unknown. You really have to sacrifice a lot of utility if you're on the side of Naos if you want to go and down and contest the sewers. Likewise of what we did see with the undercut and the shock dart combo, but it comes down to timing on how that happens, right? So I'm really keen-eyed to see what Riddle fancies, just particularly to the Ace site, and how far they can lean there to let Ace lurk around and play with rotations over at the other side of the map. Though, meanwhile, okay, this might even be the round done and dusted. 2 kills.
Yeah. So quick. Immediately coming out just on different positions as well. Like, the fact that they're able to find that relatively solo means Riddle didn't seem to be exactly kind of linked up and knowing what each other's doing. Kaide does find one, but Eman quickly trading out. 2 versus 4 for Ace and Jojo.
Yeah. Nexi doesn't really have to move whatsoever either. He can just shift to watch a little bit of a B lurk or a garage lurk as well, because his utilities still spread on the C site. This would be a massive dig and a deep one for Riddle Order to bring this back. I mean, a lot of this Omen utility, you do have Jojo with the Seekers and a couple of this extra kit of util as well behind him. So if they manage to find Nexi, it could set up for a decent post plant.
Gets around the trip. Is he going to be able to find any more? Yeah, it's really awkward, but Nexi straight in it. I don't think Ace has got any in this one at all. Great utility usage. You know, you think you get past one, but then you're straight into the second, and it got both of them at the exact same time. So great utility usage there from Naos. Great setup and great trades as well. Really looking good for the Filipino side so far.
Yeah, Nexi, I mean, back onto a comfortable agent, right? I am loving how the setups for the Cypher utility are just going to be changing time and time again at C. He's one of these players that can stretch it back over as well for a complete flip of the map when it comes to this Naos gameplay. Still going to see it spread towards the C site, but a little bit of a change, right? Different deployment. The 1-3, this will shift into a little bit later with the garage line. It'd be really keen-eyed for Riddle if they can recognize with the trip at the front of B doing their homework that this does tend to shift to an A-crunch wraparound from Naos. That's exactly what's happening so far.
Yeah. Just so keen-eyed. I mean, Kaide's got a lot to work for here. Already spotted out Jar. Finding that frag, and look at the positional advantage that they've got Komodo Riddle Order off the back of it, I suppose. You know, they give up the A main position, they lose one, but at least they managed to get that spike planted now, but it's got to be Yapskas who've got a whole lot of work to do here.
Yeah, double-edged sword if they keep pushing a wraparound A, isn't it? So we'll see if these sheriffs can get the job done.
Next.
There's going to be a Yeehaw or a Haw Yee, clearly the latter. Emin finding another, and it's looking like a relatively easy round here, unless Soldam can do something about it. Nah, not at all. Jar is looking so comfortable on this ISO. Nexi looking great on the Sentinel. And as I sort of mentioned, right, you know, quickly to touch upon it, Naos have had a very slow start to Ascension, where Riddle had the complete opposite. You know, they were so close in that game against Impresa, but it doesn't seem to have done them any favors, whereas Naos have kind of got the runs in behind them to give them the momentum into this one.
I love the fact that Naos are actually using the wall against Riddle too, right? They're being able to just sneak up behind it in long when you've not got the standard set of utility coming from Riddle, where if you're putting up that wall, you're usually flashing behind it. If you want to contest over to the long side, you are walking behind it. If you want to contest over towards the suicide, you got some combination of utility again that can come, and just the stalling tactic as well that Jar's be able to do. Because if you're throwing an undercut, you're stopping a stampede of Riddle Order players over at A lobby with a single dark cover as well. 9 times out of 10, you're really just winning that half of the map completely.
Popping that Hunter's Fury early as well. Does get a little bit... Oh, a second tag. That's great information already being found by Eman.
Yeah.
Toxins going up.
The adjustment, though, from Riddle, I want to see the heals come up, and I want to see the flourishment of actually Jojo sending in the Seekers to explode into the site. If they get a whiff that the Cypher utility is a little bit deeper on, it's going to put emphasis on Papi Chulo dropping that Paranoia and actually just disconnecting from the duel.
Cover going out.
Seekers out, Starburst up, they're in position now, Souldown. He absolutely wants it, but Papi Chulo, we know how good he is in the clutch, the reliable man himself, and he gets a second as well. Looking for a third onto Kaide here, but there's going to be an awkward trade. 6 bullets in the magazine, but Emin is there to support, to find Kaide. And now inside this kill contract, will Jar be able to close? He absolutely will. So all on the Yatska, who does get taken by Papi Chulo. This Riddle is looking so weak, so confused in the face of Naos' adversity.
I think Papi Chulo has just done what he needed to do around the site there, buying himself some time, playing around the dark covers, dodging out the guiding light as well. The fact that he's able to get the trade on towards Seldam and get out of dodge, meanwhile still fighting the kill onto Ace, really sets up his team then to just have the time bought for them to get in towards the site. And at that point in time, you're just relying upon time being to your favor when you use that kill contract to bring not only a player into it, but deny the spike from actually going down to give Riddle Order a way back into it. That could have been a 2 versus 3, 2 versus 4 scenario that Riddle can navigate back around on that site, but you remove one from the equation and you're really setting up a strength in this one. So you have to see Riddle have a really good adjustment right now on how they get back into it, because they're losing A lobby control. C is not really an option at the moment when you've already got this Cypher utility that you haven't destroyed, when you're not pathing in towards getting back site. You can't just be one-dimensional going into it disconnectedly.
It just puts so much entertainment value on the Filipino side, right? You know, how these roles and the changes can impact so much. Jar already finding so much control on that ISO, hitting the shots. It's a very versatile roster, this Naos team. map dependent, obviously, and you can already see that Riddle Order is looking a little bit stunned. But calling that timeout early, as you sort of led to Komodo, I think they need to get the shift quick because they can't let this one get too far away from them early on.
Yeah, well, I think we just need to see more activation in them taking the space and contesting against it. We haven't really been seeing any big biffs yet, like around the around the Viper utility over at A, right? It's actually been kind of respected. You do understand it because the layering of util from Naos is the same time and time again. It is Jar putting the undercut. It's a shock dart or a recon. But you should be expecting, if it's the same utility time and time again, can we adapt to overcome that utility based on knowing that they're going to be there? And that's what we'll see from Riddle Order right now.
Yeah, and they're quick into it as well. They want to get back into this once more, but now looking to deny it. Gets a good shot. There's the Korean jet that we know in Soul Down, but just immediately back and forth. Emma and Jar, they're right there to trade it out, and this is the advantage that's been going the way of Naos. They're just denying any pressure from Riddle.
Yeah, when you've got 3 players over at A, it makes it a little bit difficult. When you've got that wall up as well, it doesn't really offer you too much protection. Meanwhile, around the map, Ace has made no proceedings up through C, either in an expected general lurk. So you're back to square one as Riddle. You've also got an adjustment of the Cypher utility to cordon off Garage to cordon off the top of C. So the funneling from Riddle actually will go to B. And guess who's here, Mitch? Papichulo with Nexi, already knowing what's going to happen.
Man, Papichulo is not the man you want to see on your site, right? He can deny so much, but they are going to pick up the pace and put it in. The Viper's Pit dropped. Nexi, he's got to be careful here. He's in a little bit of an awkward one, and I think they've heard the tick there because Yatska has actually managed to bait him in there off the back of it. Papichulo also having the fall out of the Nano. So awkward time, just giving it to them for just a second. Kaide trying to sort of bait it out as best as possible, but Komodo, they're investing a lot into it here as well. There's the lockdown from Yatska, meaning they will either have to go for it or fall back, and Eman, he's found it. They're getting that control back from mid, dropping in, getting him at like a absolute chokehold in the position, but Yatska can hold on, can continue, spots out Jar as well, and that's a massive round so far, all left onto Papichulo, but I don't know if there's enough time unless he can get onto this super quickly. Dark cover will be dropped, and in position is Yatska. He's going to have to clutch it out just as well as he started off this round, and tapping it down. Will he hit the shots? He's off at Papichulo.
Oh!
Is there time? Oh, man.
A valiant attempt at the end of that one, 0.7, and the scrap around the side. I mean, you got that lockdown going in from Riddle, which really buys enough time, right? However, I'm looking at the radar, and I'm seeing a double flank come through from Naos. The difference, if the lockdown isn't there, they've still got the drone available to start to sniff through this pit where the players are, and potentially could have flooded it in nice and early. So the importance, actually, that utility in the pit provides for Riddle, paramount to their success for the round, albeit they lost a lot. Right? That's going to have a huge ramification in the next round, because if this round gets dropped, you're resetting Riddle, and you're looking at Naos to extend out this lead to essentially 6 rounds and winning the half.
Yeah. Crazy how these rounds can have so much impact just on damage, right? Kaide, he's had a big round in the last and looking to rip open a can earlier as well. Mojo, though, going to try and deny as much of it as possible, getting into the mid window, but not overextending either.
Yeah, and important as well, because Yatska, once bit, twice shy, doesn't want to get pushed in through mid and just give an advantage or a bit of stalemate back towards Naos. And that's exactly what happens. You've got Jar pushing sewers, you've got Mojo leaving. If Mojo goes and clears A lobby, the rest of his team is ready to strike down sewer.
He's a little bit confused about where he wants to take this right now on the dimensional drift, but he's getting the information. He's putting them on edge, and that's all the Yoru needs to do here. Pops out in position, but is taken down. Had the wrong weapon, but Kaide at the exact same time is going massive. Doesn't quite connect the shot. Takes one down. Kaide's still alive, still kicking, but it's Nexi to try and do his best. But Riddle do manage to cling to that little tiny piece of the round and push it through. But Komodo now, as we mentioned, that's back-to-back one alive round wins.
Yeah. The smirk is coming through just ever so slightly for Riddle Order. It's not a full smile as their logo would entail, but just a little bit of a happy face that the rounds are starting to be collected, albeit tight. You know, it's not going to be the reset territory onto Naos. Actually, it's going to give Moja one of his favorite weapons on this Yoru pick too. The operator's coming out. So we're going to see a great strong line if they're able to establish it over at A long. No blades for Seldom just to dance around yet to remove your head this time. But there is a change of pace for Riddle over at A, actually. The deeper dark cover is going to enforce a little bit more protection and reliance on Naos and a little bit more heads-up play to get what's happening early. And they've not been able to. Look at this from Seldom.
Oh my god. I can't believe he's actually found that fragment of Papichulo as well, because it's in such an awkward position. It's forced Nexi in towards the cage. And that's caught him off guard completely. That's a site taken for free. 3 versus 5 on this retake.
Spike planted. Neutralized.
Spike plant goes down, but Eman, full utility, Jar as well, and Moja actually, so as quick as you're into C, you're going to get a lot of this peppering down.
Absolutely can't rest on your laurels here, and Soldam definitely knows that he's going to push in forward, and Jar able to replenish the double tap there, so he's going to push on through, but it's still such a tough site to overwhelm. Look at the position of these players, Komodo. They're down long. They've got that control. Jojo is going to bring it back into a position where Jar is left all alone, and you're exactly right. Great positioning, great rip of the control, and Riddle take the lead back just as quickly as they lost it.
And I love the mindscape from them as well to change up with their toxic screen. Let's put a deep dark cover down towards the bricks as well to just entertain Naos, to keep members there just in case there is a bit of a creep up. Meanwhile, you've got the explosion up the guts of mid in through Garage, and Soldam's just completely pushing through his teammates lined up. Poison Cloud. Absolutely love that little tidbit of information to come through from them as well for some just blocking. You can use that for the retake later on as well to buy some time to sneak back in for the flank, which is what Kaide did. So that's so many multitude of dimensional plays that are coming through from them. Meanwhile, I kind of do have to highlight what we've seen from Naos' side in these last couple of rounds. 2 big mistakes, actually, right? At the end of it, a jumping scroll wheel from Papi Chulo, and then Moja. The difference if he's got his gun out when he gets out of the dimensional drift, right? Could have actually upset the balance over at that A site in the previous round. So now we're seeing a bit of flustering come through from Naos that they need to take this time out to discuss.
That's exactly right. You know, when you're locked in and then you lose it, you need to be able to lock back in, and that's exactly why they've taken this timeout. Micro mistakes too, Komodo, right? They're not big mistakes, but they've led to a little bit of a, consistent run here for Riddle. They've managed to put the pace behind them, carry that momentum, bit of a snowball effect. So now just need to be very, very careful that they're not letting this play too firmly into the Japanese team's hand.
Yeah, well, let's see if the coaches and the input are going to have a good result in towards this next one, because a couple rounds left in this half can actually make the biggest difference, right? When you've got Red Order now starting to find their footing, you want to upset them. You want to stop them from being able to just get a really good recovery at the end of this half, transition that into the next half where you're going to have a little bit of a different look towards these sides as well, right? When you're running in with these double duelists going onto the attack, but you've got a lot of stalling power to come through. The different walls that we can see Kaide be putting up on this defensive side, the one way so that his poison clouds are going to opportunely given them as well. I'm kind of feeling like for Naos, you actually have to make a bit of a resurgence now, because if you don't, when we switch up, I kind of feel they're going to struggle in the beginning.
Definitely. Can't let it slip. That's the key. Just keep focused, keep that position, and don't let it slip over to Riddle, because as I said, you just need to avoid that snowball, and that's exactly what we're sort of seeing at this point in time. But if you guys can't tell already, it's got a little bit longer, so we do appear to just have a cheeky technical pause. Shouldn't be too much longer before we dive back into it. But yeah, I don't know, Komodo. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Riddle at the very least at this point in time, right? We talk about now slipping, but we also need to talk about the Japanese side adapting quite quickly too, right? Because it is such a unique map in the way that Haven is played, and they seem to have already shifted it up very, very quickly to kind of tailor it around what we're seeing from Naos.
Yeah, absolutely. I think most of the importance is actually coming down to Kaide and how he's actually now getting involved in these duels. They've reeled Ace in to not play too much lurk factor as well, getting him involved as just a body. Right? You're going to look towards these beginning A-leans that aren't necessarily working for them anymore. So changing it up, as I said earlier, keeping Naos just invested over at that A site to remove them and make them weaker on the side of B and C. Because I'm looking at it holistically. Who are the players right now that are finding impact in this game that aren't Papi Chulo? They're all over at A, right? So if you're getting a numbers game against Papi Chulo and you don't have to contest against, your Eman and your Jar over at A that have these combinations that want to take these duels, you're kind of leaning towards the percentages and how to win these rounds.
We just need this series to be close, Komodo. That's all we're begging for right now. We haven't had a single 3-mapper just yet, and I'm sure it's potentially being saved for the Britama Arena in just a few days. But for now, it's an opener from Jojo. Look at how quickly he's ripped that off. That's Nexi gone, and that makes it so awkward. Mo just tried to trade, but Jojo able to replenish the team, resave as Papi Chulo. He's in position. The dark cover will give him some space, but again, he's got to wait for his team. He can't overextend here just yet, and that spike's still yet to be planted. They're going to go off the back of the dog, but it's Kaide to find it. Papi Chulo taken down. Ja tries to get the trade, but it's Jojo who's the king in this round. Man, what a play from Jojo there on the Skype.
Yeah, Riddle changing it on the back of the timeout as well, right? Immediately challenging Nexi, who hasn't had a battle in the very beginning of the rounds just yet. But then also, once they find Mojo in a good trade because Jojo misses the flash, they don't stop. A lot of the times for Riddle, they will stop, fall back, reassess the things, but they want to keep going. Jojo, again, will confirm that there's someone else back behind the site, and together as a unit, they don't question what they need to do. Send in the Trailblazer, peek together as a unit to catch Naos before they can get in amongst the scrap. Really nicely done from Riddle to convert round number 6. And now over for Naos. This is what I was talking about when we had that timeout, right? They have to be able to get these next 2 rounds, because I just feel the way that they play this one, it'll fall by the wayside in the beginning of the next half.
Spike down, mid.
Oh, that's huge.
Cover going out.
Damn. What an opener. That's kind of what we needed from Papi Chulo, right? He's usually the clutch man, but he also can open the bank account for his boys.
Yeah.
So, full ults, full advantage.
Literally is just 2 1v1s. He takes dry and wins.
Love to see it. Exactly what the team needed, as I mentioned, right? Kaide is in position. They are locked in to try and take this control, obviously a little bit in the garage as well. But Papi, that's a third, is one of the first aces in this competition, but this time it'll be denied. Ace gets the trade, but now Moja is going to be able to find himself in the position to control for the team, and Nexi will join just when they needed him most. As now find 5, only 1 away from the half, potentially looking to tie this one up 6-6.
Yeah, the shutdown as well, right? 4 alive on the back of that one will set them out without the ults need to be invested. So they've got avenues for their retakes now if they do need it. They also can challenge really nice and early. And one of the things that we haven't actually seen from the likes of Riddle so far is needing to break into a crossfire scenario over at the B site, right? That previous round where it was 3 versus 3 and they got the pit in, they didn't really need to contest too hard into it. So not able to clear the corners in that current situation, getting the better of them. Again, the proceedings though, Mitch. Very beginning, deep dark cover. Guy using that ult really early, but these scrappy battles at the very beginning, they really want to fight.
Absolutely do, and ripping the ultimate as well to try and just defend this. It's such an awkward one because Jal does find 1, does find 2. Able to replenish the double tap as well, Komodo, inside the window. This man is going absolutely ham right now as M unfronts Jojo. Unfortunately, he cannot be the shining star here. And it's on to Papi Chulo to try and swing and deny. And that will be the Filipino side straight back in. That tech pause and tack pause has clearly worked into their favor. They've worked out exactly what they were doing wrong. And they've refocused into this next part of the half. And now they can reset even further as we approach the pistol.
Bit of confusion, I feel like, at the end of that as well, right? Because not only does Jar just miss the kill contract, he pushes up into window, he broke the Seekers from in the window. So there must be something going on for Riddle that they didn't recognize that was the position that they'd lost around the map. Reminder, how many times have we seen Naos push up through a lobby, right? They can quickly get up these flanks. So for Riddle, very, very focused on the jewels outside of the garage doors, not realizing where they're susceptible for in that current scenario, and it falters them a little bit. So well done for Naos to just realize that haste plays at the very beginning of a round can cause a bit of confusion over towards Riddle. Now a good recovery, 6-6. This is where things do get interesting on the switch up, because you do have very different defensive styles when you just look on pen and paper at these agent lineups, right?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think these teams actually line up very well in that regard either. They've both got their different intricacies, which makes this such a unique competition to watch, right? You know, so many of these teams from all the different regions around trying to get to that tier 1, trying to make it to VCT Pacific. And this is one of those highlight series where, you know, it's not only is it like role and agent swaps and changes and differences that make Naos so unique. You know, Riddle, obviously, in their own right, the Japanese region has had some ebbs and flows in their strength too. So just makes it for such an exciting game that these teams don't match up equally at all in a way of how they play the game.
Yeah. Well, looks like we got a little bit of discussion as well, just in this little halftime break right now. But I'm at least happy to see that on the back of these timeouts, we don't just have a team falling back and disappearing, right? We've seen so many 2-hours throughout the course of this competition where a team has just not been able to realize their own weaknesses or their opponent's strengths to be able to quickly devise a method to overwhelm them, right? So I'm actually really liking for the fact that Naos are being able to do this after we get a string of rounds from Riddle. You look towards the previous series, right? The timeouts that we were looking over in Sunset against Boom resulted in nothing for both of the maps. You look at the change-up of gameplay that Naos delivered against Oblivion Force, Yeah, you could argue that an Oblivion Force is very different towards a Boom, but such a resurgence from the team collectively, but also Moja specifically, right? He was disappeared over on the first series that they've played in this tournament, and now his trajectory is kind of skyrocketing, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, to rock up and get less than 10 kills kind of across both your opening maps. But that was Boom and just the way they approached it, right? They completely locked everyone out. They didn't let them in at all for 2 seconds to even have a think about what they were doing. Whereas Oblivion Force, I think, like, gave them a little bit more space, right? Maybe potentially argued as one of the weaker teams in the competition. So that was a good position for Naos to kind of re-establish themselves, reinvigorate a little bit. And now as they lean into Riddle, it's like, you know, stepping up again, obviously having to play against a team that we have seen such good things from so far. Again, I highlight back to that matchup against Impresa because that almost could have been a Riddle 2-0, right? You know, we went to overtime on Sunset. It was off the back of Margaret's 1v4 that they clutched it out. And then also then moving on to Ascent with the completely different agent composition that came out from SPG is kind of what I feel like turned the tides for them a little bit. You know, it was Riddle that weren't able to kind of understand how the hell to play against that thing because SPG had clearly put in the work to practice for that Ascent pick.
Well, funnily enough, actually, as well, when you think about Margaret's Yoru being used as a kind of assistive variety, not the duelist to lead the charge, you do have Moja here who is completely flipping it up, right? Trying to go and engage in these duels, trying to play with the team, trying to get all these flanking positions, just completely different where the map and the team calls for it. And then you got the combinations with Jar and Eman who are changing and chopping up with their different utilities as well. Really liking how they were leaning over onto that A side of the map to gain that early control and toying with Riddle orders, momentum, toying with them, making them interested in challenging it, making them interested that they fall away. So I think if you've got a couple of these scenarios going into the next half where you are pulling and pushing the utility that Riddle are going to be able to deploy, right? You could actually find a world in which you're baiting out Kaide's Poison Cloud into specific positions where you can explode on the back together.
We'll just quickly mention as well that there is an audio issue taking place at the moment, so it shouldn't be too long before we get back into that. Obviously, we need everyone to be in their best listening position. But yeah, I don't know. These ones, that's right. They've had a interesting run into this as well. Like, I suppose, Naos obviously repeating themselves back in this competition. Again, last year they were there, had a pretty decent run as well, as you'd think. But Riddle, they got here from a full reverse sweep down 0-2. And, after making so many changes to their player lineup, finding themselves here is pretty crazy, really, up against Fennel.
Can you just imagine, while we've got this, if Riddle order, and we know that first map of Haven in that grand final was a bad pick of agents and everything. Could you imagine if they actually came out here with the same composition and how many people would be scratching their heads at like that being a real composition? That would be hilarious.
Yeah, sometimes, if it ain't, even if it doesn't make any sense, it can be so hard to adapt to it, right?
Yeah.
Like, you just can't practice for that, right? It's like accidentally picking a really, really confusing composition. Sometimes, not always, sometimes can play into your advantage because then, the opposing team just doesn't know how to defend for it. And that's the thing about these blind picks going into each other, right?
Yeah, I mean, we'll highlight it again, I guess, because I think it merits it. Ascent composition from Sinpresa, something not expected, something that Riddle Order had to adapt to mid-game. So that really gives you a huge challenge for your, IGL, for example, Jojo, and how you're going to get back into it. This one, I mean, a little bit more mainstream of an agent composition that you would be kind of expected to come out from Naos as well, along the lines of it. So you would know that for Jojo, there is that adaptation that you need to come in with. You've got your coaching staff that you're able to have a bit of a discussion with as well in towards this one. So I think Vors would have had some great helpings in this map specifically already.
Just that game of VALORANT, right? That, over time, obviously, it's going to continue to shift. And will you be a team that kind of just follows what everyone else is doing? Or will you be a team that tries to innovate and change it up and lean into your strengths? Because that's the thing, when you do have these really hard set roles and certain maps that, you kind of play around, again, sometimes you can get a little bit lost in the sauce, right? Where if you've got that diversity and you've got that depth of playing field that you can kind of move your way in, sometimes it can really work out for you in advantage. So I think we're almost there, guys. Almost reset from what we have been told internally. So thank you all for your patience and listening to myself and Komodo absolutely ramble. We could do it all day. We've been doing it for years, just like many of these players have been. So we'll find out shortly who will get the solid start here as we switch the half.
Yeah. And I was thinking back on it as well, right? For Naos versus Oblivion Force, they did float Haven as that third map. So Naos would have already had the idea that they were expecting to be playing this in this tournament already. So far, I'm not disappointed in the string of rounds that they were able to establish on their attacking side, defending side. Sorry, I think they did quite well. That's why I was saying I think that they still need to manage up, 5-7 or 6-6 if they can, because I'm already seeing the set strategy from Riddle on this pistol round, right? Wall to cut through for protections on B and A. You've got the Killjoy set up at B. You've got the lean over towards C. So there's a lot of pressure on Jojo, not necessarily to take these fights or even to just get the information. It's to get the information after the utility set gets dumped from Naos, because you'll see Riddle, they need to actually be really careful with how they're rotating on this map to maximize Kaide's util.
Well, the fact that Jojo, got the dink and then was able to fall away, it's already a, plus point. So now, Guiding Light still available if he wants to use it. And instead he's going to throw out the Trailblazer or at least hold on to it for a second, because they don't need to go anywhere just yet. They pulled the plug for 1 second now.
And the gap in this strategy as well is Garage right now from this deployment. So if you're Ace, you have to have your heads up, looking towards Garage, looking towards Long. But, now are running into the trap that is the beast setup right now.
Absolutely. And that fake out's not really going to get anything done. So now they pull the plug again and they say, let's go back. Nexy's got control, but so's Kaide's got that position. They're not going to quite be ready for it. So Soldown, he's taken down. Ace actually might be found as well. So Nexy, how do they go around this? How do they make this call? They push straight down mid here. Riddle order to try and recover.
He sold it hard though, because Jar was left to his own devices over at the A site to start to clear it on out, and they can get the plant. So now Nexy shifts over into his lurk role.
The timing. They're going to keep looking for it. They don't know where he is. Is he going to be able to find a third? He will. He's looking for another as well. If he can get Jojo here, that's a 4K. What a round from Nexy. Incredible move, bait, switch, everything done for the team of Naos. That pistol round solely attributed to him, his positioning, and obviously the kills.
That's just individual adaptability in a round there to come out from him as well. Realizing that he doesn't need to hugely overextend when he gets the positioning towards Garage, right? You heard it from Dax on the desk that Nexy's falling back into an agent that is he's most comfortable. Now, Swore always played with trying to chop a couple of players out in their roster, really fine-tune who plays well on what agent in what role. So the fact that Nexy is still doing this back on towards the Cypher immediately, it speaks worlds towards Naos' comfortability in winning this.
Look at this buy.
It's
just let that sink in. Yeah. I mean, it works.
Raid boss strategy.
Yeah. Clearly, they're just going to have to battle up around and make it work.
I don't mind it.
I don't mind it until they lose. But they get the opening. Moja finds it nicely. Because Riddle, obviously, they haven't really taken anything into this at all.
Yeah. And Naos will recognize that as well. It's the second round where you didn't really do too much damage whatsoever in the pistols. So that's why Naos can kind of cut a couple of corners in affordance to go with just these two guns and these ghosts.
Repositioning around the A site for Riddle. So they look to seem to have some sort of a read here. 45 seconds. So they're going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on here now.
This could actually be really interesting if Kaide's wall is timed to perfection to get a bit of decay before the flurry of frags start to come through.
Man, Riddle can win this round. Absolutely they can. They're going to have to trade this out. Not really much by the way of weaponry. 25 seconds. The undercut misses. Soldam obviously has popped the tailwind as well. But Jar, okay. Jar, Pump Chula, Aim Jules. I don't know what we were worried about, Komodo. That was perfection. But that's how you need to move in towards the site. They waited out the utility a little bit, and then they just went in as a unit.
I don't even think that the strategy of getting into the site then was the most brain-taxing thing Naos have just done on the round. I think was actually juggling over the Vandals and the pistols between the whole team, because they swapped 3 players with those Vandals. But yeah, perfect. Well navigated at the ends. I mean, you wait out the Toxins, you wait out the Snakebite as well, and then you kind of just send Jar in first in the back of the blind side. That's how you want to do it. You just mitigate a couple of these corners as well together as a unit. Now will be a good test, though, as Riddle will finally get some weaponry, and I only mean some, actually, here, Conky, because light shields across the board, Guardians in the mix to get out your utility. This could actually pose a bit of a problem for Riddle.
Need to have a really good think. Clearly, we haven't seen some buys come through, so just another tech pause. We'll get through that one as quickly as we can, guys. But yeah, I don't know. I like that from Naos, the way they've started this off. There was an individual round, and then there's the team round to make sure that they kind of get through that counterplay, because we have seen a fair few second rounds lost in this competition, right? You know, the way that Valorant is played, it certainly can be something that occurs not just ad hoc, right? Not very rarely. It does seem to occur when teams make mistakes because of all that ability usage. But anyway, irrespective, I think Naos have, you know, played that nicely. They've set themselves up for success on this half, and they can hopefully carry that one forward, especially if you're a Filipino fan, because they got a long way to go. You know, that's the thing about dropping into that lower bracket right off the rip, Komodo. You know, it can put so much pressure on you, especially when you do all this travel. You know, you find your way to Jakarta after playing, you know, for the big chunk of the year, right? Because you go through split 1, you go through split 2, then you fight for Ascension, and there's only one opportunity to ascend, to go to that next tier, whilst also having this event kind of seen as a bit of a talent scouting ground, where there's definitely some individuals that are being looked at in this competition.
Oh, for sure, man. I mean, I'm just thinking about seeing a couple of these players get a taste at tier 1 in this competition specifically, right? Because we've got ex-tier 1 players playing again in this as well, so you're starting to really step up the level. I'm also thinking about for Naos, right? They got to the arena in last year's Ascension. They had players that did get scouted to be stepped up, right?
Yeah.
So they want to get not only back to the arena, but, you know, of course they want to win. Coming 3rd/4th last year, you want to see them at least get to the grand final. I think that's their first task, right? Get to the grand final, take it a step by step at a time, because whoever makes it to the grand final in the upper bracket between Full Sense and SBG, I just know that is going to be a huge game.
Yeah, absolute heater. I just only sort of thought to myself as well, when you have two teams, 3rd and 4th in last Ascension, you know, being Naos and Boom, and then facing off against each other in their opening game in the format, you know, like that's nuts to sort of think about, right? But as I said, you know, you drop down really, really early, you can continue the streak. Lower bracket runs aren't the impossible that we sort of thought about. It takes time, it takes work, but, you know, you've got to go through all of these teams, you know, as much as you kind of look at a playoffs bracket. You can't kind of go, okay, hopefully we get an easy run into this, because at the end of the day, if you're going to earn this spot, like, ascending is just the start, right? You win this competition, okay, now your game starts. Tier 1 starts now. We can get better now.
Absolutely. It'd be, you know, the pinnacle of what these players have been striving towards for the longest time. But it does look like, Mitch, that the technical pause is fading away, so we'll be able to fade back in towards Haven and see what this buy is going to look like in this bonus round from not only Naos, but if Riddle are going to be able to tackle it. Because so far on this defensive side, they've been timed and they've been pressured upon just collectively.
Absolutely they have. It's a similar sort of approach here, just leaving the one member in JoJo at the start. But they're not going to rip off straight away. They're going to send Moja in, but that's about all she wrote.
It's the same utility set to come out, but this time Soldam doing his best Puppy Chulo impression from on top of the side, only good for one.
It's an important opener, though, because, you know, so far, Soldam has been relatively quiet, but it's not because he's been playing bad, it's just because he's being denied.
Yeah. Stretching towards C, though. If you do look to go just by yourself, only through Garage, nobody long as spotted out by Ace, would be pretty risky. So I think you take this space for what it is in a round like this for Naos. It's space that your opponents have to invest utility on to make a potential retake a bit weaker.
Buying time now. Trailblazer goes out. Will it actually spot the information? Not quite. Yatska digging in pretty deep here to find Nexi. So that's the advantage taken back from Riddle. So far, the bonus working out for them.
Still the alarm bot at the front of B. I was going to say Soldam, it'd be risky to go for a peek like that, but now that you do, you've actually given Naos a bit of an affordance to navigate around this map and play with some of your own rotations. The stacking of 3 for Riddle left over to the A site. Turret to be spotto for Yatska towards the C side itself, but if you're Naos right now, you're waiting a little bit for Puppy Chulo to get in through long, setting up a smoke, and getting into the site together. If you get 1 kill, this is huge for Naos.
Yeah, Yatska win this, and it's kind of like Naos give them a little bit of a gap in.
10 seconds left.
You can't give a team like this that sort of thrives on momentum and opportunity,
Spike
right?
planted.
Yeah.
So Spike's going to be planted. 4 versus 3. Moja's still firmly holding that line.
Yeah. The importance of getting Garage early on is the fact that for Riddle now, it is so dirty. It is massive territory that they needed, but for Moja, that could have been this round.
Last player
This is their advantage. This is their round, and now it's a 1 versus 4 for Puppy Chulo. And there are moments where he wins those, Komodo, but I just can't help but feel like now they've sort of served that round up on a silver platter for Riddle almost. But again, you know, Soldan maybe said, all right, we'll give you a frag in, but they didn't quite let it lose and Riddle walk away with that bonus.
Felt like as soon as Soldan has peeked into that one, that the round is kind of, you know, Riddle giving up it a little bit towards the end. You know, the garage position that was gathered by Naos really early on, they hold such a strong position in a scenario like that where the plant goes down. You are all funneled through spawn as Riddle order to try and mount a retake in that position. So well done, in fact, that they managed to dispatch of Moja and not have a spanner thrown into these works. Now they do shift, though, Mitch, into another gun round for both of these sides. I'm seeing Yatska with a judge in garage. And the rest of the squad to A.
Yeah, 4-person lean. Guiding Light will obviously get that information, but now as the paranoia gets sent out as well, Moja's going to have to throw out the little flash and jar. Moja, they get the trades. Kayde able to get a couple here off the back of it, but Moja and Nexi, my god, how have they actually managed to turn the tide there, Komodo? It looked like it was going Riddle's way, but now they're just straight in, 3 members on towards this side, and Yatska not exactly with the weapon to retake. He's going to have to save for sure.
You can pick up one of these Vandals that have been dropped over at the A side of things, because you look at the radar, right? 2 down sewer, 2 down long. That's a challenge that Naos have just gone for, peppering in a bunch of utility to make the Riddle players more vulnerable than not. But let's actually see if Yatska can do something here. This is now a 1 versus 2. I will say, Mitch, Moja does have the fake out and the dimensional drift in case you rely upon it.
Just gone straight to heaven too. Spikes planted for them. It's way too difficult for Yatska to win this unless Naos kind of give their hand to it. So once it comes out, just narrowly misses him. Can't quite spot the info, and that's just not enough time. The fake out's given the info as well, so Naos have 100% of this post plan, and they've got to be happy with that as well. Moja can certainly take a bow. He's warmed right up into this competition now. He's definitely arrived in Jakarta, and Naos 9-7.
Reaping the rewards of winning those duels nice and early on as well will extend not only the credits but the round count, but also the confidence for them that this attacking side is more leaning into them still winning these duels. It was successive over on their defensive side as well, right? It was something that Riddle were not really liking, taking early duels to remove them from the equation of their set pieces. Riddle are a team that really wants to rely on their full set pieces, going in for the full executes on their attacking side, where on the defensive side, they like to layer it in. They like to get a little bit more structured, and Naos are not letting them.
Look at the kill disparity as well on Naos. They've got so much going for them here. Every single player is kind of dipping in and getting the job done, and now with all this information off the back of Moja's position, he does choose to fall away. Doesn't want to over-aggress just yet.
Yeah, but what do you do now? If you are Naos, right? You don't go towards A, you're stretching towards the B site where you can technically look to disregard a bit of this utility, but you do get staved off. Almost feels like Riddle are pushing them from A, from B, eventually in towards C, where Soldan is here with a Guardian. Not the greatest weapon, but it is a weapon.
But it's Soldan at the same time, right? You know, the man who can tap, who can sharp, who can get those shots in. He's going to be holding it. But it still doesn't seem like they're overly convinced that they want to make their way here. They are going to rotate their way around to C long, but...
It's really important in a scenario like this as well from Naos that you do have an idea of how you want to end this round. Because if you just go in haphazardly, that's where Riddle could get the better of you when they're in these sneaky positions.
Set up for it now.
Yeah.
Look forward here. Let's see if they can hold the line. That's their first frag that they need. Actually does manage to get it through the fake out as well, Komodo. So that's the opening pick from Soldan. Jar also taken down. Massive play here. He does get felled though by Eman, but that was a few kills that we needed, but I forgot about the flank from Nexi. Kayde though, however, they're going to be able to flip it around just enough. Nexi's positioning wasn't quite what the doctor ordered after Soldan took away so many of his teammates, and Ace was just there to be the one to rely upon to bring through the final frag of the round.
Yeah, when you leave the time down to that and you also see the fake out go through garage, you've got the Killjoy set up at the top of C-Long as well that you can pop to buy time. It doesn't really matter too hardly that Nexi comes in for the flank. Yes, it's an element that, you know, Naos kind of needed to get back in towards that round, but the fact that they do leave it too late, I talk about it. Soldan in a position like that when you're 30 seconds to go in the round, there's too much around a site like C to clear if Killjoy utility is specifically there as well. So in the scrap, time to be bought, space around mid, around A, all cleared out for the eventual late flank from Ace to get the final frag as well. And that's a really important round for Riddle, but I think more importantly, that's a round for Naos that they kind of made a key couple of mistakes that dropped it, ultimately.
Definitely. That's the thing about a map like Haven, right? There's so much space to be found. And after they're not able to find the opening from the two duelists, they kind of fall themselves a little bit behind. And despite having the flank, despite having the power position, when you don't have the members, it sometimes can turn on its head.
Yeah. And I'm looking towards Naos in this game, right? Now that you're switching on towards the attacker side, I'm looking at Moja so far having, you know, quite a high number of first kills and rounds contributed on the back of that in these conversions. But I'm also looking at the fact that we're not seeing that too hard from them when they're doing these rushes, when they're doing these really slow plays. It's playing with the rotations against Riddle order that you really need to try and fine tune in a map such as this.
Everything has to be absolutely perfect for a victory. In and amongst the competition like this, right? You can't be taking any chances. You need to limit those mistakes. And Naos obviously moving into this pistol round, a bit of a counterplay. It's an opportunity for Riddle to bring it back 9-9.
And Kaide's changed up the wall as well, right? So this is a bit of a different look. Naos, they do get in front of it though, which I think is really important in a scenario like this, that they do recognize the fact that they can get this sewers control, they can hold on to it. You do have your lurk in Nexi floating around, but more importantly, look at what Soldarm's managed to find for Riddle in this round, Mitch. He's got full C-long control just to give a heads up to his team over at A that they can be a little bit more just focused completely on these choke points that Naos could be progressing up.
It's just now on Naos to not get overwhelmed by this lack of space, and that's what you can see Nexi's trying to do now by trying to clear out just a little bit of that utility up towards mid, and I think he's found some of it as well of Yatska.
They haven't seen
clearing in now. Yeah, that's the thing. They didn't actually see him cross, but it's not going to matter. It's okay. It's A-okay. Because when you're walking in with just limited kind of arsenal, it's a little bit too much sometimes. And Nexi obviously now making his way back in. The flank's there. Soldam should secure. But it's another great round from Kaide. This guy from Zeta Academy, he has been on top for most of this competition in the games that Riddle Order have been playing so far.
Definitely would have felt like a different look to a round if Naos was equipped with the weaponry, but just down on towards the pistols there, you know, playing very passive, playing very reactive, seeing if there's going to be any overextensions from Riddle, which granted there were, right, a double walk down sewers, but you've got Kaide rapidly available, you've got Jojo watching your backlines as well, and not necessarily on the back of any early information, right? They recognize that it's not going to be a heavy investment from Naos. You can hold on to it, make it a little bit better in the next round, because this is the territory in the game that you need to be managing credits a little bit more importantly too. If you get into a scenario where you're ecoing at this stage, that could actually end the map.
Really could. But it's going the distance so far, Komodo. It's all we could have asked for here. 9-9. Up in mid. Soldan punished again. He's had such limited impact on this map. Send it back to the previous round where obviously he was able to find something, but defending that C site, he just hasn't been able to get activated, the Korean Jet. Now they're walking in towards Garage, and he's bopped the fake out. Moja able to trade that out very, very nicely. Now 3 versus 5. Riddle, they're going to have to be in on this retake nice and quickly. It looks like they're already there. Kaide in position, but taken down by Papi Chulo and Moja. Ace-No tries to wake up, tries to get back into position, but the double tap from Ja, it's going to be enough to close out the round, and Naos find the power and a 10th round.
Yeah, those first 2 opening kills from Naos a little bit too difficult to mount a comeback for Riddle, unfortunately, even if you are on the site that it eventuates at. Just strength in numbers for Naos at that point in time. And it's exactly what you mentioned as well. Soldar is having a quite uncharacteristic game back on the Jet, right? Losing a lot of these duels individually, being caught out in rotations as well when you think about the defensive side. Just risks that need to be a little bit mitigated, a little bit reeled in, because you're putting him on an island by himself that Naos were doing together on the defensive side. And that's what was working.
Because Soldam obviously did play the Jet, but, after watching him on Sunset so well on the Neon, it does feel like a little bit disappointing, a little bit lackluster from a guy that you need to kind of rely on a little bit. So his opportunity is here now. The dark cover is going to fade, but is he going to get caught by Papi Chulo? Yet again, Soldam early, taken down. Jojo, the IGL, the captain, taken down, falls. And now it's a 3 versus 5. Again, trying to recover.
Yeah.
It's going to be on Kaide, who's already on the site to try and deny this approach.
And they know as well, because they've seen the snakebite land at the feet. Yes, he's been backed up by Youngstar. If you can get another one, you can
Kill
get
contract.
something of a recovery.
If he can win this, Kaide can win the kill contract, and maybe there's an opportunity because he's going to be alone in the middle of the site. Finds it. Keeps a hold of the round for just a minute, but now we can see Naos pull away and make a redecision. And it looks like they're already going to rotate off the back of that as well, Kaide.
I've got to say, at the beginning of this round, when Soldam was killed, Jojo had, 2 Guiding Lights, Trailblazer, and Seek was pretty much next to him. They chose to use none of it to clear any early information out from Long. So these are very late calls and reads that Riddle are actually getting on the positions from Naos. And now the wrong read for the rotate as well. You just have to switch into a scenario where you're playing save game. If you go for a post plant here, Mitch, you're playing against Eman, who still does have a Hunter's Fury as well.
They're looking to face. They're getting up very, very close here off the back of this dark cover, which does fade now. Kaide's had such a electric start to the round. Needs to try and see if he can convert any further. As the Viper spit, that's another frag. Clears the corner. Oh no, Kaide. There was a moment in time where I was kind of wishing it forward, willing him ahead. But it's Naos who don't allow for the lack of trades. They secure the round, they find it nicely, and they continue their momentum, which they pick back up in towards the second half.
I kind of understand the reasoning why they want to go for the retake there as well, right? It can definitely bring the game back closer, but more importantly, when you are Naos and you're getting the plant on the site and you recognize that there's a Hunter's Fury in the mix, are they actually going to be playing back off the site and focusing on the Hunter's Fury in knowing that, you know, they have to clear up? Maybe, right? Maybe. It would have been a very enticing retake and a very close one that Riddle could have come away with in that regard. But now is the problem that you drop that round, you come into number 21 without the weaponry. You got, what, a Guardian, you got Bladestorm from Soldarm. You drop this, it's 12 for Naos, and then you're playing for overtime.
They've already secured all this control, the dimensional drift. It only cleared A and cleared C. They've got the site now. And the weaponry for Riddle, obviously, it's not great, right, Komodo? So they're going to have to rely once again on Kaide. They've got the ultimates. It's going to be the Jet of Soldown. Popping over, got the Bladestorm inside it. It's the fake out. He's hit the wrong one again. And they've already managed to find all their way back towards long. So this lockdown is not going to get anything done, Komodo. They're going to have to just try and get onto the site, try and get this denial, and take advantage as much as they can on this weird sort of post-plant position. But now the Hunter's Fury comes out. That's ripped. That just puts extra pressure on Riddle. They're not being able to secure anything at all as Jar rotates around, gets one, gets two, and again, Soldown with no impact, no pressure, not able to do anything as Jar just continues more. Jojo was going to try and do the unthinkable in the defuse, in and amongst the chaos, but it's Jar again who has been looking brilliant on this ISO, Komodo.
Yeah, I just want to say, Moja clearing the whole site, though. When they get the plant down, there's actually two technical flanks coming through. Jar in through Garage, but Nexy's over in the front of B, waiting for the Killjoy utility to go down when Yapska has moved too far away from it to become active. So there's double flank contingencies coming through from Naos in a round where they're expecting the full kit and caboodle utility in the ultimate variety coming down from Riddle Order. It's is extremely smart backup plans that Naos have on this map right now, and they immediately change it, Mitch. They immediately go in towards Garage, but okay, finally, we have a stopper. Big stop sign in front of your face says no.
Absolutely, an ace to find it. What a quick round, 5 alive. I mean, Naos can afford to lose a round like that, but also can they? You know, will that stop their momentum? Will it kind of shift it out? Because ultimately, you know, when the game's so close, 12 to 10, we've been begging, gagging, itching for these closer games. Will it happen? Will it blend?
I mean,
that's the question.
I just want to highlight the big brain gameplay that Naos come up with in the previous round, and in this one by one, following the leader in towards Garage, not clearing the corner. The fake out being respected this time. The duality.
Absolutely, it is. An ace finding 2, dry peeking long. Naos, hello. Yeah. I'm on the phone right now. Can you guys, yeah?
It's all right. Slow it down. Recognize that Riddle Order are starting to come back a little bit, and just go back to fundamentals. You've got Eman playing on the Sova. Drone, recon, dart. Start there.
Can we check on Dax and Mika right now? Okay, hang on, never mind. Nexy wins this.
The problem is, look how far spread out Nexy and Papi Chulo are. Yes, there's a little bit of unknown in the positioning on where Nexy's been able to sleuth in towards, but Riddle, they're playing by the numbers in the tag team game. 2 apiece. Plant starts to go down at B. It all comes down on what Nexy can do if these Riddle Order players actually go back towards the spawn side of the map, because if they don't and they go through mid, that's where things might come undone.
Yeah, look, they are toying with it right now. And obviously, Kade's so low, but what a shot! All right, Papi Chulo, you've been here, you've done this before. Breathe in and give it a crack. Paranoia available up on the top. They are yet to clear him, yet to look around, but the information is now gathered. 1, 2, looking for more, but Soldown gets up in the face of Papi Chulo with the shorty and denies. Riddle, they want this. They want to continue. They will not go to sleep just yet. And we are 1 round away from overtime.
He gave it a good crack at the end, didn't he, though? The first 2 kills, a little bit difficult for him to navigate. Imagine if he got the 3rd and then the remainder in Kaide only down on 30 HP. That would have been so achievable, but Soldarm, for his absence in this game, delivering the decisive blow to keep Riddle Order in, and those last 2 rounds that Riddle Order have been able to find, I can't help really but feel, Mitch, that Naos have just kind of gone a little bit, you know, willy-nilly. They've gone in without too much of a strategy and just given it up. You know, you're in that scenario a lot of the times where you're thinking, oh yes, we're going to win, let's just do this and this. You got to step back. The game is not done until it's done. We saw a comeback from Sinprisa against Riddle in a scenario like this, remember? And now Riddle are doing it back towards Naos.
Absolutely. And this is the thing, right? I touched on it, 3 rounds ago, saying they can afford to win that round, right? Right?
Yeah.
No, apparently not. They can't. And that's the thing, you know, it can only be the mental game when it comes to closing something out. You know, Naos have done a really good job at kind of opening up the bank account, but now they've got credit card debt and they can't kind of, you know, let the banks get away from them in the form of Riddle Order. So 1 more round, pause. Is it a warm-up session? Is it a pep talk? Or is it a scolding session? We'll have to find out as to how they approach the start of this next round.
Well, I'm wondering, is this going to be Sinprisa real comeback established in Victor, or is this going to be disguised fake comeback and lose for Naos right now? Which side are we on? Or rather for Riddle, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just so hard to pit out, right? I just want good Valorant that tastes like real Valorant.
This is true. Well, let's see if this round is going to give Riddle the success to get into OT or not. Kaide with the Viper's Pit, readily available if they want to. But again, it's this huge lean towards the A side of the map that hasn't really boded too well for Riddle when they didn't get information early. This time they do on the back of the guiding light from Jojo, so they know something's here. Ooh.
No info.
It's so enticing.
That's really spooky. And Soldan, he's down and out for the count. Now, they've left 1 more in the corner. It's going to be Ace.
Kaide.
Let's go Kaide. If Kaide can win this out, maybe there's a chance. He does. Okay, so it's a 3-on-3 again, but Eman has found 2 in the process. Kaide, Yatsuka, man, my eye is on you. Both teams, both members from Zeta Academy that have been brought into this roster to bring in the pain. And now as that Viper pit gets popped, Yatsuka finds it. Next he's taken down. Kaide inside the pit. He gets 1 more. It's the 1v2, and it's Puppy Chulo. That's the person you want, Komodo. In your clutch, in your control. But it's Yatsuka instead. And baby, we've got a game on our hands. We go again.
You can see Kaide's face at that point in time as well. He's dropped the pit and nearly lost it all for the squad as well. Had they settled down, stayed in the pit against Papi Chulo, who can try and dance around it. It could have been a different scenario, but my, oh my, the valiant attempt in this one. Imagine if they got in front of the utility as well, right? If Kaide gets popped out of the kill contract, even winning it, and he's surrounded by opponents, that could have been the round done in there. So the timing of the rotations that come through for Riddle Order for Yatsuka to win the duel against Nexi, absolutely required in that scenario as well. And now we go to the overtime realm. And you just know that Mika and Dax are screaming.
Yep, absolutely. The cats in the background are also sad. But that's okay, because we get a good game, Komodo. That's all I've been asking for this competition. We've had great games, don't get me wrong. But a 2-0 just doesn't feel right when it's every single game back to back. You know, we're going to get more as we get to Britana Arena. But as they're in, look at this Soldan again. Man, this guy has had less impact than you kind of hoped for. But anyway, they'll reset in the 4v5.
Kaide has thrown that deep poison cloud as well over the back of the link cross, and he can start to toy with that as well. The rotation's already from Naos back towards this C site. They reset on towards the round. With a player advantage, makes it a little bit more difficult for Riddle Order to get in towards one of these sites. No utility broken over to the A site. No one crossing either. It's through sewers, through long. It'll be retake scenario over towards the A site, and you're dueling if things come in towards C. If things get stayed in towards B as well, you've got Jar to hold down the fort there.
No info from that guiding light. Maybe that'll give him a false sense of security towards A, because they are heavily leaned away. But look at this position from Kaide, but it's spotted. That was such a pivotal player, wasn't it, Komodo? But now he's down and out for the count.
Yeah. Caught unawares, unfortunately. Now for Nexi in the garage as well. Sees the gun barrel. Too easy for him. One by one, they start to fall. But Yatska and Ace, are these the two that can bring forward a 2 versus 5? With 10 seconds and a plant required, it's going to be very difficult.
They're going to have to go so quick, aren't they? With that one way, it makes it awkward for sure. Getting that plant, trying to stick it, trying to go for as long as possible. Will they be able to get it down? The contingency's there. Jar finds it, but it doesn't go down. It is denied and is going to be ace found by Puppy Chulo as well. Naos, they continue to tear. They hold to dear life. And they are again able to find 1 round away from closing this out.
Oh, back onto the attacker's side. I mean, I'd like to say, hey, the attack was better than the defense, but remember, the halftime scoreline was 6 apiece, so it really comes down to right now all your adaptations and your informations that you've been able to reclaim into this final scenario now for Naos. You got that double duelist line of thought. You generally know how Riddle Order have been playing Kaede's utility, right? The wall to cut across B, down through sewer, up through towards A. If you have a little bit of a how do you do over there, he's dropping the Snake's Bite. What were your successive varieties rounds looking like when that utility was there? They waited out for the Snake's Bite to fade, blindsided in, and flooded the site together. So we'll see if that is going to be the case yet again, because we know so far in this map that Riddle really like to challenge over towards A long. Saw a glimpse of it just before this round started, that there's 3 members over towards there, and we got more numbers for Naos. So I think they're recognizing where their strengths have lied in this map, but also what exploits they've been able to already establish dominance in against Riddle.
Going to set everyone's focus onto one thing, and it's Soldam on that operator. We've seen it limited. I don't even know if we've seen it at all, really, if I can think back to the defender side. But now he's got it. He's invested into this overtime position, and he's going to have to try and take one of those early lines, because he's been a first blood so many times. He can't continue to be a liability in this one. This team needs to rely on him to get this opening pick, because they need it to be able to find their way back into another overtime.
And this is Riddle's chances as well, right, to make a name back for Japanese VALORANT. When you think about the struggles that they've had in the Pacific lead over the course of these few years, it's not been a lot of successes, right? There's been a lot of different changes to try and find stability. Riddle want to be able to go in there and showcase what they've got. Yatska, a good start for it, but an immediate equalization.
Over there.
And the recovery of the double tap 2 for Jar, so he's not even going to be denied of that. His shield will be replenished. And tagged up his Kaede. Again, another pivotal member going low. Look at what Ace has been able to find over at A, though. Push through with that wall. He can get out of this one. He's done his job, essentially, in this scenario. A 4 versus 3. You don't need to press the issue. You still got, you know, positionary around B. The Killjoy utility is down, by the way, because Yatska's gone. So you do have to have an idea for Jojo, and he's won that duel. Okay, now this is Riddle's round to lose. Absolutely it is, and they're so split up that it's a weird thing around the map, whereas Ace, he can continue forth, getting his second in the round. It was an interesting one for him to stay in that position, but the fact is 2 is more than enough. So Eman is going to be able to get up towards the site, but they're already walking out together. They're not going to line up for him at all. Jojo is going to be able to close, and Riddle take it up to 13-13, and once more, we have another opportunity for both these teams to close the game.
Yeah, it's going to come out to, though, again, a scenario where you're lapsing around the map. If someone is finding an opening kill, are your opponents taking space elsewhere around the map? We haven't seen too much pressure go back up through towards C long on this defensive side. You know, we've seen Soldam push up there once. But apart from that, it's kind of an unexplored piece of the map, right? It's more been leaning towards having a bit of a challenge out through Garage. Majority of it's over towards the Alpha site. And it's kind of 50-50 in how those duels have been going as well, right? Specifically, if Jojo's getting a good read on the back of that guiding light and they're not overstepping their bounds and pushing up then dry after it, Riddle have been getting a bunch of the positioning and control over there. More input, though, from the coaches now, Mitch, available with this timeout.
Time to talk. Full reset. Both teams need 2 rounds. There's no more in between. No one's facing the death. They both have this chance, but, you know, this is elimination game, as we mentioned, right? One of these teams will not be making it to the next stage of this competition, to Britama Arena. And you can just see the pressure that these teams are feeling right now. Both of them have got what it takes to make it, right? You know, we've sort of had a bit of thought about both these teams and how they can look. Both these teams have been picked by our talent for the top. with bias, maybe, who knows? But that's okay, because a little bit of bias is what you need to get yourself across the line sometimes, and I think that's exactly what a team like Naos, especially right now, are going to be needing with Soda Riddle order.
Yeah. It's great to see that both of these teams are not scared to still take the duels, though, in this scenario. You know, we were even seeing it in yesterday's games where there was elimination on the line and you're down, you know, on that last map point and you're still not scared to go and take these duels. So you got to give it your all. You still got to go in with your game plan. And right now for Riddle, that is go time towards a bit of a C split. But it's all one-dimensional. It's all through the garage. And you know why? Because it's a fake.
They're not going there at all. Just trying to clear out that extra bit of utility. Dark cover fades, cruising on in. Emmon's going to get that information very, very soon as this is over, but he actually fell off the line for just a split second there, Komodo. I don't know if it's going to be a good thing for him or not.
You do have the TP still available for Moja to get back over towards the A side if Emmon needs some assistance, which we know he does. Drone is actually at the right time. It sees 2, technically, if he was able to establish the feet found. But he's stuck here by himself.
Oh,
and
turns away from the guiding light as well. Great timing from the utility of the Sky now is also, I think, Jar's got his double tap popped. Yeah. So now they're just got to stack that utility down, and Naos have a really tough retake ahead of them.
And the biggest thing as well, Mitch, Soldarm's not been good at getting any of these entries, so they've put him in towards a huge flank right now.
Spike planted.
It's a long way from home, isn't it? And he's actually going even deeper, potentially going all the way into defender-sided spawn, and they've just got to let the clock reset, let the clock tick here, Komodo, because you can already see they're nervous, they're scared, they're worried about what's going to happen. But here, as Puppy finds 1 and 2, Moja and Puppy Chulo in position, though, as Puppy, he's still alive, baby. You'll never count him out. He's already found 2, but again, that flank, I think he does. He's found it. That's incredible. The awareness from this man right now as he pops back. He's going to send it, has to get moving, has to go quick. He's going to get into position, but he's not checking as they're not clearing. Okay. Oh, man, the blood was pumping for just a second, but again, it's that reliance of a player like Kaide, like Yatsuka. They can continue to be relied upon for their team, and Riddle order take the lead and put themselves at match point again.
Papichulo's got something tingling that just has the sixth sense that they've not seen Soldarm whatsoever. His teammates are dying to Kaede on the side, finding a couple of kills. They knew Yatsuka was there, but where is Soldarm? Even in the chaos, it's still being tracked that the flank is possible. And you can see from that utility positioning from Riddle order as well to try and get him to stall it on out. But now, Mitch, the switch up. Riddle have a bit of a lead, finally.
And Puppy Chulo and Kaide both almost 30 frags. There's so much pressure on both of these players' shoulders. Puppy Chulo has been so close in some of these 1v3s, 1v4s. And that's the thing, you kind of tip him to win them at times, right?
Yeah.
But this time it's Soldarm up very close. Has the support from top mid at B, though.
Yeah, this time actually, Keen-Eyed has the support. Last time, overwhelmed by himself. A minute to go, and Naos haven't really seen too much utility either. No investment up through A-Long, up through A-Sewers, so it kind of begs question, what's actually happening around the map?
There he is, got an opening. It's massive. Finally, Soldarm has done something here, but Nexi gets the trade. Now Soldarm is in a bit of an awkward situation. The fact that Nexi's got one there is huge. And now it's reset for the retake, for the reposition. Jojo's gone down sewers.
He needs to win a duel here because he'll get wrapped upon from the side itself, and that is the spike. He needs help. He's 30 HP. Mitch, 30 seconds, and now the A site, they can start to build their own territory, fortify it with a spike plant. You've got camera, you've got cage. You got a bit of extra utility as well to stave off this full retake.
Spike planted.
Absolutely, and look at Ace. He's got so much to try and clear on this flank as he wraps all the way around. And I think the team's actually going to wait for him here. Be patient. Soldarm, Kaide, Ace, the 3 members that are going to try and win this out for the team as they lock into positions here now. So they are ready for this crossfire. They are all set as best as they possibly can now. Riddle, the team that wants to try and take this into their map advantage to get all the frags they need. Soldarm relied upon. Kaide another. But again, it's on the Puppy Chulo! And the man you want in your clutch does it time and time again. This man is the Undertaker, the bringer of fear, and he is your nightmare.
You can see that Ace as well, you got to be upset in that scenario. You flanked like crazy, but the problem is you weren't there to help your team when they went in, and Puppy Chulo, just knowing that he can catch Ace off guard, who's running with a knife out as well. Clinical to come through from Puppy Chulo, literally dragging his team through the mud to find these rounds.
He says, I know you guys don't want to win right now, but we're doing it anyway. grabbed by the collars, screaming, kicking. But everyone has had their moments, has had their impact. And now Moja creeping down. That's a risky play inside that dark cover. Komodo Ja also spotted. Can he connect on the shot? He absolutely can. And now Kaide also taken down. That's big from Ja. They're still living, trying to find as much potential as possible as Soldam looks to take some control. He's got a pretty good position here, Komodo.
Yeah, but it's expected and held at the moment by Mojo with that drone going out and entices him to take that duel, and it's a bit of an awkward one now. Jojo and Yatska. Spike not planted just yet, going in for it, but the ping on out. They don't even want the plant to go down.
Hang on. Puppy Chulo. He's been taken down as well, but it's okay. Because it's just down to Yatska now. They overwhelmed them quick. So well done. Now there's that information back. I know exactly where he is, and it's going to be probably too hard. Oh, yes, it is. Just a chance, just a moment, but Nexi, he'll bring it through for Naos. They're 15-14, and again, Riddle, they're going to have to fight this fight.
Yeah, so many times this game should have been done already, right? Puppy Chulo 1 versus 3 to keep him in it. Now Ja just holding down the forward of B. Wallbang shots coming out, a bit of assistance from his team as well, but then just recognizing the fact that, hang on, 2 versus 4, pinged him out, no plants go down. Let's isolate these frags. Even the little relocation from Moja at the end of it, just to ensure there is a plan of a backstab too. Now it's back onto the attacking side. Back of a lean over towards A. And this is actually a little bit more absent for Riddle this time.
You're absolutely right. Look at that reposition from them. The adaptation. It's almost like they put themselves on the back foot here, Komodo. Scared, nervous, and I don't blame them.
Oh, well, they've managed to at least get Puppy Chulo back out through long. Sewers is still technically a dirty location, but they know for a fact that no one's gone in for a flank just yet. Again, I'll mention it. C long, not a real priority for these teams to be pushing down on this defensive side. Utility will be protector over at the B side if anyone looks to sneak in, but I like this adjustment for Soldarm in towards Garage as well. Oh, the drone.
Spotted. He's okay, and look at that bait! Yeah, the bait and switch. Yatsuka's taking down a key member in Nexi.
The problem,
and now they're going to have to try and take the ring shift of it.
The problem, though, is look where Jojo's actually playing from in Heaven as well. It's a little bit one-dimensional. He's a little bit stuck, and that wallbang is thin. A flash, but he gets taken down to an immediate equalization, Mitch. And now Emma shifting in towards the flank location as well. This is where you throw a little bit of unknown into these rounds, too.
Ace is all the way in spawn. He might be able to get this control because I don't think they're actually going to look for him. Emin's position. Soldam wants to drop. Kaide wants to hold. It's the fake out that's been sent through. There's Ace. He's found it. He's taken down Eman. He actually went the other way, and now he's going to reconvene with the team. But now Moja, he's going to go big. Holds on. Gets 2 in the most important position as Puppy Chulo can find another. Komodo, all they need is one more frag, and it's Ace, who is in the clutch position. Is he going to be able to hear the hero that Riddle Order needs? He gets 1, and now shoulder steps. Puppy Chulo low. Paranoia drops in towards Hell, and it might be Hell if he can't close his frag, and you can see it. They are living it right now. That is the fear. We talk about Puppy Chulo being the demon in the night, and Ace knows how to cosplay that just as well.
Oh boy, what is it when it comes to omens on Haven that keep us on the side of our seats, man? We've got Ace doing it now. We had Puppy Chulo previously. The biggest one, I feel like, in the world is still scary on this map last year. But my oh my, when you think that Ace is going to go for the full flank as well, because he'd already slipped the net, right? He pushed C long. He's got the flank kill onto a later flanking Eman because next he lost his life. Then you've got 2 1v1s actually really found by Ace at the end there. Really well executed again to just keep us in this map of Haven.
I just can't believe the kill disparity at the moment, right? You know, you look at Naos, who are all basically positive, whereas Riddle, it's only really Kaide. Soldam is having an absolute terror, but they're still clinging on. That's the thing, right? They're still somehow in this game. 15-15, no clear leader.
Yeah. A huge lean, though, from Naos over towards this A site, right? And they're kind of doing the right thing at the moment if they just want to take this duel against Riddle. The Cypher utility here as well will have to be first cleared out, and then you've got swing capabilities. You've got undercuts and blindsides that you know will be coming in really hot. It doesn't really matter that Yasuka's going for this lurk anymore.
Looking to break the trip. It's about really all she wrote at this point in time. They get the info. And that recon bolt actually scans so well. It's a whole bunch of information, but right now they're just waiting on Yatsuka to see if he can find anything at B.
I think you've seen too much from Riddle over at this A site, right? You've seen not only just the Sova recon, you spotted out that Moja was there, but also that the Cypher utility's there. You know that that's an impregnable site. You are not getting in there, so you have to quickly shift to what might be a little bit weaker, and they luckily do towards the B site.
It's all going to be on Puppy Chulo and his positioning again. Just sitting back. With the dark cover, can at least isolate that position. Jojo gets the plant down. Nexi yet to find anything. Blindside does go in, gives them a bit of positional advantage here as they try to break through. Puppy, Ja, getting the frags, but Soldan activates, gets the tag up onto Ja as well, but he's taken down. Double tap refresh, they can continue fighting here, and it's all left onto one. But it's not going to be enough this time, Kaide. Your team falls around you. And now look to take 16 here as they put themselves up at map point again.
Always a difficult hold as well if you're not actively taking, you know, control of C-Link or A-Link when you go for a plant at the B site. So just the importance that that watch is actually there from Puppy Chulo too. Doesn't need to make sure that he's the one engaged in the duels over at the site because his team, he's got confidence that they can hold it. He just needs to watch his focus for the round. So again, now set themselves up for another map point, another one of their own choosing, remember?
Yeah. Will this be the one, Komodo? Will this be the round that can break the curse, break the streak? Time will tell.
Undercut, deep dark cover. You know as Riddle with your own guiding light that there's somebody around this A side of the map. You've already got rotations coming through from Soldarm too. I do like the fact that we've got a little bit of a shift coming into the garage where Just Yatsuka's there, but I think more importantly for Naos right now, this is actually your time. You've made out a little bit of this utility already. Kaide's already dropped the Poison Cloud in this round as well, right? So a key retake positional util for him gone.
A march out. You could literally cut the air right now. Put a knife through it. It's so tense. It's so heavy. 3 members stacked here. Everyone just unmoving.
Yeah. Kaide's just going to play spot for this drone. And I mean, for Soldarm as well, right? You have to be finding some deliverance here on this site. You need Jojo's guiding light to set you up nicely. Good timing on the dark cover. You're not going to be able to just blow through this one if you are Naos.
30 seconds. It's all going to come down to this to Naos. So much utility ready. The snake bite, he's just concerned as to where he puts it. And you're right. They've completely sent this out. They don't want a bar of it at all.
Yeah.
They're going to pick up the pace now.
There is a alarm bot at the front of B, so that will be destroyed. They can try and get in this plant, but it's just going to be another B side. Really scrappy retake.
All right. Gloves off, baby. Naos, have you got what it takes to lock this in? They're going to try their best. Ace in window. Puppy Chulo looking to hold that position. The man who's clutched out many. Moja, Nexi getting a couple. They're making it move. They're making it work right now. Ace is going to try, do his best to deny. But there we go. And you can just see it from the coaches there. They were so stressed, but now they have been blessed with a map victory to come out from Naos. They have torn our hearts to shreds in this map. But they've done it, and they've made it work. They drag through Haven 16-14.
Oh, man. That is absolutely ridiculous at the end of that one. 17-15.
17-15,
the end of
there we go.
A lot of rounds to collect.
Halfway, bro. It's been crazy. But you can also just see the stress, Komodo, that you can feel it on the faces of the Riddle Order members right now. Naos, they're up and about, they're happy, they're cheering, where they're just sitting completely still here, Riddle.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you kind of expect it in that scenario. When you come in for a full retake, you're starting to get a couple of your rounds back on the board, rather, and you're feeling confident that you're going to be able to push it into overtime. It's going backwards and forwards. You've got some advantages. Puppy Chulo comes out with a 1 versus 3. It rattles you a little bit, right? You have to just quickly reset yourself back in towards this because, reminder, this is actually an elimination game. You do not have the safety of being in the upper bracket in a scenario like this, so every map, every round, every kill counts for this game. And when you're getting destroyed by an individual on the opponent's side, it does make it really difficult to come back. And you remember, right, how long have we been seeing these members on Naos play this game for, where you flip it over and you've got the young guns over on the side of Riddle Order. They don't have this history to fall back on. They don't have these scenarios that they've weathered before, where Naos do.
Absolutely. You know, I couldn't have said it any better myself, man. You know, this lack of experience potentially where, you know, you go into those longer games and all of a sudden it can start to get tilting. It can start to get frustrating and all of a sudden you can lose that momentum. And when you've got your IGL like Jojo having his moments but then losing it a little bit and then your, you know, veteran in Soldam unable to put up the numbers that your team kind of relies upon and you leave it onto one individual, it just isn't enough. So Riddle, they're on the verge of elimination right now, but I just want to know, I want to have a little bit of a check-in with Mika and Dax, because I wonder if they're a little stressed right now.
Thanks for checking in with us, Conky. I actually, I ran over and I had to take my blood pressure just a bit, just to make sure that I was calm for everybody once we, get on camera and stuff. But, yeah, wow, that map. Was that our second map, Dax? Because I think, how many overtimes do we have to string together so that it qualifies as, a map 3 as we go into the series?
More than what we had, that's for sure. It was 32 rounds overall, Mika. OT number 8, so it's 4 pairs of it. It's crazy to think this game went this long.
I hear the sigh.
Honestly, right now, I want to talk a lot about Riddle, but there has to be one thing we need to say. Papi Chulo is the Lord and Savior of Philippine Valorant right now. And with 36 kills, he did everything he can and more to keep Naos in this fight. OT number 4 especially, the 4K on a side overall, just insane play from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it of course it was a win, but why did it have to be this way is my question, you know? Because, Riddle was also so close. There were so many rounds that would go back and forth. That is exactly why we have this scoreline right in front of us. For example, there would be an initial pick from Riddle, and then now strike back and take 2 down, and then frags here and there, and then Ace wins the round or something that. I'm pretty sure that happened in one round, right? There were a lot of mistakes actually on both sides, right? Even from Papi Chulo himself, even though he has that MVP, there were good setups, but it just came down to these little tiny micro plays and micro adjustments wherein the round would just suddenly swing over to the other side, whether it was Naos or Riddle.
Mika, let's be real. It was so scrappy. Even the last round was scrappy. We saw it there at the end of the first half. Naos had enough of allowing Riddle to go in. They decided to push out instead. I still remember on B side, Papi Chulo starting off the action, just dry peeking, getting 2, getting 3. And that was pretty much just a clash of ego, a clash of strength between the two teams. But you gotta give big commendations to the Zeta Academy trio, Kaide, Ace, and Yatsuka. Super young players. You know that there's still such a high ceiling for them, so much more potential. And they put in the work, they put in numbers. Kaide especially. 30 kills, impressive anchor play, and it was so close there. We saw Ace also find the clutch in him in overtime. It was so close there for Riddle, but now is able to eke ahead by just this little.
Well, guess what, Dax? We're not done. We're gonna take that map, we're gonna do it all again on Lotus because we still have a second map, even though that first map felt like 2 already. We're gonna go into a quick break first because I think it's for my benefit and for Dax's benefit as well. So we'll be right back after we calm down. Just We are back and headed into our second map between Naos and Riddle. And Dax, that first map, I keep saying it honestly felt like two because it really got our hearts pumping there. And for good reason, because we had so many overtimes there. I'm wondering how our teams have mentally reset for this coming match, especially since, you know, that was a hard loss for Riddle, right? This is their last stand here. It's gonna be on Lotus, and we saw just how the faces of the players when the cameras cut to them. Soldam had his hand in his hands, and you know that it's absolutely tilting to lose that way.
Yeah, and he's the veteran really of this roster. Everyone's looking at Soldam to be example, but he went -13 in that last game. It's a heartbreaker really for Riddle, and especially if they lose again in a similar way. Looking back at Simprisa, right, it was an overtime loss. It wasn't as long as what we saw versus Naos, but it still was a 2-0 at the very end. And Riddle needs to finally break the 2-0 curse here, Mika, if they want to stand a chance to still stay alive. Japan getting eliminated this early on was not in the cards for anyone, but Naos right now at the cusp of doing just that. Interesting enough though, I do like this map pick yet again for Riddle because, well, like I said a while ago on Haven, there is that element of mystery back on Haven, and here on Lotus, there's also another element of the same way. The last time Riddle played this map was all the way back in May, and I do wonder if they're gonna change up from that chamber-based composition while Naos has been exposed here on Ascension itself on what they run on Lotus.
That's absolutely right. You know, the information right now for Riddle that Naos might have could be unreliable. It could be arbitrary just because you don't exactly know what they're going to show right now here on this stage, right? And, you know, you look at the performance that they had. Of course, it was very stressful for the players, for the audience as well. It was too, because you could see the strain on them, right? You could see how suddenly more and more mistakes were coming through on both sides as well, I might say. So the reset is what I'm looking at, especially in the early rounds of this map, right? You have also the switches, the role swaps that came in for Naos, right?
Yeah.
Are they going to do something like that for Lotus, especially since Dax, as you mentioned, their game plan has already been exposed so many times? Is this the time for them to change it up once again?
That's a good question, right? It's been basically the split 2 configuration for Lotus. A while ago in Haven, it was their split 1 configuration for VCT PH. And right now, they did perform a lot better against Oblivion Force. They still ran the Raze though. There is consideration for Mojer to swap on over to the Neon if ever. But my eyes really are on Riddle Order right now. What are they going to bring to the table? Do they still have it in them to really bounce back here? Because Naos is going to feed off that energy. And Naos stays the same with what they've been running here in this tournament. But Riddle Order, there's the big swap we're looking for. Not only do we get the Neon, but we get the Clove Omen suit with a double initiator. So it's similar to what JFT ran a while ago.
Yeah, and let's note that Kaide had such an amazing map that first time. Riddle may have lost, yes, but Kaide was a big reason as to why Naos lost so many rounds. There was the fact that, like, you know, you could almost feel Naos really targeting him at some point just because of how much value he was able to give, you know, those double kills, almost like successive double kills every round, right? So I'm wondering now for Riddle, like, how are they able to revolve their game plan around that? Is it still going to be Soldam dashing in here?
I expected the slide-ins. He was so good with the sunset. And we saw the weakness there for Naos round 22, round 23. As soon as the round starts, Naos is dead. This is a comp that can allow Riddle Order to do the same thing from the get-go. Play the initiative. And not only that, if you already have an incredible fragger in Kaide playing the Clove now, then he can be self-sufficient and find those kills along the way.
Well, does this series belong to Naos, or are we going into that mythical map number 3? We're going to find out as we toss it on over to Conky and Komodo.
For that, two very different comps, two very different positions, but Riddle Order on the verge of elimination. Komodo, can they bring it back?
Well, the loser out in 7th to 8th place. Think about Naos finishing 3rd to 4th last year. This could be devastating. But for Riddle, I mean, they need to do better. Mitch, we have a Neon. So we have speed, we have haste.
Is it going to be the difference between that and the Raze? That'll be the question, right? But Moja actually managing to make it work onto Soldam. So that's a very, very strong opening here for Naos already. Riddle limping away from that A site.
Yeah, well, one of the things that we saw from JFT was their aggression tactics to just get in, take all these fights. I think that Riddle Lotus comp specifically is going to be echoing that because it's the same. Meanwhile, for Naos, right, they're playing the most common composition on this map. Needs a little bit of individuality, though, from Ace right now. It's ill-timed, but he gets the kills. He gets 3. No way. He spots the 4th as well. This is an advantage for Riddle. They're still taking the duels. They're winning the duels, and now it's all onto Jar. And he brings it into a 1 versus 2.
This was a 3v5 Komodo. Now it's on to Jar in a 1v2, as you mentioned. Like, how has this turned on its tide so much? He has to swing and has to try and get the shot on the Kaide. He will. He will control. But Yatsuka low as well. He's managed to just slip away behind that box, paper thin. And that's the thing about the Clove. Still getting the ruses out. And they're just watching. It's going to be who can connect on the shot first. And Jar, is he going to walk? Oh my God, the fadeaway. Yatsuka hitting the shot, and as I mentioned, 3v5, and Ace pulls that off. What a turn.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely gorgeous. We need some individual heroics, I think, a little bit more in this map for Riddle as opposed to what we got from them in the last one. A massive crawl back for Ace. Meanwhile, changing things up on this map. You know, we're quicking from the desk into this map. Something I want to highlight is a massive flip up of agents when it comes to this map for Riddle, right? Previously, you did have Yatsuka on the chamber. You had Soldarm on an Omen. Just let that sink in. Soldarm on an Omen the last time we played this. So it's great to actually see that he's on an agent that he can entry with.
Oh, Soldarm. He's lost his weapon for a second, but he'll collect it again in a minute. So this is a pretty chill round, I suppose, anyway. Not much reinvested into this one for Naos. So it's just about 100%ing the round for Riddle.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we saw, you know, what pistols can do so far already if you get caught into a bit of a delayed crossfire as well. So far, navigating it quite well. As I say that, Mojo just gets through with the free weapon, and Jar finds one. Okay, this is scary because look how low Soldarm is.
Yeah, okay, good. That's super big brain from Jojo there to swing on in and help out Soldarm. That was good communication, I think, from Riddle in the end to be able to secure that. But, yeah, that got a little bit too scary after that 2K from Mojo.
Yeah, well, we'll settle it down just a little bit here because the guns are going to be back in possession for the side of Naos. Actually be kind of keen to see what their deployments on the Killjoy utility specifically is going to be for Jar, because we see one of the strengths on this standard composition is going to be Killjoy sets over towards C. You're going to see a little bit of lurking play come through as well when you're trying to think about the push-pull on how they're going to be expecting Riddle Order to play.
Soft clear. Moja doing what he did in the previous round. A little awkward here to try and get out off the back of the blast pack because Ace, he's actually going to get the trades out, which is pretty huge here. Metal does go down. Jar trying to get into position. Kaide obviously locking it out. So that Spike is on C, is in position, can go for the plant now. And the damage back from Kaide as well. This is a bonus round for Riddle, if I remind you all. And it's looking well set.
Yeah, still got the pick-me-up for Kaide as well. If you get another kill, you can heal yourself, which is what he's exactly going to be able to do. This is disgusting. You are mad if you are Naos in this situation as well. But Papi Chulo, a 1 versus 3. Time ticking away, clearing out the corners. Still feels just a little bit too far-fetched.
I was going to say, he's going very slowly. Don't know if he's overly keen to kind of get back into this, and that'll start to be the fadeaway now. He's just trying to play exits here, just trying to think about the next round, have a conversation about what they can do. There's one. And just also jumping around the side. Ace is going to be able to get out. Massive round from him. And a huge bonus to be secured here by Riddle Order Komodo. And are they going to be able to find Papi Chulo off the back of it? If they can clear him, they will. So 2 Vandals, all alive. And now they go down with half a fight.
Yeah, really important for Riddle to get off, firing at the beginning of this map as well, because I just think, for a team that's just gone through a monstrous amount of overtime, to have opportunities stolen away from you by Papi Chulo, to have it in it where you were feeling the momentum flow going in towards that secondary half, right? You drop the pistol, you get one back, you're teetering off, you push it into overtime with 3 rounds in a row, you're starting to set yourselves up for it, but you're missing Soldarm. Now that you can get him actually activated individually back in towards this map as well, I think you're really trying to strive towards setting Soldarm up for success here.
It's an interesting early round play. I thought they were going to pop the showstopper early, but it looks like they're just going to try to take that immediate control. And they're going to pick up off the back of it, Riddle. They're happy to sort of send their way over towards C right now, and it is going to be an awkward one. Jar maybe tagged up, but Soldarm He's already in sight, already in position. Ja just sitting close, and Ja actually manages to find it. Doesn't quite get the second, but Emin certainly does. And this is where it gets scary again for Riddle. You know, they've made a couple of mistakes here taking this site, despite having it all for free.
Double flank as well. No one from CT, so this can be a double pinch to come on through. As the plant goes down, actually just toyed with. I don't mind it. You want to try and get an advantage when you are lower.
Coming around from the mound side into Waterfall as well. Ace, oh, that's awkward to be pulling out the dark cover there, but now Showstopper, it's been popped. Will it connect? Doesn't matter. Jojo has had to go big here. So does Kaide, and 9 HP. They're going to be able to clear out those members, so it's all in the Nexi. And they're just going to be A-OK. No stress at all, despite finding a couple of frags lost here and there. Riddle Order still very much in the driver's seat into that round and not letting Naos overwhelm them with the pistols.
A recovery that you don't want to see required in a situation like that, but Riddle Order tempered and measured when it needs to come out. I was spotting the utility that, you know, Ace has available as well. You know, he just got into dark cover, could have deployed it over towards main in the expected flank to come through, but at that point in time, you actually don't know how close your opponents are. We saw from the Prowler of Nexi come on out that you had to quickly get your guns back out and be available for the trades as Riddle. So when they realized that it was this double flank pincer maneuver coming through from Waterfall as well, they just, no more utility. It's guns required, it's guns delivered, and it's a very clean start to this map for the series. An immediate response conky here from Naos, because there's already a lot of words to be said.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think this is the perfect time to do it, right? You've lost 4 rounds already. There's not really been any sort of convincing asset thrown out from you in the start part of this map so far in Lotus. And whatever Riddle has done between map 1 and 2, they have completely reset. It's incredible to see the change in pace that they've thrown out already, because they looked like defeated isn't even a way of starting to put it, right, in that previous map.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It is elimination territory right now. They lose this, they're going back to Japan. And I don't think anyone was sort of expecting that to happen so early, nor really Naos at the same time, especially, as you mentioned, if Naos have a less successful year at Ascension after last year, that'll be super disappointing for them as well. So both teams, pressure immense onto them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, there's a lot that rides on both of these teams from regions that, you know, have got representatives, you know, in Pacific, but have not had the most successful results. But we're back in towards it with the timeout fading away. Riddle building up a lot of this economy, building up a couple of these key ultimates as well to get back into it, right? Rolling Thunder, Nightfall, Seldom, clearing space.
Just simmering for a second now after that, right?
I don't actually mind it right now as well, because you can gather this orb on one of your initiators to roll in towards the site. You clear out tree as well. You do it dry. You can technically use it for a post when the plant's down. And Kaide still does have the ult up as well for a later fight.
Spike planted.
You know what I love, Komodo? It's a big old brawl on a 5 versus 5 retake, especially with Ja in towards the flank here. But obviously with Ace still keeping a keen eye on it from Rubble, it's going to be chaos.
Fault line in, they don't rely on the Rolling Thunder until they actually need it, because time ticking is time bought that favors Riddle.
As they start to creep out now, Kaide is going to be the one to find the opener, but there's Ja with that exchange that we talked about before. But Jojo finding that frag, it means that he can pop the Nightfall, and now they're getting information off the back of it, and it's looking a little awkward here for Naos. They don't seem to be super keen to be fighting for it. Looks like Seldom actually wanting to use that wall to give him extra space, but it's not working out for him, so they're still yet to use it. Still don't need the Rolling Thunder, and Kaide can just play, because remember when they put Clove into this game? They were a duelist, right? And that's exactly what we've seen from Riddle here.
Kaide just having a couple of kisses in that one for the final 2 frags as well, and yes, they all go up with the ship, but I think it's okay because you still got what you needed out of this treasure exploration. You got a plant, you got the round, you're 5-0, you're flawless up. And that was another gun round to be seen from Naos, who on the back of a timeout, finding no immediate impact, does start to get you a little bit concerned. Down to a lesser equipped buy, a couple of ultimates, yeah, for sure. But we're not getting any strong defenses. We're not getting any right retake reads yet from Naos.
Just Kaide standing up in this series, right? You know, 30 however many frags in the previous. Starting off very, very strong now on the Clove here, you know, and from agents that have impact, right? But in a different way, especially that Viper on Haven. It's the shots that have been securing the young talent.
One of the successes that we've seen from a lot of these defensive teams on a map like Lotus as well globally is the succession in either taking mound control or rubble control, right? And Naos haven't done any of that. Yes, I know it's with the lesser weaponry, but you do have these combinations available of a C's and paint shells, for example, right? And now they have really late control of mounds, but it's kind of nil and void because of how far Riddle have already gotten up free of charge.
Oh, look at this. Just again, the control being found. Just walking straight up. Gets the pick-me-up out, gets another frag for their troubles as well, and Soldan able to find one more. Emmons at least responded, but when the rest of your team is just completely fallen down, Jar's still playing. He's playing the other side, Komodo. He's on attackers right now, and he is going to be able to at least pick up a Vandal, but it's a long way to save, a long way to go. And Riddle have just torn open Naos completely. Obviously, this is their map pick, but you would have expected something more from Naos. Like, Jar is giving this a bit of a sniff, but I just think it's a little bit too overdone here. But I'll back him in if he wants to go for it.
The problem is Kaido still has that ultimate as well. If he doesn't need to go for the duel, he can just play for the time for it. It's ticked away. Jar is just going to be looking for some economical damage, which at the end of the last round with everyone going out, I think it's actually pretty okay for him to look to do so. As he does sneak on in, he finds where both of them are. You don't need to res it this time, so it's just Jojo alive. 6-0. And I think, Mitch, what I want to highlight here is we've already seen Naos play Lotus twice in this tournament, right? Once against Boom, once against Oblivion Force. So you can think for Riddle Order that they have watched both of those in preparation for this Veto for it to come out, knowing where they're weak. But right now, what I'm actually not seeing from Naos is what they were doing on the defensive side, right? The successes that they were getting against Oblivion Force, the successes that they were attempting to find against Boom. I mean, attempting because Boom had a stellar start on the attacking side, by the way, before adjustments were made. They're not even imploring half of what they were doing to find, advantage. Now, okay, finally they do, but there's no one home listening.
Yeah, that's right. They go, okay, let's take rubble control, but already Soldan is in C through B, and he's found Jar. This is a gun round, by the way. I remind you all, they've actually gone to C in the end after making their way through B. Poor Nexi sitting there going, what the hell has happened? Because if he's not careful, he's going to get picked up by Soldan, who, again, finally, we see him wake up in this series, and it's on the Neon, on the agent that you don't typically expect, from someone who was such a one-trick, I guess you would say, back on the Jet, right? But look, Puppy Chulo brings it back. Jojo taps it away. So it's just Puppy Chulo in this 1v3, and there's no way he wins this. So I'll just send it back to you, Komodo. Like, you keep talking about how Naos haven't been adaptive, and even in a round where they go forward, Riddle Order were ready for it and adopted a different play, and this is Puppy Chulo going down as well. So the money, again, in a bit of a rough one.
I think it's a little bit more favorable for Riddle in this round to see how they've actually navigated around and just sending Soldarm in, pushing through B, pushing to 3, to C, because as Jar, you're not really expecting something like that by himself before you can get your gun out, before you can get your utility out, because a Sentinel, right, they want their setup time, they want their patient play, they don't want to be individually fighting against opponents generally, right, when the utility's not on the mark. So that's really well played out from Riddle in that scenario. Maybe it's them actually recognizing what Naos haven't been doing, that they might do it. The big 200% IQ counter gameplay stuff. Sure. But the importance was it was a gun round. We have another one right now, and we immediately have another change. Through the guts of Mound, through C, we can get an open plant. We've still got Yaska's Rolling Thunder.
Ooh. Bit of a bold play in. Jar gets one, and Emin looks to get another as well. He's out of that Rolling Thunder, so it's going to be okay for now. But Yatsuka, he's got 2 in the process. So once again, it just leaves it on to 2 of the veterans in Puppy Chulo and Emon to try and find their way back into this, because they got out, they had the lockdown. Jar was looking to bring that one through, but as he's taken down, they lose that utility for the retake in this 3-on-2, and it's tough to get back in.
I mean, I'm looking at what Puppy Chulo's still got held, right? He's still got his 2 smokes. This is really quick from Riddle, leaving nothing to chance, leaving no time for Naos to even mount some idea of what's going to be happening. And now you've got these crossfires. Not even crossfires on the side. It's just Jojo tapping them both away through the ruse. This is looking absolutely gorgeous from Riddle Order. If you had the names of this scoreboard on top after map 1, I wouldn't say that we're in the same series, Mitch.
No, this is kind of nuts, to be fair. Like, you think about a 4, 5, 6 round start, you go, okay, you can bring this back, but 8 rounds, you've already secured at the very least an 8-4 half in the advantage. You win pistol, you get close already. So Riddle are doing all the right things right now, and Naos just haven't been able to find the answer.
this is absolutely deja vu for Naos against Boom, right? Where you're 7-0 down, now you're 8-0 down to Riddle with a different flavor of it because it's a Neon. Boom, one of the teams, not adopting for the speed meta now. But in towards this new round, right? You were seeing Naos take a little bit of Rumble control previously. They've lost C twice in a row now, and they change it up. They go to C, but Riddle completely go the other side of the map. Like we've not actually seen contest duels in the very beginning from Naos.
Not at all. Just being like played a little bit turtly, right? Back in their shell, not throwing themselves out, not having a little bit of a look-see. And just the one member in Puppy Chulo sitting back with a Sheriff outside stairs. They can start to rotate over now, but again, the positional advantage from Riddle is just too strong.
I wonder how tempted you are as Naos to just dump all of your ults in towards this scenario. I would hope to say none, but that kill is a little bit enticing. Soldum to just slide on around, find the frags where needed. Finally, some individual brilliance from him again, but so does Eman. Now 1 versus 2.
Hold up. Wait a minute. He's still going to clear. Yeah, but he's let him through. That's dangerous because he's got the info now. He can actually go for the peek back, but yeah, there's not enough time. I want to believe here that Eman can do this, but he's going to have to try and get to the half, but there's just no time. It's so dangerous with that post-plant utility, right? So they can get the paranoia out. He does get an additional frag, but again, if he had a little bit more time, maybe there'd be a moment. And this is the round where it's like so damn close for Naos, but still so far as Riddle are just in control.
Another round, though, where everybody on Riddle's side dies to these lesser-equipped weapons, just for a little bit of an overextension from Soldar. Meanwhile, a gap in the top side of the side as well. But in the end, it doesn't eventuate to anything, because the credits are so far built up for Riddle that they can just reinvest. Like, 9-0, with not too much challenge, it feels like, in the important duels in these rounds, like the decisive blow duels. We really need to see Naos answer back with just, a duel in the beginning, I feel like, is all they need to actually try and win to get on the board. We've just got another round now where there's 0 contest at the very beginning.
Same sort of story, right? I guess the only positive factor is that they have peeked into B main. They have taken mound control towards C, but that's really it. They've got the Killjoy set up at A, but still, again, no control of the map outside of a little bit.
I want to see a cheated rotate, though, to come through from Nexi with this Nightfall. I want to see a flood before the plant goes down, because Riddle's been overextending, they're going to take on the site, but as soon as these rotations start to come through, look what Riddle do. They heads up play, rotate back over towards the C site now, where these dark covers are no longer in existence, and you've got Moja, who has left Papi Chulo.
Kaide just there for the lurk, just to try and sell some sort of a fake, give some sort of information. If Jar falls, they'll get an audible, they'll get the info, but they're actually sending it back. Okay, so maybe that was a bit of a misread, bit of a miscall, because now they look a bit confused, Riddle, about how they want to approach this. They're still going A.
Yeah.
It's going to be a toughie, though.
They might have overcooked the goose here in this one just a little bit, but a lockdown in and a stretch in towards B is not a bad idea. You equalize back in finding Eman. Now you need to go for the plant with sub 30 seconds to go. And as I said, you've baited out that lockdown from Jar, so you've adjusted accordingly now into a post plant. And you're just losing it.
And Soldam's just ripping her head off as well alongside Ace. Yatsuka still outside C. This just does not look like a equal matchup in any way, shape, or form right now. This is Naos with their pants down, and they are trying so hard to pull them back up, but they keep falling over, and Riddle are just pointing and screaming at the moment, saying, we are the better team. And all I want to quickly touch on Komodo is just, again, I shift you back to what happened at the end of the first map, where they had head in hand. They were so upset, so sad, and they've managed to completely mentally reset immediately off the back of that one.
Yeah. This is just proficient abuse in what Naos are weak on this map right now, and what Riddle have been able to figure out. No real contest at the beginning. The space that they've been able to find is generally space that they gather in troves. Finally, though, a contest in the very, very beginning of the round, and Naos get the advantage that they can fall back. We've got no real proceedings too hard from Riddle. Yeah, you got a little bit of this outer link control from Kaede, but you do still have Eman. You got Nexi close by. You don't need to go for these duels, Mitch. You don't need to give Riddle away back in here.
No, absolutely not. And Moja obviously 5 HP, so it's still a tough one for him. It's even when he pulls the showstopper, like, will he get taken down? But instead, Maiago Papachulo will be able to get the Shrouded Step out. Okay, here we go. Oh, our Filipino casters and the chat can potentially... Ooh, okay, I was going to say, can sigh a breath of relief, because it isn't going to be a 13-0. But right now, at the very best, Naos are going to get 2 rounds, right? Which is just not a pass mark for a map like Lotus.
Yeah, and I mean, one might make an argument that Ace didn't necessarily need to hold on back by himself there and play with the team, but I think more importantly, we put our eyes towards what Naos have delivered in that round, and it's a round on the board at the nth hour, right? You can't have this map go 12-0, 13-0. Even if this one goes like 13-2, 13-3, you're still really upset about the result, given by how Haven went. Going in towards Ascent will be a very interesting beast if we do continue on this way. But in the last round, Mitch, let's actually see if Naos are going to be able to double down, right? Because there's no one-way smoke over at the seaside. There is just a bit of a related pop, a bit of a crunch in.
Ooh, and it's good. Open for 1. That's all they really kind of need here. So it's a happy position, a happy advantage that they can take. Because again, if Naos can do anything, it's just getting some momentum back in the back pocket.
Well, again, it's after losing this first duel for Riddle that they just silently creep in towards one location around the map. This time it is towards A, Kaide. See if you can get in. It'll bait out a lot of Jar's utility. You've got immediate rotations from Naos. So if we do eventuate in towards the A site, Naos have the numbers once again. This is 100% their round to win.
They'll buy some time. Just wait patiently before they get the spike planted because they've still got the tails.
Oh, no way.
Soldam's there. You know, you're never going to count him out whilst he's still alive, sitting down in position. And a third for him as well. Jojo and Ace are going to pick it up. And look, 11-1 is not a position you want to be in if you're Naos.
I mean, I'll highlight the fact that that was, what, a 3-5 deficit for Riddle Order once they creep in towards the site. And Soldam's sent in, and then the rest of them just hold the lines when Naos overfloods when the tap goes down. That's just Riddle individually, as you know, 3 players there coming up with a little bit of a mid-round gameplay strat to execute, and it's kind of flawless at the end. That's gorgeous. Like, that is actually gorgeous recovery stuff for mid-round decisioning.
Hey, I'm going to say it right now because I love baiting in storylines and you know, they obviously give us the script at the start of every single broadcast, I think, in history. So let's throw it out there and change it. Imagine now, like, well, what I was going to say is this goes 3 maps now, which is great. We finally have a 3rd map. But imagine if it doesn't, right? Imagine a position where now bring this back. But 1-11, it's just too tricky. You know, it's not even the fact that you have to win out the pistol, you have to win out the 2nd round, you have to win out the bonus. It's just such an awkward mental position where I don't know if we've ever really seen a comeback of this, like, caliber in competitive VALORANT history so far. So you kind of just count it out to the nth degree, but it just makes for such a more entertaining storyline into that 3rd map when we get there.
Yeah, for sure. And on a map that we did see already, you know, Riddle Order placing Priester on in that upper bracket opener for them. 13-9, it's kind of a respective scoreline in the mid-game adjustment that you actually have to come up with as well because of Sin Priester's very new, fresh look of an agent selection. So I think so far for Naos, you know, I think you are really worried going in towards the next map as well when you consider that your Ascent, how favored are you in going in towards that one? How confident are you going in towards that 3rd and final map when you have a really close first one just slipped by the way because you had an individual moment, right, to push us into the next realm of OT, to win it in the end. When you then get smashed like this on map number 2, I think the scales are kind of heavily favoring Riddle.
Needs to be, right? Because it sort of speaks the exact same story on the other side. If Riddle lose that after they come back from, you know, what, quad overtime, losing it out and head in hands, and then they come out and, you know, 13-1 here and they lose the 3rd map, it's just not even a narrative that's ever been written. So they're straight in, they're quick, they're onto this B site now, and they will be able to get the plant nice and early unless they try to wrap through towards A here, Komodo.
Non-normal pistol strategies, I'm all for it. A wrap in towards the A site, but you have left Jar to play by himself and potentially get flanked out by a Kaide. He's seemingly aware of it, good at preemptive shots as well, so you bring a little bit of stability into the flank watch from Jar. You can get the plant. Can you close out the round as Naos?
I believe, Komodo. Pistol round for Naos. 13-11. We'll see what happens, because still a retake possible for the side of Riddle. They're up close. I'll wait for a little bit of utility. That Haunt's going to come out. There's Seldam straight back in. So I may very well have jinxed it. I apologize, everybody. But onto the site, 3 versus 4. Holding true for as long as they can. Yatsuka takes another. And all of a sudden, it's left on the Puppy Chulo, who can't only get one. Oh, Riddle order, 12-1 it will be. And Naos only have a very weakened buy to try and hold this one on.
They're just ignoring the standard timing as well, right? When you think about a retake to come on through, you're thinking about a Haunt going in, you're waiting for it to pop, and you're going together as a team. But Soldam's just recognizing that he's getting in front of the utility before it pops, because you need to clear up towards Heaven, you need to clear up towards Drop, and then just getting in towards the site when your team already has your back as well with their own utility. Like, it's just absolutely wondrous to watch from Riddle order. Like, the adaptations to just ignore the result of map number 1. You're warmed up into a map that you're extremely confident in. You go in with gusto. Now you got this, what could be the last round of this map, going in with a stronger buy, because Naos have to kind of force. They did get the plant, mind you. So it is also just a very slight amount.
Too much information on Naos. Riddle order well and truly prepared. And now as they try to make this final approach, the attacker's side so daunting, especially when you look at the position. Already there, getting the fault line off. Yatsuka looking to get that damage over. All he needs to do is just buy time here, wait for the rest of the team, and that's all he's done. But Puppy Chulo and Moja, they will be able to get a couple here, and that Judge is not exactly the best weapon you want to be pushing mid with.
No, a couple of overwhelming numbers for Naos in these individual fellings that they've found on Riddle. And it might actually set them up to win this round, to be honest with you. 5 versus 3, time is ticking, time board in Heaven. And by Mollies.
Really, all they can do now is just get a couple of rounds here, right, before they go to the next map. But they need to make sure they don't lose it, because Komodo, if you lose it to a judge like this of Kaide, who's up so close, no! Oh man, was that a misclick?
No,
Either way,
get
it doesn't matter.
the ruse out onto the
he
spike and then
definitely
go
did,
for
but
it.
But still, right?
Or
you know,
main.
that could have gone either way. So it's okay. We take that second round and use it as momentum and a bit of a snowball for map 3.
Hey, forces up, you know, when you get some numbered duels that you're winning and you can actually set yourself up for a post-plant when you stall for time as well, because that's what, 2 nano swarms at the front of main, you got the poison orb over at Heaven as well. Like, you're buying a significant amount of time in that position. So well done for Naos to at least hold on, and yeah, I'll favor our host and stuff to start to mount a glorious comeback.
I believe in our Filipino overlords. 10 rounds, easy.
Let's get past these pistols first of Riddle order, who have left the C site open. More structured towards B and A, and I mean, how much do you really rely upon the pistols here, finding something for Riddle order? If you're going for this crossfire as well, your timing can be upset by Emma putting up that wall. Just can't help but feel for Naos as well. How hesitant are you actually to walk into a stack if you're not using Nexi's Haunt to great power, if you're not using Prowlers to start to sniff forward little by little as well?
Okay, Emin gets out. A little bit scary there off the back of that fault line, but now they're just clearing out Mount, clearing out C Long, getting that utility up. They will end up here. There's some utility down, and the door is opened at the exact same time. Haunt gets info, but it's not really going to matter. As I said, you're only up with the pistols here. It's just going to be on to see if Kaede can get something. 1. Narrowly misses the second. Gets a bit of damage off, though.
30 seconds left.
There's an interesting world here. Ace with the paranoia and the smoke. You've got Prowlers, you've got C's, you've got flashes from Yatsuka. You've still got a slide available from Seldam with the relay bolt. Like, imagine if you're isolating a player or 2 from Naos and they're stunned or blind.
Oh, Ja. Tagged up. Jojo gets it. That's dangerous, isn't it? Now the Prowler goes in. They've got that seize, but Moja is going to be able to find Seldam in the process, so at least they can get back on towards the side here. Now as they look to clear, Jojo does try to get around. Was that the blast back? Great stuff, but Ace in the 1 versus 3 gets some damage off, and that's all he can hope for at this point, as Eman will secure the round. And they walk through with a Vandal and a Bulldog. It's not perfection, but it's something. It's just, okay, it's just the Vandal, but that's all right. 3 rounds and a dream.
Well, all they're saying was a way for Riddle to get back into a round like that. It's either some successive stuns or flashes to find a kill or two, and they managed to do that immediately over in Mound. So I got a little bit hot and sweaty in it, but a good recovery at the end. And you were right about that blast pack, by the way. It was thrown out there as a little bit of time buying. If you do get overwhelmed, that can be popped by Moja to just upset your opponent's aim and stuff. So, nicely done on that, the Raze kit. Trying to use it to perfection. But, I mean, just one of the highlighted factors that we've seen on this map, and a lot in this competition, actually, is the impact of the Neon, right? Being absolutely destructive. And now that you've got the weapons in hand for Riddle, is this where it is going to end, or are we starting to put one foot in front of the other as Naos? They're at the right location to overwhelm Acia and Seldom.
Oh, get one. Now Seldom, it's going to be on to him to see if he can find anything. They did get caught in the fault line, but it's not enough. As the damage is done by Jojo, though, Moja will catch. So it's still okay for now. 3 versus 2. They should be able to get site control, should be able to get that plant. But I'm always scared when Kaide and Yatsuka are alive, especially when they're swinging out stairs.
What a stun.
Especially when Yatsuka's got that fault line and jump. He has to find it all, and they're going to swing out, and it's all done. Very, very well done by the dynamic duo. Like, the amount of times, Komodo, that I keep harping on about these Zeta Academy players, the impact that they've managed to bring through. Jojo has been great, Soldam has been inconsistent, but Yatsuka and Kaide have been absolutely phenomenal in every map they've played so far.
Yeah.
And that is Riddle bringing it back 13-3.
Hey.
We have certainly had 2 different maps here in this series.
We just got a third map. We just got a third map. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we get a series that is going the distance for these teams in an elimination variety as well. A massive close map number 1. Feels like it was the warm-up for Riddle Order with the destruction that they've come out in towards this one right here for us. And I mean, we had some glimpses of what Naos was able to do, but more importantly, I think for Naos' trajectory, if they are able to come back in the next one, right, and they are able to win it, they have a lot to work and prep for on this map, because you learn more from a loss on a map than you will from a win, generally, right? So we have seen a massive exposing of their weaknesses that now, in immediate effect, between these 2 maps, they have to discuss in their camp.
Definitely. It's an interesting one too, isn't it? Because, like, trying to shift agent compositions, which maybe this agent lineup seems a little bit outdated given the current meta, given the Clove, given the Neon, but changing mid-competition is hard, right? And it's a bit of a challenge. But then, you never know. You never know if it's the right opportunity to do it. But anyway, now, irrespective, they've still got one more chance. But I remind you all, watching along at home, right? This is an elimination game. This is the first time inside this competition from Ascension so far. I think, takes 3 days, and how many series now? We're into our 8th series before we finally get a map 3. That's how one-sided this competition has been. We've had a few absolute bangers, some heaters of games, right? They've been really, really close across the board. We've had some overtimes, but finally, we've got one that will go the distance. It's all eyes on this one from the Japanese and the Filipino fans, and all I can say is I just want to hear it broken down a little bit more by Mika and Dax, because there's so much more to happen before map 3.
Before anything else, though, hey, good job, everybody. We did it. We got to map number 3. Good job, production. Good job, Conky and Komodo. We
3 days, Mika. 10 series before this. This is the 11th series of the tournament. And
it happens to also happen after the most dominant map in Ascension to date. I mean, like, you look at how that first half played, it was basically, they were steamrolled.
It was absolutely one-sided. If Naos thought against Boom it was already bad, it was even worse coming into this one versus Riddle. 11-1 from the first half, and apparently the rumors that the death of Soldam, it has been greatly exaggerated, Mika. Sure, Kaide, incredible work yet again. Same momentum from that 30 bomb that he dropped in that last game. But Soldam always outpacing, ruin Naos and their plans, always getting in there, always getting in their face. And with the space that he makes, it's always a good post plan for Riddle. Perfect post plans, 11-1 as I said. And not only that, it was also another good start made by Riddle thanks to the talents of their younger roster. You have Ace there, finding multi-kills at the very start. Naos didn't know what they hit them, and truth be told, Naos just looked so lost in this whole map.
Yeah, it was really, really tough to watch if you're a Naos fan, which of course you and I, Dax, both are. But for Riddle, this was incredible because you came off of that very taxing first map, right? And we were wondering, how are they going to come back? How are they going to get in that mental state? We saw the faces of the players as well. They were crestfallen too. But then you come into this map and you're able to just do a complete mental reset. That is props to the coaching staff of Riddle. That's props to the teamwork as well, that they're able to just, you feed off of each other too, just keep it going, especially with that streak that they had.
Yeah, Vors and the rest of the coaching staff making sure that Riddle Order is prepped for this one. And you give it to Kaide as well, MVP award. Between rounds 2 to 6, Mika, he would get a minimum of 2 kills in each of those rounds. Insane to think that there's this much talent for Riddle Order. And finally, a map number 3. We're gonna get it here in Pacific Ascension.
That is right. We made history.
We've done it. We've done it, guys. A decider.
We finally get to a map number 3, and again, like as you mentioned, it is elimination. So Riddle was able to come back and say, "Hey, we're not out of this just yet," and now we're gonna head into Ascent. And as is usual with this map, it can be very tricky, but we have seen teams, begin to innovate finally here on Ascent, right? And we do know that Naos does tend to bring out the deadlock here, like as do some other teams. Riddle, maybe, as of what we have so far, might stay a little bit default, but that's a conversation for a little bit later. Right after this very quick break, we will be back and we will head into Ascent. For the first time here on Ascension 2024, we are heading into a map number 3. It is going to be Ascent between Naos and Riddle. And Dax, I mean, with the if we're gonna put our bias aside, it's looking real dicey because of that map that Riddle had. And you and I here, we put the full bias on, and I'm biting my nails. I am really stressed out, and I'm sweating here.
Look, I put it for the Preds, but I believe that Riddle Order really deserved that map number 2. Effectively, from a scrap fest that was Haven. And Riddle Order, they were taking Naos to the limit on Naos' own map pick. Onto their map pick, 13-3, 11-1/2, and right now they have all the momentum in the world. But coming into Ascent, it's an interesting tale, right? When we saw Riddle Order versus SPG, Riddle playing a strong stock standard game, and they even won the bonus at the very start of the matchup on the defense. But then suddenly all the Harbor shenanigans showed up. You got the Yor, you got the Neon outpacing you, and Simprisa figured everything out by the end once they came onto the defense. On the other hand, for Naos, it's a different story coming into this one. Funny enough, Mika, it was one of their permaban maps back in VCT PH split number 2 because they wanted to keep it for the playoffs. And against Oasis, against Sol, they finally brought it out to make it here to the Ascension stage. And you mentioned a while ago, a deadlock comp very much considered by Naos coming into this one.
Yeah, I wonder if they're bringing that out, especially since, you saw how they were able, or rather, a Riddle was able to read them so well when they tried to throw something that was a little unusual on Haven, right? The scoreline was just way too close for their liking. I'm sure when they brought that out, they were like, oh, we're going to take them by surprise. And sure, there were rounds that did take them by surprise, but it's just that they couldn't sustain it for that long. And going into Ascent here, what more can they do? Especially when Riddle, I feel like they don't even need to do that much any longer. Especially since they were able to show that they made the most important comeback of all, that mental reset. And, you have Soldam, who has that mental reset, who is all ready to just dive in and go, whether he's on maybe the Neon, maybe a Jet. At this point, I don't really know.
No, that's a perfect point, because we saw his body language every time we would cut to Soldam's cam in Haven. Many times our casters noted that Soldam was getting picked off first, being found, trying to make hero plays by himself, and eventually he was put on lurk duty just because it wasn't as confident on the entry anymore. But into map number 2, it was a complete different affair on the Neon. Not only was he playing the entry for both the takes and the retakes, but he would just disrespect Naos. He would slide in front of them, get in their face, go for the movement, and Naos Esports, okay, we're gonna see
that's a little anticlimactic.
Yeah, it's a meta. It's a mirror matchup, but, well, it's a decider anyway. So on map number 3 with the mirror.
No, you know what this tells me as well? There's no more funny business. Everybody wants to play safe. They know how important this match is. They know that this is elimination, and this is their final stand, both of these teams.
Yeah, and the consideration here for Naos is they were running the Cypher actually back in their local scene. So back to the Killjoy here for Ja, and you also have Eman on the KO, since Nexi a lot more comfortable playing the Intel Initiators rather than the Flash ones. On the other hand, Riddle, Soldam, has he shaken it off? Is he going to be back with the Korean Jets moniker? We'll find out here, Mika.
Well, whose journey continues? Is it going to be Riddle's, or is it going to be Naos for this elimination match? Honky, Komodo, why don't you take us through it?
Thank you so much again, Mika and Dax. We are moving into the third map, and yeah, look, I'm a little bit bored of this agent composition, Komodo, to be quite honest, but it means that whoever wins doesn't win with some gimmick here. They win doing the exact same thing into this final map of Ascent.
I'm just thinking pure recency bias as well on the back of that Lotus and the back of what we've already seen in this tournament against Riddle Order, or from Riddle Order against Simprisa. I picked them to win this one now on this map. We're going quick. We're getting control up through mid for Naos. Meanwhile, in through B main for Riddle. So no bars being held.
Hang on. Look at Papi Chulo as well. Finding 2 there. Jojo does get a response. And ultimately, with a teammate lost top mid, Soldam, Kaide, Ace, all down. And it's just onto Jojo and Yatsukat to try and bring something back here.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. It's always difficult to get in somewhere on this map when you lose your smokes. Specifically when you lose tiles as well, because Mojo is already here just playing Spotto. Although Yatsukat, that's an important kill. That opens up the map a little bit more for Riddle Order to be able to find another duel individually. Although, that hurts just a tad, Mitch.
Getting spotted. So now looking to kind of re-aggress, because they have at least done one thing, Komodo. They've split up Naos entirely. But where do they end up here? They drop the turret mid. 0 point out, nothing spotted.
I love what Jar's done though, just in towards the archway, making sure he's not too deep in towards main, but out enough to go for the fight and individually dispatching a Jojo. Now Yatska, yeah, this becomes a bit more difficult, mate.
Yeah, he's going to try and go heaven here. That's broken. Does manage to find the line. He actually does get the damage dealt. Does he want to swing in further here? Oh no. This could be absolutely abysmal here, but look at the reposition. I like this from Jar.
10 seconds
He's walking
left.
on in. He's going to give it that additional time, but now clearing out. Surely Yatsuka's going to be ready for his position in a spot. But well done from Jar. Timing is fantastic. He gave just a little bit of a false sense of security there for Yatsuka and walked in as he tried to cross towards Hell. So nicely done there, and Naos win the pistol.
Yeah. And last time we saw Naos win a pistol, they did convert the map. If you want to align it that way, we didn't see them win a single pistol overload on Lotus, but they did win that secondary force up, so I'd be interested to see here if with the 4 kills at the end that Riddle collected, if they decide to force up. They're a little bit ambitious. There's something I did want to highlight for both of these teams in their regional grand final as well, right? This was a painful map in both accounts. 14-12 against Fennel in the map that could have, knocked him out, and Fennel would be here instead. And for Naos, albeit with a different composition, I was really excited to see Eman back on the deadlock. 14-12, the final map, to see who would get here. So I think it's pretty deserving that this is the elimination map as well for the series. Puppy Cooler, you can just laugh that one off, I hope.
I wouldn't be... Okay, never mind. We can laugh now. I was going to say, I wouldn't be laughing if Soldam actually managed to make some more off of that, because the fact is, getting 2 is pretty good. It makes it a bit scary, but thankfully Moja is there with the Outlaw from the high heavens. Because Yatsuka's flank, they bought a little bit more time there. They maybe did a little bit more damage, Komodo, and all of a sudden I don't think Naos would be questioning the flank, but this time they do. Yatsuka does hit the shot. I'm not going to think too much about it. 30 points of HP. He's got a long way to go. It's a very hard round to win from here.
Yeah. You also don't have the spike, so you have to go into the enemy territories. See if you can get maybe one more kill, but all in all, I mean, for Naos on the back of the pistol, picking up the secondary round, you'll be holding something to go back in towards the bonus in the next one, and then we play, kind of the most commonly played Ascent gameplay that we've ever witnessed in a mirror match of the meta comp. So, as we were saying earlier, it literally does come down to who can understand the fundamentals of these compositions in this map, who can adapt quicker and accordingly with whatever's thrown your way.
This is probably one of the only maps that has such a hard meta comp these days, right?
Yeah, I mean, I look towards this comp and I'm seeing a couple of teams adopted in towards Abyss as well currently. We haven't even seen an Abyss here at this tournament, which is sad. But yeah, it makes sense as well because it covers all of your bases, really, when you think about the whole tactical FPS, what we should have with, smokes and flashes and reconnaissance and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, we'll see if anything does change it. That's why I really like teams opting for different compositions and trying to make something new, trying to make something unexpected. Impresa, brilliant example of it.
So back out mid. A little bit of a slower approach here. Riddle, weaponry up. They want to make sure they try to convert this one as best as they can. Moja, surely they're going to be aware from this after he did try to approach this in the previous, but he hits the shot and immediately falls out. So that's an opening advantage already found here for Naos.
And it's great as well because he had his teammates to be able to assist him, though now he is a little bit stuck. No scopes with the Outlaw do not generally work. They are awful. So for the time being, you're taking the player advantage if you are Riddle. You're holding Seldon with 5 HP, and you're just setting up for a bit of an execute together. Not bad.
Wondering if Papichulo only had the shorty there. A little bit rough if that was the case, but Jar does manage to get one, but he's quickly traded out, and now it leaves Nexi into a 1v3 here. A little bit of a awkward position too. He's going to be able to get that spike planted up in towards heaven. So 3v1. Weapons up, Vandals, all the party, all the rage.
Can't use that yet.
And this very well should be an 100% round here for Riddle.
Just got to say, in the minute time as well, when Ace TP'd up on top of the generator, he was very quick to get that one-way smoke up. You always want someone on your smokes to really quickly establish them properly without any gaps to ensure that you just, are buying the right amount of time. So I'm just going to give props to Ace there to be able to do that as well, because if you get into these really big retake rounds and you're able to establish a smoke like that as quick as possible, you can give your team a bit of confidence that they can also then set up their bits and pieces. Because these one-way smokes generally have a very fine tooth that they can sit on.
Ace has just been so good individually as well. You know, he's been a member that we've relied upon for many times in amongst these last 2 series that they've played. So let's see if he can continue this one forward, as it's the first gun round of the map.
I see an operator for Moja, this time not posted up through mid. He's going to be a little bit more stalled in his approach and just holding down the line. It's not a bad idea either when you consider it. That's cheeky though from the Nano Swarm. Do love to see that actually come out from Yatska. It'll make you second guess things as Naos as well. Where you're going to be positioning your players, what utility you're specifically going to be setting up around this B side as well as Jar, because if there's all these lineups from Yatska, and you're also comboing JoJo's lineups too, remember, and Kaide's, your Killjoy utility, you got to be scared for it.
I got the spike.
The fact is, Nexi's 1 HP. Moja, 54 HP, just off such a limited exchange. And now Moja wants to try hit the shot, narrowly misses that one on the Soldam, already finds his way in. Nexi does get 1. Quickly traded out by Kaide. He finds 2. Jar actually gets 1 off the back of the Nano Swarm, so having that Killjoy around does allow for the additional utility and the additional time, because they get to get that spike planted. Might find the line as well. Moja manages to thread the needle there, and now they set up for this retake into 3-on-2.
Let's see if Kaide can protect this site like Akana did earlier on, though into the molly. It's protector for both of these teams.
Neither looked, neither got any frag out of that one, so it's just on to Kaide to continue this tear. He's already found 3, would be on for the ace if he can clear these further, but Eman will take the frag, will take the position, supported by Moja, and that's a nice and clean retake there for Naos as they find a 3rd round here. Riddle yet to really get one on the board, albeit the attacker side of this map a little bit more challenging with these compositions.
I gotta say though, man, like, heads up from Riddle to expect an operator, because the way that they were using a lot of that utility actually was to counter the op being in play, right? You're nano swarming the standard operator line, you're cloud bursting before you're going in towards the side as well when your opponent's smoke starts to fade up. Like, they're kind of dotting I's and crossing T's. In how to methodically get in towards the B side. It's just a couple of ill timing in the very end there when the door smoke starts to fade and you're shutting it that you get caught off. When you fall on back, you get the 1 kill from Platt, you're kind of stuck. You don't have your teammate to swing out immediately from the laneway. So I think it's these small adjustments that Riddle need to just protect themselves and pick up going forward in this map. But apart from that, I mean, their game plan is kind of so far pretty sound on how to get in towards these sites and how to exploit what Naos are throwing at them.
So will Eman be able to hold the line here? Limited conditioning. Paranoia does manage to go up. Soldam gets into Garden. He's going to be happy with that position, but he's already spotted out by Moja. Nexi drops Kaide. That's an impactful member going down as well quickly. So there's already been so much chaos in this round, Komodo. They're also split up.
Ace has also just used his ultimate to get to the back of the B site, right? You've lost Soldarm though, so I think things go from bad to worse now that you start to transition over to this B site. Jar, not expecting Ace to be here and all. I thought the timing would have got the better of him, but Jojo with the free gun.
What?
The free weapon has found 2.
$0. Mojo at least manages to find him, gets the trade, brings it back to the advantage, but yeah, look, Ace, Yatsuka, now they're in a position where they can actually potentially win out this round, Komodo, when it should have never been happening.
Oh, you're going to see the 3 vs 2, though. You will eventually have to either smoke off the turret or destroy it, but
oh no, it's been dismissed.
The problem is, how long do you wait before you get in? Because your paranoia is something you want to be setting up really early for your team on this retake.
Just has to clear main, and then he can start to think about what's going to be on the site potentially. As you mentioned, there it is. It looks like he gets the hands out. Moja pops the Blade Storm, so there it is. They move in towards the site. How are they going to be able to clear this one? They get no information off the 0 point as well, so they're not going to clear close right, and that's Yatsuka getting 1, but Eman will be traded.
Oh, wow.
And they get the round, they get the job done. Now making it look really, really scary there for everyone watching along at home, but at least they are able to keep the pace, and they secure 4 rounds here.
Pretty big so far from Naos on this defensive side, right? You're thinking with the player advantage, you can just establish a couple of good crossfires in your retake as well. An important kill, actually, with that operator to come on through onto Jojo too, because if you're giving an opportunity for 3 players to be alive in a retake scenario for Riddle, it does put a lot more pressure on you to clear these corners quickly and a lot more pressure to have a great paranoia come in from Papi Chulo. So for Naos, they are making sure that all be it dropping a couple of players here and there, they're keeping a bit of the ingredients available for a good recipe result in the end. And now, Mitch, we're seeing a change of pace. I like it from Naos again, being unpredictable, being changing, forcing Riddle to have a think in how they want to adopt the beginning of these rounds. The only thing I kind of question now is that you've got Moja on this line. What do you do if there's a B split and you're blocked off from spawn?
On in. Soldan already into position. It's going to be so tough for Moja to get out of dodge here, unfortunately, Komodo, but he manages to live on. That is crazy. What a flick back. Nexi also finding 2 in the process as well. Like, you thought the pincer that was being thrown out by Riddle would have meant that there was no way that Naos would live on there. And the fact that they've still got 5 alive, didn't even need to get traded out, is just insane. So Spike still dropped. Frag found by Jojo. Evan goes down, but again, he's got to rotate all the way back around, and Naos have all of this control.
Such a different round if they trade him immediately as well, right? You get control of B main, you smoke off CT, you get established a bomb plant, and then you set yourselves up for the post. But the fact that he's just able to stand and deliver there is absolutely immense. This is, a different Naos than what we saw on Lotus, honestly.
30 seconds left.
There's structured defensive game plans. There's aggression mixed with patience. It's something that we saw attempted on Lotus, but now, different breed.
Absolutely.
So much more comfortable in this map right now.
Just a complete change-up. As I said, we still need to see, obviously, history and evidence on both sides.
10 seconds left.
You can do a really strong defender side and take advantage of that, drag it forward. But if you can't see any attacker-sided rounds out, just exactly like what we saw from JFT this morning, right? It's all for naught. So Naos, keeping it strong, nice and firm on the start, but they need to carry it on into the latter rounds and to the next half.
Yeah, well, just Jojo surviving at the end there for the weapon, but if you're going to be back down into these pistols as well, really, what are you trying to do to get back in towards it? A couple of ultimates that you could look to deploy into it, but I feel like these retakes from Naos have really been fine-tuned a little bit in these later couple of. And they're starting to build up some pretty good economy, and even in the interim, Naos have a good couple of ultimates that they can afford to shift over to a retake, if not on this round, because against the pistols, they, 9 times out of 10 should be winning it with the weaponry. In the next gun rounds, if you're removing Kaide's Hunter's Fury, or you're removing, the ability for them to use their ults by popping a null command earlier, you can completely get in there free of charge. So I think these are going to be some really important couple of rounds in the next 2 for probably Naos to have a sensational first half, but on the flip side for Riddle to get back in, because if they're not able to get back in the next couple, this half is going to appear away from them.
And that's exactly why they've taken that timeout, right? Make sure that everything is in order, I suppose you could say. Because they do seem to be, despite, relatively clear-cut for the most part, a little bit of emotion here, a little bit of inexperience for the Japanese side, right? They definitely are human, despite putting out some inhuman performances in the previous map of Lotus.
Yeah.
But yeah, time will be taken for the time being.
Yeah, well, I think it's important as well, right? Because we were trying to consider it over on the previous map. The importance of the timeouts that Naos needed to be calling to convert into rounds weren't there. What if this is another scenario where Riddle are getting these timeouts for themselves and they're not able to convert? You have then a lot more emphasis on what the boys in the server are going to be able to do, what Jojo needs to do to rally his team. Because I'm going to highlight something right now just while we've got this. The gun was saved by Jojo and given to Soldarm now. He gets a pick, he can get his blades out for sure. But this is the original Jet, right? His Jet performance today has been kind of abysmal.
Definitely has. Really, really strong on those neon maps. Not so great on the side of the Jet. And it was, very much the rest of the team that was doing well for Riddle in that previous map. Moja managing to drop the null command. So that's a pretty big thing, but now spotted out by the Hunter's Fury. It's really just not mattering at all, though, is it, right now? Obviously, again, it is just this pistol round. It is not a position of too much pressure, but just the way that Naos is able to control the pace is such a good sign for the rest of this competition for them as they've got to continue through this lower bracket.
I'm looking at that round as Riddle, and you're going into it with a half-baked weaponry buy. You're going into it with, not a lot of economy and utility, and you're investing the Hunter's Fury when you've still got a lockdown for Jar. I don't think that's it. Like, honestly, you're giving up a chance in this round to get into the site where now your focus actually has to shift to not only either eliminating your opponent for getting a plant down, you have to consider how you're avoiding the lockdown. Are you pinpointing Jar? Are you trying to also then just pinpoint the Hunter's Fury to come on through as well? Because we're looking at this discipline that Naos are dropping in together as a unit. Last game, yeah, sure, throw it away. The first game, we have Puppy Chulo delivering. This time, I feel like we've got all of Naos delivering.
Hang on. Emma walking away with more than he would have expected at that point in time, and he can even get the 0 point out as well, gets a bit of info. But yeah, Soldam still alive, still kicking, but that was a really, really rough one, just off the back of that utility flashing him in, getting the control back.
Well, this is going to be that scenario that I talked about, right? If you're going into it now with no smokes on either side, it puts a little bit more of a premium on Jar using this lockdown and on Nexi using this Hunter's Fury. You have to go for a duel if you're Riddle.
Look at how scared he was just then as well, making sure he swaps to the weapon. Nexi getting traded, though. That's a great bait and switch from Yatska.
Yeah.
And with the positioning they've got into the site, they've got the advantage. It's going to be a tough retake.
And what's Yatska actually going to choose to do on the rotation back? Does he have some nano lineups that he can deploy on towards the spike whilst he's away from the action? Or do we just have to wait and buy time? Shock darts are in. They're good. They're golden. And Kaide catching them both. That is brilliant. Finally, Riddle and answer back.
Riddle are so back, baby. It's an important round as well at this position, right? They've taken the tack timeout. They've had a conversation. They're working out exactly what they need to do. Because, yeah, any more rounds from Naos, and it would have started to get to a really tough retake position for Riddle.
Oh, well, they're not out of the woods just yet, are they? A couple of light shields still. You've got Soldarm, who's gone on for an attacking operator with the Bladestorm in tow. So you really want to be trying to set him up on a line. If you're leaning towards an A-sided play right now as Riddle, you're clearing A main, you're getting your operator posting in towards mid, trying to see if there's any overextensions right now from Naos, and yeah, there is, but it's Moja, and he's been so far absolutely brilliant on how he's managed to maneuver around with this operator, find the kills, but more importantly, get out of dodge and survive to fight again.
You can never put the loss on an individual, right? But the amount of times that Soldam has just lost the opening duel, lost the opening battle on this Jet, it's really given Naos the upper hand, I guess you could say. And now Kaide, oh, that's a great paranoia. That's going to be the lockdown destroyed too. Not quite. If you not quite. Yeah, exactly. The sweat's now on. Okay, it's destroyed. And Kaide can swing on in, but Puppy Chulo will be able to afford himself with that trade. Spike's still yet to go down. Door now closed. 4-on-4 for this retake.
Next, he has the Hunter's Fury that he's going to be deploying in to see if he can rip them off the plant, and it can indeed. The flank, it was expected by Moja. But Yart's going to get the better of him, and now we bring a little bit more stability as the plant starts to go down.
Oh my god! They actually got off the spike plant too, but it's not really going to even matter at this point in time as Ace gets another frag to get back into it. He's going to be suppressed for just a second, but Jojo finds the frag, and now it's all onto Emma. He found so much at the start. Now the flashes, just the underarms going on in. There's so many angles to try and clear. Does have the fragment. He can throw that on down, but he's got the angles to clear, as I mentioned, and Jojo is going to be able to find it. So again, Riddle Order, despite having a little bit of a disadvantage off the rip, Naos can't convert, can't collect, and Riddle find a third round.
That's actually a solid rifle round from Riddle as well, because they don't use any of their ultimates to get into it, right? You've got to be proud of yourselves if you can manage to navigate around your opponent's key abilities whilst also just maintaining advantages and player advantages when you're at a deficit, finding and adjusting in this mid round. This is the importance that we need to see from Riddle on this attacker's side to try and get as many rounds as they possibly can. It's always been one of these things for Riddle when it comes to the map of Ascent, that their attacking round has been predominantly their stronger side. So if they can still continue to at least get up to, 5 or 6 here, that would be really well for them. But for Naos now, they've got to have a bit of a think too, because they don't want to be switching things up at a tight scoreline, right? They did phenomenal work at the beginning of this map to establish such a significant lead. If that slips now and Riddle Order are allowed to get back in, you get a little bit more worried in how this is going to turn out at the end.
It's a crazy sort of prospect, right? You think about how well Soldam played in the opening series for them up against SBG, where they only narrowly lost. In the maps where Soldam this series has played Jet, he has been absent, right? Losing those picks, not being able to put up that impact. He was much better on Lotus, but he still wasn't really needed, right? And the fact that Riddle are still pulling rounds out, still looking strong, is kind of crazy to me when your Julius is missing.
Yeah. So on the back of this discussion, let's see if it is going to turn back in towards Naos' favor. I mean, I looked at a lot of these ulti points over on the side of Riddle, and I did see a lot narrowing towards gathering. But as we fade back in, We see that Yatska's already lost his life, as this round looks to be a dead round, I think, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one, right? Because obviously it's 140 paused, which means the frag happened in the first, 3 seconds. But isn't it a rule of damage done, it freezes? But it just depends. Look, at the end of the day, admins will get it done right because they're good at their job and we are just simple casters. But yeah, it looks like a couple of headsets have come off and there'll be a bit of a pause in time. So we'll just work out exactly what's happening. But frag out, questions coming through now.
Yeah, I think it depends if the barriers went up and the timer was paused again, right? If the kill was found during that paused timer, then you have to reset the round.
Yeah.
But we will wait for our lovely admin team to get all things sorted right now.
I love it as well. It's hands off the keyboard! Hands off the keyboard, guys!
Yeah.
Because yeah,
it also depends, I guess, if they've called the dead round at the very beginning and then it, kind of played. But a lot of scenarios, the admin team will be on top of it.
Yeah, because what I was going to say is, outside of whatever happens in this round, Moja has been so proactive. He's been able to find picks so quickly. He's been really, really good because, we throw it back to the first day, to the first set of the competition. Moja missing. Not in Jakarta yet. Everyone was sort of saying that he was delayed on arrival. And he was there. He was there alongside the team. Don't get me wrong, but he certainly wasn't in the capacity that he sort of needed. And now that he is back onto the duelist in this series so far, obviously, again, up against Oblivion Force, he was looking good.
That's one of the things, right? When you've got such significant role swaps, it gives you a greater understanding of how your teammates have been playing on these specific roles and gives you a better understanding coming off of that previous agent as well, how you can better either set up your teammate or play around them to capitalize on what they can set up for you, right? So there should be this level understanding between Jar and Moja playing and swapping each other's roles that, you've got these tendencies, you've got these tandem plays that they can start to come out with. And I'm actually really loving the fact so far that they're taking these duels with ambition, right? These operator shots that are really starting to come on forward are being really unanswered at the moment by Riddle. You've got some great delaying utility coming through on that Killjoy util too, right? So I think so far you're giving a lot of confidence onto this role swap right now. There's just a couple of these rounds that they dig themselves into a hole that they need to kind of meddle their way through and come back for. And so far on this map, they've done it in the beginning, but now that Riddle have gotten these 3 rounds on the board, it's take a step back, analyze it a little bit more, have a bit of a think on what they're going to capitalize on later.
Just so much to ponder and to process. But that's, not exactly the time to be pondering and to be estimating what we can kind of think about going forward, because this is that elimination match. At the end of this map, no matter when it happens or when it occurs, it'll be a thing of where you go home. You have to wait until next year before you get another opportunity like this to ascend, to make it to Tier 1, to make it to Pacific. So you don't want to be throwing that kind of by the by on an estimate or, we'll do this better next time, right? You have to be able to adapt inside the server. Both teams, same agent comp, same setup, same situations. There is no argument for, we could have done this or we could have done this. It just has to happen live in the moment now.
Yeah, and that's again why there's so much of a powerhouse that needs to come out from your coaches, your assistant coaches, your analysts and everything pre-game too. There's not a lot of downtime between playing games in a tournament like this, so when you finish your game, you've got to put in that review. You've got to put in that hard yakka to realize what's working, what's not, what are our opponents doing. Think about it for this series right now during this tech pause, right? You're mellowing in your head on what you're going to have to do to come back into this. Yeah, that's the focus now. What are you thinking after it for the winners, right? You're going up against JFT next. The winner of that will make it into the arena at a top 4. Think about the placements last year for Naos. They got top 4. They've been there. They want to get there again. For Riddle Order, it's their first time here, right? They want to try and show what they've got and do better than D+ did last year, for example, who went out in 7th, 8th.
We do have a little bit of a lengthy tech pause at the moment, guys, so give it a break. We'll throw it back as soon as we can. Get back into the game.
everyone strive to reach the peak. Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From soul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
リドルオーダー所属の、楓です。ジャパンリージョンから、今アセンションのジャカルタに来ています。チームメイト一人一人もみんな元気マックスで、一言でまとめろっていうなら元気っていう言葉になると思います。チームメンバー全員の、仲が良くて、本当お互いを家族のように思って普段から接しているので、仲の良さがその連携とかにも、関わってきて、ここまで上手くなれたのかなと思います。日本リージョンの、特徴としては、他のリージョンは攻撃的なプレーが多かったりするんですけど、チームプレーみたいなのが多くて、そのチーム、いろんなチームがあるんですけど、そのチームプレーの連動をどれだけ高められているかが勝利に関わってくると思います。そのチームプレーの連携とかでもそうなんですけど、その個人個人のフィジカルとかが他の地域の選手にも劣らないくらい強いので、そこをちょっと僕たちも見せつけていけたらなと思います。
オペレーター持ってヘブから1人もう一度狙いますが、いける。
もちろん1位を取ってインターナショナルリーグに行ってパシフィックの強いチームのみんなと試合をできるようにすることです。お互い楽しんで後悔のない試合を送れるように頑張りましょう。
People always talk about wanting to reach the top, like it's something that's just handed to you. But the fact is, not everyone has what it takes. This goal demands everything. Your time, your energy, your dedication. There are no shortcuts. Sacrifice isn't glamorous. You can't slow down because your opponent won't. Not for the status, not for the packed out stadiums. You do it for one reason: the love of the game. You've battled through every setback, every challenge, every ounce of doubt. You've proven to everyone watching what you've known all along, that you belong at the top. But you aren't the only one. There's always someone right behind you, fighting for your spot. The higher you go, the more people will try to tear you down. And they'll do anything to take your place. That's the cost. That's the reality. This is what it takes to reach the top, to ascend to greatness. And we are back. Thank you for everyone's patience as we tried to resolve the issue. It's a little bit unclear as to what occurred in that round, but I'm sure we'll find out very, very soon. But it means that we're only a very short period of time away from getting back into the game, Komodo. And as we were sort of touching about, leading into it, again, this is an elimination match. This map will determine who's going home and who continues a lower bracket run.
Yeah, and I mean, we've just had the doctor come in to fix our, our game to medic it back up. But I think for the losers here, they're going to need a couple of bandages to fix them up because it's going to be a really cutthroat decision, at the end of this on how you've played, on what you did, on what you could have done better, right? You're always going to be thinking that, and it's going to be gut-wrenching for the loser of this match.
Absolutely. All the pressure falls upon it, and as I said, you can't make any excuses for it. You can't sit back and go, oh, well, could have done this, could have done that. Doesn't matter when the next competition is next year, right? For you in this kind of level.
Yeah. Well, we're back into it, of course. So we've already set ourselves back into the 6-3 scoreline. We'll go at it again. And an immediate progression up from Naos. But look at that, Jojo.
Yeah, great pick. Great control, already secured. So they are going to roll on in. So they try to change it up here off the back of that Naos, and so far it's unsuccessful for them.
Yeah, and now, Mojo to try and take the space as the Jet on the defensive side is not the pinnacle player that you want to be, doing your things, but you certainly wanted to see him try and open up. Now Eman needs to pick up a bit of the slack on a tight line.
Really, really big amounts of pressure here. They've kind of parked it completely. It's having the one-member top mid, and the turn away from Eman at the potentially inopportune time. Does hear the Aldrone come out, can get the fragment down, so they'll buy him some additional time.
Yeah, standard set of utility going out and towards the side as well, but what can Eman do? The answer is nothing. The cavalry has arrived, but there's not much here to be seen. Nexi down for the count. The rotation from the remaining two might be better yet to go and save this weaponry into the next one because there's only 2 more rounds for the half on the back of this one, Mitchell. What a great patience play from Riddle after that first kill.
Absolutely. This is crazy in a change-up as well, because you think about the momentum that Riddle have been able to pick up over these last few rounds. They're all of a sudden getting back into it, and I think for Ja, it's just going to be a save. And I think just before the medic, it actually started with a completely different opener. So Riddle, they played this quite well so far to get their way back into it. And yeah, as I said, all Ja can really do is use this time to communicate with his team and talk about what they can do into the next round as Riddle pick up 4.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You want to get back into this one as Riddle on this attacking side, right? Getting an opening kill like that, settling down before going into it is the way in, because we've been highlighting the fact that Soldarm is one of these players to watch, one of these players to get back in towards Valorant for this team, back in towards Valorant as a whole, just as Ja looks to save this gun. He's been missing, right? So I think we need a couple of confidence boosters from him. If it's not this series and Riddle still get the win, you got to have some self-reflection after it. In the game right now, you've got to have some reflections as well. It's really important that we start to see all of these players elevate themselves to some of their best Valorant, because it is a lower bracket game, but it's an elimination game. If you're out, there's your year. There's your next year. Done. So you really need to deliver and dig deep in this series.
Pressure is on. All comes down to the moments in time, as we said. 6-4 is the scoreline. The half change not too far away. I think 6-6 would be a pretty happy position for Riddle after having the slow start that they did come out with.
Well, a big lean yet again towards the A side of the map. Meanwhile, you've got Killjoy and Sova utility over at B. Now you've got no utility around this Alpha site, though. Puppy Chulo position unexpected. Look at this immediate flood coming in from Naos. It just stops it in its tracks.
Absolutely.
Then Jojo, it means nothing.
Great position, great timing. Because how often do you see the team, wait for the full plant to go down before they even attempt the retake? This time they completely deny it now.
Look what is happening, though, from Ja over up through mid, right? He's managed to sneak his way into bottom mid whilst there's a huge lean over to the A side. You're just trying to hear any footsteps and of a rotation secured from your opponents. You'll start to see the creep up through short, and you'll start to see a bit of a shift right now. If Riddle can find a kill to get back into this one, it's monstrous. But if they can't, it's just going to be shifting into a bit of a retake scenario, which if you're Naos, you're okay with. You've got numbers advantage. You've got a lot of utility. You didn't use any to hold the aggression in through A.
20 seconds. Time really starting to tick now. Not really set up into a position to kind of go for it quick either. They've got that Killjoy utility. The nanos are there. They're not going to try and destroy that. They're not going to try and break that down. Ace taken down on the flank as well on the rack. So it's going to go back to a bit of a 2 versus 5 here as they expend the lockdown as well to try and 100% this round.
This one's going to be hard because the spike has just gone down as well when this lockdown's here. It doesn't have too much of a time to wait out for it. An overextension from Jojo needs something more, Mitch.
He's going to be able to fully turn this round. They managed to get a couple, but now it's going to have to be onto Yatsuka to try and 1 versus 3. He's already found one in the round, and as they swing across, they get the information in, and the paranoia will catch. So it's very well played there from Puppy Chulo. He is the MVP in this round, and now they will secure 7 as the game continues forth into the last round of the half, Komodo. One more to determine who will take the really serious and solid position into the final map of this series. Again, loser eliminated, will not be coming back for another year. And representing their region is such a big pressure position to be had each year.
And I think the confidence right now has to be elated for Naos as well, right? You shut down the 3 rounds of Riddle Order. You still kind of question that they're coming in with a pretty strong buy. I'm looking at what the buy actually is from Riddle Order, and I can't remember the last time that you're seeing an Operator and an Odin bought on the attackers side. A little bit interesting. There might be a Vandal on the floor. Didn't quite catch that one, but we'll see if it is going to go towards them. Because the difference that an 8-4 would make for Naos is going to be really big, as opposed to the 7-5 that Riddle Order need to come back with. More promise from the pistol.
Dry swing as well. Absolutely nothing.
Red.
Puppy Chula gets the trade. And now he has to teleport all the way over, popping from the shadows. And just going to have a little bit of a look in. He's aware that there might be someone flanking Heaven, but Yatsuka already having to deal with the pressure here. Kaide, Yatsuka getting 2, and now it's all in the jar, out of thin air, right? You know, this is the way that these rounds can turn on a dime.
Yeah, I mean, from the shadows is really nice from Puppy Chula to get out, because you've got no information up through tree. You don't actually know if you're getting pushed from behind as well, so you kind of do just need to concede the site in that scenario. But with the rest of the team losing their life, now it does become a little bit more difficult for Jar to be able to win this round. No utility as well, and now no life. Mitch, it's 7-5 at the half for the close.
Finally, Soldown getting a frag, getting that impact back onto the board to see exactly what we need. It was a tough one anyway for Jar to find his way back in there. The second he broke the door, gave the information away, it was all too much. But overall, Komodo, we've seen a 7-5 half, certainly winnable for both of these sides. You mentioned that Riddle Order do typically have a little bit of a stronger attack, but I don't know, man. You know, now they are showing some levels of inconsistency is all I can sort of really think of as we move through into this next half. But both teams are well and truly in this. You know, we've seen it all. We've seen 4 overtimes. We've seen an absolute decimation, 13-3 on Lotus. Ascent could bring us anything and everything.
And now that we've got the switch up as well, Naos going onto the attacker's side has got to put a great premium on what Moja can do to open things up as well, right? He's currently sitting on 18 first kills for the tournament, tied with Soldam. And the reason that I want to highlight that is because Soldam still is not really finding any value on this map right now, playing on towards this jet, right? He's not found those opening kills on the attacking side. His teammates were having to do a monotonous amount of work to actually make sure they're layering their utility properly to try and pick up the pieces where he has not been. Kind of sending him in just like a human body and a human piece of information at that point, because the frags aren't actually being found. So now that the switch up actually does happen, I've been more impressed with how Mojo has been playing this series than how Seldom has. So I'm kind of structured over towards to think that Naos are going on to a pretty great side.
Crazy stuff. Just all these things, all these factors that could go in, could be live. But at the end of the day, if you don't show up in the server, you know, and especially if you don't show up in the server and you end up being the reason the team wins, or the team still wins without you, that's a crazy sort of factor for the opposing team, right? If Naos let Riddle win this one and they're unsuccessful anyway, I don't know, man. It's a lot to ponder.
Well, I mean, there was like more of an emphasis on Soldam doing something over in Lotus that was a contributing factor. I think, you know, in Lotus, it was the whole team really doing what they needed to do to get the job done. You flip it on over towards Haven and Soldam's at the bottom, right? It was Kaide, it was Ace making sure that they were doing the heavy lifting to at least try and push us into a victory that eventually didn't go their way. Now we're back to the, you know, the same storyline as the first map in this series, right? Soldam's not doing anything. Who's needing to step up to try and piece things together?
It's the Puppy Chulo clutch that even got them through, right? So,
yeah,
just all these different changes of pace.
Couldn't destroy the recon dart at the beginning of the round, have to drop a cloud burst, 2 of you get scanned out, and then you get 0 pointed. This is setting yourselves up for Naos to be able to just streamline in towards the weaker site when you get a double piece of mid information. Now that you actually hear the Killjoy utility at A, though, that gives you a bit of a second guess.
Orb collected as well. They can happily sort of cruise back here. They're really still not set up for much at this point in time. Just going to try retake mid-round. find if there's any potential weaknesses here.
Oh, just sit pretty at the moment for the slower proceedings for Naos, who are going to opt for mid, maybe towards the A split, where Papi Chulo lays in wait in A main. Does have a Paranoia and one dark cover available, but some key pieces of utility to come out from Riddle. They have to be careful for themselves that they don't convincingly just leave the B site open for the opportunity.
Oh,
he spotted 2.
Absolutely, that's such a scary cross too. Now as the flash drive goes on in, Paranoia to follow as well. That is a dangerous looking fragment. Kaide picking up 2 in the process, able to hold true for as long as possible, denying this push. But Nexi, he's run out of bullets, he's had to reload. It's just going for the right clicks. They somehow find that. Mo just picked up 2 in the process as well. Komodo, meaning it's left all onto Yatsuka. Very winnable 1v2. Can collect a ghost if he wishes. The scan's not going to catch him. It's not going to give up that information. Now he just has to creep on in. Gets 1. They shouldn't be peeking. But Moju will close. And he can look into the face of adversity here and pick up an 8th round here for Naos. And that's another pistol for the Filipino side.
That's a bit of a worrisome factor for Riddle Order in that scenario too. Kaide picking up the first 2 kills, giving yourselves an advantage, and then convincingly, you know, now get up through lane, find a couple of the kills. There's a bit of a reload battle, but yeah, really rough for them. They had to dig and find those frags. A couple of them whilst blinded as well. There were 2 kills in amongst the dark cover, and they had no idea directly on their opponent's position. So now coming away with a pistol, actually set themselves up really nicely for some attacking sided woes. Like Riddle not buying up here, should be seeing the 9th secured by Naos into the first gun round. If you're surviving with all your guns, you've got your Vandal, your Guardian, your Bulldog. You can definitely do some damage with those.
Oh my God!
Lose 2 of them. Oh, okay then.
Yeah, that's rough as anything. And now look at Emma. He's going to have to be able to pick up frags here, left, right, and center, but he just cannot. He's overwhelmed. Kaide. This is crazy from Riddle Order. They're taking matters into their own hands. They've got the spike now. And whilst Jar's not far away, he's only got a ghost, and he's going to be, no, not quite. He's able to get away from the owl drone. He lives on for just long enough. And he's just got to wait for Nexi to get back in towards short as well.
Good trade in the end. Vandal's still on the floor. Wouldn't mind seeing Ace be given the gun, but now that he's spotted out the information, he might need to just get out of dodge, because if you're giving 2 isolated duels to Nexi, this is the way that the bottom fragger of Naos gets back into this game. A clutch for him, but no. Sold arm. When you actually think about the player that has been missing for Riddle, what does he do in this round? Brings it back. There's no secondary round collected for Naos.
Man, when you needed him most, he vanished, but then all of a sudden he comes back 100 years later, found in an iceberg somewhere. The man, the
he's doubled his kills.
Absolutely. That's what I mean, right? You know, he's learning from his mistakes. He's getting back into it. But look, it is just a 1 round. I think that was very much a team effort, that offense into A main. And Riddle should have never won that round, but they did, and now need to do something about it.
I mean, we're getting into the topsy-turvy round as well, where you have to force up as Naos in towards this one, but you're not doing so too hard, where you just have all the upgraded guns. What I'm more interested in is the fact that Kaide has an Odin coming in towards this round, because you yourselves can still definitely be overwhelmed.
That skin makes such a funny sound, man. Just the build up off the back of it, the little cat on the top, giving all the audio cues. Now they keep coming in. Yeah, this is tricky. I don't know. This could get a little bit awkward for Riddle.
They've stabilized just a little bit with the spam that's coming on through from the Guardian. They now realize that it's here, leading in the charge. Need something to come through from Jojo at the moment, just to play distractor, just to help his team from afar, which he's done so quite nicely. Now it's got to just barrel down with the Guardian too. So now just on to Papi Chulo, a 1 versus 4.
Maybe. No, this one might be a little bit too hard, I think, Komodo. Yeah, it would be huge from him, right? You know, this is the guy that you kind of look upon for so many of these key moments.
30 seconds left.
I think an ace clutch to bring it back after losing that eco round would be maybe, too much to ask. So we'll give him the time. He's going to slowly walk back up. They are split. The turret will give the info, but Yatsuka obviously very, very low, so they have to time this peak to perfection. Oh. But it's okay because it's traded, right? They swing at the most appropriate time. You bait, I'll switch. And Riddle gets 7, 1 round the difference.
Just thinking as well, if Jojo isn't the one to actually swing on that, imagine if he gets both of those kills, then Jojo needs to just head for the hills as well, because that's a way that you lose that round, going for the fight when time is an issue. Well navigated at the end, I guess, from Riddle. Now we'll see if they're going to be able to stave off, you know, the equalization if you're a Naos fan, right? Because it's 8-7. You've got guns back for both of the sides, but you're still kind of teetering on the edge of a reset here. You go half buys in the next one. If you're really getting decimated, you want those full shields back up too. There's a lot of importance on this round at the moment. No immediate A aggression. You got a Killjoy set up back over towards B for Riddle. So you're starting to see what corners do be cut, right? You don't need a body to be looking over at B main when the turret is there. But an ambitious Hunter's Fury Dry in the beginning of the round, getting an 80 tag. It's not bad.
It's info doesn't at the very least, right?
Yeah.
Right here.
So how do they approach from here? Market. Kind of a little bit of a trap. It's going to be onto that quick play to try and pick up to see what they can do, but they actually pulling the pin, Komodo. They're not keen on it.
Yeah. I'm actually seeing Soldarm stuck in wine now as well. Right, if he does get droned out, or rather darted out by Nexi at some point in the round, if they do decide to transition back towards the A site, albeit that would be a very rare call when you're this B leaning, he would be stuck. But it actually does mean that Riddle have less of their forces over at the B site, and I think now at the time Riddle's caught on, they're going to start to make their rotation back over towards this A site, to this B site as well, because they need to. Yatska, he needs more than one Mitchell, and he gets both.
Oh, Yatska! I was going to say, you know, they were poised into that position, locked in. Kaide not too far behind as well. And Eman can't do anything, drops the spike. It's all left on to Papi Chulo again in the 1 versus 4, 18 seconds. And I think for him, unfortunately, mate, it's just going to be a save. There's absolutely nothing you can do in this position. Soldam's pushed top mid, able to find the frag through tiles. And Riddle have done the unthinkable after the start, Komodo. You know, now it's what, they're up 6-0, and now it's 8-8 in the scoreline.
I'm a little bit concerned about what the call actually was there from Riddle Order. Sorry, from Naos, right? Because you haven't used any abilities to go around this corner. You've not double swung together. You haven't used your dart to gather the B main information. You didn't have a drone for Nexi there, which is why they weren't able to use that. But going dry into a position that you've seen a Killjoy turret look over as well for the beginning of the round, yeah, that one's really kind of your own fault.
Yeah. I guess you'd say that, right? Just making these mistakes, kind of feeding it back to Riddle. Ultimately, I think it's a good opportunity to take this time out, get a bit of a conversation in. We already saw it from the coach. Very, very passionate, these two, about making sure that the team confirm. Find that position, not let it slip. Because if Riddle close this gap, as I said, and it's been off the back of kind of, you know, only half the team or 3/4 of the team really heavily performing, that says more about Naos than it does about Riddle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just thinking back towards what the grand final was like for Ascent, for Naos versus Zol. When Naos were on that all-important map point, Zol got 5 rounds in a row to push it into an overtime scenario where Naos got those last 2 rounds in the OT to be able to win it. So they have slipped in these lead scenarios more often than they can count. We've seen Riddle come back from them as well. So it really does beg the question right now, if you're Naos in this discussion that you've got, what are you saying to get things back in towards your momentum? What are you employing in your next gun round here in round number 17 that looks a little bit worrisome? 5 sets of light shields, a guardian in the mix, couple of ultimates for sure. But this is where Riddle can really propel into a substantial lead. If you're dropping this round as Naos, that puts you into an eco territory. You're pretty much seeing double digits for Riddle.
What a crazy sort of turn of events that would be. Again, you know, from the chaotic overtime into a stomp from Riddle into that next map. And now a bit more of a slower start and slower approach here.
Yeah. I mean, Riddle have the same Killjoy utility set up over at B. A slight change with some stairs location for one of these nanos, and you've only got the Killjoy at B. You spread around the map for the rest of them. I like it.
Are they going to take anything off this mid control this time? You can see that Riddle are a little bit confused with the rotations about exactly where they want to keep this up. 3-8 is a pretty heavy lean, and you can just see that Jojo is a little bit confused about where he wants to be, but he leans back towards B now.
Eman still has this 0 point that hasn't been used whatsoever, so they're going to have to try and deploy that in from mid, or he's going to pop the null command when they go into this B site.
They're still so scared about where they want to go, though, now. They've kind of got that B lean, but as we saw in the previous, what are they going to do with it?
Riddle just aren't giving him anything. This type of slow mid creep is predicated on the fact that there's someone in market or someone giving you a challenge as Riddle, and they're just giving him nothing.
Look at that call, though. Look at the bait. They've completely pulled it. They popped the null command, and now they're heading over towards this A side immediately, and you're hoping that Soldam can get there quick enough. He is just on the other side. They should be able to close the door. Kaede, though, gets one. That spike dropped Komodo. That is momentum slowed. Pace denied. Soldam wanting to peek through this dark cover, though. Is he going to be able to go for it, or can he wait? Moja getting another back, and Ace already in. How's he found this space? But Papichulo will deny and take him down. Yatsuka in a 1 versus 3. He's up top in the high heavens. Moja low, but again, this position is so challenging. If you can't find these 1v1s and they just line up for you, and look at the way that they're double stacked in. If he drops and gets the clear, if he lines them up, there might be a moment, there might be an opportunity, and Yatsuka has done exactly that. The killjoy, when the team needed him most, he arrives at the table.
Oh, dearie, dearie me, they've lined up for him in hell. And then the last one as well, the immediate trade attempt squandered. I was thinking to myself, I really like the call from Naos to pop the null command in mid and rotate to A when they've brought the rotation over from Riddle. And I'm thinking to myself, Ace, you have a really low sensitivity looking at how you've gone to clear from hell over towards the door. But the fact that you get it into a 1 versus 3, and on the killjoy with no abilities to assist you on your own merit, on your own gun, you just do that, Yatsuka? Wow, mate, you're a savior in that one.
Get out of my way.
Look at this pace now change. Are they going to try to do it different? All right, they'll chill out for just a second, but maybe not. Moja, he's up so quick. Look at this. This could be the change of the pace. After being denied, being punished, being crushed, they just decide to completely throw everything out the window and get in towards this position. Moja with 2, 5 versus 2 position now. Yatsuka and Kaede, what have you got on for it? Both these members have had so much impact in the previous, now just sitting close in that dark cover. The second that's going to fade, it's actually replenished. Now the dark goes out close. Moja spotted, information gathered, but he can get the cloud burst out quick enough here, Komodo. They'll settle, they'll simmer for a half second.
Yeah, I think this round has done exponential growth for these opening frags for Moja, but we'll see. Kaede and Yatsuka can bring something back. Now squatted like a fly, but the trade comes on out. Yatsuka just gonna be taken down 2 minutes. 4 alive on the back of that round for Naos.
Crazy stuff, man. Just, I love the pace change. You know, I was going to sort of go on some narrative about Yatsuka, you know, saying in the round, Gambate, as he goes on. Just the individual prowess from this young player from Zeta Academy. How well he's been able to pick up in these pressure positions, but like then now it's just decide to go back to the original and just say, let's just put the pedal down. Let's just take that control back. Bladestorm pop, Moja gets it, and we're back again tied with the scoreline of 9-9.
Yeah. There's such a big diff here between these 2 Jet players, though. Like, Moja has really led the charge. Now, as I say it looks awkward from Soldam, but he gets the kill. Now you back out. Now you've got an advantage for Riddle.
Jeez, man. It's this game that is just not going to sort of give up and let up as what we are going with this narrative, what we're trying to expect exactly, because Soldam is continuing. Is he able to find Moja? If he does, there could be something big, but it's still that 4-on-5 advantage for Riddle.
The problem is, look how many numbers Riddle are putting in mid, and look what Jar's done. He's pushed all the way through B. I don't think they're going to expect this. That dark cover is way too late.
Now, Soldam's looking. He's had the call. Absolutely, he's got that information off the back immediately. There is no way that he should have found that. That's rude. But the call, it's so clean. And Soldam, who we've talked about being absolutely invalid, absolutely excluded. He's back, baby, and he is looking great on this Jet now. Riddle take 10 and edge themselves closer to the victory here, to the lower bracket run.
Man, the fact that they actually recognize that Jar has slipped the net in towards the B site, because there's no utility that's given that. There's just a gap by your own positioning, a ping on the map, a caution ping, mind you. The dark cover is just used for what it is at the end of that one. But the fact that Soldam is just ready for that fight immediately, and they recover to answer back the previous Thrifty-esque round that Naos threw with one of their own. Oh boy, this is really stretching your battles.
Absolutely, stretching the budget too, you know, dipping deep as far as you can go. Both teams have got a little bit of coin spare, but the pace behind them, it's the emotional budget that we're dipping into right now, Komodo, as they're already up, already in position. But Yatsuka again, finding more frags. Emma in position, but Yatsuka can continue forth, but no! He's punished, he's denied. Emma has found something, and a gap, and an opportunity here for Naos.
If you get the plant, you can use Nexi with that Hunter's Fury as well to stave off the aggression from Riddle or for a quick retake.
One away from the null command if he's able to find a frag off the back of this too. But Jojo's in the exact same boat. This could be a pivotal position. Ja as well, also one away from the lockdown. Soldown. We've been relying on him in these last few rounds, and now as they pick up the pace, try to get their way in, Komodo. Are they going to be able to find it? Are they going to be able to slip through this defense that is already set by Naos? Papichulo trying to go in for that late lurk mid-2, trying to get all this additional control as Soldam finds more, but Emman continues. He has to reload, but Soldam is still kicking. Soldam is still alive. He taps onto it, but the timing is going to be so hard for him to find, as it's Emman with 4. Emman going big and continuing this back and forth as Naos, they will take 10 and tie up the scoreline for both these teams once more.
There's no loose wires in that round for Naos, that's for sure. 4 kills from Emma and 2 important ones in market before stretching out into the site. And just the individual adaptability around it as well. Do not give the 1v1 against Soldam. You're low in HP. You don't want to lose that duel. You have to buy time to ensure that if you do lose your life, that Papichulo is going to be here in time to get the trade as well. Really well done from Naos. Recognizing as well, Mitchell, that there's been no mid-presence for Riddle Order in these past couple of rounds that they can box straight up the guns.
They don't want to let this out. They don't want to give this any sort of moment or thought. They just want to try and put this pressure on and get rid of Soldam. But Kaide drops the 1. It's still going to continue to pulse though as Moja manages to find Soldam. That's massive, but I don't think they're going to overlook Yatsika either. He gets that position, he gets that control, and now as they get in towards the site, the moment to take this to 11.
0 point in. I think that got both of them. Yes, it did. So they know exactly where they're coming from. This is a lot of angles that the Riddle Order members need to clear.
Jojo can pop this null command if he wants it as well. The fragment's not going to quite connect, and it is a very risky play, as you mentioned. He's going to have to try and find at least one. Ace has managed to slip the wickets there really, really well. Paranoia goes through as well. That's so rough for Emma, and he misses the shots, but he secures it in the end. And it is Naos finding 11. And is that an economic break for Riddle? It's going to be close, Komodo.
Yeah, I was teetering on the edge going into that round, so it absolutely will be, unless Yatska wants to go and be the boss on this story, because you do have lockdown, you do have null command. The only problem I'm seeing on the flip side, Mitch, is that there is an answer to those sort of ultimates, a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown of their own for Naos. So this round right here is such a pivotal one for this map right now. If Naos are able to clean this against the lesser buy, that's 12 secured. That's elimination point for Riddle Order. Then, see you later, you're done.
I'm so stressed. That's all I can say, because this could go anywhere, right? You know, Naos could find 12, but Riddle obviously taking the L in this round. They're going to let it go through and make it potentially a run at overtime. Again, I just cannot... Like, the script has been ripped up in front of me so many times today that I'm not even going to bother, and I'm just going to let this bad boy happen.
Well, these dark covers to be reimbursed over at the A side as well. You're putting a lot of reliance on Soldam finding one and upgrading a weapon. Meanwhile, you pivot yourselves over towards the B site. You are kind of waiting for Naos to slip up in a situation like this as well. You need just a sharp shot to come through on one of these Riddle Order boys. You need a hiccup in the round. And a creep up through B main. Oh, you're destroying the turret of Jar for sure. It'll keep a bit of interest, but again, look what's happening up through mid for Naos. They'll destroy the alarm bot. We've seen no success from Riddle in a mid contest like this. They have to recognize it.
Are they going to be able to hit their shots? Because Jojo, one member with the pistol. This is exactly what I talk about, Komodo. Yatsuka, he's still alive. He's still kicking. He's got 21 points of HP. He's got the lockdown. Eman will be able to take down Jojo. However, it's Ace. It's Soldam. It's 2 versus 2 as this will continue to pulse. This null command, putting the sweat on, making it awkward. Soldam now spotted. This man, he's got the tailwind. He's got the updraft, but he only has the shorty. And now as Eman has taken down Jojo, it's still awkward, still putting this pressure on as Ace does deny, drops the spike. Eman, 5 points of HP, and guess who it is? It's the Korean Jet, baby! And he might have been down, he might have been out, but he certainly knows when it's time to make a comeback.
I have to say for Soldam as well, the fact that he doesn't pop the tailwind over at the A side, if he thinks by timing anything is happening there, he's got that available with the updraft. You have to give credit for your team in that scenario as well, because they have tagged him down to 5 HP. The damage to the Sheriffs that Yatska pulls through with, and the fact that Ace manages to at least bring it onto the 1 versus 1. Time is of the essence. Time is an issue, and I was exactly saying how important that round was for both of these sides. Riddle do the unthinkable, and now This is a nail biter.
Bro, I'm crying. I can't believe it. This is insane. We've literally set this man up, Soldown, for failure, but he just wants to continue kicking. The man won't die. It's like a virus that just locks on and stays with you. But now Naos park the brakes. They sit inside B main and they wait for the right moment to take this. But look at that spot, the info gathered.
I'm just thinking again with this lockdown for Yatska at the right place at the right time to buy time, but you'd be having to see Nexi use that Hunter's Fury. Ace is already all through A main mid, so the jig is up. We know that this is an eventual B1, and the flash is awkward for both sides. It affords a bit of a backup, but Kaide in for it. The trades, this is ridiculous gunplay because you're going to get hit by the lockdown.
It's destroyed though, only found in a way. Sight has been secured by Moja. Spike is there as well, but look at this flank that's coming in from Ace. It's quick this time. They may not be very well ready for it. Jar though holding the flank. Soldam straight into the crosshair. That's our man gone down, but Ace finds one back as the response. But look at this flank in from Jar again. He's gone all the way around. He's not having any bar of this market take, and the paranoia now comes out. Ace is putting all his eggs into this basket, all of that call, and I think the timing from Jar is going to be something impenetrable from them to look around. But as they get it, this is where I talk about. This is where it goes. Eyes onto the prize, but he's pulled out the utility, and that's enough. That's the call. He can't get onto it. And it's going to be Ace securing the round for Riddle as they can get that defusal out. And you can see they got their hands off the keyboard for just a half second there, Komodo, as it is map and series point here for Riddle. Elimination point for Naos. They had so much going for them, and they might have let it all burn in front of them.
Oh boy, the flank and the flank. It happens again. Jar. The scenario as well, if you have a lineup with those nanos for where the spike is planted, you don't need to take a risk to go and peek in through the laneway as well, right? If you can bank it off the window, if you've got something there just to afford yourself a little bit of time, because it really was becoming precious in that scenario. But my oh my, Riddle order, that round that they got previously from Soldarm getting it has worth its weight in gold, and now into this last round of regulation. Mitch Moja's doing it again. He's trying to lead by example, but no, squandered. Yatska to Papi Chulo too. Is this it?
It could very well be, but Nexi's got something to say about it right now. He's got to be so careful. He's managed to slip the wickets, but he's getting damaged up. Jar has found another, but Soldown in and amongst the cloudburst. It's the last member. It's the Korean champ, and he is up and about. My oh my, you love to see it. Riddle order. They go the distance. They take this, and they send Naos home in the most uncomfortable fashion. The Filipino side, they are going to be feeling that for a millennia.
Absolutely. Riddle order. They continue the saga for Soldarm to continue to get back to tier 1. And you know for Naos, the journey that they've gone through for the year, the changing of their players to get what they think is going to be such a strong roster to get back to the arena, to best their 3rd to 4th placement last year, now shut down by Riddle order, who will continue on this lower bracket run. I mean, you extrapolate from this series, Mitch, a brilliant Lotus, and you take away a very, very hard-fought Haven and an Ascent that you are going to see a 13-11 on when you shut your eyes. You're going to see Soldarm's Shorty. That stings.
Man, I love this game so much, hey. Honestly, like, I'm feeling it for Amix right now. I'm feeling it for all of these members of Naos, because they are a team that know that they can do better. They weren't able to show their all. They were red too hard on Lotus. They weren't able to bring it through, and like, you can see it right now. Amix tears. And I don't blame him, you know, try to put yourself in his shoes there. You know, the passion, this game means everything for these players. It just is impossible for them to even comprehend going home like this before they make the big stage, before they make the playoffs. But on the flip side, you can see what it means for Riddle order. You've seen the viewers that are going through on the streams for the Japanese side. It's just insane. And the second Soldown, again, who has been so quiet throughout the course of this series, throughout most of this, he's up and about, he's cheering. And that was what Kaide said in the pre-game interviews as well, talking about how his team is full of emotion. And we have got to see both sides of the coin here. And that is why this game is so great.
Can I just highlight the fact that the first half of this map, in our 7-5 halftime scoreline, there were 12 kills total from Riddle order. 12. Eman had 11 individually over on the side for Naos. nearly single-handedly diffing the whole team, and you go through the trials and tribulations that is then an attacking side of Naos, and there's only 4 rounds that get delivered because who steps up on the defensive side? Yatska with 24, Soldan with 15. Absolutely unbelievable recovery from them to just dig immensely deep.
All I can say is basically Kaide and Yatsuka, promote them to the Zeta Division main squad at this point in time, given that what we've seen from them. But they'll continue their run as Riddle Order go through. And unfortunately, we have to say a somber farewell to Naos tonight. But for now, we're going to let it go back to Dax and Mika, because whilst one thing being realistic about being a Filipino fan, they also know how it feels to take this one as a loss. And we'll let them talk it out for us just now.
Well, I really appreciate that, Conky, because I feel like I really need to talk out my feelings right now, Dax. Of course, obviously, we're definitely heartbroken for Naos Esports, but it's undeniable because of how powerful Riddle was, especially in those last few rounds. You needed certain players to come through, and they definitely did.
Yeah, where do we even begin with this one? Naos got off to the races in the first few rounds there. It was, a 6-1 standing. You saw Mojer doing exceptional work with the operator. You just see Eman frag out, give life to Naos. And we heard it from Komodo. At one point, Eman just had almost as many kills as Riddle did coming into that second half. But you also saw so much more from Riddle, and we always have to highlight yet again the Zeta Academy players, these young guns who are just getting better and better every single series that they get on. Ace has been clutch. You got Kaide getting the multi-kills, but this was a monstrous career game for Yatsuka especially. Komodo was saying a while ago, many mid-takes lost by Riddle Order. They struggle to hold on towards the market area, but what do they do instead? Play towards B main especially. How many times did we see multi-kills there from Yatsuka to hold them down with the Odin, with the Sheriff, with anything in his hands? And it's one big reason why the rest of Riddle Order had an example to follow and get enough of their bearings back, enough of that momentum to take it all at the end.
And that just kept happening over and over again, right? How many times did we see Yatsuka get an angle over Naos and suddenly have a sudden 3K? I can't remember how many times that happened in this entire series, but also the ability of Riddle to be able to just, all of their players come online, right? All of them had their moments. You didn't see anybody lacking on the side of Riddle.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. Everybody's saying it. If I don't see, oh my gosh, Zeta or DFM or somebody has to pick up Yatsuka right now.
Yeah, we got so many Japanese orgs in VCT Pacific. Might as well keep an eye out on this one. Riddle Order doing so much work. We also saw in the stats about 12-3 first kills. Riddle has been so good at finding those pickoffs, and I do want to highlight the examples that we saw from Soldan. Even though he really woke on up at the very last few moments, right? But he started the shorty shenanigans that he's always known to play since round number 2. Even though they lost that eco, it already set the wave, set the expectations, and coming into round 14 instead, they made that play towards A main. They've had that trap play, and then Soldan led that charge, hit the shorty, and could just finish off the job with a 3K there. Last few rounds especially, the one on site, everyone's gonna remember the flights that he got over the shed there to get on site, get the win to the penultimate round, and the 3K at the very end. Just shivers down his spine. This is why we love to watch Riddle Order. They get exciting, they feed off that energy, and the closest ever series we've had here in Pacific Ascension.
That's right. This had everything, right? This had the ups and downs of, everything that we wanted from our very first best of 3, by the way. But we do have an interview incoming. So I believe it's going to be Mirza from Riddle. So I have so many questions, especially as to how those, the in-betweens during the maps, worked out. So let's bring them onto your screens for a very quick interview. This was just a series that I think, it's definitely one to remember. So hello Mirza, and hello going to help with some translation. Thank you so much for taking time to talk to us. So first question is, I'm wondering what exactly was the regroup like from map 1 to map 2, because map 2 was so dominant versus map 1 where, you know, it was shaky on both sides, but there was a massive difference for
もう始まってる
マップ1からマップ2に向けて、途中でどんなことがあったのか、マップ2の、逆転劇がすごかったので、その間でのチームでの話だったりとかをちょっとお伺いします。
まあ、マップ1結構悲しい負け方して、でそれで、まあ、ちょっとやることできてなかったりしたんですけど、マップ1からマップ2の間にこのうちの IGL のジョジョ選手のカツが入って、もうみんなバシーン決まって勝つことができたなと思ってます。
So map 1 was rather a sad loss, but during the in between map 1 and 2, our IGL Jojo, he had a shout at us, and that's why we were able to get it back together.
Very interesting indeed. Dax, do you have a question for Ace here?
Honestly, I just gotta ask here for Ace right now and the rest of Riddle. How does it feel to win such a hotly contested series?
このような接戦を勝った率直な感想を伺いたいです。
まあ、シンプルに、まあ、嬉しいですよね。あと、まあ、この一戦、このギリギリの一戦勝って、まあなんか一個前の試合負けてたんで、この試合勝って大きな一歩だと思います。チームが変われた大事な一試合だと思います。
To put it simply, we're just very happy that we were able to win it, and just because we lost the previous battle, I think this win is a very significant win, and it'll be a first step into our change of the team.
And finally, Ace, I just want to ask you, because those last few rounds were very, very, very intense. Can you talk us through how you guys were able to close it out, especially since the score was so close? What were the comms like within the team? And what were you guys saying to hype each other up, especially in those last few rounds?
特に最後のマップの、最終の数ラウンド、とても接戦の数ラウンドだったと思うんですけれども、その間でのコミュニケーションというのはどんなものがあって、どういうふうにお互いを励まし合ってきたのかというところを教えてください。
まあ、最初始まった時、アセント始まった時はそんな、まあいつも通り真剣にやるって感じで、でも防衛始まったあたりからもうみんなもっといつもよりもっと元気で、だけど試合中は冷静で、で勝った時とかみんなむっちゃ叫んでみたいな感じで、お互い例えば味方がクラッチしたりとかしたらもう全員叫ぶみたいな楽しい感じの雰囲気でやってました。
So when we started out on attack, we were focused as usual, but when we got into the defense, we tried to yell. When somebody got the clutch, when somebody got a kill, we were just yelling and trying to hype each other up.
That's amazing. Ace, congratulations to you and the rest of Riddle Order. We will see you guys even more. And thank you so much to Koya as well for helping with translation. And yeah, we'll see you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
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 Yeah.
Oh, he's still cute.
I love the answers though.
I love him already.
Yo, there's just so much positive reinforcement for Riddle Order. It's something we were talking about, but the fact that they're just like shouting, hyping each other up, saying like, "Oh, you got this. Oh, this is how we're gonna win." Those kind of things. You know, the positive vibes right now are all around Riddle Order, and I can't wait to see what else is next for them.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait as well. It's nice to know as well they're not afraid to shy away from some tough love too. I mean, if they do need to maybe give some words of encouragement in between maps, they're open to that as well. I'm really excited. I'm excited to see more from this team, and we definitely will do that. But we're not done just yet. We still have one final series of the day. We're gonna go off into a very quick break, but when we return, it's gonna be Revenant versus DSG.
everyone strive to reach the peak. Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Jakarta. Happy to report that Dax and myself, Mika Fabs, have recovered from that earlier series because it is now time for DSG versus Revenant. It's going to be MYSG versus South Asia, and one of these teams will be eliminated. I mean, it had to happen sometime, right, chat? Shout out, by the way, to the watch parties.
It was such a heartbreaker already a while ago with the elimination, and we're going to get another one here. Truth be told, though, it's like, oh yeah, we had a map number 3 a while ago. That's why we're starting our third series pretty late. And there is always a possibility it will go the distance yet again. It's eliminations, Mika. You win, you move on. You lose, and you are out of the running to ascend.
Plus, these elimination matches can absolutely transform some players. Again, it's that second win coming out, right? And, you have DSG, right? The players are great. The players can win this. Player has won this already, but we're not really seeing the team come together just yet, at least not in the way that Ascension needs them to, right? Like I mentioned, the other day, there are individual spark stacks, but there won't be a blaze if there's nothing for the sparks to catch on to, right? We need DSG to blaze. You need them to flame on. In a way.
I mean, we saw a few of those embers in that last series versus Full Sense. If only they didn't see the PTC as well as Sushi Boy's clutches basically at the very end, it could have been a different story. We could have gotten map number 3 there. But my eyes, on the other hand, are also on Revenant Esports. A welcome surprise from South Asia, taking down Rapid Lo-Fi in relatively commanding fashion. And not only that, we're seeing so many improvements to the maturity of their play and some heavy hitters from the Kazakh side. You got Sultan, you got DOS9 doing all they can. They played that double duelist on Haven, and it's just so exciting to see what Revenant has in store for us coming into this one too.
Oh yeah, those players are definitely ones to look out for. They have been, so clutch for Revenant for so many rounds. But going over to the side of DSG first, one question that I always had in my head was when Juicy mentioned that, the double duelist is a standard for them because it's what the team is comfortable with. It's not exactly a bad thing, but it's just that I'm wondering how long they can keep sticking to that and seeing results because we haven't been seeing, that strategy have long-term results even in the tier 1 scene, right? So how long can this continue?
It has its strengths and weaknesses, and they were pretty apparent actually when we saw them play on Haven. But coming into Icebox, where it was more familiar territory for this guys, Juicy really stepped up coming into the second half. 28 kills for him overall, though. Reyna fragging out, and that's how you win these games. You shoot, they die, then you are the winner. And what we see from this guys also is them trying to maximize their talents. I think really when we look at Alex RR and how he does want to take this guys and the way that they play, right, is just maximizing the strengths really of DSG and look to bring that talent to the next level.
Yeah, and speaking of next level, I'm actually really impressed with Revenant so far because they've exceeded my initial expectations, and that is who DSG will be up against, especially since, Revenant, I would say they started Ascension pretty convincingly, but some players are more consistent than others. Like, you get 50-50 rounds a lot of the time for this team, but the thing is, we got a massive tip yesterday that Revenant's playbook might be more padded than we initially thought, Dax, because we saw that Isa Yorocom on their Haven against Rapid Lo-Fi.
Yeah, and I want to put the credit to that one with Coach Fields. I've seen some interviews with him. He really wants to deepen the playbook of Revenant, try to make these players as comfy as they can in how they want to play as a whole, and remove a few tendencies. Like, for example, I was watching the games versus Rapid Lo-Fi, and I remember I couldn't actually see a round where SK Rossi, who is known to just try and force out operators when he can, actually bring it out. The most he did was an outlaw, I think, between rounds 2 and 3 on bind, but he was just a rifler the whole time to good results, really playing for utility that was exploited against SPG. And of course, the double duelist that you mentioned between DOS9 as well as Sultan. So exciting to see Revenant have new pages in their playbook.
Hey, maturity, right? Maturity for SK Rossi. New year, new me. And, you mentioned DOS9 and Sultan. Sultan was a big part of, so many clutch plays of Revenant, right? And you see this head-to-head between him and Grumble. I love this matchup. Really love watching these lurkers and watching their plays pay off. And Grumble, this guy's aim is so good.
Mika,
like, look at that headshot percentage.
I'll let you talk. You've been a Grumble stan since
I'm
forever.
a Grumble stan.
What's the biggest reason you're a Grumble stan?
I absolutely love the way he just, he's just able to turn around rounds for DSG, right?
Yeah.
You have the big lurk plays, but he's also unafraid to actually just be right in their faces.
Yeah.
So while you might be distracted with Juicy and everything, Grumble's off on the side, probably getting a 2K or a 3K. But the thing is, with Sultan, the way he lurks is like something you don't even know where he is, right? The number of times he's just able to do these grand flanks, and it's like, how'd you get there?
Oh, it seems like you could be an analyst now, also, Mika. Congratulations. But you're absolutely right. 38 kills from Grumble there in that series against Full Sense, the most in his team. And on the other hand, I'm so impressed by Sultan and how he effectively showed up here in the first place. He got hit up by DOS9, be like, yo, you want to play for Revenant split number 2? And he's like, good, let's go. And an incredible partner in crime. We saw how effective he was, of course, on his usual role, and he's playing something like the Viper, right? But on the ISO, I still won't forget him winning a kill contract, popping on out by C-Long, killing even more people on the Rapid Lo-Fi side. There is talent from Kazakhstan. There is talent right now growing elsewhere within the Asian region, and I, for one, see it blossoming here within Revenant.
And look, I love being surprised by Revenant over and over again. I'm prepared to be surprised by them even more. But I do have to say, I just said I was a Grumbleson. I do have to give my prediction, my vote over to DSG for this series. Do I think it's going to be close? Of course, I think it's going to be as close as that previous series. Hey, we're very lucky, Dax. Perhaps we get a second map 3, the second one of Ascension.
Maybe. But honestly, I'm going to tell a little bit of a story here for my prediction. So there was an event here for these guys in Manila, and I just so happy got to get invited there. And it was actually a meet and greet ticket for some reason. It's like, okay, go up to Toast. And I say to him, I'm a big fan of your DSG team. And he's like, oh, that's really cool. Paraphrasing it, and he's like, do you think we're gonna make the Ascension? And I basically told him, yeah, and I'll see your team there. For me, this guy has my heart here in the lower bracket, and I got their shirt from that event right there. There you go. See? Merch drop yet again, and we got DSG on the board here.
What a massive flex that is. Like, I not only have the merch, by the way, I talked to Toast and I was like, yeah, I'll see your team at Ascension. Whatever.
Yo, I called it, okay? And hey, sure, it was a tough loss against Full Sense, but right now, this is the bounce back game that I think this guys needs. And if they play with the same confidence that we saw on that second map, then Revenant will be in a potential world of hurt if they don't have any answers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think for both of these teams, I don't think we've really seen the hive mind really come through just yet, right? It's still a bit slow. They both have skilled individuals already, so whoever can tap into that hive mind, into that synergy first, wins this series next.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what maps are we gonna get. I'm really looking forward to Revenant bringing out Bind again, if it is possible. It has been their bread and butter. It's been their best showing throughout this tournament. And on the other hand, I'm thinking this guy's maybe something like Icebox, something like Ascent, especially the maps that they were so comfortable to play it back in the NYSE region.
You know, I also have, questions about the agent comp, right? They brought out new duelists. So Revenant brought out new duelists last time. So is it going to switch around again? Suddenly you have 4 potential players who could get on that duelist role. I'm not saying they're going to run 4 duelists, but it could switch around now.
Think about it, actually. If Haven gets picked here, not only does Revenant bring out perhaps the Isoyoru again, but we saw how this guy struggled versus Full Sense when they played the Neon plus the Jet instead. Also, the concern there was how they played those roles, because when you have Vera on the Neon and Juicy on the Jet, Vera wouldn't get the Operator. And then you compare it to map number 2, when Vera was allowed to play the Operator, he was just hitting shot after shot early on into the game, going, I think, maybe even double digits with the op kills. So there still needs to be that sense of comfort here for these guys coming into the map draft.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And you know, Vera was somebody that we also hyped up quite a lot. We definitely said watch his op plays, even when he's on the Neon. It absolutely works, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know, with DSG, I feel like these players do have, I guess, a little bit more, they're a bit more united than I would say than I see Revenant being. But it's just that you have DOS9 and you have Sultan, and they're such key players for this side. I can definitely see those two players, you know, suddenly winning this map versus this guy.
And let's not forget the trio of South Asians we got here, the 3 Indian players. First and foremost, skill. Sure, he's not the best fragger here coming into the server, but we've seen him step up as an IGL throughout his career now, and especially here in Revenant, he's making some good calls to help out the team in the pinch. Paradox also so very flexible, can play pretty much any single duelist. You see him play Yoru, you saw him play the Raze, and SK Rossi, the flexibility to play Gecko. In the pinch, maybe he can be the op player, but right now, I like the style that he's playing. I like the mentality that he has to try and play for the team instead, not be too much of a hero. And then you look at that Haven map again, Sentinel, play the lurk, play for himself, and then you get the classic SK Rossi frags that you know and love. He was a garage god back in that matchup versus Rapid Low Fire.
And, you know, jumping into our map vetoes in just a bit, you're also seeing what you mentioned, Dax, about SK Rossi. You're seeing that with a lot of maturity, right? It shows that he's willing to actually step back and do what's best for his team. And right here, we are getting our first ban. So we are not seeing Haven, and we're not seeing Icebox. So maybe another time for that ISO Yoru comp for Revenant, Dax.
Yeah, and the struggles there really costing them that first ban, which means Revenant is gonna bring out Bind yet again. I'm so excited to see what we're gonna get from Revenant coming into map number 2, but Lotus also quite interesting here for this guys and Revenant. This guys, I do believe that this is one of the maps they started playing Neon really back at MYSG, but on the other hand, Revenant used to play a chamber comp on this map with SK Rossi. Does that change Ascent at the very end? I still expect an ISO from DSG there.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see what they bring out on Lotus. We've been having consistent Lotus maps so far, Dax. It's like we've been seeing this over and over again today. It seems to be, you know, sort of like a statement map for a lot of our teams here, and either they do exceptionally well, or they bring out the chamber out of the blue.
But it's a bit different from what they played against True Rippers back in the upper final playoffs. We do see, or rather, it is same comp actually. So Paradox, SK Rossi, perhaps maybe a small swap within the controllers. This guy's back on the Neon and the Raze. And SK Rossi, we didn't get the op gameplay from the last series. Well, it's high time to do it now. I did see a bit of confirmation. You got Sultan here on the Viper, you got DOS9 on the Omen. So I love to see what Revenant has in store for us here.
We did hype up Sultan and Grumble quite a bit, right? But then you have this combination of Sultan and DOS9 on that double control. That is also incredibly powerful. And I do remember, you know, when Revenant did make their debut, they were a big part of that. There was just so much control. And these two players, I can't stop hyping them up, and I can't stop talking about them. But, you know, on the side as well of a DSG, right? You see that Neon and you know exactly what Vera is capable of, coupled with Juicy on that Raze. It's gonna be so deadly indeed, and we can't wait to step into Lotus for the first map of this series. So we'll toss it on over to Conky and Komodo.
Now, guys, listen, there is some logic behind my pick of Revenant as we go into this one, right? You know, I sort of threw away yesterday. I said the underdogs are going to win it, and that's exactly what I went for. But I don't know about this agent composition, Komodo. It's a bit of an interesting one, to say the least, for Revenant.
Yeah, well, we're immediately going to get a duel over at A, I do feel like, right now, but with the utility that already does barrage in, you're going to have to see him sent back. I will agree with you, the agent composition is interesting, right? Chamber for SK Rossi, I was very impressed by his Cypher autonomy when it went over onto Haven in the other day's game, but Chamber, I mean, you are running the DRX comp, so there's a lot of strengths that you can read in from this, but right now, a vulnerability is going to be a flood in towards Mound.
Wow. Look at how quickly they're already out. Vera trying to take point here. Staron's going to be the one to find DOS9, but Rossi actually able to pick up Juicy already. So they're going to try and open the door. They're getting in towards that B site. They're looking to get the spike planted, but no question mark actually put against that. They're going to face up against one of the big Grumble stands as they do try to clear around here. Dropping it. Grumble does fall away. So they're going to force him back towards the back of sight, and he's going to have to try and duel it, but he's actually going to get taken down by Paradox.
Now the lurk for SK Rossi down to 10 HP though, Mitch.
Very low. And they're leaving him. Completely leaving him. That's crazy. 2 points of HP. He's taken down 2. Wayne will be able to find the trade, but now with that spike planted, the rest of Revenant can split up and play this 3 versus 2. Not trying to give away too much here.
Wayne did have both dark covers available at that point in time as well, so not able to assist for Styron, who now has his position known.
Styron has to go big here into 1 versus 3. 75 points of HP, but Skills is going to swing on in. So I don't know, a very unique and interesting round, ripping through the middle of B, going through Breakable, taking all that control. So yeah, good start from Revenant. I think they've hit some good shots, and unfortunately for Disguise, they couldn't quite put the pieces together there.
Yeah, we're going to need to see a lot of adaptability on this composition that Revenant are going to come out with now as well, because there's going to be a lot of onus on where these walls for Viper are going, how up and down they're going to be, how maneuverable you're actually going to see DOS9 be as well, right? Because we're looking towards DOS9 to be one of these players for this squad to really propel them. He's currently sitting at the top of the tournament in terms of ratings. You got Sultan, who's actually sitting 3rd, believe it or not. So these guys for Revenant are going to be massive, and when you're putting DOS9 on the Smokes character, you know, he's been playing the Brimstone and stuff, which is fine, but on towards the Omen for this one, it will adapt just a little bit differently in towards this map. I think there's going to be really important, Smitch, in this one for Paradox as well, right? He has to be the one that's fragging. This agent lineup really relies on getting him involved in a lot of these duels.
Such a unique position, hey? You know, when you think about a region like South Asia that's obviously got so much versatility, it's the combination of, you know, the veterans in Paradox, SK Rossi, Skills, and then bringing in the Kazakh talent of Sultan and DOS9, who, yeah, have been exceeding expectations, I suppose. So I feel like there's a lot of possibility in this roster of Revenant, but how well it needs to be dragged out is the question, because we always have been hearing from the desk, namely, you know, how the roles have switched up so much, which must make it so challenging as a roster to try and, like, find your feet in essence. So quick technical pause, guys. We shouldn't be too far away from that one. But, yeah, I don't know. For now, it's been good signs from what we can see. But I think Disguise is just going to be a tough team to overwhelm in general.
Yeah, and they're in a bit of a predicament as well, right? Because they haven't been in a lower bracket. When you consider how MSYG did work, they were at kind of the top of it the whole time. They had a really easy grand final, I would say, in their 3-0 result scoreline. Not really even being challenged. You can kind of say the same thing for Juicy and his previous team over in Ascension last year, right? They had a great showing over at the group stage. They get in towards these finals where they had the skip into that secondary round into the grand final, and they come out with it at the end. So I think for Juicy right now, you know, you're in a lower bracket scenario, which you really haven't seen so far, but you've been in these scenarios in front of crowds. Nothing like this should phase you whatsoever, even if you're at a deficit, right? So you're really trying to bring your team up.
The craziest part about Juicy, right, is the crowd's probably made him thrive, probably made him more excited, more of a better player. Because, yeah, it's something that he's familiar with, as you mentioned. And some of the other players, obviously, inside this competition, you know, have played at Tier 1 as well. So many bits of the storyline. But ultimately, I think what we've sort of seen over the last little bit is definitely a position of where the young talent coming up has been a pretty exciting prospect. So, lots to consider. Many different factors that make this just an exciting competition in general. So many variables that have come through the entire time. And really, it hasn't come down to kind of any, you know, crazy change-ups or anything like that. It's just been about how well the team works synergetically. And Sinpreza has been the one that's kind of led the charge on that so far.
Absolutely. It's going to be a really interesting final up at the top part of that bracket as well. And speaking of Sinpreza, right, they have absolutely made Boom bleed. They've shown them to be mortal. And that's exactly the challenge that you have around the corner for the winner of this series as well, right? So I think that's going to be an extremely important one to have some great preparations for when you consider that you only have tonight and tomorrow morning to get your research in for that series for the winner of this one.
Yeah. That's super high pressure now. You know, the Britama Arena games are only just around the corner now, as we know. Starting Friday, this coming weekend. Tickets still available. Make sure you go check those ones out. We'll be there. We're pretty cool, I think, sometimes. and very much looking forward to it. We've got such a great crew on this Ascension Pacific roster this year round, and it's such a privilege to be a part of it. So just seeing what ultimately we can make of it all, and the teams lining up to make it all work and make it all happen. I think we're really in for a pretty exciting weekend of competition at the arena.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Just as this pause is looking to come to a close soon, I'm hoping that all these players are ready and warming towards the server, right? Because you've had the time to have your breakfast, have your lunch, get your research in, get your prac in. We've got laughs from them all. But we're going to need some serious faces on when we get into the depths of this. Because if you think about who Disguised have already played against, right? That Full Sense game where there was a huge comeback from them over on Icebox on that attacker side. A lot of that was, Juicy stepping up. There was a lot of Grumble action coming through. I know Mika was really excited with all of that action coming on through. So I think coming into this as well, you're in that double-edged sword scenario too, right? Where you're in that second pass mark for the upper finals. But you lose that, you're now into the lower bracket, and it's your elimination game, right? You can have 2 best of 3s and you're done. Whereas Revenant had the upper bracket game that they lost to Simpresa. They get dropped down by Rapid Lo-Fi. They absolutely belt them out of the park. Yeah. And then they come in towards this game as well, right? So we're already seeing from Revenant a loss, a win, adaptability coming through, relying on your strengths, and we haven't had that much to explore too far from Disguise. So that's going to put a lot of emphasis, Mitch, during this game on how they're going to discuss things.
Yeah, that was a real big question mark for me yesterday. I thought Rapid Lo-Fi were in a little bit of a chance. They were actually my prediction, but Revenant just kind of cleared house. I ended up going for a walk earlier than expected because of it. So we'll see if they can continue this form. They've obviously already won the pistol. Now they're trying to get some further information as we're back into the game, baby.
Absolutely, and you've got the creep up from Disguised already, so they can have a massive flood for the rotate if they want to.
There.
It's a bit of a weird freeze, isn't it? Sitting just behind that screen. Couple have got away, but they do clearly want to keep taking that fight as best as they can. But Sultan's just keeping the eye on the prize.
Just on these pistols too, so grouping up is not a bad tactic. You can get a little bit of loose bullets in the fray. Get a kill or 2. Now the Revenant know that they're really close from the back of that Prowler. They might actually want to second guess it.
That's all the information they need. Happy with that. Know someone up's close. There's got to be some sort of sneaky setup. And now they can just waltz up towards B, which is free of charge. They won't know that just yet. They won't know that there's a 2-bedroom house with a pool in the back. But Grumble is going to have a tough time with just the classic here to recover.
Yeah, everybody on DSG is going to have a tough time in this round, specifically when they just have to throw caution to the wind and sacrifice these pistols into it. Revenant, they're really pathing around the map, aren't they? They want to bleed out the time. It's one of their favorites. It's one of the things that they really have to be careful of in the later stages of this game. I really do feel time management. Oh my.
Couple of shots already coming through. It's funny there, isn't it? You sort of sit in the silence and just wait to see what kind of comes out in a round like this with just the pistols. And DSG, they're actually going to try go for this now. Okay, you're talking about playing it slow, playing it late, and now they're both sitting in link. This is going to be really, really awkward to try and defend. The Prowlers come out. The information is gathered. They've got it all now. They know exactly where they can go. It's a good seize that'll make them vulnerable, and Skills able to take a couple. Boombot should keep them away, so it's fine. They're chilling. We don't have to worry about it, Komodo. But still, a round like that should never get that close, because look at what you got now. A single Bulldog to take you to the bonus. That's rough.
Yeah, I mean, isolated frags at the end of the day as well, right? Where SK Rossi's lurking about and he gets immediately dispatched of by Juicy. You do a deep plant, you overextend a little bit, and then you get a little bit worried. I think the saving grace is going to be the fact that you've got the Seize nade combo, you refresh the nade, you've got satchels, so you can buy a lot of time, but you need to see it cleaner in the next couple of rounds, because if you don't see an adjustment for Revenant in these first couple of rounds and DSG's momentum starts to build on this defensive side, they are just going to run at you. They are going to take the fights.
Rossi already tagged up as well, so a couple of bullets of the Headhunter already expended. But still, look, the investment that they brought out here, they can be kind of happy with what they're going to go in offensively. But it just depends on where they want to go with it all.
Yeah, I mean, the telltale of a map like Lotus, right? Your Sentinel's usually stuck over at the C site, so for Grumble, he needs to be able to deliver something here against the lesser weaponry if he is by himself.
Such an interesting beast, hey? Like, Disguise have so much control of the map, and Revenant have barely even taken any territory back to be aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of that is that they haven't expended too much utility to be able to clear things out, right? So you can see that Skills still holds on to a bit of this utility outside of A, calls for the wall to go up from Sultan. It'll keep a couple of Disguise members interested over at that A site.
To clearing back in now, grouping up, hands held, as they can skip in towards, because there is no utility left on this C site now. So they are going to be able to get it in there free of charge. They won't know that just yet, as Paradox does expend the satchels, trying to take that control, trying to look that spike to be planted nice and quickly. Boombot to clear out further. And it's going to be a good old-fashioned 5v5 brawl on the retake.
Yeah, but SK Rossi coming out with a lurk as well. Will he go through the door or not? Because Grumble now only good for one. This is where it gets a little bit risky with the plant down.
Great shot back from Skills, though, with just the ghost. So that's a really nice position to be found in. 4v4. Can set back a little bit now because they've got weapons in tow to make the job done. Vera going to be able to find position as best as possible, but that's exactly what you mentioned. SK Rossi on that flank. Paradox, though, has to go big. Styron's already onto this defuse, and I don't even know if they're going to be able to get it, Komodo. No way at all. Vera just got straight in there, all up in the grill on this Neon, and this is the scariest thing that I think about. I have not seen a team that hasn't picked the Neon on Lotus so far in this competition look promising. It's been the Neon all the way that has really sort of taken advantage of this, and, you know, with Disguise going the double duelist in the Neon with the Raze, makes it even scarier.
I mean, Revenant has been one of these teams that haven't adopted it, right? So they're still planted feet, slowly but surely, making their way around the map. And that is going to be one of the things I'll keep my eye on. How slow are Revenant going in the beginning of these rounds? How fast are Disguised able to get an idea of what's going to be happening?
Well, you think back to Full Sense and JFT, right? Some of these rounds are over in less than 10 seconds. Just so quick. But they are taking some control this time. They've already gotten a little bit of info around Rubble. And now they can simmer on it for just a second, still watching towards mid.
Yeah, and you got that one-way dark cover over at the side of Mound as well with a deeper camera, so you can use that for a bit of a retake setup if you need to for Grumble there.
They are pulling back a little bit. DSG did have a bit of a focal point towards mid, but obviously with that utility set up from Grumble, it's going to be hard to overwhelm irrespective. They do catch it on the trip now, destroyed. Prowler does good work.
Skills and Paradox are both one away from their ultimates too, so it'll be a huge frag for Vera to find regardless of who it's on. That's an advantage over for Disguise. Now you'll start to see a bit of a lean for Revenant. Again, time is always going to be an issue for these guys. They'll send Sultan on for a really late lurk.
Might be able to find some good timing. Obviously with Breakable, though, not yet destroyed. It is going to be tough because just, again, look at this position Vera is still trying to take. They are rotating back, and it's a complete rotation off, actually, Komodo.
Yeah. The only thing for Vera is that breakable door is still not broken, right? So as soon as he sees this utility, he doesn't have to necessarily stay and fight, but he does want to get out at least.
Paradox has popped this very, very early on as well. I don't even know if he'll find anything. It's Sultan in the end to find Vera. He's taken very low down in the process. They do pop it out, but the Haunt's going to gather. No, not quite. No information. Spike getting planted. Position is now awkward. Juicy looking to swing around, but Paradox. It's actually another frag for him in the round. There we go. So that takes the advantage back the way of Revenant.
Skills on the plant, skills on the Nightfall. Styron to get a trade, and Revenant is still holding on to this one, aren't they? Now just down to the leader in charge.
1v3. It's going to be super tough for him to get back into this, but as he sort of mentioned, right, you know, some low HP for Sultan. He's going to walk straight through, but as they get in towards Breakable, even if he does try to contest this, they've already got it so far back that it just should be easy done. But Styron does get a really nice shot to make it work, but Sultan, again, is just too good. 2 on the opening, 2 on the close for 2 of these teammates for Revenant. And that's a great response. After only losing the bonus so far, they get a 3rd.
Yeah, really well navigated around the map when they lose the opening frag as well, right? Collectively as a team, pop the showstopper in, get in towards the site. You got Sultan, who does manage to win that duel, and that was a really important one at the end because it buys enough time and enough just space around the B side as well to still hold down a bit of territory. You reset the economy of Disguise now, who maybe Vera can start off the party with the overdrive, but apart from that, you're kind of relying on Revenant being at the right place, grouped at the right position because of how quick they're usually taking these rounds.
Slow. Yeah, Rossi's lucky to be out though, isn't he? Sultan go, finds Grumble very, very quickly, and now there's the overdrive that you talk about. Vera finds Rossi, but now he's going to pick up the pace as quickly as possible. Does get the information onto a weapon. Does he want to pop this high gear and head straight through though? It's a little bit of an awkward one if he does try to do it. Has the fast lane, might be worth waiting, but instead they're going to make the call. They're going to pop through because the longer he waits, the less time on this overdrive is available, right?
The problem is that Grumble losing his life over towards spawn means that space can be found by Revenant.
Now they pop the showstopper, trying to find something, but all the information is being gathered off this Fade utility. And just they are so far forward, such a good position to be found in right now. But they need to make sure that they can actually walk their way back into this, right? Because Vera already onto the defusal, but it's Sultan, 1, 2, 3, and 4, looking for the ace. But Skills will take it, he will steal it. It's not necessary for the ace. Sultan doesn't care, he just wants to be on top and in force. And Revenant, they take that 4th round without really what felt like much pressure to them. They set up that post plan perfectly.
Yeah, just again, recognizing the fact that Grumble has usually been the C-site player by himself. As soon as they remove him and they see nothing over towards the spawn side of things, they can extend and set up for a bit of a reverse play with all of their utility as well. One-dimensional retake to come through from Disguise is not going to be a very strong scenario for them. So I think they need to not group up as much on these eco rounds, and even more so on the rifle switch.
Now Vera in. It looks like they're already out. This is going to be a really tough one for Vera. Paranoia doesn't go the right way, but the Prowler will catch. And he's going to have to let it bite too. So in the end, he's just going to give up the mount control and fall back to site.
SK Rossi pop in the ultimate. So we'll see what that sniper's going to be able to deliver. But more importantly, Sultan 1 away from the pit too. Could be really, really well placed if they do manage to get into this C-site and play post.
They've broken the tripwire too. No information gathered. Rossi, unfortunately, missing the 2 and a 4 shot. But they're going to fall away. They're happy with the information that they've gathered. They've burnt a little bit of extra utility. The ultimate from Styron, gone, denied. But Wayne, in the catch, in the afterplant. That's really, really good to be finding them. DOS9, though, and Skills will respond. Grumble and Vera, though. Oh, my God, Grumble. This is the thing. He didn't die early off the back of this round. He's still kicking on, and that makes it a really, really tough one for the rest of Revenant now. Running on in. Grumble with 3. That is a massive step up from when the team needs the leader in the Cypher. Awesome stuff from DSG to find a second.
Yeah, when you got that Nightfall coming in from Styron as well, you know that you can start to get a bit of a flanking play from Wayne to come into it when the audio's gone, right? So getting into the right position at the right time, just completely locking them all in mound, essentially. No way out. Shots to just be found. Distraction from Vera. Just heads up play. Exactly what's happening to at the end. That was really well done from Disguise, and maintaining a lot of this weaponry into the next round as well, right? You do start to chip away at Revenant's economy, who still will have a pretty substantial buy going into the next round.
Already jumping past Vera, but Juicy, he's up nice and close. Been relatively quiet so far, but DOS9, he's someone who hasn't been. The Kazakh man finding 2 already. And now as they sit back, still at rubble, still being patient, Vera obviously spotted, getting info. I think they can just park for now. They don't have to fight this any further.
Absolutely. You need to see something brought back for Disguised in this round, who might get a little bit ambitious, right? The tendency in this point in time to get in with that operator, to get out with the sprint. And Sultan, unfortunately, is just going to be giving that one. So a winnable and attainable position now back for Disguised.
It's something that just doesn't feel right, isn't it? You know, the Neon operator, but clearly it works. Just the ability to get in and out is just so pivotal, and what makes the current meta so dangerous to play against the Neon.
Yeah. I'm interested by the fact that Disguise is still playing the 1-1-1 across the map when you've got that trapwire still at the front of B. Now with the spot, you know it's just going to be destroyed with no real value, where you could have gambled on one of these other sites with another player. Plants start to go down, however, so on this 3 versus 3 retake, DOS9 has smokes to get a little bit of stalling out for Revenant.
I've got info off the back of that Prowler as well. I wasn't sure if Styron actually spotted anything when he did peek in from heaven, but they're just going to relax for now. SK Rossi is in an advantageous position. He's got to be careful, though, because Vera is trying to get straight onto that line. He can't overstay his welcome on this chamber. He's so careful. Bakes out the shot, though, and walking on in now is Styron. He does get taken down, and they can pick up the pace. Vera puts the high gear in, but DOS9 finds his 3rd. On for the ace here. That's a 4K. The man has been going so large so far here on this very map for DOS9. He wants the ace, but it's going to be denied. That's so unlucky. And Skills just needs to clutch it out. He can't lose this one. I don't think he's got the time.
Yeah, that's right. They can't lose this one by the time. It just so happens. A 5th on the board for Revenant. DOS9, again, individually These two Kazakh players for Revenant have come out with so many rounds on the back of this kill merit, regardless of agent as well, right? It just goes to show how aware and how sharp that they actually are, and how cohesive Revenant actually are as a team now. Such improvement from not only the course of Split 2 to Overwhelm True Rippers, but also just throughout the course of this tournament. Really well at adapting what's working well for them and what's not, to deploy it mid-round, mid-game.
Crazy stuff, man. You know, this is a start that I don't think many people would have been expecting right now. Paradox goes straight into the relay bolt, and I don't think that's a happy position to be found in. That's a happy little accident. Vera finding it, but DOS9, he's here again. And again, already the impact that this man continues to throw out. Wayne with a good response, though. But the Nightfall actually does come out, is able to dodge it with the Shrouded Step. Prowler will catch, get some info, but it's a 2-on-3 still. DSG at the disadvantage. Oh, Rumble! He overlooked some shots at the exact same time, Komodo. They didn't look for him, but Wayne's able to pick that one up, and now, somehow, some way, in a world where it should have never existed, Sultan is in a 1v2, but he does find one through the dark cover, and now look at this reposition from Wayne. Is he going to be ready for this? No, not at all. Of course he's not. But has he made it into the tree? He absolutely has. Wayne had the positional advantage here, so he has to simmer. No, he didn't even go in. This is just such a mind game round. He is convinced. He is sure. And Sultan, if he times this right, he might be able to find it. Pops the Toxic Cloud, but it's going to be Wayne. Jesus, man, I went through too many stages of emotion in that round, and DSG find 3.
Oh, boy. I mean, the aggression around the rubble from Disguise, when you send your Neon in, when you get some shots out, when you've got Chaos ensuring around it. I mean, sensational work on the Haunt as well to just piece together a lot of information. But when it comes to it, Wayne repositioning individually around the map, around this A site, and even when you think, yeah, okay, we're toying with the idea of this rotating door, he's again just at the right moment, at the right time, with the damage that was done by his team earlier on to find the finish. A thrifty round to come on through in one of these really strange ones where you have quite the readable ability reactions that you can actually throw in from Revenant, right? If you're playing as Revenant right now and you're wanting to go for some of this mound control, you actually have in your deployment, right, a rendezvous to get out if you're putting in your chamber there. You have, you know, these combinations of utility that you can get with a flash to clear out rubble. If you're putting out your Prowler, if you're putting out your Haunt, you can go for these lineups as well for the staggering of utility down. There's so much that we can actually see for clearing of this spot, but it kind of is just a little bit dimensional of a progression, close rubble blocker smoke over at the root, and a barrage of battle around it, which, to be honest with you, against the Pistols is not an ideal play. So I think this pause is really an important one, just to ensure that for Revenant, what they're doing is what they go back to, because what they're doing that's working has not been exploited yet as an answer back from Disguised.
Good time to let it all simmer as well. I think that's the thing, you know, you win the round, you take the pause, you give it back, and it's actually an additional pause as well to really make sure the conversation is had. Clearly whatever happened in the previous round, you know, was a breakdown in communication from the side of Revenant. So they need to make sure that that doesn't continue, right? That's always going to be a little bit of a plague, I suppose, to this team, where it just all breaks down at the macro and the team can't quite get on the same page as each other.
Yeah, one of the strategies that Revenant really rely upon is taking down the clock, right? Expending your opponent's utility, baiting out a lot of their utility. These fast plays for them isn't really in their nature, right? So I think that their tendencies to try and battle a Disguise, you know, a Sin Prisa when they're going really fast, you know, it is never going to work, because the other teams just feel a lot more cohesive in thriving in that play, in having the quicker reactions, where these guys, yeah, we've got, you know, DOS9 and Sultan who are putting up the frags in a lot of this, but the other guys, you know, Skills has not generally been really good so far in this tournament in spinning around with his head on a dime, right? They've been a little bit better when they're layering things out. And I'll highlight the elephant in the room for SK Rossi as well, right? Such a difference that we're seeing from him on this chamber as opposed to where he was playing on the Cypher, where he was playing on the Gecko Unbind, right? I don't really see the value too much right now from Revenant, propping him up to succeed on this role.
And that's exactly right, though. You know, you swap out the Cypher and get the Neon. And it's just such a different pick, such a different change. And this time, at least, they managed to sort of bait out the shot from Vera, but you know, he's straight in there. He's got Styron to support him, and you just can't turn the tide here. So it is a weaker round, as we know. Like, you know, can't really kind of put too much to this, but DSG have got the method back in order, and they know what they're doing.
That's the nature of these agents as well, and the players behind them too, right? Where you know that you're going to get aggressive into ruins. You've got the contingency of making sure that you have that rotating door readily available. You got Vera who can go in, go out. You've got a body behind him in Styron to make sure that the trade's there when the shots are missed, or the shots are even hit in caught and reload. These are the fast rounds that you can afford to do because of this agent set that you're running. When you're Revenant, you need to kind of use a little bit of this utility early on if you want to sniff out these positions.
So back to the operator for Vera. Obviously, they keep kind of going in and out with the Outlaw on some of these eco rounds, where they know it's a little bit weaker. So where's he going to find an opening? Just trying to take that position once more. They're a little bit slower off the start here, Revenant, but straight in towards the mix for it. They're going to have a bit of a look, and they narrowly missed that shot onto Styron. Don't know how he got away with that. So it is going to be a spike plant early, but how quick are they going to look for this retake?
The difference when it's just Styron by himself, right? No tandem buddy to help him out. Now in towards the pit. How do you sniff this one through when you've got Styron down? You'd need to honestly send Vera straight into the pit sliding and then trade him.
Man, and Rossi's been taken out for absolute free there. He was lurking back towards the end of A, and it hasn't quite worked out for him. Great shot onto Paradox from Vera as well. They need to make sure that they keep Sultan alive for as long as possible here, Komodo, because look at how quickly they're moving in here. It's going to be Grumble to find another, and now it's just on to the Kazakh boys, DOS9, Sultan, and they do make it work, but it's all left onto Vera with 1 HP, and it's DOS9 to clutch and close. Again, these guys, as a duo, they're having so much impact and dragging Revenant through some of these rounds.
A little bit of difficulty when you do sacrifice your HP in towards the pit. The longer you're in there, I mean, it makes it more difficult to take a duel. So a little bit lucky for Revenant when they do manage to get into it and play around the pit too, right? You see the sharp shot from Vera. You see him caught in transitioning weaponry, pulling up the sidearm, seeing his opponents get back into the pit. But there's nothing you can really do about it at that point in time either. This is one of the deficit positions that you're going to see with an agent lineup like we're seeing over on Disguise's side. If you want to clear something like a pit, you need your Styron in.
Vera already looking for it, and once again, you know, SK Rossi dies without any impact. He's really struggling on this chamber right now. You've just got to pick this pace up and make that site hit now.
Yeah, and either through door or through breakable towards B, but they're going to choose to go to the alpha site, and they're just locked in.
So quick on the flank was Vera, and now Juicy and Grumble managed to find the equalizers. Grumble taken down very, very low, but DOS9, oh man! Grumble, no wonder he earns his stands. He's got big fans because he hits big shots, and that's huge from DSG as a response.
Recognizing in that fact as well that you can get pushed and overwhelmed because you've lost the sight, dropping down your cyber cage to get the audio cue that there's someone in it, that's what turns his head back towards the focus as well, right? If he doesn't put that there, he's potentially looking back out toward the stairs because his teammate got traded out over there. He doesn't know if he's going to get flanked, so it's just these quick little micro mechanisms that he's able to readily adapt for is what really is a standout Cypher player in my mind that Grumble emphasizes.
He's been impactful as anything. You know, him and Vera, the players we predicted. Whereas Juicy's been relatively quiet, but it's because he hasn't been needed yet. So they pick up the pace once more. They head towards B. They're going to be able to find this spike plan again. It's been successful for them, but can they do it again with the weaker weaponry?
Well, Juicy's got the showstopper, so we're going to send it all singing. It is the last round of the half, mind you.
Yeah, they may as well make it work, make it go hard, and Juicy does narrowly miss that shot with the showstopper, so the C's does actually catch too, so that makes it really awkward. Sultan not quite ready for Wayne. That's the second time Wayne has managed to find a frag in that position now. Vera getting the shot into SK Rossi. DOS9 has to go big here, and with just the Sheriff, what do you even do there? Skills also taking just one, but that's the round done and dusted for Alive, for Disguise, and they have found their method to bringing this one back.
And that's kind of the downside of an errant decision to just push in towards the B site. When you're on pistols, when you're on stingers, and your opponents don't give you the jewels immediately, right? When they posture themselves for a bit of a retake, for a bit of a flank watch at the moment, Disguised are really easily the gun advantage and the position advantage at that point in time. So I was very surprised when I saw the weapons and when I saw at the beginning of this round Revenant setting up for another B hit, but not having the utility and the space to take the battle against Disguised before they can posture for retake. You're not going to be winning those duels. So 6-6, pretty decent scoreline actually for both sides on the flip.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because it feels like the last few rounds from Disguise were so convincing that it should feel like it's like maybe, you know, an 8-4 or a 9-3 half in their favor. Because Revenant got those early few rounds, and it was definitely most of the part on the back of some individual performances. You know, Paradox had a good round, DOS9 had a fantastic round, Sultan also. But Disguise have found a little bit more consistency in the last few. So maybe they've just used the opening few rounds to kind of work out Revenant, and this is where they can potentially put the foot down on the accelerator to try and close out this map as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Just the adaptability from them as well to recognize just in the midst what they need to do against Revenant. You'll highlight back towards their stage 2 gameplay that Lotus was a map that they were, you know, relatively successful on, but they had the worst defensive performance on any single map in their pool, right? Defense Lotus, no go, have to fix it. And that is what I feel like they've been able to do with the addition of Big Time coming into this roster, by the way. He has such great brilliance on the macro strategy, on how he needs to position his team. And I think that looking at this team, you know, they've been able to really fix it for Revenant's side with him. But now you've got who I'm highlighting actually with the bad defensive side in Disguise, right? They themselves in this game, Vera, Juicy, changing up positions time and time again on the duelists. I think Alex has done a phenomenal job with them to just sit down with the boys, figure out exactly what our strengths are, what our weaknesses are to get back into it. And I'm looking at this and I'm just having a kind of a think about it. From what we've seen so far in the course of this tournament, I think Disguise have realized early on more so than Revenant have on where to fix weaknesses. So the fact that they've already done it, you know, within the first half of the first map in this best of 3 is going good.
I like that. Looks like there's a quick tech pause. Someone's out of a seat, so they shouldn't be too far away, we would assume. But yeah, man, I don't know. This is another game where it's elimination station, right? You know, one of these teams won't be making their way in, won't be getting all the way through to that next stage of competition. And I think there's obviously going to be a lot of eyes, again, on all these teams, especially the ones who make it to the arena, whether or not it's to, you know, make their way towards ascending or getting picked up into Tier 1 exclusively outside of that into the next season. You know, there's so many question marks into this off-season, what it's going to look like for so many of these players individually.
I mean, the biggest thing first, the biggest hurdle I feel like that these two teams are going to be seeing themselves is you have to first best the 3rd to 4th place finisher of last year's Ascension and Boom, right? Again, you know, they were kind of really exposed against Simprisa early on, but I think you're going to have a bit of a settle down and a massive talk in how to get back into it, because locally in Indonesia, Boom's not lost the final land. So this could be the upset to the winner of this series to best that big old hurdle to then get into that arena.
Boom's such a funny team as well. Hey, you know, they had that absolute stomp, obviously, straight out the rip, but then they kind of got pushed back really hard straight away into the next series. So, I don't know, they're up and down, and that's why I kind of lean back onto this narrative, which you picked from the very start, Komodo, is that Simprisa are the team that have been looking the strongest, tried and tested throughout the course of this competition so far. They're the only team that hasn't really shown a level of weakness, and it's crazy because during that time, they were pushed to overtime and a very strong 13-9 by Riddle, who we just saw beat Naos.
Well, now we've got the switch up of the sides disguised onto the attack, which is one of their stronger sides. So that's why I'm kind of interested to see, more importantly, how Revenant are going to adjust specifically when you've got Rossi on a chamber as well, because he needs to get a lot of action. He needs to get a lot of kills and get out for there to really be some strength on this Revenant side.
I need you, SK Rossi, the one true hope of South Asia. He does manage to get away. Tagged up, which does help a little bit, but DOS9 can only go 1 for 1.
And that's going to be the door opening, so Disguise don't need to stick around. Bait out a bunch of this utility. Look to renegotiate back towards B, where the trademark is at the front. To get a little bit of information when the wall goes down.
Here.
But I'm a bit surprised as well. I'm a bit surprised that there's no space that's actually been now gathered over at Rubble when you have this lull in the time.
Just how much do they try and overwhelm? How much do they try and throw back here? They're obviously going to let the spike get planted. And Rossi will be able to have the rendezvous up in just a second. So, holding on. Waiting for the time. But he does miss the shot. Yeah, that's rough. Wayne has found him, so the advantage continues the way of Disguise. They're going to put the foot down now and try to get this offense going, but Sultan looking the wrong way, man. Round is all falling apart for Revenant. Disguise walking away with an easy 7th. It didn't feel like there was much pressure from Revenant there at all.
No, and I think that comes down to their retake positions as well, right? When you've got 2 coming up from heaven, 1 coming up from spawn, and 1 coming through rotating door, you are really needing to just isolate a pick. And you know that Disguise aren't going to give that to you, right? They're going to swing together as a unit. It's exactly what they did out through Breakable on the site. You have a little bit of a safety net as well from Grumble just tucking himself at the back of Ruin's ear. So really well done from Disguise when they realize that they're getting a little bit overwhelmed at Mound. Just a reset, pull us back, wait for the toxic screen to go down. And now they have a really big advantage onto this attacking side to start.
Such a big pivotal moment, right? You know, I think it's potentially a thing of where Disguise, if they can't get a couple of, Revenant can't get a couple of rounds, Disguise may really start to run away from it, you know, almost leaning towards the 13-6, but I won't get my head in the negative too much just yet. We need to see good things in the the gun rounds.
Yeah, and on those gun rounds, I think for SK Rossi as well, how much of a premium do you actually put on being able to rendezvous out, right? Because if you're the one that isn't going for these flanking plays, then who is?
Straight in, putting the feet down, and Vera will be able to open one. It is traded out very nicely by Skills for that matter, but DOS9, can he find the timing here? The C's is going to be fantastic. Paradox does get one back, but they're overlooking it. That's really, really nasty. SK Rossi not exactly in a position to potentially win it out. Does he have any shots in the Headhunter? Just 3. So they're going to have to try and creep on in. They do bait out the shot. Juicy won't be looking at this just yet. Of course, Breakable on the trip. Cruising in. They're both watching the exact same time. Bullet damage is enough there. Rossi.
He needs to go
Only
in.
1 in the chamber. He does. But he's instead just going to go in potentially with the classic here. This is just so rough. The cam's still there. He's just getting baited out in every single which way. The synergy that...
Oh.
Okay. Final shot. Not enough. There was a moment, there was a will, there was a way, Komodo, but Disguised, they're just too good.
Yeah, I mean, talk about to the nth degree, though, in that round, right? When you send in the slider and Vera back sight and you spot 3 players that are there, it gets a little bit sticky for you to get those trades out. But in the 2 versus 1, I'm thinking to myself, SK Rossi, you want to try and win this one. Is the Classic and the Headhunter with the single shot going to be able to do it? Yeah, the answer is no at the end, but I think you're still pretty okay with how you've navigated that round as Revenant, right? 4 kills, of course, is going to make this round an excruciatingly weak one for Disguise. The single gun should be the investment for them. They're going to get a couple of extras because they know themselves with the confidence and space that they actually are finding to A. They get rubble control pretty easy.
I don't think they're going to find much strain in getting the extremities of this map around that Neon, right?
No.
Especially with the Rays in tow. They've just got so much versatility.
And when you've got Sultan putting the same wall down time and time again, not changing it up, you can kind of afford to give up that rubble control because they're not really disrespecting it so far.
Paradox finding a good opening shot at the very least to take down Juicy. That gives them the advantage.
Yeah, you are pretty steadfast in where you're positioned around the map as Revenant too, right? 2 players to C, 1 just playing Gatekeeper over at B as Skills there. And the other 2 over at Tree, just refreshing between this wall and the one-way.
Now they look to creep on in. They're going to all swing around the exact same position, trying to wrap this in front of Stairs. And Vera putting the foot down. Look at that. Nicely done. The satchel was almost good, but DOS9 at least has got a bit more space to get 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. He's got all the space in the world, and he's taking it into his own.
I have to say, the individual performance from DOS9, I think, is one of the best in this whole damn tournament. And it's not just reflected in the kills, in the ratings and everything, right? It's just the positioning with
impact.
the team, without the team, and then individually, even if his team dies, he's still coming back, multi-fragging up, having an impact on the rounds that they're still losing. It's just absolutely sensational from him. For the biggest tournament of his career so far, by the way. For a chance to get to an arena, too. Insane.
Just how you connect those shots, you know, is such a big testament. Holding the spray, it's not exactly an easy feat there. I sort of do think that Paradox, you know, getting that satchel, giving the quick bounce, definitely got it started. But this time round, it'll be Paradox bested. Juicy goes ahead.
Yeah, we'll speak about the flip of what DOS9's been doing, right? Getting all the kills. Juicy, really absent in a lot of these engagements. So it's great to see that he's able to open one up in a round 4 Disguised. Meanwhile, again, you don't have, yeah, you don't have mound control again once more for Revenant, though. And you've got a bit of a catch for Grumble with the camera still over there.
Good early use of the neural theft as well to get that info. Vera is going to be making moves, skills taken down. DOS9 has so much work to do here.
Ooh.
He will manage to get one, but look at how well they trade it this time. They know the individual nature. He was able to get that 1v4 in the previous, but now when he's down, he was traded so effectively. It's on to SK Rossi and Sultan to see what they can do in the 2v4.
You gotta save. You gotta save here. You've got weapons to go in with a pretty strong buy in the next rounds. Yes, you might want to try and impact the economy of Disguise, who are relatively low, but a 2 versus 4 without any real smokes toward the side as well, because what is that toxic screen going to do in this scenario? Nothing. So you'll cut your losses here, you'll give this one over towards Disguise, and you'll go again with a strong round to try and keep them in check.
Toxin screen down.
So you've said that the Sultan has basically been throwing the same screen every round, right?
Yep.
No questions, no changes. And that's the thing, you know, the lack of versatility with this agent composition.
Well, that's it, right? Because when you're on the attacking side, usually you're doing the one that cuts through rubble and A side to get a little bit of this early rubble control, to then flex up and down, to sneak up and do it. When you're on this defensive side, this is generally the wall that Revenant will be playing with, because they've got the one ways that DOS9 throws out handedly, because they know that they're putting the Poison Cloud over to C when they need to as well. They're retaking C. There is a massive reliance actually on keeping him alive for a lot of these rounds. That's why you generally don't see Sultan overextend for a lot of these duels.
Interesting thoughts. And again, you know, why it sort of leans to a little bit of a weird one when you're not adapting and kind of changing up those agent compositions to what is sort of modern day. It can, you know, even when you've got individuals performing, you can still get caught lacking.
Yeah. I mean, you just look at this, again, more rubble control for Disguise, uncontested pretty much. Yeah, you've got 2 members over at the breakable door, and a bit of a crunch to come a little bit late, but they're already managing to escape, and you're not getting rubble mound control at the same time.
Yeah, look at how quick they're trying to go back into this, because they already did burn the Paranoia on one side. Now they're trying to get straight through breakable. Skills will get one, but Styron will trade. So SK Rossi has to get a bit of a wriggle on here. Sultan's going to be able to drop Vera, which is huge, but now Wayne putting out that seize. It does catch Sultan, but he catches first. And Rossi also able to pick up Grumble. So all into Styron, 1 versus 2. He is in position, has the spike in tow, but he's in such an awkward one in B upper. Has to try and cross, and he's caught, and he's found. Rossi finally showing up to the show and getting a couple of frags to bring the team forward. Revenant get an 8th.
Yeah, SK Rossi hasn't had a lot of the duels because Disguise aren't going to the C site, right? And I cannot blame them. The amount of times that you're getting free rubble control, now you finally see a contest, but you already have a backup strategy to just overwhelm in towards B. A little bit unfortunate for them that the wall comes up for some toxins at the nick of time, and then you got the flood in, you got the numbers kept at bay, you got the numbers kept in check from Revenant, who in the end, the 1 versus 2s hate the timing to find it. So well placed for Revenant, and that's on the back of that save in the previous one, right? If they went for it and lost the guns, definitely would have been a different story, I feel.
And they're going for it straight away again, right? They've completely changed up the position, and we've narrowly missed it. Paradox does get caught, does get the info. Grumble dodges and weaves, ducks, dives, dips, dodges. You know how it goes. You guys have seen the movie.
Yeah, but now the problem is you've lost the site. Disguise have a player advantage. They have a free plant to their heart's content. And Styron has managed to get the Nightfall on the back of it.
Really awkward. Again, you know, they shifted up a little bit, but they know that Disguise has just continued to take the C A control towards Mound.
Yeah.
And Rubble. But anyway, we'll see how we go. And they bring it back in on the 4v3.
Couple of trades out. Not bad so far, but again, Disguise still holding together as a unit on the site, group in numbers. I'm just looking at it as well. The time is ticking away, and I think Revenant just need to seal the deal on this one and save it yet again. And I was objectively looking at it too, Mitch. You've got a Chamber, a Viper, and an Omen to try and get a retake happening in towards the A site. You really don't have any way to clear any corners with any amount of utility or any amount of haste to get in that sort of scenario. So that is kind of the worst 3 alive you want in that scenario for a retake.
Well, only having the single, you know, the single flash off the Paranoia, right? It makes it so tough to kind of defend, and the amount of times they've actually used it through tree from DOS9 to try and just force them away has just been nuts to witness. So,
yeah.
I don't know. They're just baiting out the utility so well disguised, and it just feels like it's such a more one-sided map than it is right now.
I mean, there's a reason when you look at DRX who play this comp for Revenant that you're trying to set up buzz for a lot of these duels on both our offense and both the defensive side, right? You really want to get the player advantages, which is why you're seeing combinations of either seize nades or flash nades, or you're getting peeks in from Foxy9, for example, getting get out. We're not seeing that much from Rossi because, well, the Skies just aren't generally going C, but when they are, He's not winning them. And that's exactly the case. He doesn't win it again.
He's dead again.
There's no flash or anything to assist him. There's no bodies to assist him. You need that here.
And Sultan's just, you know, sitting back, has to pop the poison cloud. Like, he can't do anything to support, as he mentioned. So now the utility is going to start to come out. Neural have to get that early information. The Haunt at the back of the side as well. Vera's already in position. Sultan has to try and find this opening frag, but he's up so close. That is going to be a tough one with the C's. Juicy gets one. Skills already, though, on the response. Sultan turns. It's going to be such an awkward bit of timing. Vera somehow still alive, and in amongst all of this chaos, Sultan does get one. So it's back to this 3-on-3 as the spike's now planted.
Can't believe that Revenant have managed to get this back to the 3-on-3. No plant down yet, but they start to flood through the gates. Paradox actually has 2 satchels as well to dance around the site, but the silence, the creep up, the tandem plays the back of the site.
Oh man, they're just absolutely baiting everything in, and once again it goes onto the reliability of Sultan to try and find it. Paradox now has to try continue forward. The satchels go out. Vera so low, but it's going to be Paradox to get the 2. Great spray transfer there. And somehow Revenant hold on. Like, this is exactly what we're saying. SK Rossi out in an island, dies first, 4v5, but somehow there was just enough utility to keep them alive long enough that Revenant win that round? I'm confused. I'm lost.
Vera as well, I can feel how hesitant he was to go in through that dark cover over at spawn, because he knows at that point in time from the neural theft that if he goes there against the isolated player, that could potentially be the round for his team to focus over at Waterfall. But you don't want to just go into the smoke, lose your head, and that is the round there and then. So they tried to play it by the numbers off the back of the util as well, and it just doesn't really work out for them. So a timeout deployed, Mitch. Very good timing for them as well, because this is where the economy and the ebb and flow actually starts to more shift towards their opponents in Revenant.
Man, I don't know, so much to ponder right now, and that's obviously why they've taken this pause to work it out. But I think it's more about just keeping a little bit of extra momentum, because they have been able to get all of this control for free, but it just depends on what they want to choose to do with it in the end, Komodo, right? You know, they can get all the control of the map if they want, but if they're going to hesitate once they're actually going out to that site take, it's all for naught, really.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually seen Revenant finally contest a couple of positions around the map, right? We've seen a little bit of this later rebel control from them. We've seen it at an attempt over at Mound. Yes, it's squandered. But apart from that, is that all that Revenant have for us so far, right? On the back of this timeout, if you've had your coaches just watching how you guys are playing, where you guys are dying around the map, is it right now just recognizing on the fact that we keep getting this A-Rebel control, and what are the pieces of utility that we're seeing them utilize when they go to retake control? Well, it's the toxic screen up, it drops, and if there's a smoke, a one-way over a door, well, you know, they're more heavily lent over towards the A site, because 9 times out of 10, those are the same positions that we're seeing from DOS9 and from Sultan on the back when that util's there. So I'm looking towards the radar right now, and what am I seeing? The 2-1-2, where you're going to have a peek out from SK Rossi, and you're not going to have any control bar the grenades that go over towards Rubble.
Rossi does fire a shot, so they've got the information that the operator is in. But Grumble finds DOS9, and that's such a big frag to be found. Paradox at least able to respond with one, but then that's the A site ripped open, taken for free. I mean, Skills still is in position, but this is very much an island as well for him to be sitting at.
And if you're playing by the numbers right now as well, you're either putting your Boomba or you're putting your Prowler to clear Skills out. You're not overlooking this to give him a chance to get back in.
SK Rossi finally hitting the shot, though, taking down Juicy. That could be absolutely huge. They're trying to go through the door now. They don't clear it. You're right. And now he can drop the Nightfall. So this could very well be a 10th round here for Revenant, unless we see something big from Vera, and he's taken down by Skills. All onto Wayne in a 1 versus 3. I can't help but think that the Skies have kind of given up the goat on the round here.
Well, we'll see, because Wayne in a 1 versus 3. Dark cover eventually, but a Paranoia 2. There's the first.
Can he hold on? Blinds him up. Gets the Shrouded Step out. The repositioning is great, but I think his shoulder actually might have been spotted there. SK Rossi is going to try go through, is going to get that Headhunter route, has to try and connect with the shot, and he does. Oh, man, thank you, SK Rossi. The reliability is back in a little bit now. The tour de force is secured for later if he needs it. And that's the round recovered. Revenant tie up the scoreline 10-10. This game has been so strange.
I mean, you have to consider, if the breakable door is gone and yeah, you're killing people, that the position is still dirty if you yourself have not checked it. Yes, I understand that SK Rossi gets on the line when the smoke fades. Okay, you can't kind of counter that if you're already in the open, sure. But you have to be layering your protocols at least to clear corners if you've not cleared them when you've got the utility. Because if you're not doing your first steps you're not going to be able to get into the site with the necessary required items that you need. And in that scenario, when you have lesser weaponry as disguised, you need to be making sure that you're not getting immediately dispatched of before you even get in there.
Oh, tagged up a little bit, Vera. But again, it's the same level of control. They get out to rubble, with the rest of the teams going back towards C.
Oh, did he just get spotted out or not? There was a ping on the radar. I think Sultan's seen it, but it doesn't even matter.
Oh, man. Wayne finding another again. You know, the amount of control that he's been able to pick up, and SK Rossi just walking straight into his arms.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a rough one.
Free plans as well.
Skills has to go really big here. At least he's able to find one for free. That frag felt a little bit too easy. Does have the C's, does have the Prowler in hand.
You got to wait for DOS9 though. He's got your smokes, he's got your flash. By what time you can, set all your useful in.
Gonna pop the ultimate there as well. The showstopper for Juicy. All it needs to do is just be a deterrent for this point in time, right? It doesn't need to go off straight away.
Yeah.
He's gonna drop it, doesn't connect.
Big
But in this time, it's done well to just find a little bit of extra control. Now DOS9 comes in, but Styron will trade, and I don't think Skills has got what it takes to take this one out. They're running away again. This is the third time we're seeing a save, and I don't even know if he's going to be able to get far away enough with this operator. Okay, I think he will just now, but oh man, it was a slow retake, but it was just those opening picks again. You know, how Wayne was able to split the wickets and find them. It's just insanity.
Well, he was spotted out after the From the Shadows was used, but the fact that he's just able to double down on towards SK Rossi, that's where it becomes extremely, you know, problematic, right? You got the 3 versus 5 onto the site. You start to get a kill in or two from Skills. He tanks the showstopper, but by that point in time, you've just got locations already solidified for Disguised.
It's going to be an interesting buy now as well, because they've got the tour de force for Rossi and the operator for DOS9.
I like it, though. A bit of a different look to what you're deploying over at your A-Rubble attempted control. At the moment, though, it's a bit of a funny one from Vera, too. Dash in, open the door, force them back, and it actually brings SK Rossi's ultimate out as well.
Look at how quickly Juicy's in there. He's already pulled out the shot from the tour de force. And back up in uppers. He can't really do anything here right now. They've completely locked out Revenant once again, Disguised.
And they're making sure
spike planted.
Making sure that you dot and I's, crossing T's over towards a vulnerable position in breakable door in this scenario as well.
Gonna have to go in as a team, in as a unit. They're clearing out absolutely everything here, Revenant. Door now broken. Up into uppers. Rossi hits one. Is he going to be able to connect on the second? He will. It's going to be a third, though, for Revenant now. 3 versus 2. DOS9 actually connecting with a shot as well. It's all on Navera, who has got the absolute flank of the century, but he tries to go in quickly, and Rossi! Oh, man. The high gear doesn't quite work out for him. The slide is not going to be successful, and in a round where the economy was weaker, it was just a saved operator, a stinger, and a tour de force, and Revenant take it to 11.
I mean, tour de force at the end of the day is just a point-and-shoot adventure for SK Rossi. The only deficit being that slow field, which I thought might actually get the better of them when they try to flood in towards the site. But then I realized exactly where old mate, our friend in Vera, was coming from. And I mean, yeah, brilliant shot. But also, Vera had his knife out when he went for the slide. So I don't think you're killing someone at that distance with a knife, buddy.
Nah, absolutely. And then they actually call for the timeout. It will be the final one utilized by Revenant. There's been plenty of these to come through during the game. Because this is kind of like all out now for Disguised, right? They lose this round. They go to 12, obviously, as we know. But the buy for the last is going to be so weak.
Yeah. You're looking again, right? A couple of really late resurgence plays from Revenant, changing their positions and where they want to focus their arsenal, right? Mainly it's over towards the A side of things still, but there's some adjustments to still tends towards B as well. Fall back where you need to, because I think a couple of these retakes have actually been, you know, extremely close for Revenant. Where they needed to pick up the slack was just having an extra player or two alive before that retake actually happens, and then they have those pieces to flood on in. So the fact that this time they do get overwhelmed by that door opening, they do decide to fall on back. I mentioned it, right? Breakable door is going to be a really key position for Disguise to hold in that scenario, and it's exactly why, because they lose that one, then they start to get crunched in by the multiple angles that Revenant are mounting that retake from. It's pretty, you know, simple when you think about it, but they hold breakable there, they win the round.
Can't believe we've ended up here. 11 to 11. Make a wish. I'm sure plenty of Rossi fans will be hoping it's a win for Revenant. But I'm sure chat will also be hoping for a win for Disguised. Because again, you know, it just feels like Disguised have been in the lead for this game, but they haven't. It's tied.
Yeah. Out of every player on your roster as well for Disguised, it's going to be Grumble down towards the Sheriff. So we'll see what happens in the middle stages of this round, where you've already managed to push SK Rossi back. This is a different look for Revenant as well. This time, both controller players over towards C. Rid of action up through the guts and mid from Skills with rotations now towards the Alpha site. So what was I just mentioning, Mitch? For a retake, have the numbers. And what do they have?
Man.
Well, they had the numbers.
Jeez, what a shot. Now the Nightfall to come on through to try and gather some information on the flank, and they'll get it. It'll be 2 pings. Now they have to just hold on for this retake.
Man. DOS9 just left C.
Clearly not getting that info, not getting that call. Might not have heard it, might not have had the audio cue with the Nightfall, right? So running around, trying to clear. Vera just keeping them entertained and occupied at this position. They are going to flood through now. Paradox, does he get? No! I thought that was potentially looking for a double, but it's Vera to get another shot. Wayne secures as well. DOS9, Sultan. The last 2, but there's down. There we go. All onto Sultan. And again, he just has to run away. And when Vera's coming at him, he's going to be looking for a finale. Doesn't quite get it himself, but Wayne does. And DSG take themselves to map point.
Yeah, DOS9 just jumping down into drop there as well. Footsteps very audible when he lands for the kill to be collected. But I gotta say, you know, I like the idea of Revenant falling back when the forces do get overwhelmed. When you only have one player in SK Rossi leaning towards the A site, you don't want to take the 1 versus 5 scenario for that sort of sake, right? So falling back is wise, but then just getting his head absolutely removed. Same can be said for when that rocket comes up from Paradox, squatted out of the sky. A couple of really sharp shots from Disguise put them onto map point now. And it's either overtime or it's map 1 victory for Disguise, and Vera wants to get the victory, Mitch. They're already in
he
A.
wants to wrap it up immediately, man.
deal.
This man is straight out. Does not have a care in the world, does he? Straight on through, trying to get all the control possible. Rossi's going to judge for this retake, man. It's going to be, again, onto Sultan and DOS9 to see what they can do.
Yep, run the shadows in for DOS9. Or rather, from Wayne, actually, to see how many players are rotating in through the back of spawn. I don't think DOS9's going to be afforded to use his ult here.
No, not at all. Just gathering that info. The Prowler goes out to try and take some control back, but once again, it's that one-way smoke onto the stairs. Just makes it so awkward, so uncomfortable. They're already running out of time here, Komodo. It's going to be such a tricky one to get back in. Sultan just has to sit pretty for as long as possible. Vera does get taken down by Rossi, but again, the time is ticking. Rossi with 2, but traded out. Grumble finding more. Grumble finding more, Komodo. 1 versus 2. Does have the neural theft to come out, but do they even have enough time here? They do. It's going to go to overtime, and they are feeling the pain in that one, Disguised.
Yeah, absolutely. That had to be extremely close on the timer at the end of that one. Unfortunately, we don't get to really see it, but hey, that was what, a 5 versus 4 retake to go into that one for Revenant, and you just see the patience from Disguise. Nobody kind of overstepped in that scenario, right? Vera was down a low HP actually at drop, and the matter of fact that SK Rossi on 23 HP manages to get that kill, they start to peel together some of these advantages, and then it just crumbles for DSG because they're losing these members that didn't necessarily need to go for the fights. When you don't have that rotating door open, you don't really need to go for a fight fully in tree if you've got someone looking towards drop, someone sitting on the side on the spike. Like, that's a really rough position that Disguise kind of gave up a bit there.
That was game 1. Like, no question about it. Like, it should have been GG. We should have been talking about the post-game, but Disguise have let that one slip, and they're going to be feeling it. So Revenant, they can try and take this opportunity to close it out in overtime now.
Absolutely. And on the back of your first offensive round in overtime, Vera's brought out the operator to lock down the A site by himself with a very strong lean from Disguised over towards B and C. Immediate clearing util as well, pushing them back. So little by little, you start to piece something together for Revenant with space around the map, while still maintaining flank watch as well for yourselves.
They've got to be so careful they don't give it all up to Vera here. Obviously, they've got the toxic screen, as you mentioned, to kind of try and find some space, but that guy's going to be quick, and he's been fragging all game.
Yeah, you're baiting out a lot of this utility nice and early on to remove it from later info gathering, from later retake potentials too. I was going to say, if you could bait out those paint shells there from Juicy, you'd make a potential retake scenario all the more easier.
Just going to have to cut sound. 40 seconds left. Wait to see if there's any more response here from Disguised.
The biggest thing at the moment is I don't believe Vera has revealed the operator in play at the moment. So while Skills snuck in towards Rubble, he has to shift into a really delayed fake and retake, or potentially even a flank, because we still do hit C.
Didn't even go for the shot there either, so it's Paradox straight over the trip. Wayne is going to be able to find the first. Is he going to continue here? He's been looking so good in this map. He's got a third straight into the Shrouded Step as well. How far can he keep going with this? Grumble to pick up further. And this is the round that we should have seen in the previous. This is how it should have been finished. Onto that 24th round. But now Disguise, they have a much cleaner start here. Revenant couldn't find their footing in towards that site take. And Disguise take the lead and take it back to map point.
Well, what's one of the things that I said could upend Revenant, right? It's the time. It's always the sixth man on their opponent's team, because they do leave a lot of these rounds to the wire. And the fact that they didn't break any of this Cypher utility over at C, the fact that they didn't push Vera off the operator line over at A, you're getting the idea that it is shifting down to a 20-second execute attempt here, and then you can just play around the site as Disguised. So really, that round was read in by them too early for Revenant's liking. You have to figure it out early, Mitch, and now Vera attack operator on the Neon.
I'm shaking my head like an attacker-sided operator, and Paradox still peeks into it. Anyway, hindsight's 20/20 and such, but that's crazy. The fact that Vera's actually going for this instead is a bit of a sight to behold, and it's working out for them so far.
Yeah. And now DOS9 is by himself. Scare tactics with the Odin, see if any damage can be delivered, but you've got to go for a bit of a challenge here. You can't just fall away and go for another 4v5 retake.
How are they going to make this work? Revenant have to try and fall away, as you mentioned. The Haunt's not going to catch anything. The Dark Cover's not going to do much. They're just going to clear out drop. Spike looking to be planted for Styron, but he pops off for the time being. He's just going to wait for it for a second. DOS9 trying to spot out from the high heavens. Prowler gets some info. Paranoia, so it's going to be a very quick retake for Grumble. He'll find him. Skills, though, gets one. So does SK Rossi. Back into a 3-on-3 here, Komodo, somehow.
Yeah, Plant is down as well, and they have given over that Odin for the spam in the tree if they want to, but Creep on in. Now there's an advantage for Revenant.
Absolutely. How have they brought this back? It's all going to be onto Wayne and Juicy. Juicy does bring it into a 2-on-2, but Rossi can get into position, looking to go and get this half tap. Skills takes him down, and now it's all left onto Wayne. Can Wayne continue forward? SK Rossi still holding. Has he been able to pull him off? Not enough time, not enough traits. Skills closes as well with a third, and that is a retake that again should have never gone the way of Revenant. Disguised are giving these rounds up on a silver platter, Komodo.
Yeah, that's an extremely strange one for Disguise, where they look to get the plant and they don't really do anything on the back of that. Running in towards these open angles for where the spike is planted over towards tree. You've got the wallbang ability to come through from the Odin that's literally been gifted to you by your opponents. And you've got a lot of utility that can still be played for the stalling as well. That's a couple of ill-timed decisions from Disguised where, funnily enough, if you're playing any other team that isn't Revenant that really sets themselves up for that slow retake, you probably are winning in those timing positions as Disguise. But the fact that Revenant just kind of delay it, waltz in really late, does get the better of Disguise.
Just having a full conversation right now. You can see how in-depth these conversations are occurring. Like a second overtime ready to come on through. We've already seen a fair bit of a hand here. You know, Vera's tried up some different things, obviously pulling out that operator. SK Rossi has very much been activated again. You know, one of the most experienced players inside this competition right now with his Tier 1 experience. Tier 1 history. You know, a long time playing Valorant. And yeah, man, I don't know. It's just been such a weird back and forth where I feel like Disguised are making many of their own errors, and they need to try and work that out. They need to try and isolate these positions and just close it together as a group, not as a bunch of individuals.
I wouldn't be surprised if Revenant have the best player deficit conversion rate on the back of this map. There has been so many times that they've lost an opening kill, specifically going in towards these retakes, and they've managed to just crawl them back being behind. It's absolutely ridiculous. That shouldn't be something statistically that is a possibility, right? If you've got a numbers game in a post-plan scenario, they tend towards you.
Vera's getting himself really low in this decay as well for the time being, just trying to hold that similar line. It's been a very staple wall to be thrown out by Sultan, trying to get that clear. He gets the opening. That's pretty big, but traded by Styron. And now it's just going to be that rubble control, and where are they going to take this?
Yeah. Vera did spot a couple of numbers out through Bruce as well, so the rotation had already been started, but now he posts himself up on the correct line. You see if you can get one and get out, because the Prowler is sniffing you through, and you're actually overwhelmed by Paradox.
Yeah, absolutely. Paradox is all up into his grill right now, Komodo. That's a spot that you weren't expecting. You know, Vera's been so impactful, but swapping onto this operator makes it so much more pressuresome. Now Grumble destroys the horn, tries to sit away, and Wayne though, oh man, he's dropped the spike. What an impactful position, but he's traded out by Paradox, and now it's left all under Grumble. 1 versus 2. Showstopper popped. Information gathered. DOS9 now looking for the plant. He has to go away. Grumble has to try and play this patiently.
1 versus 2, as you mentioned. A dark cover for DOS9. A bit of information, but does Grumble expect both of them to be back here?
He's got to clear everything. That's the hardest part, right? But we've seen this before. We've seen the lineup. It doesn't always work for them. They're straight onto that line, but can he hold the control? No. It's Paradox to take the attacker-sided round to push Revenant forward. That's now 3 in a row, Komodo. Can they close it out here?
Well, this is the first time that Revenant actually gather a lead in this scenario, and you know how many times Disguised have had the chances to be able to seal the deal on this one. I do like the valiant attempt at the mid-clear as well, but just reactiveness from Revenant to be able to turn around, to get all of these trades, to group up and settle down as well, because somebody had to go big in a scenario to get Revenant on the top, right? More often than not, we've been looking at DOS9, we've been looking at Sultan, but Paradox this time steps up where required, and now on this advantage, you might actually be able to isolate a kill with the numbers that you've got over towards the A side if you get a little bit more proactive and not as patient as we've seen from Revenant.
Look how quick they're in, though. Juicy, what is going on? Sultan finds 2. There is no way that should have happened. This is what I'm talking about, Komodo. You can't win a game as 5 individuals. You have to win a game as a team. Sultan has literally grabbed them, had time to think, and then still take the kills, still get this third as he marches forward, trucking through. Styron and Vera are sitting there wondering, where is my team?
I cannot believe that he has just satcheled into him, and with no gun availability in that mix, Sultan is converted in towards 3 kills, now looking for the closure.
This is insane. Styron in a 1v5 has not had the greatest of games so far. He's had a couple of impact frags, and he will be able to drop DOS9, but Sultan's going to find him with the 4K, and that is going to be Revenant taking map number 1, Komodo. I don't know what I've just witnessed. I don't know if anyone is sort of stable right now, but that game had absolutely everything, and I think that could potentially be enough to really throw off Disguise for the rest of this series, because, yeah, as I said, like, head in hand already after map 1, that's rough. You're not going to close this series out right now. You're not going to say it's done and dusted, but you guys have to take this next 5 minutes, reset fast, because if we see that again, that's the series done.
And guess what map we're going into next as well, right? It's Bind, the map that was pretty looking good against Impresa, the map that you've been destructive of against Rapid Lo-Fi too. There were so many times in this map here that you thought that Disguise were going to be able to just win it through, but I have to say, how many 4Ks are we seeing individually on the side of Revenant to step up, right? It's what you mentioned, individual versus team play. I had a couple counted in there from Sultan. We got the big one from Paradox to get them into that map point finally as well, right? So I think that there is so many problems in this map that can get drilled by for Disguise. You have to have a really big switch up going in towards this break for this next map.
But there's a difference, right, isn't it? As you mentioned, you know, individual performances, we saw absolutely everyone on the side of Revenant have their moment, have their play. But on the other side of Disguise, where was Styron? Where was Juicy? There was just nothing coming out from them at all. And where was just all these holes, all these gaps. And despite the fact that Wayne, Grumble, Vera all put in their moments, even towards the end, Vera started to lose that stability as well, where we saw SK Rossi activate, Skills activate, Paradox back into it. It wasn't just the DOS9 and Sultan show in towards the end. But look, all I can say is I'm absolutely stunned. That composition has somehow found a win up against what we were seeing from Disguised, who started off what I felt with pretty damn well. But for now, I'm going to let you guys go over to Mika and Dax, because I've got still no idea what has happened in this map.
Well, guess what, friends? Neither do we. No, really, Dax. That was quite strange, I think. Like, there were a lot of rounds wherein it's like, they shouldn't be winning this. Why did they just win it? And then on the other side as well, it's like, wait, they shouldn't be able to do this. Why are they doing it? Why is it working?
Honestly, I'm just so impressed by how Revenant took this game. 15-13 in overtime. And yes, Conky was mentioning it actually, that because of the efforts especially of Sultan and DOS9, the rest of the team was able to activate. You compare the first half of SK Rossi, barely any impact. Coming into the second, when do we see these kind of retakes happen with operators as well as Tour de Forces? A double op retake is just unfathomable. You see RNT finding DSG staying on site, and I guess really that's a concern here for this guys when they played on the attack. Vera was so on point with the first kills. You can see he got 10 of them, and look, 22 first kills, and you still somehow lose the game. They're setting up some of these smokes, so one way is to try and force things off for RNT so they can't play on site. But DSG themselves, it does get concerning, especially coming into A, that they're still playing on the site itself. They're not being active around the map even more. They're not playing off the site. They're not playing these extra angles. And then some big shots come from SK Rossi, from Paradox, from DOS9, from Skills. It's just everyone there. You don't forget Sultan. It was a big team effort. Yes, big individual step-ups there from RNT and Sultan. Oh, impressive. How do you face against a raise coming up your face? Well, you just shoot him down anyway.
Yep, that's exactly what happened so many times. I'm still stunned with that 6-22 first kills.
Yeah.
I guess you don't win Valorant by just, guaranteed first kills, right? And it's happened so many times. You did see Vera being so aggressive, but it goes back to the consistency, right? Because it wasn't like I feel like DSG may have had an opportunity to be more aggressive in so many rounds, but they maybe hesitated or didn't take it quite to the level that they had to. Whereas Revenant kind of had this strange, slow but sure, and it would catch DSG off guard. It caught me off guard, definitely.
Yeah, there's just so many points to really talk about. Don't forget, both Sultan and DOS9 got 2 4Ks. Paradox had his own. And I still won't forget the fact that, sure, you're losing out in first kills. Vera had a perfect 10-0 first kill with the first death ratio, but it's still not enough for DSG. So DSG, this is where the whole individuals not playing as a team problem is rearing its ugly head, and they need to bounce back very soon, or else they're going to be out of the running here in Ascension.
Yep, these were the questions that we were asking at the top of the show, and they are still rearing their ugly heads, right? We're going to go into a quick break, but as Dax mentioned, this is an elimination match. Can DSG hang on, or is this a Revenant's series to take? We'll find out right after this break. We are back with DSG versus Revenant, and we are heading into map number 2, which will be Bind. I'm still scratching my head at what went on in that first map, Dax, and I'm not feeling too good on the side of DSG because we're heading into Bind. This was a map that Revenant pretty much impressed everybody on, especially since they brought it really close against Synprisa Gaming in their first match.
Yeah, there's so many unbelievable factors about that first map. The glow up from Revenant has just been so stark. The time that they took to prepare for Ascension, it is getting rewarded here right now, and with a win on DSG's map pick, and now they're gonna go on the map that they've looked so exceptional on and Bind. Well, this is them making a case that there is a chance for them to sweep this guy is the way, but I'm still rearing from what we saw in terms of stats there, Mika. Revenant was losing out on first kills, but somehow, some way, the way that they're able to recover in those rounds, the way they're able to play retakes on the defense, and the multi-frag performances from both DOS9 and Sultan, it's just been such strong pickups for Revenant Esports to get those two Kazakhs in, and everything is just working out for them.
Yeah, we were talking about it during the break, right? You look at the stats of that first map.
I had to zoom in.
Yeah, exactly. On paper, it looks like DSG won. But then, you know, they didn't. And there were so many rounds where it looks like they had it. But it's just that I'm not sure if maybe they got too much into their own hands. Maybe they got carried away with, you know, where the round was taking them and stuff, that they probably, you know, didn't exactly solidify their plan. But on Revenant, you know, you kind of just felt like in situations where probably DSG was taking it, they were kind of keeping their comments saying, this isn't over yet, no, there's a window, and they would take those windows.
I mean, truthfully, when I see how Revenant plays, still there is that individualistic aspect that Disguise has, but Revenant is able to play off the picks a lot more. They're able to take that space, they're able to bring that confidence in, and not only that they're able to swarm with a flood, especially on the retake, that allows them to win out those rounds. Not only that, they punish some of the tendencies that DSG has, catching Vero with the operator, catching Juicy in the openings there, and DSG, there's a small little swap there. Styra now gonna be on the Gecko, but still double duelist. Yoru and Raze, this guy's really living and dying by the double duelist setup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if it's been working so far, if it's what they're comfortable with, I don't see why they would change out of it now. Especially since, you know, there's still a lot to work on the side of Disguise, right? Don't get me wrong, there's a lot to work on the side of Revenant as well. It wasn't exactly the cleanest for them. There were some rounds where you could tell that Revenant wasn't exactly on the same page, but you know, like going into this, you mentioned that there's a little bit of a change here. I'm wondering how that changes things for Disguise, or if that just makes them, you know, fall out a little bit more in regards to being in sync with each other.
Yeah, I'm curious, right? So the Gecko, always the easier plan coming into this one. Dizzy, very easy to go for the flash instead of the Sky for that kind of intel, but beyond that, there's still that Yoru possibility that DSG is able to bring, and they had some incredible games back in MISG on this. It was overtime wins over Elevate as well as Rev, but then again, Revenant, let's not forget, how did they start this tournament with that streak over Synprisa, and then they dominated Rapid Lo-Fi. If they're gonna get the sweep, it should be here.
Well, it's gonna be a statement map for sure, so let's get into Bind. We're gonna toss it over to Conky and Komodo.
And if you told me that we'd be sitting down the barrel looking at a 1-0 up to Revenant leading out against DSG, I would have called you crazy. But the Revenant side, they are looking really, really fantastic right now. There's so much experience here alongside the new players from Kazakhstan. And I don't know, man, they're looking like they've got what it takes right now.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been so impressed with how Bind has played specifically from Revenant, even in their loss against Synprisa. I think that they're an exceptional Bind team, so I'm really excited to see how Revenant are actually going to be able to maneuver around this map, if they're going to be able to win this close, you know, in this 2-0 fashion.
Definitely doable. And it would be quite a statement, right? You know, we've had limited 3 mappers, and to have another 2-0, but in this way, would be kind of awesome for the storyline, right?
Yeah. Oh, really risky from Skills, however. If you're isolated as the only B player right now, you're by yourself. You need to be a little bit more cautious, as Disguise just have the spike outside of Hookah, are creeping up in towards the showers as well. I like the plan, I like the strategy, but I feel like that's going to be the go time actually for Disguise to stretch out in towards the A site, see what DOS9 can do, see if he can hold things down with Paradox.
Getting in spooky now, going to try and hard clear here. DOS9 will go 1-for-1 with Grumble. Now Grumble trying to get into the clear, into the position. He actually does manage to deny the wingman. That's massive. Very nicely done from Paradox here. Now they have to try and re-get this plant down, but he's got so much to clear, so many angles to watch. Whilst the team comes in, what was that from Grumble? Nice little collateral headshot with the Sheriff. Now Vera walks on in, but Sultan's still alive. However, it will not be the Sultan of swing in this time round, as Wayne will send it back, and it's 3 alive for DSG. Revenant started off hot, but unfortunately didn't quite get it through.
Yeah, it's one of these things as well where you do have skills trying to bait out a lot of these positions, a lot of eyes over towards Hookah, maybe a little bit of utility as well while buying time for his team to set up for the TP through. But I feel like at that point in time, they just relinquished a lot of this control that they were looking to establish around the A site with the eventual showers pop. You got a feeling that for a lot of this A site success for Revenant, they want to be gathering some information either in showers or up through short, where this guy's, you know, they're not really going to be meeting with that too much, right? So I kind of want to see how early Revenant can adapt towards that sort of situation.
Look at his mid-walk. Spotted out by Vera, though, already. Sultan getting very, very bold and brave, trying to take that early control for the rest of the team.
Yeah, well, rotation's already starting to come back over towards this B side. Large footsteps, actually, from SK Rossi with the Dizzy available. Shot immediately.
Portal closed.
So I do like the respect that is being given here from Disguised at the moment, right? You've got Sultan with that toxic screen just to cut across. You can definitely play with a lot of timings and a lot of sneaky shenanigans with showers controls with this, you know, kind of staple defensive wall.
So rotating back around. It's not going to be that site hit, though. DSG definitely keeping their eyes on the B site prize, and SK Rossi is going to have a pretty tough time. Obviously, we'll have the Dizzy replenished, has the wingman, but doing it solo from elbow, I think it's going to be a full 5-on-5 on the retake here for Revenant.
Yeah, and I'm going to be actually interested to see for Disguise if they're going to be able to hold this down in the 5 versus 5, because there's a lot of this flood utility that Revenant do have to be able to throw in towards this retake, even though it is just pistols.
Information gathered onto Vera, but they're not really going to be too stressed by that. I think they can just relax, really, because look at the damage. It's always going to be a hard one trying to flood out. You know, Bind is one of those really, really punishing maps with the extremities, right? Going up against those pistols can be a real big challenge. Great shot from DOS9, but Grumble will run on in, continuing that streak from the previous round, and DSG walk away with 2.
Yeah, when you go into the Poison Cloud, pops at the right timing, that decay will get the better of you. But hey, look, the first 2 rounds, we've seen a little bit of different deployments from Revenant on this defensive side. Now it's time to get into it. And I think it's going to be an important factor just around the timings on this Viper utility as well, and the combination with Brimstone, right? Because we've already seen over on the Revenant side, huge impact frags come through from the Kazakh boys. We're knowing how strong they are when it comes to a map like Bind as well. So I think if you're Disguise, you're kind of trying to figure out nice and early on, where is DOS9? Where is Sultan? What's the timing looking like? What have we already seen on tape by a couple of key pieces of utility in what the strategies are actually going to be?
So just taking showers, trying to sort of sniff out as much as they can, getting that little bit of additional control. Revenant still not super 100% where they want to put this third man, just sort of leaving it in rotation through defender-sided spawn. Spike still dropped. Information trying to be picked up out of Hookah here from Styron.
There's a couple of individuals actually spreading wings around the map for Disguise. Styron up through the sands. You've got Juicy starting to peek a little bit over through showers, but I believe that's already been spotted out by Paradox. So you've got some shifts starting to make their way over to the A site from both sides, actually.
Definitely looking like they're going to lean towards this A site here as well. So Revenant are set up as well as they can be. But now as it goes back, Paradox is going to have to fall back into Lamps. It's getting a little bit scary now. Vera looking to try and get his way into elbow as best as he can, but Paradox is going to deny. Wingman will be able to get that plant. Juicy finds another, but again, they're stuck here. 4-on-4. DOS9 will recover, getting into position. A little bit of a tag onto the member at triple, and it's DOS9 again. This man is such an animal with his multi-frags, with his consistency. And as SK Rossi moves up short with his teammate of skills, it's going to be all on the Grumble, who can't quite do it, as it is going to be again DOS9 with the multi-frag, with the 3K to bring Revenant out their first round.
Yeah, really good later flank to come through from them as well when full focus is on the Disguise members that are actually pushing back towards the backer side as well, right? When you go for an overextension like that, you do leave yourselves susceptible for a bit of a flanking play. And it's even more extenuated by the fact that none of these teams are running a Cypher on this map, right? Usually your Cypher trips are just rinse and repeat for the flank watch, but these 2 teams need to be extremely aware of positions around the map, more so than usually you would come to see on this map.
Man, just so much to think about, and sort of trying to refocus again. You know, playing that double duelist, as you mentioned, playing that kind of individualistic game. It's going to be so tough to avoid some of these players from Revenant.
This time, though, the toxic screen won't be meeting its way out over to the other side of showers, I believe. So, see what sort of differences Revenant come in with into this round, which is actually going to be a little bit strengthened by the fact that you've got the Orbital Strike to buy a lot of time from DOS9. You've also then got, on the flip side, Styron with that Thrash. One of these ultimates in the game that have a lot of hate towards them as well, with how often you can get them. Some decent patience, though, over on Yondo and the B side of the map, though. Mitch's skills is taken out free of charge.
I have the spike.
Just buying time now. SK Rossi up very, very close on a little bit of an island here. But Disguise have done pretty well to just cut sound. I think SK Rossi, one would be plenty here. They're going to send out the Thrash, and he will be able to destroy it. Throws down the Mosh, but now they're going to start to run their way through. So he's kind of isolated a little bit in Hookah here.
30 seconds left.
But it definitely is the time for Disguise to make sure they establish themselves a really good plan if they don't want to see the lead. I'll emphasize, Mitch, how many 4v5 scenarios did we see from Revenant be won in the previous map? So I don't even count them out. Just here, maybe now you might, with Paradox losing his life, but you equalize or you get closer as DOS9. And remember, the plan actually hasn't gone down just yet.
Exactly right. They are still continuing to fight for this. If they can deny that, that could be a moment for SK Rossi, but they're going to let that spike get planted. SK Rossi gets another. This is the thing. These 4v5s that they keep looking for, but Styron,
nice try.
You thought there was a chance there. Absolutely. NT in the chat. Revenant almost make it work, but that's a much better result there from Disguised. They clear out the mid position, they get that opening pick onto skills, and they rotate around towards Garden. They send everyone in together, and whilst it was a little bit scrappy on the site take, they get the spike planted, they get it down, and then they can defend that post plan with vigor.
Yeah, that's an interesting one for skills as well. When you've got no utility from your teammates, it really is just a individual dry peak for nothing. No reward or anything. So I think you need to have a little bit of a thought process individually on those sort of scenarios. But I got to give good credit for Revenant on that attempt at the retake too. Great timings on the utility that they drop in, though in the result of losing that previous round. Definitely gives Disguise the opportunity here to extend really far back towards their home in showers once again.
Yeah. It's going to have to be so patient. You know, Sultan is in a very much one and done position. Obviously, Vera holding it very, very close. The Dimensional Drift goes out. They're going to spot out Paradox quickly. But he does jump the shoulder around. Vera's going to be able to find that shot, and now it makes it really, really awkward and uncomfortable. Paradox is in such a bad position. He's going to be overwhelmed quickly as well, and now they flood on in from this flank through the TP, and Vera is doing big, big things here right now, denying this counter-eco of Revenant. They didn't exactly have the best weapon to go in with it, Komodo, but they've given it a solid crack. And unfortunately, it's DSG who seem to be a little bit more reinvigorated as we've gone into the second map.
Oh, well, at least one on the escape for DOS9. Feels like he's always going to be good for one, at least in a round as well. But yeah, so far establishing a pretty decent lead on this attacking side for Disguise. We'll see if they can keep on doing that on the new gun round that'll be presented, because I feel like for our team over in Revenant, right, one of the things that was getting the better of both of these teams was stringing together a lot of rounds over on Lotus, building up a lot of the economy. So if you can actually answer back here with a couple of clean rifle rounds, get back into this defensive side, I think towards one of their big successes over against Rapid Lo-Fi, right, it was the string of rounds that they were getting on this attacker side time and time again. They were showing what's working on attack with this comp, what is weak for the comp that Rapid Lo-Fi in that game was deploying as well, right? So they have to be kind of careful now being on the defensive side themselves for Revenant, what they're going to be susceptible against. And I think that's this time out right now. You've got to figure it out. You've got the guns. You know that you're being a little bit weaker on these individual peaks coming out. You know the tendencies of Disguise, more often than not so far, has actually been successful showers control and appeal back towards this A side.
And how do you use this pause time as a coach now to talk? Looks like there's plenty to say. Trying to get back the heads, because they do seem a little bit dejected here at this point in time, Revenant. But again, you know, they're a team that is very high emotion. And we saw it towards the latter parts of Lotus early on, that they were really, really confident. They were really, really cheering. So all we can hope is that this pause will allow them a little bit of a chance to get back into this one. Disguised have got some momentum behind them, but they're not too far ahead of the curve at the moment.
Alrighty, well, the time comes back into it. Now we're seeing, you know, previously Styron with that Thrash to be sent in on the attacker's side. This time for Rossi, he's got that key piece of ability. Sultan's one away. These are the sort of swing rounds where if you can navigate a rifle round without the ultimates or one or two, you really start to build up your own. I like that Skills has changed to just use a Prowler really early on and just dumping a lot of this utility.
Does he know? Oh, there you go. Okay, I was going to say, what a little bit of a change, but now they've just completely funneled through. They're all going through the teleporter here, Komodo, and every single one of them is being absolutely ripped apart. Wade has walked away with 3 there for free. The second they popped the ultimate, Vera rather got caught in the seas, and then he shot the ultimate to sight. Sultan gets 2. It was a 3v5.
I actually thought that the Revenant setup there was kind of gold as well. When Skills baits out a lot of that ability, he looks to get himself out of dodge. He looks to entrap them and seize them for a double flood in through the teleporter. And everything is just missed out by the Revenant boys. I kind of feel for them in that scenario. On paper, that looks like a pretty decent strategy.
And it was. On paper, 100% it was. But now DOS9 moving in. If he can clear out, at least there's a chance of 1 because they are low. Juicy, fully HP'd, but he is inside Hookah right now. They have to play this crossfire. Does have the Molotov available. 2 Sky Smokes if he needs them. But it's just, again, such a hard position. So many angles to clear this. Juicy is going to be the one to take point. He does clear. And that's Juicy, who is so sharp. So he does rip the head off. You know, you're kind of wishing DOS9 into a position to win that one out there in the clutch. He's been so good in them. And Revenant can't keep relying on that. They need to all activate again, just like they did towards the latter part of that opening map. But look at this, Komodo. It's just so hard to break it down because they all try to make their way through the teleporter, but they got stuck.
Yeah, as I said, on paper, that strategy actually looked really good for them. But hey, it's not over just yet for their defensive side, right? They've got another gun round to come into it here. They've got a pit for Sultan. You're looking at what DSG are going to be able to throw into the mix to be able to sniff that one out. If they're sending in the wingman for a bit of reconnaissance, if they're putting in the boombot. Other than that, Juicy doesn't have his ultimate to be able to go in towards that pit, right? So it could actually be a really impactful moment right now for Revenant to get that happening. But I mean, what do you do against that?
It's been rough these last couple of rounds. Hey, you know, having that one member solo towards B, just getting picked up, whether it be Hookah, this time it's Long. And it just makes it so hard for the retake and the defense. But at least there is members here right now. SK Rossi, Paradox. The ultimate's up for Paradox as well.
Silence, though, with the opening frag for DSG. Settle it down. This is the time that you want to try and let Revenant overcook things just a little bit with this deep pit up through A short as well. You do leave both of your controller players to the wrong location right now. And the rotations as well.
Yeah, what's the call? Okay, Thrash comes out. They are going to hear the audible now. So they are knowing that it's not this position. And they're just going to wait for the spike plant to go down before they do it. Is this a save straight off the rip, Komodo?
I honestly wouldn't mind a save from Revenant to go at it again in the next rounds. Not going to lie. The hunt isn't too sensational from DSG. I mean, you can sacrifice 2. You could stretch out to a 3 right now. You have the investment with the Thrash as well just to try and find it out. Now, as Disguise, they will know that there's nothing here. They know that it's going to be a save. It just gives Revenant the chance to go at it again, right? On the back of this round, they lose skills and they lose a pit. You've got another crack at it in the next.
I think definitely trying to see something maybe on a switch up of how they're approaching this B site. It has been very kind of solo dolo, and you know, once the second that Disguise get the opening pick, they can quickly kind of march their way up towards the side. It's so hard for Revenant to trade out.
Well, that's 6 on the board for Disguise. So far navigating this attacking side with ease. It kind of feels like a little bit. A couple of elements where we've got, you know, as we've been saying on paper, really great ideas from Revenant. It showcases that they're a very well-versed team on bind, but there's just a couple of these moments where they're losing a pick really early on, and to compare it against the previous map, they were winning the 4 versus 5s over on Lotus. This time they're not winning the 4 versus 5s.
And right now, Skills and Paradox, who did have a fair bit of impact, especially sort of the second half and the overtimes of Lotus, yet to activate. So we can't have that slowness. We need to get them have a bit of a wriggle on right now.
Yeah. Some actual showers control this time from Revenant. Usually Disguised are the ones to lurk in through here, but they all turn their head towards greener pastures.
Oh! Prowler's completely dodged Vera. I think he's somewhat aware of it here, Skills, and he will get shot away. Yeah, definitely. When you've got a judge marching at you,
Okay.
But he does well. Great response there from Skills.
Well, this is the benefit of saving in the last round, right? You really do have a lot at your disposal for this round for Revenant. An opening kill for your player who's so far had none. I was going to say was gorgeous, but Paradox caught lacking a little bit here to equalize.
Really rough. But still a 4v4. Doable for both teams. Spike yet to go down. Still making their way out of the showers. DOS9 in position. 1-2 away from the orbital strike. But it's all under Grumble's positioning here. They've sent the fake out through. They've just got to be so careful up in these close quarters.
Yeah, this vertical wall to cut the side as well to allow pathway in towards U-Hole is always going to be one of those interesting ones, and you need to put your utility in towards it. But so far, DOS9 able to establish a lead immediately. Again, traded. Grumble can pit here.
Yeah, the shorty inside the smoke makes it work because that's DOS9 going down just before he finds the orbital strike, and now Grumble can pop that ultimate. Sultan has some good positioning, but it looks like Wayne's already aware of it, already ready for this lurk. He swings and he crouches underneath it. Great positioning there from Sultan. Now they can get a little bit of a move in towards this side, but they have to find something inside the pit. Snakebite will go in, but where's Grumble going to go with it? He's close to the side of Elbow, and now he's going to get back in, finds an additional frag. Make that 2, make that 3 under the wingman, but he is taken down by Sultan. And now it means that the Viper's pit will drop it with 1 bullet in the chamber. Styron can swing and find the additional frag. It's DSG with 7, and Revenant just can't catch a break at the moment.
No, they can't, can they? When you think that these trades are going to keep on favoring Revenant, immediately they're brought back by DSG, who just have a really good read on how this A site is maneuvering and being maneuvered, rather, by the players on Revenant, right? You've got this wall to cut it out. You're lurking Vera in. Yeah, the Prowler could have upset things and could have actually given you some good advantages, but when the plan actually goes down and there is the pit, you've got your sort of protocols still being established by Revenant to get into it. It's just Grumble behind the pit, peeking in and out, layering them when they're not expecting it. That's the tricky intricacies that we love to see from him.
Here's a different change-up, though. Sultan going to swing dry, and he gets the opening pick as well. He gets the info from the operator of Juicy. But this is the thing. You keep spraying, and sometimes you get punished for it, right? Juicy getting a great response. It was such a good opening there from Sultan, too.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate for Sultan in that one, because now you go from the player advantage and, you know, pretty much nil space from DSG into an immediate rotation from the Revenant guys, just leaving SK Rossi on this operator line in towards showers by himself. You still do have a lot of this info clearing ability as well for DSG to still send in towards the site. You can fake out. You can paranoia still. Now you can actually dimensional drift as Juicy's just picked that up. 40 seconds to go, and DSG can posture for a pretty decent hit.
Manages to get out as well. Using the back of that gate crash, repositioning back towards A. It's just going to be SK Rossi, and look, you know, having an operator in tow, not exactly the best weapon for it. So Juicy's going to pop that dimensional drift and go clear house. He's going to go straight into lamps first.
The only problem I'm seeing is DOS9 again with this orbital strike can buy so much time, and then you can start to put down the remainder of your 2 ultimates on the back of this one.
Great shot from SK Rossi, able to hold on for now. Wayne finds it, 12 points as he moves through the dark cover. Didn't even realize the man was up in heaven right now, but Paradox gets the shot, shoots onto Grumble, finds him on towards the side, and that's going to make it a little bit awkward now for Wayne and Styron. But Styron actually gets out. They managed to get out of dodge very quickly here, so it's an awkward 2v2 now. Back into showers, back towards short. So Wayne has used his utility to absolute perfection here. They're both going to have to clear up and try and make as much space of this as possible. But the paranoia is available, is in hand. Are they going to find anything off the back of that Prowler? The answer is no. But now the information gathered. All he has to do, though, here is buy time. Wayne continuing to shoot forth to put the pressure on. And I think he has just won the entirety of the round here, Komodo, for his team in disguise. Wayne, what a king!
Individually, Wayne has just come up with some brilliance in that one, hasn't he? From the beginning kills to relocate himself, realizing that there is someone up at heaven in Paradox from the showstopper. Look, could have decided to not use it, hold on to it and stick with it. Get a crossfire from your teammate in short, but just getting out there to play by the numbers, play by the time when you've got a paranoia in tow. You don't need to be the one to go for the peak in that scenario. Your teammate can, and that is so cheeky from him, just relocating nicely on this Omen kit. Again, I kind of feel for Revenant, right, when they put in themselves in these advantageous positions, just individual heroics, this time from Disguise getting the better of them. And I was about to say, I hope we get a timeout on the back of this one for them to just have a good discussion, to try and convert this in towards the couple of remaining rounds that we have.
Certainly the time is now. It's going to be potentially even harder as they switch sides and go in towards the offense. But look, still not done, right? They've still got another map in tow if they need it. Disguised have kind of all pressure and eyes on them now, right? You can imagine after a very lackluster Lotus, where, you know, it almost sort of felt like for most of the game, they were rounds ahead. But the entire time, it was just this game of back and forth where it felt like it was an eternal tug of war, right? And ultimately, in the end, Revenant, they just pulled harder. And it doesn't seem to be the way like this at all right now on Bind. It's been a very clear advantage for Disguised. And again, we know that Revenant have what it takes to turn it around, but what is going to be the practice they put in play to achieve that, Komodo?
Yeah, well, I think first and foremost, you need the guns in your possession, unfortunately, for Revenant, which this round isn't too promising in that regard. You're not prioritizing on getting SK Rossi a lot of these thrashes as your cheapest ultimate. Maximize that ability. This will be cheeky, though.
Yeah, very
a double
bold.
Sky Smoke push. But again, just being held by Juicy.
I think he's going to get the shot. Oh, great work from DOS9. They don't need to pick up anything off the back of that either. They can just fall straight away and be happy with that one-man advantage.
They do have to be careful, though, when they fall back towards the site that they don't lose their life to Vera, because generally, I was going to say, that's not a position that you're swinging for a pre-fire for, but the wrangling of the Stinger from Paradox there, a 5 versus 3 on a lesser-equipped gun round for Revenant would be massive to try and bring this half back.
Spike a long way away as well. They have to pick up. So Wayne, Crumble, they might be able to find this space, find this control. Paradox very low, but it's an easy sort of retake in for Revenant at this point.
Oh, the timing. I thought Paradox was going to find that, an opportunity now for Disguise to at least establish the spike. But I'm just noting that Styron is still nowhere near the action because they don't know if anyone is still hanging around the showers. Little by little, one by one, Disguise start to fall. And now your attention for Revenant can actually start to shift onto the flank that's coming in from SK Rossi. The time that is above you really becoming an issue.
Skills now spotted. Wayne has to throw the paranoia out and try and get his way in towards heaven. And he's going to be spotted out as well immediately by Rossi. So the mosh comes out from Styron. But again, there's just no time. It's going to be Skills to get on the sidewind of the race car peak. And Revenant, they are back on the board. They bring one through, and it's the second round in the 10th.
Converting after your timeout as well. Whatever the coaches have just discussed to them has worked wonders, hasn't it? But I think the important issue right now is you're going to be able to muster up something more on your defensive side to give you the affordance of a really strong attacking-sided half, right? I'll note, 9 rounds they were able to find against Rapid Lo-Fi on their attacking side, and then you shifted on over to the 7 that they were able to get for their real first showing against Sinpresa too. So you know that there's strength in Revenant's attack. You know that for Disguise, they technically has also done enough on an attacking-sided bind here to set themselves up for the defensive side. Mitch, an immediate change of pace where Vera is into the site, and now the players are stuck in showers, none the wiser.
What a one-tap from Vera as well, you know, to get the line, but to hit the shot is another thing. Now also a second there, picking up onto Paradox. So a little bit of an awkward retake to come through. They have managed to make their way out from defender side spawn, but there's a lot to clear. They do have the utility in tow, and it's going to be an opening there for SK Rossi. Can't get Wingman back just for the second. It's going to be the Dizzy over the top. Just instead, now the Thrash engaged. Trying to bring that one out, trying to clear out as much as possible as it does go in towards Elbow. And it actually does manage to catch 2, but Skills can defend. Skills, has he held on for long enough? Oh, not quite. He tagged up Grumble just enough to slow him down, but that was massive there in the end. I was going to say, I thought Skills had that, but in the end, it's Disguise picking up a 9th round here. And now as we close in towards the last round of the half, Revenant need to pick up the pace, as we've been mentioning. There's been so many moments where it's just almost there, but the fact that the Thrash caught 2, so rough.
Yeah. Talk about a pace changer, though, for Vera, right? Back on from the Neon on Lotus now, keeping up the running shoes on with this Raze as well. Just getting into the site completely unexpected as far as Revenant's concerned about. DOS9, who's stellar with these Sheriffs, but these rounds, you know, a little bit here and there for him individually.
Spike down.
A good start, though, in a new round for SK Rossi. Styron down. And you've also got the showers control on Revenant's side as well, actually. So they should actually really get a wriggle on, because that's the furthest away from where the action is if the TP's not hit by DSG.
And SK Rossi wants to get this repeat back. He's already had some pretty good impact on the operator so far. And if he gets onto the line, maybe there's an opportunity where he gets this. Look at them just all tailed up, not wanting to peek at all. There's no real opportunity for them to sort of re-peek into this. The Dizzy will be destroyed, so there's the info there. And SK Rossi looking to get straight back onto that line. But on this Gecko, as we know, there's not really any way to kind of get out of this unless he chooses to pop the Thrash. But
it's extremely risky to be that far in front as well when you still do have your Thrash on the operator line. You lose your life here in a 5 versus 3. That's the way that DSG can get back into a round such as this. But hey, he's hitting the shots where required. Very calm and collected, our Revenant.
Oh, the Thrash!
Except for them.
Yeah. I mean, look, we've already brought it down into a great position, so we'll give them that. SK Rossi to find the opening 2 picks and then Sultan to close. That's a much better round from Revenant. Awesome stuff done. It is just so interesting, isn't it, though, seeing SK Rossi lean onto the operator, even on these lesser mobile agents, and somehow still making it work in some pretty crucial opportunities. Great 2 shots. And then, yeah, really good pickup as well from Sultan to close out the round here. So 9-3, curse scoreline, right? Sure.
I mean, one of the things that I was really excited about for Revenant's chances in this tournament was actually their first game against Impreza, right? When I was watching that game, I was thinking, all right, they've actually got something to deliver into this tournament. People doubted if they were going to be the team from SA, if it was going to be True Rippers coming through who had a really, really good year. No, it was SK Rossi and co to bring it forward. We've seen brilliance from DOS9, brilliance from Sultan. We saw it in the first map, them really delivering. But you turn it in towards this one, and it feels it's just a little bit lacking, right? The curse that is when you have a map that you've played in 2 series, a really good showing against the kind of #1 current team in the tournament. I'll add a star to that 1/2 because Asterisk is there too. And then you're absolutely dominating a team like Rapid Lo-Fi. You kind of know that your opponents, if you're going to be picking into this map, are going to find your weaknesses, are going to find where you're really vulnerable. And I think we're being shown that at the moment by Disguised.
Super interested to see how Revenant shifted up on this attacker's side. There's still smiles from SK Rossi, as you can very much see. And they know that they've got this additional map, right? You know, they've got one more in the coffer that they can take it through. They can refocus and go back onto Ascent. It's going to be interesting to see if we do get that mirror matchup on Agents, if we need it. But overall, still not done just yet. Pistol, second round bonus, I'll start believing.
Alrighty. Well, hopefully there's been a little bit of a discussion for them as well, and I think you're exactly right in the fact that we need to see, you know, the pistol and the secondary round. Maybe not necessarily the bonus if you can answer back immediately after it. You know, we've got some stylistic differences in how Juicy should be playing this Yoru and will be playing this Yoru on the defensive side. You are running, you know, the Fadeless comp, you're running on the Gecko, so it really is just the close quarters Dizzy action that you're going to get some information for over at the side of B Long. So Juicy is probably going to be playing a little bit more, you know, with these close quarters duels, running in for the info, TPing out on the back of it, trying to set up his team to assist him.
So no connection on those opening shots, but already up close and personal here is Revenant. They take down Wayne, gives him a little bit of position, but obviously we've still got one more waiting in the wings, and that's Vera. He does get found, though, and now Wayne, as he does get the old Dizzy in the face, Styron can join to help him out. Does get traded, but Styron another. At least it's traded, though, again. And now Wingman can look to try and find this spike plant, and SK Rossi can take point going forward.
Yeah, they're too far away from the action over in the showers crawl now to come back on over. Grumble, he's got the Sheriff. You got Juicy with a blindside in tow with the Ghost as well.
How do they reposition here? SK Rossi gets the info. Doesn't want to be able to push back in, though. They try to get back to Garden. Now they can get back to back here. Try and just look down forward. There's so many angles to clear here for Disguised. Now they get the info. Good shot connected onto skill, so it's all onto Rossi. And he's not going to be able to quite find it. Grumble, he has been fragging up an absolute storm in this map, in this series in general. Lotus, he looked amazing. Still continuing forward on Bind. I need to see the frags now as we bring up the stats in just a sec, but that's 10 rounds for Disguised, and unfortunately with that pistol gone, I don't know, I'm almost starting to feel that we need that third map for Revenant.
I actually thought that 2v2 at the end was more favorable over to the side of Revenant because times are ticking. You've got no utility on the side of DSG anymore to be able to throw into it. I mean, I'm seeing a Prowler for skills, but it's the Dry Jewels that they decide to swing with instead. Use the Prowler as a nuisance. Use it as another distractor in the mix, right? It becomes a third body at that point in time whilst you get the info on the back of it. They either destroy it or they get bit, then you swing on the back of it. Feels like there's a bit of, some chaos in the camp of Revenant.
Absolutely.
And some miscomms.
Yeah, and Wayne able to only get 1.5 though. Quickly traded though again by big man Grumble. He's picked up the Stinger even, but it's traded. That's SK Rossi getting it. So it's again a 2-on-2. DOS9 not exactly with the best weapon with that judge. They still have to get the spike down.
Oh, it's all going to come down to timing. If you try to get the TP, you get damaged out because now, look, SK Rossi is by himself, naded out. They can, sorry, it's DOS9. They can overwhelm him, but no.
DOS9!
Okay. This is all distractor. Meanwhile, the plant goes down.
How quickly can he get out? If he can get in towards spawn here, could be absolutely massive. He has managed to split the wickets here. So Starin's just going to go for full straight through hookah. See if he can try and beat the contest. Where's it planted? Very open. Wingman goes down, meaning he has to peek. He's going to get the Dizzy out as well. With the molly, that might actually drop Wingman before it even gets to half. It absolutely will. So that's some great utility usage here for Revenant. They are making a mountain out of a molehill right now. Really, really sort of tough, but Styron can connect with that shot. He's looking to go deeper, trying to clear it as best as possible from Rossi. Has given the patience, has given the position. Styron has to hit the shot, but the time is ticking. And it's going to be close, but I think he's just got enough time. Komodo. Yes! He's got it. 0.55 the round in the back pocket. The Skies will secure it.
Another round that goes down to the wire at the end of it on the back of this utility where you've got the great sense of utility usage to come out from DOS9. I mean, the fact that he manages to maneuver out of this tricky location over at the A site where he is left in a position that if he loses that duel, the round probably does go over, right, to the opponents. But Styron, 2 1v1 fights in a position against SK Rossi that was not known, right? He could have been going for a massive flank. SK Rossi didn't hit the TP. He didn't reveal his position when that was coming forward. So, I mean... Oh, wow.
It's just a roughie.
Yeah,
previous map that was rough as for Disguised. We're now seeing a map that's rough as for Revenant. The amount of 1v1s that's come down to, it's just tough. But they're tough. They're resilient. And that's why even if this map goes by for the Skies, we'll still continue to give it a bit of a think because that is going to be the Thrash coming out. But Styron will protect old mate in Juicy. Grumble does manage to get another one as well, continuing his tear forward. The Thrash goes out again. But look at that wrap in. That flank from Sultan, absolutely huge. This surely Komodo should be around guaranteed by Revenant, and it is. Rossi finding the frag from the position, but it's Sultan with one of his killer flanks again to secure the round.
I'm looking in the midst of that as well when the Thrash actually went off against Juicy. Were they going for the knife in that situation, trying to get close? That would have been unfortunate for DOS9. 4 bullets in the chamber. Okay, must have just run out to pull out the sidearm to get out of dodge in the open. Understandable if that is the case, but at the end of it, it's as you mentioned for Sultan and DOS9 again, man. These are the two players that have really been leading by example for Revenant in a lot of these rounds, be it by deficit win or by loss as well, to try and carry them forward. And now that was the bonus round coming in forward for this one into a new round where Disguised are pretty ill-equipped. So this is the time for Revenant to get back into the map pick of their choosing.
Wayne, though, and Juicy. Oh, Komodo, I feel like you've jinxed it at this point in time. Wayne now gets the paranoia out, dodges the Molotov. Judge in hand now, Grumble getting another... I feel like I'm just repeating this guy's name. It's like Groundhog Day. Rossi does manage to drop one with the mosh, but Juicy picks up another. That Vandal recover just makes it so easy. And Grumble with this Sheriff. Guy's a bit of an animal, to be honest. 12 rounds now secured for Disguised. They've been willing it forward for Revenant, but it's just not quite working out for the Indian side at this point in time. South Asia's pride. But, you know, you've always got to consider what's in the back end. How many strong teams come out of the Malaysia-Singapore region, Komodo. Got some of them at the tippy top of the world stage.
I mean, we saw exactly in the previous series between Riddle Order and Naos, right? The first map being OT extravaganza that we got here as well. The middle map that was Lotus back then was a 13-3 to Riddle Order. This one, look, if it does end here at a 13-4, the final map was an absolute nail-biter. So if we're along the same pathway, if we're along the same script, Ascent, the same map, might still deliver us something really, really close.
Seen some banger Ascent games so far this competition, haven't we, Komodo? DOS9, Styron going tit for tat, 1 for 1. But they've got to overwhelm again Grumble. SK Rossi's up close. The rest of the team don't really seem to be super keen to make it around because they're still letting Paradox kind of sniff out Hookah at this point in time, but he's not finding anything.
Yeah, it's going to come down to a moment here for Revenant to get a player advantage. If you're finding either Wayne in Hookah, U-Haul again, you know, he's been such a menace there. Or if you are trying to find Grumble playing back behind the triple, that is your avenue to get into water. But hello, Sunshine Juicy on the ultimate.
He's just going to chase
a lot
him.
of this information.
That's funny as. Let him go for a second. Just going to spook him for a little bit. Now Juicy back into position. Back on this B site, trying to lock it down. This is exactly where Revenant are going to try send what could be their final round of this map.
I mean, if you want to break in towards this B side of Revenant, you're first sniffing the corner with your boombot. You're flashing over from SK Rossi, and you're sending Paradox's util with a Haunt in. You're actually standardly layering in your utility to flood the site together. Great shot by Sultan started off.
Absolutely. Sultan finding a real perler there. Paradox narrowly missing, but does manage to take down Juicy in the end. So it doesn't look like it's over just yet. 2 versus 4. And the pit's going to be popped by Sultan as well. But great shot from Grumble, taking down SK Rossi. But he's going to be so low in this pit now. Sultan can just continue to kind of control the pace of the round. Wayne also looking to join, but it's all left on to just one. Just one singular man in Grumble. And it's going to be Viper Diff in this round specifically as Sultan finds it back. Revenant secure 5.
Yeah, well done this time for them to be able to break in. Once they get control of the site, and they've actually got, you know, a couple of these key locations already sniffed out. They know that there's no flanks starting to come down anymore. They get in. They, with a little bit of awkwardness, manage to find those first 2 opening kills for sure. But then they deep push with the pit, right? You really want to be forcing Disguise to go through the pit before they can have a chance to take any of the battles. So I really do like that from Revenant, but you look towards the flip side and you're still seeing, you know, a pit online for Grumble, a relocation on the From the Shadows from Wayne, and that pit is going to be used immediately down from Disguised. Frayed Prowler already in showers as well, so you don't actually have that to be used to start to gather some information for a pit.
Toxins going up.
Playing this up so close. It's always a very spooky one because Grumble should get that clear, should get that info straight away, and that's one of the impact numbers gone down already in Sultan. Now it's going to be the ultimate, the showstopper going out. Do they spot Grumble? Yes, they do. So Grumble might get 2 there, but at least the pit is dropped, and that gives an opportunity back to Revenant.
They're none the wiser. They are none the wiser of what Wayne is doing. This is new tech that he hasn't showcased to us so far in this map. 1, there goes the spike as well, and things start to crumble for Revenant. It's all down to DOS9 in a 1 versus 4.
Clutch time, DOS9. You've shown how good you can be, but unfortunately, it's going to be your head clean off your shoulders this time. Wayne making it work. And Disguised, as I said, after a very scrappy Lotus, a very real uncomfortable map that we've witnessed. They do manage to clear it out, and you've got to be happy if you're a Disguised fan right now. But for Revenant, you sort of caught reeling a little bit because, you know, the first map was such an interesting one. It really sort of put the spotlight on some weaknesses of Disguised and strengths for Revenant, at least in their individual consistency to find those impact moments. But this time was just a completely different ball game. Revenant didn't have much of an opportunity in it. I felt like for most of it, they had a couple of moments of brilliance. How many times did it go down to a 1v1, 2v1 Komodo? But yeah, just much better from Disguise this time round is all I can really put it down to.
No, I absolutely agree with you, and I think if you look back at this VOD as well, I think there's a lot to pick up for the successes of the side of Revenant, but more importantly for somebody like Skills on the roster at the moment, back in towards the kind of position where he is on an island by himself a lot of times, and that was abused by Disguise. You're looking how they're actually maneuvering around the map and how they're looking to clear out certain positions to mitigate Skills' utility, SK Rossi's utility. The only round really that we were showing SK Rossi actually deliver something was when he had that operator, right? So I think you're looking at it, there was a massively clear, decisive game plan in this map for how Disguised wanted to play Bind to also exploit the 2 maps that we've already seen come through from Revenant.
Absolutely. It was all the disguised camp this time round. There's still plenty that they need to go through and kind of break down to make sure they can take this one through, because Revenant now have a chance to reset and refocus, but disguised can do the exact same thing. So we're going to send it back to the panel to break it all down, and then we'll be back with map number 3 very, very soon.
Well, you got your wish, didn't you guys? You suddenly have another third map into Ascent as well. And Dax is like, hey, didn't I just see this a little bit earlier? But Conky, you're absolutely right. This is a chance for both teams to reset. And I do wonder where the momentum is going to swing this time around. Is this guy's going to take it and run with it? Or is it going to fall back to Revenant? Because, like, as we saw there, this guy's had a very, very dominant map here, Dax.
It's like, we have the same page for the script for best of threes that go 3
I know.
maps. One absolute banger at the very start with overtimes, and then dominance from one team into the second. So I'm expecting another close
Does this
affair.
mean we know how this ends?
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be close coming in the third map, but this one, not as close as Revenant would like. And there was one thing I wrote immediately after I saw round number 1 about Styron swapping over to Gecko. I put down, he can now shoot. I mean, look at the Gecko, right? You have more post-plant utility with Mosh Pit as well as the Thrash, but just putting that wingman down and then sending it off, and now he can go along with the rest of the team. DSG feeling a lot more synergized coming into this one. And not only that, I do feel like for Revenant, there's some good ideas there from the defense. DOS9 especially. I like the fact that he's using his utility to try and cancel the wingman. DSG scrambled to make their way towards the spike and still get it, but in the end, it's just not enough. And also that big lead, Revenant a lot stronger on the attacking side rather than defense, and they couldn't get as many chances as they would like on the preferred side because of how DSG started off the map.
Yeah, and we have to give it to Grumble. I mean, you know, Conky and Komodo were right. They kept saying his name over and over again just because he kept giving those kills. And as I mentioned, Dax, I'm a Grumble fan. This is exactly why. I mean, he's not only able to frag out, but the way he positions himself is just so clever that it puts him into, you know, a big advantage to be able to get those more kills.
Yeah, and Grumble has been so consistent throughout the series, throughout every kind of this guy's run. What is more than what he's done already? But I also want to give a big shout to how Wayne has been playing this game too. There were times where Wayne was just fragging out. You remember that last round, playing outside of shower, just lifted on up. He gets 2 kills, but also most importantly, he kills the wingman, makes it so difficult for Revenant to try and find the plant in the desperate scenario. And there was also round 8, if I remember correctly, from Wayne. 3 ultimates burned by Revenant. Wayne still plays from heaven, gets the final 2 for a 4K. DSG right now locked and loaded, and I feel like they're a little bit angry that they lost that first map to begin with.
Yeah, I can feel it too. I can feel the kind of like, okay, this isn't gonna happen again, especially from Styron. I kind of sense this new motivation from him into this map, like, okay, I'm not letting this go again. You cut to halftime, you see him actually, you know, talking to his team, and it comes out, right? We're gonna see if that indeed does continue going into our third map of the entire Ascension, going to be Ascent. Good job, production. Pat yourselves on the back. We made it this far, but we're gonna take a little break first, and then we're going to come to the conclusion of our day when we return. off with our final map for this series for the day, and it is going to be Ascent. And I feel like I just said that earlier because I kind of did. It is going to be that way as well for DSG versus Revenant. And Dax, I'm really interested here because, you know, these two teams on Ascent, they pretty much play the same comp, or they have been playing the same comp for the past few Ascent matches that they've had.
Why are you spoiling the fun there, Mika? But yeah, that's something really excited. I'm very excited for, especially if Revenant will match basically the DSG double duelist with the ISA composition. But we can talk about that a little bit later on. I want to point out again back on Bind. So this time it wasn't as lopsided, right, in terms of first kills for DSG, but it was a lot more. There's a lot more teamwork in a way, because that was something that was lacking in game number 1. The fact that they're able to play off these picks, the fact that they're losing on the 4v5s, the casters mentioning it because of the efforts of RVNT. Every 4v5 was possible for Revenant, but this time, this guy's really cleaned up their act, and now moving into the Ascent map, a map that they haven't lost yet from MYSG, they're going to start off on the defense.
Yeah, and on the side of Revenant, right, on Bind, you saw that, you know, maybe, for example, Paradox was a little bit quiet, you know, compared to the first map. So I'm wondering now how they regroup, right? It was a question that we put out there right after the first, right after the second map concluded. Either Disguise manages to take this momentum and bring it onto the third map, or Revenant manages to get back, you know, erase what happened and get into, you know, whatever, you know, protocols that they have, remember what they have in place, and it's a whole new team that comes into Ascent. It's happened also with other teams, so it's not impossible for them to do that.
I mean, Ascent has built us some signature weapons, you know, Mika. A while ago, Soul Damn Shorty. You know who has a signature weapon on Revenant?
Hard to forget that.
Signature weapon on Revenant. SK Rossi
Might
Operator.
be showing up in my dreams.
That's okay, it's okay, Mika. But yeah, SK Rossi has been bringing out the Operator a lot more in this series. There are times that, yes, sure, it is debatable where he can actually use for utility. Instead, I remember that B-Long peak where he had the trash. He does get a pick though, and he finds value. We saw how effective the Tour de Force was also in game number 1 once it came down to the second half. If he's heated on up and he can match that kind of firepower, there is that possibility for him if he does stick on the jet. But there's also another way Revenant can take this. We've seen a double duelist effectively from the two Kazakhs. So do we get another swap of agent roles here coming into Ascent from the side of Revenant?
That's exactly what I'm wondering. We have the double duelist. We're gonna see it right now as we bring up the agent select, and there you have it. You're gonna have a DOS9 on the Yoru. We're gonna have a deadlock as well on the side of Revenant, and we have the double duelist, signature double duelist on the side of this guy.
I think it's pretty cool though that you see a variation of the deadlock cipher composition. Instead of having the usual jet, it's Yoru here for DOS9, and it's something that he was able to show up with in the first place. Paradox gonna be on that leg out. Cypher for SK Rossi, and honestly, SK Rossi Cypher was the one I was considering maybe to be the swap, but having that extra Yor in the front, some flashes sure, but the entry's a little bit different. If you can get in deep with the gate crash or cause a little bit of chaos, that might be the openings here for Revenant, especially when you look at DSG, how they play the ISO. When you have Juicy getting the kill contract, he'll find a good angle to use it from.
Well, this is it, our final game, our final map of the day. We're gonna head into Ascent between this guy and Revenant and toss it on over to your casters one last time, Konki and Komodo.
Thank you so much, Mika. It's a pleasure to be here at the end of day number 4 for VALORANT Ascension Pacific. It's been a heater so far. And Komodo, we talked a little bit about it versus Naos and Riddle. It was the same old composition. It was close, but now we get something a little different, a little spicy for both the teams. Okay, back in action. Trying to take this one as they cruise on around. 5 versus 4, a little awkward. Rotating back around, trying to look forward to see what they can pick up. Because the rest of the Skies, they're relatively unmoving here. They're not super stressed.
No charges left.
Nice shot from Vera, starting us off. Strong, looking for a couple of more. I like the double swing out from them in this Cypher Lock comp as well. I want to see how far they're going to be able to actually stretch now that they have lost DOS9.
Getting the paranoia out straight away to try and buy some additional time. Styron finds another one, so they're going to be able to slot back into sight nicely. Just Paradox and Sultan left in tow. Wayne's going to be spotted out. They give away the information just a little bit, but they have to be so careful that they avoid the scan here. They're just still sitting inside this dark cover, looking to get that fake plant as the dark cover fades. They get the tag up in Paradox. He can find 2 here. It would be on for the ace clutch here, Komodo. Doesn't really have much utility to worry about, but it's just going to be walking straight into the crosshair. Great pick from Juicy there. I was willing it. I wanted to see it happen. But Paradox, unfortunately, couldn't quite convert, and that's going to be DSG finding the opener here.
Nice try from him as well, right? To bring it back from a near winnable scenario in a 2 versus 4 into the 1 versus 2 at the end. Just a couple of extra seconds, he might have been able to sleuth his way in back sight. I got to say, for those opening engagements as well from Vera, really needed to try and set up Disguise for the beginning of this round. One of the key pivotal things that Dax is mentioning as well, right, is you actually kind of want to see what DOS9 is going to be able to do on this Euro in combination with a couple of these pieces of util, specifically GravNet lineups on Paradox to set DOS9 up for a combo with a flash in, TP past the GravNet and catch them from 2 different angles is going to be impactful. I was looking at Revenant and how they were kind of meandering around the map when they were using the ISO in combination with skills as utility, and I loved the combos that they actually had for a lot of counter utility control over at A, so they'll still kind of look to see what they can do, I'm hoping, but on for Disguise, they're actually doing exactly what I'm talking about right now on the ISO composition, so it's the standard kind of setup that you'll run when you've got the ISO on this map.
Trying to wrap around now. It's a good position to hold again, but the fake out is destroyed. Styron already finding that opener. So really just business as usual here for Disguise. Grumble continuing his streak. This man's a bloody demon on that Sheriff, hey. Can seriously hit some shots. And another one from Juicy, just looking a bit too easy right now. He's going to clear on in, should get the blinded shot. The double tap re-secured as well. And he just needs to check left on the way through. He spots out DOS9. And Juicy is looking way more activated here on this ISO now on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's going to be one of the important things when you are a team that is so well fashioned in wanting to play on the double duel list, you kind of have to get both of them activated, right? More often than not, we've seen kind of this be Vera or Juicy. So the fact that they're already getting off at the gates really early on is going to be something nice for them to continue to go. I'm looking over towards what we can see in this gun round now to come up in this bonus round from the side of Revenant. You've actually already got the Annihilation on. So I wouldn't be surprised if we've got some really cool exploitative play to rely on that, catching one before you go in for a bit of a gate crash play from DOS9, get deep in, combo with Sultan on the Paranoia, but it's not really going to work anymore if you've got a mid-duel that you're playing by yourself and you lose it.
At least it's a trade 1-for-1. But Sultan, obviously a very impactful member, lost. Door's going to go down. DOS9 going to try and get into position. Grumble forced away, but also caught by the scan. But he now wants to sort of try and re-peek in towards here as best as he can.
Ooh, a bit of a sneak up from Grumble as well. He will be able to sneak by a couple of them. A little bit too little too late for DOS9 to get that audio cue for him.
Definitely. Too focused on setting the sonic sensors right now. Now he actually does pop the Annihilation. That's big. But they're not going to be able to... Never mind. Will they be able to destroy him? It looks like they absolutely will. Styron gets it, but SK Rossi gets one back. Now Rossi, skills, has to try and find the clutch here, but Juicy's going to be up too close. And that was a bit too easy of a retake, I'd say, there for the Skies in this kind of quasi-bonus round. Nicely done from the Singaporean side as they secure a 3rd round.
Yeah, you got an operator coming into it as well. It doesn't really stretch into a normal bonus round, does it, right? When you're able to just find that and still gather impact. You got some util that you can set up from your team, but more importantly, Disguise didn't give any breathing room over towards Revenant to set up, and that's kind of what you want to see for a player like Paradox in towards this one, where he really will have to have impact with these barrier measures, with these grav nets, and importantly, the sonic sensors as well. By the way, that shot from Styron, absolutely ridiculous when you're stunned, but these are the things that you need to kind of be really adaptive for when you change up your composition into a map like Ascent that is, you know, one of these maps that have the same composition for so damn long.
Great catch from the sonic sensor as well, but yeah, just to be able to push through, it's kind of crazy. Now Vera spotting out Sultan. I don't know, it's looking a little bit disjointed so far for Revenant, which makes me sad because we've seen such good signs, but it is still early days, so I'm not going to call it, not going to worry too much, because one team's kind of failure in a way is another team's success. Like, if Disguise is able to win by absolutely pulling apart Revenant, I'm okay with it, right? Because it means they've got some serious momentum into the rest of the competition.
Yeah, for sure. Just got to feel like for Sultan at the moment, try not to lose your life at the very beginning, especially when you got these rifles, right? That's 2 in a row now that you've been gone, and it makes it more difficult for your team to go for a hit together. You are really more relying upon something from DOS9, an overextension and an overwhelming force. You've still got 2 players here from Disguise with some great set of utilities. I mean, you're going up against Grumble on Cypher. He's so proficient on this agent for a specific reason.
They're going to try to clear out everything. Already getting that spot, already getting that info. Juicy bringing one in towards the kill contract as well. But did
he got the
just die in the middle of it? Yeah, perfect. I love that. Didn't even notice. That's great. What a play. Good bait out of the utility there, but SK Rossi, 15 seconds, has to try and do a little bit too much. As Styron will close as well. So 4 alive for Disguise. Money's looking pretty decent. It's not as good as it could be. You know, the damage is being done by Revenant at the end of the day, but, you know, they're making their way towards some ultimates. They've already got the Neural Theft, the Hunter's Fury, a couple away from the Blades. And for Revenant, unfortunately, they're just still feeling the financial woes right now of, Disguise just putting the pressure on and playing some pretty decent VALORANT. It's locking them out and making it really hard to get into these rounds.
I remember when, you know, ISO kind of first came out, one of the picked up counters was picking a Yoru for the fake out to try and get them. That wasn't even really the full intention of DOS9 at that point in time, because you have Sultan losing his life. You're throwing it there to be a distractor to get in towards the site. So for Juicy, it's just a little bit funny that that's how it eventuates.
Short. Juicy going to be able to hit that shot. So no stress. Once again, you know, they're just playing this buddy system. I like that they're going kind of together. Skills, that's awkward. Vera straight into his crosshair. I mean, the barrier mesh made it a little uncomfortable for like a split second, but should be another shot from Vera. Actually gets the leg onto him. Or is that Juicy? Nah, Juicy instead. But that's okay, because again, it's just another clean round where Disguise are kind of just holding W a little bit. They're feeling a bit more comfortable. This is kind of more what I was expecting from them as we came into this competition, but they've been picked apart by a couple of these other teams.
Absolutely. You're going to have to see a little bit more coordination from Revenant as well, because they are running onto this Cypher Lock combo. You have to kind of see a little bit more emphasis on how Sultan is going to be situating with his team, right? You have to have some important layering down on these dark covers, on the flash as well, because you don't really have, you know, the smoke ability that the Jet will be offering to you to get into the site, which we'll see when the change up is there, right? You kind of do have to have a lot more priority on this utility getting on through. If you're Revenant, the hard part is actually going to be getting in towards these sites. If you are in there and you're allowing, you know, your deadlock to set up these sonic sensors, you're allowing your team to just set up properly for a post plant, that's going to be the avenue of success. So I'll flip it back over to the fact that Disguise, it feels like to me, have already recognized when they see this comp that that is going to be something that Revenant are going to try and get. It's why you're seeing these mid peaks work to success. They're going for them early to see if there's any tendencies that they can exploit. Over on the side of Revenant, it is a tendency that Revenant generally like to have one player either Lurkentiles or top mid, general just Ascent things. So the fact that when you're on Disguise, you're already just being given these win factors by Revenant, you're laughing.
And they're just already starting to feel the pressure. You know, calling for those pauses, trying to get the conversation out nice and early. Because it is rough when you feel like you start to lose it out a little bit in the agent selection, right? That's where this game is getting to over time. It's not always the case, right? You can't exactly look at every single agent composition. Unless you're playing 4 or 5 duelists, right? Then it gets a bit concerning. But it's not like every single change is a bad one. But this time right now, it is looking like it is a bit lackluster, as you mentioned.
Just again, the menacing standard utility that is actually coming through from Disguise, a one-way smoke, an undercut, and then a Hunter's Fury on the back of it. There's just no way that you're getting past this brutality. Such, you know, kind of it is a kind of mundane strategy over towards A main, but when you find that opening pick, again on Sultan, for the 3rd time, by the way,
it
makes it so difficult for Revenant to get back into these rounds when they've lost Sultan.
Such an impact player. Him or DOS9 go down, and, you know, DOS9 already starting to feel like he's got lesser impact on the Yoru. It's rough.
Although,
as I say that.
when you can get back into this. And now if you don't have smokes, you're going to use the dimensional drift to try and piece together some sort of information for your team to get back into it. This is ambitious. That's
did
so
he just
ambitious.
Pop it?
He did
popped
too.
the dimensional drift. Yeah, that's gone now completely. And Paradox, at least he is going to be able to find one off the back of the grab net, and the Annihilation doesn't quite connect. So the barrier mesh will go up. Going to try and hold on for as long as possible, but it's immediately deleted, denied. 3v3.
And now you set yourself up for the post plant where you've got skills on a Hunter's Fury, and look what you're actually competing against. An Operator for Vera, Styron on an Odin. You don't have a flank coming through from Disguised as well, so how are you actually off-putting skills?
Just going to start to run on in from here. It's going to be a thing of where Revenant, if they can hold on for a little while longer, they may be going to be okay as Revenant. Paradox gets another. But taken down quickly by Grumble, who is on in this flank. Again, getting in towards the site, finding that position. Hunter's Fury now coming out. It narrowly misses the target. And as it does start to shoot on now, he's just looking to tag it up, and he does get taken. What? They've got no time, it's fine. But that's rough way to go. A round win with 0 alive.
Yeah, not only that, it is a little bit unfortunate that you tag the opponent with your Hunter's Fury and then the bolt just goes in towards your teammate. If you're SK Rossi, all you can do is laugh that off because your team got the win in one of the most unfortunate circumstances, because it's what you mentioned. There's no guns surviving. You have not built up any economy going into these rounds as well, right? So you're down to light shields to get majority of your utility back. I do like individualistically that Paradox has the Gravnet lineup for the back of Dice, is able to stretch out and get the kill when you've got skills dart laying at the same time, right? So there's a lot of research into what Revenant are doing for these executes, but they're never allowed to just set them up cleanly.
It's just crazy, isn't it? Like, you're versing the most elite aim crew at this point in time. Wayne has been amazing throughout the entirety of this series, right? There's been no doubting that. Grumble probably the best so far of the rest of them when it comes to impact and performance, but Wayne has just been all reliable, and then, Vera and Juicy have kind of been sprinkled on the top in their time. Vera has been absolutely popping off here. You can just tell how calm and collected he is. We talk about Sultan dying first. Now he's alone in a 1v5.
Yeah, well, let's see if he can bring out some vintage gunplay. I think he's been really absent on this map so far, and I don't even think really that's too much of his own credit, right? Because he has just been isolated in some of these unfortunate scenarios by himself, whether it be top mid, whether it be through that Hunter's Fury combination with the rest of the utility from DSG. Just 9 times out of 10, the way Disguised are finding these opening kills literally are the round deciders, it feels. The first few moments, and it's kind of too difficult for Revenant to get back in.
30 seconds.
Cruising on up. Does get one. Again, even though the spike's in hand, does have the From the Shadows. Vera's going to connect anyway. So it's a nice, easy shot there from the Jet on the Operator. Again, continuing this charge. He's been so clean with it as soon as we've swapped over here, Komodo, to the map of Ascent. And every single member, I only just saw a quick blink of the frag department, but I'm pretty sure it's like 7 to 9, through the whole thing, right? Every single player is getting their picks, getting their shift, getting their rotations. Okay, not quite, but 4 to 8 I think is still a pretty good disparity, right? Because 7, 7, 8, 8 is not bad at all. And Wayne, his 4, an extra 2 was off the back of that opening pick too.
The fact that you've got these one-ways that are just really conditioning Revenant to be protective around A main, you're backing it up with peaks through main itself, with utility combinations, with undercuts at the beginning and delayed. It really makes it difficult for Revenant to get a good sense of a split over towards A as well. SK Rossi playing Lurk, which he was telling us earlier on, he's really happy to be switching on to this Cypher role as well, to be able to play with a little bit more of his individuality, find a lot more of these individual timings. It's just completely been null and voided in this map. For once, we actually at least don't get a death on the Revenant side in the very beginning of the round, but it is a round where you're with lesser weaponry. So how do you still get back in towards this one?
Straight on that line again. Walking straight into it. Just not a care in the world, is there? Full comfort for Disguised. Revenant just looking like they're not working together at this point in time. Maybe the last couple of rounds have gotten to them a little bit. Vera's managed to reposition again. Even drops the Cloudburst, even wants to get out. He was on for a bit of a fragging round, bit of a highlight moment, but he's playing it smart, he's playing it wise. And they're going to be coming this way anyway, because look, Wayne's in trying to get a peek. And now they're just going to have to walk straight out into the crosshair of Vera, hey?
It certainly is the numbers game that Disguised are playing at the moment. It's always together in numbers and backing out when you've got the advantage. And now, I mean, again, it's just against the pistols, so you pick up a little bit of slack. A nice couple of shots to come through from the Revenant guys there. But at the end of it, it's another round over towards Disguised, who have just not been dislodged. Where Revenant have had really any advantage so far, this has to be the round where you're converting it over. Try and funnel in the ultimate orb in towards Paradox. Go in with a from the shadows idea for information. Get the annihilation working. You gotta sloop together some early information, but you're just not dying in the first couple of seconds.
Yeah, definitely right. I don't know, man. It's just so hard to kind of ponder about how they can change this. You know me. I'm the most positive guy. I love an underdog story. I actually tipped Revenant to win this one. You know, I got a little bit of confidence given by one of their previous matches. And I don't know, now it's just kind of not happening for them. And when you're looking at it and you're very much trying to understand the macro of what's going on, there's just not much to go off of what Revenant are throwing, and they take another pause to try and have that conversation. Hopefully they can work it out here, because if they don't, I start to think about talking about saying goodbye to Revenant.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it again, right? I was so extremely excited for this series getting a bind map to be played again because of how I love the way that Revenant attacked it against Rapid Lo-Fi, how destructive they were in the beginning against Sinprisa until Sinprisa actually realized how they needed to come and play to exploit the strengths of what Revenant were, which, you know, if we look at it, right, we didn't see on towards bind because Disguise have done their homework in towards it. You think about the first map, right? You think about all these deficit conversions that Revenant were able to pull back. Disguise were dropping a lot of those rounds, right? Where is all of these scenarios right now? What has Disguise figured out between the first map into the second and third now that has completely just pushed Revenant out of this server? That's what they need to really have a thought of right now. And, I mean, you're going up against a composition that, you know, was kind of expected, right? There's been 5 times that this comp has been played by the side of Disguise. So you've done your homework. You've got your history on how they like to play around this map. And so far, nothing you've employed has worked.
Tricky situation to be dealing with in a reality. We are going to have that time tick down and reset in just a second, so it's a very, very quick start in the round. It was a late timeout called on the pause, and DOS9 this time has been given mid control.
Well, if they start to extend over through mid, though, you do have that pizza camera that Grumble has set up, and you've also cleared all of B main, so you've got to consider for Revenant, do they take this B main space? Do we think that they're going to go in there for a bit of a crunch stopper? There's A main that's been taken for control for Disguised as well. Meanwhile, Paradox is on an island by himself over there. So if you're Revenant, do you actually have a really good idea that you do just want to go in for a B split at this current time? I don't think so. You have to reset. A minute on the clock now. You need to dislodge Vera off this line. And really the only way is a good blindside. You've already used that fake out, or you're droning him off, darting him off.
Little shoulder peek. Vera this time has been spotted. Yeah, absolutely. Sends him back to Wine. And he's going to actually try sit here because it looks like Wayne's going to join him. The Algo is going to be taken out and also broken up. So they don't know that he's there. That's a shot. DOS9 down again. Has been limited in his impact this time round. Him and Sultan have just not been able to go on the tear that they did on Lotus.
Right here.
Yeah, and with 30 seconds to go, yes, you do get your annihilation for Paradox, but you've got no entry in. You've got rotations coming for DSG as well.
Holding that line, annihilation goes out, but it's Vera to hit another shot, and he wants to pop off. Goes for the blade. Annihilation is still holding on, so it looks like he is ultimately going to go down here, Juicy. So an opportunity back now. They do get the catch on the sonic sensor. Grumble, Styron, last two standing in this 3-on-2 situation. It's going to be a toughie as they try to clear this out and shoulder it.
Smoke available for Sultan as well. Drop it at the one-way or just for the time to be bought. Grumble starts to get on in. The trades are here, but Paradox says no, a 4K. Yes, finally, we get something back for Revenant.
Are we back, chat? We're so back. That's all I'm saying right now. Massive, though, individual performance from Paradox, who stands so far above the rest of his team. 10 and 8 on this deadlock. He's caught a couple on the Annihilation already so far. The sonic sensors under Heaven have been really, really well placed. But overall, I don't know, it's just been so hard when the rest of the team is lagging behind a little bit, but that's great shots to come out from Paradox.
it's funny because it's one of those ultimates as well, the Annihilation, that if you see an opponent, you can ricochet it off a lot of these positions on a map like Ascent to be able to catch your opponent. I mean, you can GravNet them first as well, you can recon, you can drone. Like, there's just so many different angles that you can play it from. So I'm surprised that Paradox has unfortunately been able to miss a couple of them in this map to get Revenant in. But where needed, I mean, look, in the Silver Light, you've got a 7-5 possibility.
Definitely so. You'd start to believe then a little bit more utility. You know, the double Senti makes it a much more challenging approach for DSG. As now Dostine takes that control. He will be vulnerable by the undercut, but he's looking to get in towards position. Wayne needs to overwhelm. They've got a really good scan here. Wayne's going to be able to pre-fire, but it doesn't quite connect for him. Skill's able to find that frag. Vera, though, repositions, gets one, gets two. Somehow, Vera's still alive, but he's taken down. Styron also meeting the same fate. Revenant, okay, they're back.
Yeah, so much better from them in this scenario as well, right? Up the guts of mid with the smoke down bottom mid, so no one dies immediately. No positional advantage for Disguise. No flanking maneuvers from them either. Just this time together for a split in towards the site. A missed shot on that operator as well, but you don't get hesitant as Revenant when you see those bodies there and when you see that you're still smoked out of main. You go together as a unit when the smoke phase. Everyone knows what angles that they have to be watching. You don't even have a priority to get the plant down at that point in time. It's just making sure that you're putting the containment field around the site because you already know that Disguise have gone for these rotations. They already are there as quick, and if you're fumbling to get a spike down when there's still a pretty decent amount of time left on the clock, that's what upsets you. So Revenant, they're not shaken, I feel, just yet. That round shows us this.
Good time for attack timeout though, right? You know, not letting them string too many rounds together. That's only 2 in a row that they found, and then coach calls the pause. Perfect time to just reset. You know, I don't think there's really much that needs to be said for Disguised on how we reapproach the changes to the positions or, you know, switch up the macro. I think it's all going well for them. It's just that Revenant have managed to find a bit of a breakthrough on A the last couple of rounds. So maybe a little bit of a shift, but not much more otherwise than just, all right, guys, you know, we've missed a couple of shots. Let's reset, re-go.
As I said, 7-5. Is it looking plausible? The economy is resettable on the back of this round if Revenant are able to find it. Such a large investment as well when you consider that Disguised are going in with these Odins and these operators every single time. They want Vera to be propped up on his favored weapon here because there's not too much of a shot down that Revenant can throw at him. You're not running the KO alongside this over here, right? So you are actually having to put a little bit more bodies towards these duels.
Look at this. DOS9 just straight in there this time. Looks like the rest of the team are going to at least try to follow, but Wayne, Grumble able to find those openers. SK Rossi does get the trade, but Vera able to find one back very, very quickly, and now it's all in a Paradox who's going to meet the same fate as the rest of his team. A little bit rough there, you know, all just kind of marching one by one through that dark cover and straight into the open arms of DSG. The pause does exactly what they need, but it's a shift up from Revenant in their approach and what they wanted to do and how they wanted to take a site, and it didn't quite work out for them.
I'm just trying to think to myself as well, how long has SK Rossi held on to this neural theft? There's not a lot of locations that they've actually been able to drop that one down. Head on a swivel, quick rotations though from Disguise over to this B site. When the dimensional drift essentially was ripped, they immediately booked it over. They knew that there was no fake being sold. They knew that's where the round was eventuating. Now we got the 9th looking to be found for Disguise, but a 4th desperately needed for Revenant.
Aldrin up over the top, trying to get that extra info. Here's the double tap. Now there's the kill contract going out. Who does he find? It's going to be Big Man Skills, who does actually get the catch. DOS9 will be flashed away. The fake out goes through, but he's actually going to get that advantage too. Grumble, good for the trade, but now he has so much extra to do here. Does pop the neural theft, trying to get some further information. Styron getting another in the process. But now they are only back into this 3-on-3. So Revenant, despite having a good start, Grumble really making it hard for them. Still down to the 2-on-2 though, so it's winnable for both these teams.
I feel like that was a bit of an overexertion from him as well because there's nobody surrounding A. You've still got Paradox alive as well with a full set of utility. You can buy so much time with a wall up towards heaven. You can set up your sonic sensors in your GravNet. The door though, however, not shut. Already gone. That one where there is Chi here that time from Sultan. That is actually a key piece of utility here to buy time for Paradox to set up this user.
And Paradox, again, he's been such an important member of the team into this one. Vera just watching the line for as long as possible, trying to see if it gets shifted out. And just trying to bait out that sonic sensor as well. Styron, he's got so much to do here, and it's awkward as well. Revenant goes out. It's going to be Vera to hit the shot. He waits long enough for that smoke to go down. Now it's all on Sultan. Sitting under hell, just continuing to hold it. He has to try clear this up nice and high, and it's just so tricky. He gets off it. Can he go fast enough? No! Oh man, the merit there for Vera. Sultan finally gets an impact round there with the 3K, but it's not enough when the spike gets diffused anyway. But all I'm saying is, Komodo, 9-3, cursed half, defense-sided Paradox roster. Can we play the narrative? Can we play the script that way? That's what they gave us.
I mean, I look at it for what we saw in the, we'll call it the minute gameplay occurrences that we saw for Ascent for Split 2, Stage 2 for Revenant. Their attacker side was their more favored side. We know how proficient Disguised was with that 6-0 unanswered flawless run on Ascent. They're posturing up more than 70% of rounds gathered on both of the sides. So statistically, it is still that uphill climb that Revenant need to come through. And I also think about in that 2 versus 2 scenario as well, right? The distractor that Dart actually plays for to allow the operator line from Vera to just get held, right? You can see Paradox was looking to try and deny it to buy a little bit of time to not get revealed. And you're always going to have to understand that as well, right? So just 9 times out of 10, Disguised, right utility, put at the right spot where the situation calls for it.
Just a crazy sort of prospect right now. I remind you guys all watching along at home, one of these teams we'll be saying goodbye to. And one of these teams will be making it one step closer to Britama Arena in only a few days' time. We've got one more left of the kind of non-arena stage. Tomorrow, we'll find out who will be joining the playoffs as that lower bracket run continues. Sinprisa already there, Full Sense joining them.
And again, I'm just thinking
games
to myself as well, right? Big games indeed, but you still have to face Boom for whoever wins this series.
Yeah, man, my God.
Like, you still think about, the hometown heroes making, again, another appearance at an Ascension, right?
They are a scary opponent no matter which way you look at it. I've always been such a big name in esports, Boom.
Yeah. Well, we got a new half to be presenting. Let's see what the pistol is going to entail for us, because this lineup for Revenant, I mean, when you're running 2 Senties, right, you would expect it generally to be a little bit stronger on this defensive side, whereas opposed for Disguise, the double duelist, a little bit more fast and heavy around the map. But it's a bit slower for them at the beginning of this one.
Just need to see that impact again from Sultan DOS9, right? They've had a couple of moments, but really, we need all the members who are slow to start on Lotus to pick back up here as well. They cannot let the double duelist overwhelm them from Disguised. Otherwise, they'll really be packing their bags up sad.
This is so patient from Revenant as well. There's such a priority on their utility, doing a lot of the distracting and stalling, I feel like, coming in towards a round such as this. Siren does have one shock dart still available if you can try and clear some little pieces of utility. You yourself are up towards the tree line, and I'm looking at Revenant. They're not really budging, they're not adjusting, they're waiting for a lot of this utility to start to come down from Disguise.
Spotted out. Good dink up onto Vera. At least putting that pressure on, making it awkward. As now the contingency comes out. DOS9 trying to get back on towards the side. It's going to be Paradox to find another opener. Again, the impact coming through from him, but Juicy does take him down. Now DOS9 back into the dark cover, destroys the double tap in the smoke, but Starin will find them. Dark cover not quite good enough to keep them safe, but Skills comes in, and that's all in the Starin in the 1 versus 3 here, trying to get that spike planted, and he's not even going to be able to. Komodo has to go back into the boat shed, and will get swung upon by Revenant, and they start what could potentially be a journey towards success here on this defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the previous maps as well that Revenant are the ones that like to bleed down the time really low before they go for their executes, right? This time it's Disguise starting to clear a lot of this utility as well, right? You got to be a little bit more paranoid where where these sonic sensors are going to be placed, where these trap wires are going to be placed. A lot of the times you see these Cypher lock combos, you actually do sometimes see the switch ups from having one of these sentinels on both sides of the map to actually double deploying them and being a stronghold position on one of these sides and leaning a little bit more towards mid, leaning a little bit more towards tree specifically sometimes as well. Right now, though, nothing too untoward from how Revenant have been playing on just, you know, that pistol round and even this strategy in towards this secondary round.
The warning shots from Dust9. Skills, though, lining them up. That's beautiful from Skills. 3 frags to boot, and SK Rossi getting a couple as well. They're eco frags, Komodo, but you have no idea, guys, watching along at home, how important eco frags are in a match of this caliber, right? It's either you lose and you go home, or you win and you face up against Boom. Both are terrifying prospects, to be fair, but, you know, getting those steps forward, this is what you work towards all year. This is what you grind for. And getting that little confidence boost to pick you up when you might be down is a huge play. So 5 rounds now, good bonus looking economy. They've got to fight the fight hard here if you're Revenant.
Same deployment again where you've got Paradox and Sultan over towards the A site with the deeper one-ways and just the positioning. But right now, that is just an immediate I'm better moment from Juicy.
Yeah. I think you could say that against, you know, a lot of players in the world, Juicy. When it comes to aim and fundamentals.
Just now thinking as well, for what Revenant are doing over at A, how long do they want to rotate these one-way smokes over there as well and put more of an emphasis back towards short, because there's a bit of a sneak up from Disguised there. It's a great dispatchment of Juicy, actually. Equalize us up for this bonus round, and the duel now, Mitch, around this door.
It's going to be awkward. The gravity net goes out well, but the paranoia does catch back. Sultan at least able to make it work for just a second, but now he has to pop under hell. And Vera's going to be ready for him. Surely he has the inkling as to where this man is right now. And he's going to see the little Tootsie Twos from the bottom. But will Vera keep his focus there for too long? He's actually been missed out here. Vera does get the frag, but he's traded quickly. However, when you grumble, it's not really going to matter because that man is consistent to a T. And Disguised pick up their 10th round here. I think you mentioned in the previous half, Komodo, they would need at least the first and the second round, but maybe not the bonus if they can recoup themselves. They've lost the bonus. They've got the full buy-in here. This is the chance, and probably the final one, to really give themselves a good crack to win this.
Yeah, and I'm actually seeing Skills run away from the Hunter's Fury as well, right? So if you've got that going into the 4th round where bonus is done, you've got your strong buy actually, and you're a team that, as Revenant, you've got the stalling ability from these Sentinels at the very beginning. You've got, you know, a Hunter's Fury into the mix if a post plant does go down where you lose the sites, because you don't necessarily need to have all of your utility be doing stuff on the site, right? Some of it just at some key locations can just be a bit of a protector that you know that no one snuck on past the trap wire or ran past the sonic sensor, right? Again, however, I will highlight that this barrier wall has gone down towards short for the 3rd time. Now it can be destroyed a little bit earlier in the mix. That will put a little bit more of a problem onto Sultan, onto Paradox, who have pushed into main.
So just cut sound again. They're happy to destroy. They're happy to get that extra control. Our drone in to clear out short. But they're falling away. They're not super keen on that one towards the A site right now, and you can tell that Revenant are already on the back foot. It's just going to be, again, eyes onto SK Rossi to see how much he can hold here.
Well, you do have him falling back towards the site with Skills. Try and play with this Stinger up close. You've got immediate rotation starting to come through as well. Sub 30 seconds before the plant even starts to get in towards the site.
So rough too. You can see where Skills wants to play, but it's just such a hard position to be in. And look, Dust9, at the very least, he'll be able to find one because Rossi didn't die just yet. Still going to be able to keep on kicking for now, but that's that neural theft coming out and he checks the wrong way. All left on to just Sultan. 1 versus 3.
You know, that's a painful position as well for Grumble there. With that neural theft, he's able to really upset you.
Cover going out.
Sultan, but you expect a player at plat at this current position. Now you've been spotted out, and that's just good crossfires to come on through from Disguised. Think about it as well, Mitch. Had that neural theft not gone off from Grumble, would DOS9 have been able to get one and get out or dance around that smoke?
Yeah, I think maybe. I definitely think that's a possibility, right? But all I can say is, like, hero, MVP, Lord of Disguised, Grumble. It's This man has been putting in absolute work. Just the amount of impact he has found on these Sentinels every single map. And I even throw it back to Lotus when they had a pretty hard loss. Grumble was still there, doing it all for the team. Now it's onto a really tough time here for Revenant.
Yeah.
It's going to slip the wickets there, Juicy, around the shock bolt.
Yeah, well, he immediately wants to get out this kill contract too, right? Because if you're removing somebody from the side itself, it makes it easier for your team just to get in there. And if you take skills out of the equation, that's a Hunter's Fury that could be really impactful in a retake.
Again, it's just that awkward kind of silence. Not really a whole lot of action across the map. They're letting them have space here. Sultan in an awkward one. Vera up so close, could get the clear. Because they're looking the wrong way. They're not really getting a single eye over there. They are going to drop the barrow mesh, but it's awkward. I don't think it quite goes the way they exactly want it to. It is going to at least do the job for the time being. And they did try to clear it out, but obviously, again, with it not going just deep enough, the Hunter's Fury doesn't quite connect there. And now they're going to rotate their way back towards B, which is relatively clear right now.
Very small window in the timing that Paradox gets that Revenant out after the Hunter's Fury had been popped. But now you don't have that in towards a potential retake, right? Where you have an open fight. You've still got this kill contract for Juicy as well. Trades are bound for sure, but site's clear. We can start to get a plant.
Trying to go through, though. Look at how quickly they're going to go there. The blindside's out. He narrowly misses the shot there again. DOS9, who's normally been so sharp. Grumble! Oh my god! I am repeating this man's name time and time again. It's because he is just that damn good at this game. Disguised. They hit map, series, and lower bracket streak point. Revenant are only just the single round away from unfortunately saying farewell in Ascension. They've given it such a solid crack here, but Disguised individually right now just diffing them.
Yeah. And DOS9 Sultan, number 1 and number 3 rating so far for this whole tournament before Bind started, right? Dipping on down. Now DOS9 having an egregious performance on this Yoru. Has not been able to provide too much for his team, unfortunately. You get in towards the site. You've got the kidnap on towards SK Rossi. Meanwhile, Skills is gone as well. This is all falling apart for Revenant.
Neural Theft comes out off the back of that for Grumble as well. That is just such a big pick. All this control. Both the duelists doing their job, taking control of that site. Now all 3 members in defended side and spawn. Revenant, I want you to go on. I want you to go hard. And you need to do everything you can right now. Sultan, able to get at least one onto Vera, who potentially did overstep here a little bit. Tagged up, though, is 2 of them. And now as they try to clear on in, try to have their moment, Wayne and Grumble will deny, and Sultan is going to be met with a very angry group of disguised players. And that will be your Malaysian Singaporean representatives making another step forward to the playoffs at Britama Arena in Jakarta, Indonesia. And as I've said, it was told in the previous series, Komodo, how much pain these players must be feeling right now. Immediate head in the hands, immediate tears, immediate emotion from a player with so much tenure like SK Rossi, from the Kazakh players like DOS9 and Sultan. They must be absolutely reeling right now, feeling the hurt. And all I can say is, boys, time and time again, I've repeated this many a time in my tenure, almost 10 years of casting and playing as well back on historic titles. And it's like, guys, feel this loss, earn this next spot. And for Disguised, who aren't done just yet, you know, job continues. This win is only going to be short-lived because you're going to have to face up against Boom only tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's going to be a bit of a scary one for Disguised as well, but they'll have some reflections on what was working tonight, how they want to try and negotiate the veto as well. When I was looking at this series as well, I'm thankful that we got the 3rd map. I think this series definitely deserves it. I think every series in a lower bracket run deserves it, right? I want to see full potential from both of these teams, and I think we had an absolutely fantastic map to start off this series between both of these teams. It just feels like when I'm looking back towards Binds, there was such a clear pivotal read that came through from Disguise on a map that I thought so far in this tournament had been sensationally played, even despite losses on it. That Bind map from Revenant, I thought that they were going to deliver some goodness on that, and it just didn't happen. And transitioning onto Ascent as well, I think that there was just a couple of these really early moments, you know, when you're bullying Sultan from not even being able to play around, when you're not allowing these members on Revenant to try and play their game, when they're not adapting as well. It's just very clear that the idea that Disguised had going into this this series was better.
Absolutely. And look, at the end of the day, there's just some moments where you can have the macro, you can have all the ideas, but when a team just runs and walks all over you, because the biggest thing in Bind and Ascent is that they had absolutely no space, right? Revenant just had gaps, and Disguise was able to take advantage of that every single which way. So once again, we give a very, very somber farewell to Revenant. I'm so stoked to see that they managed to give it a good run into this event, but ultimately it is Disguise to take it forward. And all I can say is, Juicy, you talked a very big game, my friend. You said you'd be the one to win it back-to-back here in Ascension, and you are going one step further to do that. So for us, it's goodbye, but for Dax and Mika, walk us through. Let's get this to playoffs, baby.
Straight into playoffs indeed, and you know, we're getting closer and closer, and of course for Disguise, that is one step further in. Unfortunately for Revenant, we do have to bid them farewell, and it is bittersweet, right? We had to say goodbye to two teams today. We both had to say goodbye to Naos and to Revenant. And for Revenant, you know, I'm actually I'm really curious to see how this roster will look when the roles have stabilized, because you have a lot of flexibility with the players, so I'm eager to see the vision of this roster fully ironed out. But for this guys, I am excited for them because they are still not in their final form yet here, Dax.
Yeah, they're just getting better and better. It's very somber for Revenant. You can really see how hard elimination is hitting the teams that have been dropped to the lower bracket. We saw it from Naos, we saw it here right now for RNT, and there were some good showings here from Revenant coming into this map. I really want to give big props to Paradox. You can see individually he's practiced agents, he knows the lineups for the barrier mesh, he knows the lineups for the grav vet, he's had some good annihilations along the way. But I just think that the way that they're playing this composition is so difficult when you're facing off against a DSG who runs double duelist on the defense, plays very aggressive, and instead of filling in the gaps, DSG is just able to pick you apart when you're such a post-plan kind of lineup, right? You're banking on getting that spike down, set up the utility of the deadlock especially. You can see already 12 first kills by DSG, many of them coming in for the first half. And there's a reason why the usual duelist for this composition is the Jet. There are times where I do feel that perhaps if they had something that could gap close a lot faster rather than the DOS9 Yoru, maybe that could be them getting picks from what Paradox sets up. But Grumble, Mika, stands all around. He has just been so consistent in this series, and yet again, the MVP award goes to him.
Oh yes, and you know, we've had our eyes on this player ever since we saw this roster qualify, just because of how consistent he is, right? Konk and Komodo were saying it as well. This guy's just always there, no matter what map, no matter what series. He's just always putting up the numbers. And sure, you might have some players that will be a little quieter in one map, they'll come alive in another map, but for Grumble, he's just always there.
He's always just top fragging. I think he does, I'm not 100% sure, but he might have all of these games over 20 kills at the bare minimum, and Grumble has just been effectively a rock here for the likes of DSG. I also found it a little bit poetic. You saw Juicy's last duel there in that map. He caught SK Rossi especially, knocked the crown of the Prince of South Asia right there onto the floor, and from that point on, it was just DSG running over Revenant. And that was really what we've been looking for from DSG. Yes, they have the talent. Yes, they can just get these kills, and we saw how incredible the stats were in map number 1. But in maps 2 and 3, there was a fire. There was a bit of anger perhaps for them, and especially the fact that they're working hand in hand to capitalize on the picks that they got.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I love that you pointed that out, especially since Conky also said it, like, hey, guess what? Juicy's still in the running. He's still coming back for that back-to-back, hopefully back-to-back Ascension win, right? Heavy is the crown, and Juicy currently has it. Yeah. So for Juicy, there's like a lot of attention on him right now. He does have a team that is slowly coming together around him. But you know what? I still don't see that superstar moment just yet. It's okay. Yeah. We're saying that's later on in the script. I mean, that's later on in the script. But you know, we're saying like it's probably coming. It's probably coming together here for this guys. The thing is, it's kind of like it's out of the frying pan and into the fire for them. Yeah. Because they're up against Boomies on his neck.
The hometown heroes, and you know they just want to get to the arena to get their hometown crowd buff. But you mentioned about Juicy effectively not needing to be the main character of the story right now, because I look back at the series again. Vera, 17 first kills, multiple operator kills especially, and you know he's good with playing the entry. And back to Grumble, I finally get the final tally. He's plus 30, 69 kills, 39 deaths, What is that insane stat from Grumble and the talent from DSG? You can dare say that it might be so difficult to keep up to their level, and it's just about DSG meshing. Really, it's always going to be that story, and perhaps this Ascension is when we finally see their final form at the end, when they're really the team package that we were expecting from them.
Yeah, not to mention, I do love that all of these players on DSG kind of have their own specialty. You know, you can tell when they're about to shine. It's like Vero has the off. It's like, oh, this is my moment. And it's like Juicy suddenly pulls out the kill contract. It's like, oh, it's his moment. You know, so you can tell when these players individually are going to pop off, right? So that's gonna make their next match very, very exciting. But before we wrap up, of course, we have a word with, I believe it's gonna be Styron from DSG. So we'll hear from the IGL himself. So let's pull him for a quick interview and pull him onto your screens right about now. Give him a little congratulations before we wrap up the night. Hello, Styron.
Hello, Styron.
Congratulations to you and the rest
Hello,
of this guy.
Thank you,
We
thank
have a few
you.
questions for you. So first question, you know, like the first map was very back and forth. You guys dominated the second map, but I'm wondering, at what point did you guys know that you were going to dominate Ascent?
On the Veto. When the Veto happened.
That is awesome. So you guys knew that eventually, like, you just gotta get to the second map, and this is all yours. That's amazing. Dax?
Crazy confidence. I gotta ask you, Styron, first things first, you guys swapped over from the Sky to the Gecko on Bind. What necessitated that change? And perhaps one more thing, what was the mentality coming into Bind since you did lose Lotus the first go?
The mentality we had going into Bind was more of like, we already like backs against the walls, you know, we know like this is our last shot, you know, so we just like make sure that we played fearlessly, like played our game, you know, not be like scared and like make mistakes because we are scared to make mistakes, you know. So yeah, we just make sure that we like went into second and the third map like really confident and make sure like we didn't have the fear in us anymore.
Crazy fearless, right, Mika?
But
Yeah, absolutely. That definitely did come out.
He's like, oh, an agent thing. Wait, I saw a follow-up. Yeah.
The only reason is because I'm just more comfortable on the Gecko. We just play what we are comfortable with and make it work.
Yeah, and for me, as soon as I saw Gecko, I was like, oh, now he can shoot with everyone else. So amazing. I love the adaptation. And Mika, come on, one more we got for him.
Oh yeah, and this one I think you feel is coming. You guys are gonna be up against Boom next, so it'll be for that chance to play in front of the Indonesian crowd. So how is the team feeling about going up against the hometown heroes? And is there a player on Boom that you're like paying special attention to, maybe dedicating a little bit more research to?
How we feel. I feel like we already played our hardest game. Like our first game against Full Sense, I think that was our hardest game, and so going to our next few games, I feel like it can't get harder, you know. So like we already know what to expect, and for someone to like watch out for, I wouldn't say so, because I think Boom is really more of like a team that excels in teamwork. So I think they're kind of like more of like an opposite of us, you know, because we are like individuals that like can like pop off anytime. But I think Boom is a very teamwork heavy team, so not really have anyone that I like pay extra attention to.
Well, Styron, you're getting me hyped for that matchup. You're getting everybody hyped for that matchup. But for now, enjoy your win. Congratulations to you and the rest of this guys. And yeah, have a good rest.
Thank you.
Thank you. You just had to bring it out.
One more time for the interview, you know. But I like the point that Styron really made. It's just you look at Boom and they play such a team coordinated kind of style, and then on the other hand, DSG, as he mentioned, just comfort, what works best, back against the walls, stop being so scared, be fearless, because I think really for DSG the mentality should be other teams should be afraid of them and their firepower.
And Dax, this is what we were talking about, right? These teams in the lower bracket, once their backs are against the wall, like Styron said, they transform. There's something about the desperation to stay in the game, to stay in this tournament, that just really brings the absolute best. Sometimes it can, sometimes it can be the worst as well, but it really does make sure that, everybody gives their absolute best, 110% or 20% even when you're in this position.
Yeah, look at this lower bracket we have here, Mika. 4 teams left in the running to take the final 2 spots at the arena. JFT versus Riddle, Boom versus DSG. And there's so many implications of these games right now. JFT, they had the biggest test in the upper bracket. Now how will they face off against a Riddle who feels reinvigorated with their youthful Japanese core? On the other hand, DSG, stop being so scared. There you go. Fangs bared against Revenant. And Boom, this is honestly the hardest matchup for them. Not just in a stylistic manner, but because this is still in the player rooms, right? They need that hometown buff. Remember the stat, they haven't lost an Indonesian LAN as a whole once they have that hometown crowd in front of them. So they need to play in front of their fans, in front of their community, if they want to, of course, make it happen.
Yeah, but no pressure.
No pressure, no pressure. You know, it's not because they're in Jakarta or anything, you know.
But you're absolutely right. It's that extra pressure as well that I'm sure is eating at them, right? There's that record. You want to make sure that you're there in front of the hometown and representing, and you know, it's gonna lead to a very exciting matchup for sure. As we mentioned, you know, the lower bracket can do stuff to these. You can transform your favorite teams into absolute, you know, demons on the server, and we're excited to see it. But that's it for us for today. We're gonna have more for Valorant action for you guys tomorrow, yeah, it looks as though we are continuing the very best of Ascension right here in front of the hometown in Jakarta. So that is it from me and Dax, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more VCT Ascension.